The armored warrior tore into the monsters without mercy, swinging that massive sword like it was made to end nightmares, and when the enemy blood sprayed through the air, he didn't flinch. He just strode ahead, eyes locked on death, ice calm in the middle of mortal danger. In that exact moment, Yuri's eyes blazed with pure determination. Then, with a single strike, he crushed the boulders into dust, stared straight ahead without flinching, and moved forward like nothing on his path could stop him. Blood poured from the monster as it snarled, "Monster." But the guy only grinned wider, soaked in the thrill of his own power, dangerous, self-assured, and fully in command, relishing every second of his win over that massive opponent. The young man strolled calmly through the wreckage of the colossal creature he'd already crushed, and even though he looked tiny beside those giant corpses, his fearless poise screamed one truth: he wasn't the prey, he was the real monster standing victorious. The battered monster snapped at Yuri, demanding why he'd slaughtered his loved ones, and Yuri just shrugged it off. No grand mission, no special purpose, standing over the crushed enemy with pure, icy indifference. He calmly confessed that he'd done it for no reason at all, staring with ice-cold indifference, like slaughtering monsters was just another routine job that didn't need excuses or explanation. Rage-fueled, the monster screamed a brutal curse and slammed him with everything it had, unleashing a non-stop assault. Yet the warrior just stayed planted in the middle of the chaos, calm as ever, like he was savoring how untouchable his own power made him. The monster swallowed his pride and admitted the truth. He'd been begging the Dark Lord for understanding, praying he'd finally share his pain and feelings, but that hope died fast, shattering the last bit of strength he had left. The warrior didn't sugarcoat it. He said the beast rejected him first, screaming that he was a monster, and when Yuri lifted his sword with iron resolve, he swore he'd meet his opponent in the afterlife and ended the brutal fight in one final, crushing strike. With one crushing, lightning-fast strike, he sliced straight through the enemy's massive body, shredding it into glittering sparks of steel and chaos. Then it was over, the brutal battle finally collapsing into a single, undeniable proof of the warrior's total victory. The young man couldn't shake the thought that this might be his final fight, while the monster he'd brought down wailed in pure agony. Then the warrior landed without a twitch, scanning the bloody wreckage with ice-cold resolve. Yuri snatched the SSS-ranked reincarnation crystal right out of a defeated enemy's body, and the second he gripped it in his hands, that long-held tension finally broke, because he realized, for the first time, he wasn't trapped with monsters anymore. Right then, the crystal flared to life in the boy's hands, blasting a mysterious, crushing glow all over him, and magical power surged through the air, like fate itself was gearing up to hurl this warrior into a destiny he'd been waiting for and finally earned. And he shut his eyes, fully surrendering to the crystal of reincarnation. Then his body bled into a blazing stream of light, yanking him off the battlefield, crushing that brutal cycle, and carving the path for a brand new beginning. Yuri felt pure freedom rip through his chest, because he finally knew he'd be reborn, floating in the crystal's glow with the kind of calm that only comes with relief, and hope, blazing that someday far ahead he'd start a brand new life and leave the pain of the past behind forever. Suddenly, it hit him: everything he'd lived through was nothing but a dream, and it felt like he was yanking himself awake after a lifetime of sleep, blanking out the battles and death, yet a fierce voice inside him swore this wasn't the end. Izawa Yuri was living a brand new life in the modern world, punching in like any other office worker. Then day by day, he kept living normal, not even realizing the past that was about to slam into him with jaw-dropping fate and wild adventures. Memories hit him like a lightning storm. One second he was an adult, and the next he remembered the first time he woke up in a brand new world, surrounded by strange new lands and magic he couldn't explain. In his first life, he stumbled onto magic and instantly lost his breath, watching its power like it was pure lightning. His teachers stared at him with pride, and this young man grinned as he made flames dance in his hands, soaking up that first real miracle in this wild new world. He threw himself into magic day after day, grinding spell after spell until, bit by bit, he started mastering every kind, and when it finally clicked, joy hit him hard, like he belonged in this world more than ever. Yuri finally snapped into reality. He'd become the emperor of magic, sitting at the top of all power, and by the time he fully understood it, people were already bowing and worshipping him, calling him the greatest magician and sealing his name into the world's history forever. In his second life, he vowed to rise as the strongest swordsman and cut down the terrifying Dark Lord, gripping his sword and chasing perfection until one truth burned into his bones: his destiny was to shield this world from evil. Step by step, he finally reached his goal, and people were already chanting "God of Swords," dazzled by his power. But the moment he snapped back to reality, he saw the truth. This same road kept looping again and again. Even with all that power, the young man still felt hollow inside, like the glory and cheers were just a shiny mask. He couldn't stop wondering if his power had ever bought him real happiness, or if it was nothing but a sweet illusion. Every single day he fought, slaughtered, and took more territory, yet not a shred of joy ever lit up his heart. Then, little by little, people stopped seeing him as a hero and started calling him a monster. In the end, a life chained to endless war left him empty, with nothing to feel satisfied about. He chose to live for himself and threw his old ideals in the trash. Then he woke up in a brand new world and felt nothing but crushing darkness and total confusion, because he had no clue where he was or what was waiting to hit him next. He jolted awake in the ruins and shoved his mind into overdrive, trying to piece together what just happened. Everything around him looked wrecked and deserted, and the worst part was the déjà vu crawling in his bones, like he'd been here before, but his memory was totally blank. Yuri glanced around, smirked under his breath, because of course another test was coming and he could feel it, but when he tried to grab his memories, everything stayed foggy and this place only kept piling on questions. After he tore through the ruins, the young man froze and demanded answers. Why was he here, and what ripped him away from his past? He tried to reach for memories, but they broke apart in his head, and worst of all, he couldn't remember who he was. Suddenly, Yuri's mind erupted with flashes. He remembered exactly how he ended up here, and that lightning bolt epiphany hit again, handing him the first real clue to his new purpose. Done with the never-ending wars, a boy clutched a crystal of reincarnation and shattered his old life, chasing a fresh start in a brand new world, determined to leave the blood-soaked past behind and finally break free from endless battles. He jolted awake in a strange new place, sure his reincarnation had actually worked. Everything around him looked deserted and abandoned, but in his chest, hope flared up, whispering that this time he could finally live differently and wipe out every mistake that came before. As he combed through the ruins, a voice snapped his name from the shadows and Yuri's stomach dropped. He wasn't alone. Caution shoved him into focus, barking that he needed to judge the danger fast and be ready for a fight with whatever enemy was out there. A massive, terrifying B-ranked goblin lord lunged into view, and the warrior instantly knew this wasn't some mindless monster. This one thought like a strategist, making it twice as deadly. Standing beside the overlord were two goblin lords, rank D and rank E, and the young man's gut started screaming that these ruins were their turf, and that his arrival here was going to spark an unavoidable fight. Yuri blinked. He was trapped in a goblin lair ringed by their warpack, and the goblin lord sneered for an explanation while holding him under threat. Yuri knew he couldn't take them on barehanded, but his powers still hadn't fully awakened. When he looked back at his past, it hit him. He could turn anything into a blade. In his old lives, people worshipped him as the god of swords, and that power let him master every weapon he touched like it was made for him. The boy whipped his eyes around, hunting for anything he could use as a weapon, and right away his gaze latched onto a wooden stick, worthless in anyone else's hands, but in his grip, it became a deadly tool. The second he snatched the stick, the system kicked on instantly, and his fencing skills shot up from beginner to advanced. Then his combat instincts flooded back, dragging him straight into memories of his past battles. The goblins clocked the threat and slammed into motion, crowding him from every side to strike at once. While their lord barked in order to grab him, the youth, battle-ready to the core, stepped forward and met the first wave head-on with unstoppable confidence. Yuri lunged in like a storm, carving through the goblins with ruthless, terrifying accuracy, so fast it felt like the reflexes from his past lives snapped back into place, and the enemies barely even got the chance to understand just how deadly he was. He snapped to the truth. His body wasn't listening anymore. It moved on instinct, slipping past every strike and smashing down his enemies as easily as breathing, while the goblins flailed and their attacks never even landed. A rush of power hit him and he grinned. His skills were back, sharp and unstoppable. Each move landed with surgical precision, and the goblins crumpled one by one as adrenaline and pure battle thrill burned through his mind. The goblin lord snapped out a retreat because he knew the battle was already doomed, but the young man wouldn't let a single enemy escape. His memories screamed that letting them live would only invite fresh trouble. Right then, it hit him like missing mosaic tiles snapping into place. He finally remembered what mattered most. And Yuri snapped into his old technique, flash, and carved straight through the goblin lord with a thunderous strike, so fast and lethal the enemy never even got a chance to react. The main youth's blade slammed down and crushed the enemy. Then the goblin tore through the air, panicking and dying with disbelief, refusing to believe he was truly finished. The last goblins cringed in terror as their leader crumpled to the ground, and the warrior stood there amid the bodies like a warning sign, yet the attackers still charged in anyway. Realizing that even a single goblin slipping free could summon reinforcements, the young man burst into the fight and tore through every enemy, because no one was getting away. After the brutal battle, he was the only one left standing amid the wreckage of bodies. Cold as ice, he looked them over and muttered that he'd expected way more resistance. Yuri stared at his stats and froze. He had the passive skills of a mage emperor and a sword god, and once he realized he could blend both fighting styles at the same time, his power skyrocketed beyond belief. The warrior stared at his own rarity, stunned by how unlike anything else it was in this world, then realized his blood wasn't just blood at all, but a living legacy packed with the memories of mage and sword masters, handing him elite skills. Staring at the ruins and the fallen bodies, Yuri's mind snapped into action. He knew the next step was all on him now, but he had no idea where it would take him. Yuri's eyes snapped to the sword and the bag dumped on the ground, and for a second he could feel it. His next move might be hidden right in those items, but he still didn't know which way to go. Staring into his fate, the boy felt it in his bones. This world was lining up brand new trials just for him. He couldn't believe it. His new companion was a sly, sneaky slime. After smashing the goblins, he grabbed the supplies, then inspected the sword he'd pulled from the chaos, like it might still bite back. The sword he unearthed hit him like déjà vu, like it was the old wooden stick Reborn, and now he couldn't stop wondering if it would actually hold up in a real fight. Out of nowhere, a new analysis skill hit him, so he immediately darted in to inspect the sword's properties. His eyes suddenly flared bright, and boom, his analysis ability kicked on like a switch. He tested his new skill and after running the analysis realized his sword was only bronze rank and beat up to the point it hurt to use. Yeah, the skill felt convenient, but the weapon's terrible condition left him crushed. Yuri scanned the area praying a city would be hiding somewhere, but all he found was grass and trees, until his growing irritation snapped when he heard a strange rustling spilling from the bushes. A slime suddenly burst from the bushes with a wild caillou, and the guy froze in shock, staring at the thing like, do I attack or do I back off? He chose not to strike, reading that the slime wasn't dangerous, and when the creature hesitated in its shifting, uncertain way, the young man couldn't help but smile. Yuri held out a juicy chunk of meat and fed the creature, and the slime snapped it up with delight, proving it wasn't an enemy at all, but maybe the start of a new ally. Suddenly, the warrior unlocked the taming skill and mastered every level on the spot, shocked out of his mind, because now he could tame monsters and even talk to them. Staring at the stats screen, he wondered, could this thing become a shield? Then his eyes snapped to the new taming rank, and suddenly he could interact with monsters way better. Yuri cautiously put his new power to the test and tried talking to monsters. Then the slime lit up with happy sounds, proving he really could understand and connect with creatures after all. The slime drooped like it had lost everything, and the boy's heart slammed with the question, does it want to stay with him? He felt every one of its feelings, and it hit him hard. This creature didn't want to be left behind. Smiling from ear to ear, the boy named the slime Lime, and just like that, a fresh companion slipped into his life, so he scooped it up and invited it to hit the road with him on a journey. The slime joyfully leapt onto the warrior, showering him with affection, and he couldn't help but wonder if it would actually help. Yet he still pocketed the little menace anyway, because now he finally had his first companion. Night crashed down, and Yuri found himself stranded alone in the middle of the wasteland, staring up at the stars and eyeing that dark forest on the horizon, until the silence hit him and he knew he had to hunt for shelter fast. He started whipping his arms around like he was about to pull off some crazy move, but the way he spun only made him look like a clumsy spinning top trying to copy the trick. As he kept spinning, dizziness crashed over him and discomfort gnawed at his nerves. He clenched his teeth, realizing this wasn't as easy as it looked, but he wasn't about to quit. The warrior grabbed a stick and scraped friction into sparks, twirling like his life depended on it, muttering hype under his breath, yet not a single flame ever dared to show. Yuri remembered how fire was made in his past life and tried to recreate it, right down to the method, but it all flopped and doubt crashed in fast. Even those so-called primitive techniques felt useless. After tons of tries, he refused to quit. Again and again, he blew on those smoldering coals, praying a real flame would catch, even as exhaustion hammered him down. When the wind finally slid in, it fanned that weak fire into something that might live. At last his hard work paid off. Flame roared to life, he sagged with relief, and that young man grinned because he'd finally managed to start a fire the old, primitive way. The system chimed and boom, fire magic was his, like fate just handed it over. He shot straight to the advanced level and it totally stunned him while the slime bounced around, thrilled to death that its master had leveled up. And Yuri shot the slime a grateful smile, handing over some food for its help. And when it eagerly gobbled up the treat, Yuri couldn't stop laughing at how excited his new buddy got. The warrior took a bite of that cooked meat and practically smiled through it, every flavor hitting like a victory. While out in the distance, the fire crackled, roasting the last of their catch and warming the air, and he couldn't deny it. All that trouble wrestling with the flames was worth it. He asked the slime if it liked the food, and the little creature practically glowed with joy. Then he stared up at the starry sky and finally felt calm until the slime spotted something odd, and that one weird thing snapped his confidence into cautious wariness. A sudden scream shattered the silence of the night forest. Yuri's eyes snapped open and she spun toward the sound, because whatever was coming felt close, fast, and unmistakably real. The warrior's eyes burned as he pushed into the pitch-black forest, and slowly his sight sharpened until even the tiniest details snapped into view. He had to track down where that scream started and figure out what was stalking him among the twisting trees. Without a second thought, Yuri snapped his perception into focus and stared straight at the threat. Then the forest blurred and flashed across his vision, ripping forward at insane speed as whatever was ahead zeroed in on him, speeding up more and more. The lichen fought back with hands that trembled, throwing them up against the dark monster that came at him with everything it had, but he couldn't dodge. Fear froze his body solid, while the creature growled, reminding him over and over that he was powerless in the shadows. Then the boy fired up his analysis skill, locking in on exactly what they were dealing with, while the slime beside him stared in on the moment as it unfolded. The analysis confirmed it. Standing before them was a filthy rank F shadow, weak to magic. That meant victory was right there, but they had to strike first and fast before it could lash out. The next analysis snapped the truth into focus. The lichen was Pancho Pantera. He'd been a lycanthrope for 32 years, and the look on his face screamed that he wasn't battle-hardened and that he didn't come here willingly. The young man immediately clocked the shadow monster's one fatal weakness, magic, and a grin snapped across his face like a spark, because now they finally had the key to winning. The only question left was how to weaponize that truth in the fight. The boy slammed to a stop as the truth hit him. He could help them. Then he zeroed in hard on what was going on, and with a whistle slicing through the air like a command, he surged forward without hesitation. A shadowy monster tore through the forest after Pancho, and while he ran, the young man raced through his thoughts. Maybe he was finally meeting the hidden conditions to unlock a brand new skill, and that possibility filled him with steel-sharp confidence. Slime stared at the chaos exploding in real time. Yuri's sudden jerk jolted his nerves, and he burst out in alarm. The warrior suddenly burst up beside the lycanthrope, and the creature froze in pure shock, only for the young man to nod once, quick and cold, like he had one deadly mission in mind. Pancho blinked in shock, realizing too late that the boy had slipped up beside him. Then a monstrous shadow creature surged toward them, looming and threatening. Yuri snapped an apology for the abrupt interruption, but there was zero time to talk. When he spotted Lichen getting crushed by the enemy, he stepped in to help. Then he realized the threat was way too lethal, and Pancho himself had to call for backup, forcing him to jump into action fast. The young man hurled a fire bullet spell and unleashed a storm of blistering fireballs, each one streaking through the air straight for the monster. The magic blast ripped through the air, smashing part of the forest in a single violent roar. Lichen and Yuri snapped back just in time to dodge the flying debris, but the warrior's face sank as he realized he'd poured out way too much power. The young man snapped to attention the moment he realized how valuable that info was, then tried to grab Pancho and fire off 100 questions. But Pancho wasn't ready at all, and his face lit up with shock at seeing an ally pop back in again. The lichen didn't stick around. It spun on a dime and slipped into the woods like it had somewhere to be, and the boy just groaned, watching his best shot at answers vanish behind the trees. The half-beast frantically yelled for help, convinced the monster was about to strike again. Then Yuri shot him an apology and stood there, calm as ever, right beside him. Shock flared in the werewolf's eyes, but his fear still didn't vanish. The exhausted werewolf crumpled to the ground, gasping for air, then confessed his guilt and pleaded with the warrior to spare his life, only for the young man watching him to stay ice calm. At night, Yuri and Pancho huddled by the fire, and the guy finally spilled the real reason he'd been running. This wasn't escape, it was duty. But the werewolf played it cool, dodging every straight question, dragging the truth out like it was priceless. In the blink of an eye, the werewolf snapped into action, vowing he'd claw his way out of certain death, and the young man shot back with a faint, sarcastic doubt, until their talk snapped into something dangerously tense. Then the boy started to suspect the werewolf's weird behavior wasn't random. It was tied to secret conditions you had to unlock before you could earn a new skill. And just as he thought that, a brutal, shocking laugh tore through the air, warning him these places weren't going to be easy. Lycan was trembling with fury, snapping that nobody should gain skills that fast, because it usually takes years of training, and he couldn't wrap his head around how anyone could pick up new abilities that easily. And Yuri finally clocked it. His insane ability to pick up skills lightning fast wasn't magic at all, it was memories from his past life flooding back. Then he stared at the world like, no way, this is rare, this is priceless. And the scary truth hit him, his gift made him truly one of a kind. And Pancho nearly dropped his jaw. After 10 years of adventures, he'd never seen someone this powerful, and now the warrior couldn't stop wondering who that person really was in this world. The young man finally understood it. His magic wasn't just strong, it was terrifyingly powerful, and with no clue what normal looked like here, he suddenly saw the truth. He was standing at the very top of magical power. Then the young man pressed the Lycan, "Why are you here at this hour?" But the werewolf, still reeling, only let out a dumb groan like he never saw that question coming. The half-wolf snapped that he'd been set up, that he was trapped there against his will, and Yuri leaned in, ears wide, piecing it all together, because luring his new acquaintance into a trap on purpose felt way too deliberate. Pancho leaned back and started talking about his old days. He'd once been a porter in Zach's adventuring crew, and Zach felt solid, dependable, like the kind of guy you'd bet everything on until trust cracked, and little by little, the whole group fell apart. The memories yanked him back to the instant the crew faced a giant monster, something that loomed there, itching to rip everyone apart. Back then, trusting Zach was everything, until one critical moment flipped the whole situation on its head. Right in the middle of the fight, Zach suddenly went off the rails. His whole attitude flipped, and instead of backing up the half-wolf, he bailayed, leaving Pancho to fend for himself as panic hit. Pancho tried to scramble out, but the mess only kept getting worse. Zach betrayed him and left him teetering on death. Then the werewolf screamed for help while his former comrade stared back with nothing but contempt, and that single moment shattered his trust in every human. Lycan snapped that they tossed him out as bait just to save his own skin, then rage and pain burned all over his face. Yuri leaned in, listening hard, finally feeling how heavy it all was and how brutal that betrayal truly had been. The warrior leaned in and grilled Pancho about that terrifying monster he'd been talking up, so Pancho the werewolf paused, then remembered the clash he'd had with a beast so strong it was basically in the same league as the world's legendary predators. Suddenly, a monstrous B-ranked basilisk tore across the sky, its wings slicing the air as its terrifying stare warned everyone, "Stay back, this thing is deadly." Lycan's eyes went wide and he panicked on the spot, screaming in pure fear. Yuri stared at him and tried to steady him, but nothing worked. To make it worse, Yuri was furious at how his companion kept losing it when it mattered most. The warrior stared down the basilisk and instantly felt it lock onto them like it knew they'd been spotted for sure. He figured the whole "pretend we're not here" act was dead, because that thing had them in its sights and was seconds from striking. Yuri instantly clocked it. The creature was about to strike while they were still asleep. The basilisk snapped one eye open, locking onto everything. Yuri braced for impact, because if he didn't move right now, it was already too late. Suddenly, the basilisk dove out of nowhere at breakneck speed, beak gaping wide, and the force of its rush tore through the air like a brutal gust. The young man snapped to the problem. His fire magic might miss because the enemy was dropping like a comet, and that terrifying basilisk was already rocketing toward him. Lycan froze when that kid yanked out a chunk of the sword like he was about to pull off something wild, while Pancho stared, doubting it would even scratch a villain as terrifying as this. The basilisk finally crashed onto the ground, yanking its jaws wide in a terrifying scream as it lunged into battle, its sharp beak flashing under the moonlight. Yuri swings his blade and slams a crushing hit into the enemy. Whoever it is, that massive beast bellows in agony, its whole body rattling, while Yuri's eyes blaze with pure determination as his sword drives straight through the creature's magical defense. The beast screamed one final time, then dropped like a stone straight onto the ground. When the enemy vanished, the young man stood there, staring straight at the massive crater the battle carved into the ground. That notification system popped up in front of the boy again, blasting the news that he'd just unlocked new skills. Then he watched mastery light up across multiple magical enhancement levels. System's sharp ping hit, and with it, the truth crushed him in the best way. He'd gotten way stronger. Staring at his sword, he finally got it. He'd been using it all wrong. Instead of slicing through his opponent, he'd only been hammering them with brute force, and now his new powers demanded real understanding if he wanted to unlock their full potential. Suddenly, Yuri snapped with worry. Where did his companion vanish to? He prayed that the man would guide him straight to the city, and out in the distance the deserted plain lay sprawled beneath the night sky. Ayu let out a startled sound, immediately sensing the situation had just flipped. Aizawa Yuri is the hero, and his passive skills are pure trouble. He can hold onto the Magic Emperor's memory, the Sword God's memory, and he can blast magic, wield his blade with mastery, and even tame beasts. Yuri spotted the fallen basilisk, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and let out a shaky sigh of relief, while his slug, Caillou, watched with wide-eyed curiosity as Yuri braced himself to search the monster's body, praying he'd uncover something useful. Isola forced himself to remember. Yesterday, after he crushed the basilisk, he hauled its body back to where he first spotted it. Now he was ready to dissect his prey and squeeze every last bit of value out of it. Staring at the huge, fallen basilisk, the young man grinned and decided to blast it with fire magic, turning the defeated monster into a meal and using the whole test as dinner. The young man kept carving the monster's carcass with a sharp stone, not a broken sword. Ever since early morning, he'd been tearing through the job, refusing to miss a single important material, and now there was only a tiny bit of work left. While the warrior threw himself into the work, his mind raced ahead. What if this grind could unlock a brand new skill for him? He kept pushing his body harder, convinced that the more he trained, the more abilities would just click into place on their own, and that thought lit a spark in him. Yuri dug out a B-rank magic stone packed with fire power from the monster's carcass, an insanely rare treasure she could use to supercharge her magic or cash in for a fortune. He hauled that massive stone up and swore he'd sell it for a fortune the moment he hit the city, until his tiny slime buddy got hooked on the treasure and demanded, right then and there, that it be his. Lime burst out with pure excitement, jabbing his finger at the stone like it was calling to him, and the guy instantly started weighing one big question. Should he let Lime take it or flip it for profit later? Suddenly, the slime started gulping the stone's magical energy, wrapping itself in a bright, glowing halo, and the young man just stared, surprised but not too bothered since he admitted he couldn't sell that stone for a high price anyway. Then the slime shot bigger out of nowhere, blasting out raw, crushing power. Yuri could only stare in stunned silence, clueless what would happen next. He stared at the bloated slime with pure doubt, trying to see if it had morphed into anything more than just bigger size, while the warrior prayed the magic he swallowed would actually do something good, because right now, everything about it looked totally wrong. Suddenly, the slime morphed, bursting across the ground in wild, crooked shapes, and it started pulling off brand new tricks, reshaping its body and unleashing power nobody could name. Yuri froze, shaken, not understanding a thing. He couldn't stop wondering what happened to his companion, so he shouted the slime's name, but it kept shifting in that slow, eerie way, showing zero of the usual signs that it was alive. Out of nowhere, the slug tore through its own form and turned into a giant monster. His jaw dropped as he finally grasped it. His companion could change shape at will, and that discovery hit him with shock and a bit of alarm. The slug snapped into a basilisk form, and the young man couldn't believe what he was seeing. It hit him that his companion could mimic other monsters too, and that mind-blowing twist instantly lit up a whole chain of wild new possibilities. Suddenly, the basilisk slug thrashed its wings, blasting a brutal gust of air, and the warrior got rocked by the surprise, scrambling to keep his balance. The creature bolted forward in a blur, raw power roaring through every step. In a blur of lightning, the monster shot into the sky and raced straight for the sun, and Yuri snapped his head upward, stunned by how graceful and how terrifyingly strong his companion looked, making him realize there was so much more to that creature than he'd ever seen. He couldn't believe it. His companion wasn't just mimicking the monster's look, he was rebuilding its very anatomy too, and that realization blew him away with pure, thrilled amazement. The flying monster swooped closer, roaring Kaya's name at the top of its lungs, while Yuri below stared in shock, still too confused to figure out what was happening. Then with him settled on the beast they built, he realized this flight was the shortcut, fast, smooth, and ready to drop him right where he needed to go. The boy shouted in the bright light, loving every second of that ride. Then he realized the trip to the village would be way faster than he ever guessed, and this new way to travel was shockingly convenient. The flying creature tore across the sky, swallowing the landscapes in the blink of an eye, while the young man burst with pure speed and dizzying height, realizing his power to move around the world had just exploded wide open. Yuri zoomed through the air on his assistant. Riding high on the transformed slime, the boy asked if he needed a break, but Lime grinned and pushed onward, proving his sheer strength and stubborn determination. Peeking at how fast the craft was flying, the guy snapped out an order. "Don't you dare slow down, get to the city quicker." City walls finally loomed ahead, and Lime strutted with confidence as the young man soaked in the breathtaking view above, itching for the fast run-in with the people he was about to meet. He knew showing up as a basilisk would light the whole city up with panic, so he stayed outside the walls to dodge all that unwanted attention. Right by the city walls, the warrior launched himself off the basilisk's back. The boy blurted out, "Can Lime go back to its original size?" And the creature let out a strange noise as its body burst into a blinding glow. And then Lime abruptly shrank, shocking the guy because he instantly realized his companion could change sizes on the fly, perfectly adjusting to whatever was happening. As Yuri barreled toward those towering city gates, he yanked Lime to hide for a beat, because that big-eared guy had mentioned this place. As the boy stepped into the trading city of Radial, he spun his head around in awe, streets buzzing with people, and towering, majestic buildings everywhere. As he strode through the market, a weird tension hit him like a punch. Everyone looked on edge, and even the vendors wouldn't part with their goods. Something was seriously off in this city, and the young man could feel it, but he had no clue what was causing it. As he pushed deeper into the street, traders yelled at the top of their lungs, baiting customers with jaw-dropping low prices. But even with the noise blaring, the city felt strangely muted, and that only sharpened his instincts, making him scan his surroundings with a wary eye. A saleswoman bounced up and down, pushing cold water at a ridiculously inflated price, and when a young guy realized how thirsty he was, he walked right over, only to freeze at the cost, though he still admitted he hadn't had a sip since the day before. She offered him 3 glass sizes and just waited as he picked, while Yuri stared at the water, drinking in how gorgeous it looked, and knowing full well this whole setup felt shady, he still couldn't resist. Staring down at those drinks, he felt his thirst go from bad to unbearable. Water glimmered with irresistible clarity, and the moment it caught his eye, he couldn't think about anything except grabbing it. And then the guy tried to pay with coins he'd ripped from goblins, thinking they were worthless, while the saleswoman studied every single coin like she was hunting for their real price. When the payment landed, the girl slid a tiny glass of water to the warrior and snapped, "That's all your coins buy." Suddenly, she pointed him to a well right nearby, and the saleswoman, clocking that he'd traveled from far away, couldn't help wondering how steep the local prices were for someone like him. She also caught that the sun blazed over the city all day, and that relentless heat kept pushing water prices higher and higher. The young man finally caught on, and the saleswoman burst into laughter as if these conditions were exactly how she kept her income steady. With a bright smile, the girl told him water magic was basically a money maker. Then she proved it on the spot by conjuring tiny droplets floating right in the air. And the boy finally got why the city folks looked drained. She didn't waste a second, snatching up a brand new order for water from the next customer. Yuri took the offered water, and the moment he did, he realized the city was bleeding resources dry and badly needed help. After a couple drops of water hit his tongue, it felt like nothing. His thirst kept clawing at him, and the whole situation started to feel brutally unfair. Out of nowhere, he unlocked water magic, boom, and a system message hit him with 3 mastery tiers: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. He stood by a shopping arcade, totally blindsided, when a woman snapped that his clothes were strange, and he couldn't for the life of him figure out what she meant or why she had the nerve to say it. Suddenly, the woman challenged him, hand over his clothes, and she'd slam him with the biggest, fullest glass of water. With a teasing, coquettish grin, she insisted she'd been far too generous, and when she called him a little boy, it instantly threw him for a loop. But he calmly shut down her offer, spun on his heel, and strode off, leaving her staring in shock, with disappointment lingering right behind the confusion. Then he spilled his big plan to fix the city's water shortage, and she just stood there, completely confused and blindsided. As he closed in on the city's water reservoir, he clenched his fists and got ready to unleash his magic, determined to smash this problem for good. With his brand new water magic, he blasted forth a roaring torrent, flooding the reservoir and leaving the whole town staring in pure awe and joy. The whole crowd snapped into stunned silence, gasping like they couldn't believe their eyes, while the water seller went completely pale as the situation flipped out of nowhere. People burst into the rain with big smiles, soaking up the finally arrived water like the whole town had been rescued at last, and they couldn't wrap their heads around how someone fixed their problem that easily. A saleswoman gaped in sheer disbelief at what was happening, then snapped into action and barked for buckets to be hauled over fast so they could catch the free water. Suddenly, right in the crowd, she spotted a young man hurling a spell, and she blurted out, stunned, "Hey, what are you doing?" Yuri shot back that he was only using water magic, and he figured that woman would get the same idea. The woman selling water nearly crumbled when she heard about water magic, staring in shock with pure fear in her eyes, while the young man looked stunned, sure she'd be thrilled. A guy in the middle of the market just froze, staring at his empty hands and an emptier stomach. Now he had to figure out his next move before everything fell apart. Yuri stared at the food they were still preparing, a heavy sadness sinking in as he realized just how long he'd been rushing to reach the city, chasing that better life dream. As he watched the merchants feast, tearing into meat with pure joy, he froze, because he suddenly understood he couldn't afford a single bite. As he trudged down the street, the truth hit him hard. He had zero money left and he needed a job right now. He ran into Alex Rodriguez, a powerhouse of a man, and asked straight up if he was still hiring workers, and the shock on his face said everything. Alex couldn't stop thinking about whether to hire Yuri, but doubt gnawed at him. He just didn't know if Yuri really had the skills. Alex finally snapped that he wasn't about to hire anyone. He just pointed at the stones and made it clear that was the whole problem. He stared at the wreckage piled up right beside the house, like something had torn through there. A giant boulder jammed the construction cold, then it suddenly crumbled, wrecking the plans and shutting down every carpenter in the city. The man told us they were about to start building a house, but then a boulder came crashing down out of nowhere, smashing their plans mid-job and forcing them to stop. Yuri offered to help pull the stone out for pay, but the carpenter froze, hesitated hard, then refused to promise a thing. The surprised carpenter went rigid the second he heard that, boy, because he couldn't wrap his head around the offer, and he snapped back fast, asking again right away. The guy shot a confident grin like the deal was totally fair, and strode up to the giant stone barrier guarding the construction site, ready to move. He thrust his hands toward the stone's surface and poured his focus into it, because he was about to unleash magic that would rewrite its very structure. With a snap of a spell, he unleashed a magical boost, and the moment it hit, the stone's strength started to crumble, its structure weakening fast. The builder stared in total confusion, while Yuri stayed cool and calmly told him he was doing it with some kind of magic spell. With a sly little smile, he pressed on with the spell, determined to seal the job he'd started, because that stone was hanging by a thread, seconds away from crumbling. The man scratched his head, eyes narrowing as he doubted the spell's story, and his wariness screamed that something didn't add up. Meanwhile, the guy went dead silent, focused his power, lifted his hand, and readied the spell, calm as ice, confident as ever. He pressed his palm to the stone, and magic erupted as cracking lines tore across it in a flash, proving the spell hit perfectly. He snapped a warning to everyone nearby, stay back, because total destruction was about to slam down, and the crowd just stared in panic, not a single person understanding why he'd sounded so desperate. The man kept repeating himself, baffled out of his mind, because he couldn't wrap his head around why he had to suddenly stay away from what was going on. The boy slid his fingers across the stone, locking in on the spell, then unleashed his power with total confidence, tuning out every conversation around him. With a thunderous crack, the stone suddenly detonated, blasting into tons of shattered chunks, while the crowd stared in stunned silence. Everyone, Alex included, recoiled in pure disbelief, because there was no way they could wrap their heads around how this actually happened. With the giant stone gone, all that's left is a heap of tiny stones, and the workers stare in awe at the hero's unbelievable win. Alex burst out in pure shock, staring at how Yuri crushed the stone in just a second. Everyone else hit the same stunned reaction. The young man realized the locals had no clue about the magical enhancement, and that shock hit him hard, so his mind immediately started racing with questions. Meanwhile, the man shot the news back with a grateful smile. Construction could finally move forward, and he couldn't stop praising the boy's raw strength. Alex let out a big laugh and thanked him for the save. Like, genuinely, he couldn't stop smiling once he knew the problem was finally gone. Yuri only gave a calm little smile, clearly thrilled with what he pulled off, like it didn't even matter, yet he was absolutely pleased. The man remembered the kid was hunting for a job, so he challenged him to prove his strength on the spot, and the whole time, he couldn't stop wondering what this new guy could really do. He suggested the young man become an adventurer, and he nearly choked on how shocked he felt when he heard that proposal. He snapped back to his past life in his mind and stared at the road ahead. Then a carpentry job landed in his lap, and that one decision lit a whole new thought fire. The boy pictured adventurers hustling through crazy missions, tracking down cats, hunting monsters, and stuffing their pockets with hard-earned coin from the guild. The man went on to say that an adventurer can do whatever he wants, no leash like magicians or swordsmen, because he doesn't take orders from anybody. Yuri smirked, weighing the adventurer's chances, and realized this plan was way too interesting to ignore. Alex leaned in and asked if the guy didn't mind, whether he could take him straight to the guild. The young man thanked him right away, his gratitude burning bright, then bowed slightly to show real respect for the offer. He begged to be treated with respect, but the guy just stared back in cold silence, totally lost for words. Alex turned to the young man and called out to him like they were old friends. He shot his eyebrows up in shock and blurted, "What's going on?" The man told Yuri, "If you want to be an adventurer, drop the formal voice and start talking like you mean it." He even called out how the kid was showing off, making bawling look like a performance in front of everyone, then slammed that kind of behavior as unacceptable, based on exactly how powerful he'd been. Yuri nodded along, fully backing those comments. They clasped hands with big, friendly grins, sealing the whole thing with a warm agreement. They sprinted to the new location before anyone could even blink. Right ahead of them loomed a breathtaking building, the Adventurers Guild. At that moment, Alex tore himself away and said goodbye to Yuri. With the dust settling, everyone scattered in their own direction. As he climbed those steps, the young man could feel it. So much had changed in this time, but he wouldn't shake the certainty that the real chaos was still waiting just ahead. Yuri strode into the guild with total confidence, still replaying how Alex had twisted his doubts and pushed him into becoming an adventurer. On the very second day after his reincarnation, he clenched his resolve and charged up the steps, turning into an adventurer for real. Life inside the guild was buzzing non-stop, newcomers to meet, seasoned fighters to clash with, and fresh tasks and money-making chances waiting right there for him. The guild's atmosphere hit him like a déjà vu, and he couldn't shake the familiar feeling. He just couldn't put it into words. With the building in front of him, pride surged. He lifted his head and knew his life had just turned into a whole new chapter. Suddenly, the stranger barked, "Hey, skinny," and that sharp insult snapped the young man's attention right to him. Two armored men clocked the newcomer the moment he stepped in, and immediately started sizing up his status and how much experience he really had. One of the men grabbed the boy's attention and told him to come along and be their porter. They kept pushing and pushing, swearing that teaming up would put more money in his pocket than doing everything solo. One of the adventurers hooked his arm around the young man and kept pushing, refusing to let him turn down the offer. They clapped fists with their new comrade and warned him, loud and clear, not to ever underestimate the weight of this work. Yuri stared at his counterpart with deep, suspicious distrust. He slammed down his refusal without a second thought. Yuri swore that in this life he'd live for himself and he'd earn it all with his own hands. He'll never serve a single soul. The strangers stared in shock at how brutally strong the young man was. Right then, the guy marched up to the girl in charge, Tiffany Grays. He stepped up and demanded they register him as the newest employee. Then the girl leaned in and demanded the young man reveal what rank he had, telling everyone how those rare skills can instantly change whether you get accepted into a guild. Tiffany kept pushing, begging to hear about the young man's greatest accomplishments. Once he saw the whole mess, he finally admitted, "Yeah, I've got the skills, but I can't prove it." While everyone's staring, the administrator leans in and says they'll take *any ** rare skill. The young man couldn't stop wondering if his knack for analyzing magic and boosting it was truly something rare. He was absolutely certain he didn't have the skills to pull this off. Suddenly, Yuri's mind snapped back to the carpenter's words, and he realized the guild rules didn't match what he'd been told. Then a man strode up to the reception desk, and the receptionist girl froze in shock while the main character's eyes sparked with curiosity. A respected man named Galileo Figaro strode in like he owned the place, dripping high status as he stepped into the guild. The girl administrator flashed him a polite smile and told him to hold up for a moment. Galileo roared in protest, convinced that letting that young guy into the guild would trash its reputation. The man sized up the new candidate, weighed the moment, and decided to take the next step. Suddenly, Yuri spotted a weird gadget ahead, a magic meter, and it was ready to measure his magical power. The magic meter didn't just measure anything, it gulped your magic power and turned it into numbers, and you needed a minimum of 30 just to get started. Crowd surged around, eyes locked on the machine, and the young man suddenly realized he'd used that device before. He snapped awake the moment he caught those whispers. The seasoned adventurers narrowed their eyes at the whole spectacle, suspicious to the core, and scrutinized the newcomer like he was hiding something. The guy sized up the guild's vibe, and there was no doubt in his mind that the competition is what's driving everything here. The guild worker leaned in with curiosity, and the guy nodded like, "Yeah, this situation is getting wild and I can't look away." He demanded to know if the device would still pass once the readings started running way too high. The worker shot back with a grin, saying the device maxes out at 9,999, so there was zero reason to panic. Yuri clocked the situation, snapped into action, geared up for the test, and even the watchers leaned in, hooked. He slammed the device to life with unshakable confidence, eyes locked in full focus and determination, along with a secret surge of power igniting behind his gaze. Everyone around couldn't ignore it. The device sparked a weird reaction that turned heads instantly. Meanwhile, the guild leader and the cat girl stared in pure panic, completely clueless about what was even happening. The device's power level skyrocketed, the numbers smashing past normal limits. Everyone watching just stared in stunned disbelief. The young man suddenly felt it, energy spilling out of control, rattling everyone around him as the tension surged. A savage surge of power ripped through the air, whipping up a ferocious whirlwind that knocked every onlooker off balance. The whole guild froze in stunned silence, old man and administrator alike staring at the shattered wreck of that device. The sheer chaos was so massive that everyone went speechless, frozen in stunned disbelief. He shrugged like it didn't matter, then said the device totally flatlined after the measurements. Galileo and the receptionist stared in stunned silence, their minds screaming that what just happened couldn't possibly be real. He leaned in over the shattered gear, staring hard as awe hit him, because that broken thing wasn't just unusual, it felt meaningful. Stunned out of his mind, he blurted that what he was seeing couldn't possibly be real. The old man paused, then let out a shaky chuckle, because the truth hit him, and suddenly he saw exactly where this was heading. At last, Galileo made his choice, nodded with full seriousness, and greenlit the boy to enter the tournament. Yuri chewed on every word before letting it out. Right then, the man who'd been told to follow him shot out the command, and his determination was crystal clear. Then it hit him, he suddenly remembered the registration rule. He stared at the mess in front of him, baffled as hell. Why in the world did his points still not earn him the title of an adventurer? The young man strides through the endless corridor, tailing Galileo step by step. The old man marched the boy straight to the tournament venue and blared, "It's starting any minute." Yuri replayed his carpenter friend's last registration in his head, desperate to figure out if the rules had somehow changed. Galileo snapped to a sudden halt, yanking the door handle like he couldn't wait another second. His eyes hardened instantly, and it was obvious he wasn't playing around. Yuri couldn't forget the day he botched a counter and sent the whole guild into full-blown chaos. Just how fast that older man shoved him into the tournament. With grit in his eyes, he beckoned the guy to follow and didn't waste a single word. The young man trailed Galileo, finally clocking it. This test wasn't about luck at all, he just had to pass. He finally saw it. This test wasn't just another trial, it was the last door he had to kick down to live his dream of becoming an adventurer. The door up ahead ripped open out of nowhere. The young man's eyes widened at what just happened, and he braced himself for whatever bombshell came next. He burst into the arena, where the trials for brand new adventurers were about to begin. Yuri spotted the waiting groups already lined up for the competition, and he couldn't believe it, he'd made it there right on time. The judge barked to the crowd that the exam would kick off in 5 minutes, and he basically ordered everyone to get ready right now. He couldn't believe it. Turns out the bearded guy riding along with him wasn't just some random stranger, he was a judge. The judges huddled over the newcomers, weighed Yuri Week's odds, and couldn't shake their doubts about whether he'd ever pull it off. The The young man straight up admitted he doesn't judge people by how they look because he's been burned by experience before. Billy Arnott slid up to the guy, introduced herself, and admitted, right there, that this was her very first exam. Billy barked his request and the young man reluctantly admitted, "My name's Yuri." She blurted out, shocked like, "I've never heard a name that weird in my life." He couldn't believe it, his own name sounded strange in this world, like it didn't belong. He'd pictured adventurers a whole different way, but right in front of him stood rough, brutal powerhouses ready to fight. He finally caught the brutal truth, his beliefs about the world didn't match reality at all. The guy finally worked up the nerve to ask Feely whether she'd ever taken part in competitions like that before. The girl confessed she'd already jumped into this 7 times, then it hit her right now what that number actually meant. She burst out laughing and said the reason for her repeated attempts was staring everyone right in the face, simple as that. And just like that, Feely crumpled in defeat, confessing she'd flunked all 7 of her past exams, and Yuri was left totally shell-shocked by the truth. He scanned the surrounding adventurers like he was matching them to a mental lineup, and the second he saw them, total disbelief hit him. At that exact moment, the girl leaned in and told him the exam had gotten even harder. It all spiraled because this fresh, old judge finally pulled the strings. The young man had no clue what that bearded stranger was about to do next. And yeah, he was the one who demanded we use the magic meter. Yuri couldn't stop wondering what Galileo was really up to as she stared at his grim, unreadable expression. The exam kicked off, everyone crowded onto the field, and the organizers blasted out the rules for the tests like it was showtime. The judge slammed the first test into the room, a full-on swordsmanship showdown that instantly grabbed every fighter's attention. To pass the test, the examinees had to show off their skills and blow the judge away. The first participant stepped up with 0 nerves and boldly swore he'd give it everything he had. The judge slammed the signal to start, and the very first competitor charged straight into the duel without hesitation. The fighter surged forward, slashing with his sword, but the referee stood firm and blocked it with brutal confidence, proving he wasn't just watching, he was strong. Everyone in the crowd leaned in, stunned by how fast and how sharp the duelists were as the battle exploded right in front of them. Some of the test participants finally let out a breath, realizing the judge wasn't nearly as terrifying as they'd feared. The young man stared hard at everything, then, out of nowhere, he spotted it and pure shock hit him like a punch. The contestant lunged at the judge with a sword, but the judge whipped aside with jaw-dropping speed, shocking even himself. The attacker refused to quit, shoved forward for a crushing hit, but you could see the strain, the tension, and the exhaustion crawling all over him. The judge shot him a mocking smirk, jabbed at how his strength was fading, and basically taunted him for how shaky and unconfident his attack had become. Enraged, the contestant exploded into another attack, but the judge stayed ice-cold, steady, focused, and fully in control. Here, the young man snapped into action, activating his ability to break down every move, reading the battle tactics like a blueprint while he tracked exactly what was unfolding. The judge swung a B-rank shock sword, one touch, and a nasty electric jolt ripped through everything like lightning. The enemy swung a rank F bronze sword, an everyday blade you'd see in any adventurer's hands. Even with the weapons ranked in totally different leagues, their power came out basically equal, and the crowd couldn't believe it. The judge's sword cut through everything, and in that clash he suddenly had the upper hand. In the end, the opponent crumpled under the final blow, and the crowd just stared in shock, totally stunned by what they'd witnessed. The judge barked the name of the next contestant, and pointed to a black-haired guy that totally shocked everyone watching. Yuri blinked in pure confusion, realizing the next turn was supposed to belong to someone else. The moment it hit him, he snapped his eyes wide open. A jolt of realization hit him, he'd come all this way without the weapon to test. He shot a terrified glance downward and realized, with no sword in hand, he'd been left defenseless right before the big fight. The young man suddenly jolted, he'd totally forgotten to grab his sword for the exam, and that one mistake hit him like a punch to the gut. He spun toward Philly, praying she could come through in this wild, totally unexpected mess. Yuri leaned in and demanded, "If someone forgets to bring a weapon, what happens to them, Philly?" Philly's stomach dropped when she finally got it, and her whole body went into shock at what the boy just said. And the young man suddenly clocked a whole new backup plan he could fall back on. He burst up to the fallen participant and demanded help, then he couldn't stop staring at the adventurer's sword. And the young man, with nerves of steel, politely asked if he could borrow the sword for just a few minutes. After getting permission, he thanked the owner, and the man just stood there, utterly baffled. The guy bolted out with the sword and its former owner, and the former owner panicked, trying to catch him before it was too late. The judge burst into laughter, eyes locked on the chaos like he couldn't look away. Yuri snatched up the shattered sword, staring at it like it might still bite in battle. The old man leaned in and warned the young man about every nasty accident that could happen, making it clear the test wasn't just a challenge, it was a trap. The young man snapped his eyes shut and didn't flinch a single bit at his mentor's warning. Galileo burst into laughter, then snapped a warning at the boy, "Don't you dare regret choosing to fight." The furious judge barreled toward him, hurling insults as he lunged in for the attack. Yuri easily sidestepped the examiner's blows, eyes tracking every strike while the crowd stared on, tight with worry. Billy and the other participants erupted in screams when the examiner suddenly lunged straight at Yuri. The examiner sprang from above with a smug shout of victory, but Yuri refused to budge. A jolt of shock snapped across the examiner's face the moment he realized his punch had been totally worthless. Dark shadow warped Yuri's face, and those eyes screamed nothing good was coming. He unleashed a paralyzing stare, and the enemy snapped to a stop in pure terror, just like a frightened animal caught in the dark. Right then, the judge finally clocked the danger, yet his body wouldn't listen, freezing under the eerie power of that gaze. Suddenly, as the judge snapped out of his stupor, he roared and swung his sword straight at Yuri. He vanished in the blink of an eye, and the judge was left utterly dumbfounded. When the referee spotted that his opponent had vanished, his eyes bulged with shock and he couldn't wrap his head around what just happened. Then the young man slammed the broken sword against the examiner's throat, threatening to end the fight on the spot, and sent him into full panic. Terrified that he might lose, Galileo let his sword clatter to the ground, and for a second it felt like he'd been exposed as powerless. Realizing his plan had collapsed, the old man threw in the towel and the crowd erupted, cheering like they'd just won. Everyone stared in shock, blown away by Yuri's crazy skill as she crushed the challenge in a way nobody saw coming. Billy lit up and shouted Yuri's name, praising his win, until he realized Yuri was way stronger than he'd ever expected. One of the examiners shot the participants a proud smile and congratulated them for clearing stage 1, and with only 10 minutes left on the clock, the second stage was about to slam in. Yuri flashed back to the old stage, and now he had to power through the second part if he wanted to become a real adventurer. Then the girl shouted his name and sprinted straight at him. He whipped around in shock, totally caught off guard. With a huge, shining smile, she swung her hand at him, grinning like he'd just won the world, and soaking up every bit of his success like pure admiration. Billy grinned and declared that the next part of the exam would be magic, then practically dared everyone to keep going. Soon she burst into tears of relief, convinced her success was a miracle, surrounded in her mind by cheering, imaginary angels. She shot him a grateful look, fully convinced her success was hanging on Yuri's help alone. And the guy was totally stunned by the confession, only realizing too late that his own actions had swung the test's outcome. Then the girl snapped into the truth: the judge had fallen sick, so the exam got cut short and suddenly everyone was cleared to pass. The young man couldn't shake the feeling that this whole situation was wrong. And Philly shot the warning straight to him, telling the kid that the next stage was pure danger. He said the next stage would be all about magic. Suddenly, the crowd went quiet because a brand new judge stepped in. Magni Figueroa kicked off the next competition right then and there. The participants could feel their odds of passing slipping lower and lower with every passing second. They piled into the guild's training grounds, all eyes on the trials, waiting for someone to finally spill the rules of Stage 2. The instructor slammed the rules down and declared that to survive this competition, the participants could use nothing but magic. A mysterious magical artifact suddenly materialized in the heart of the arena, and when someone yanked the lever, it came alive. The whole challenge was simple: smash the target with magic before sunset, no excuses. Everyone was shocked by how tough the conditions were, but Yuri breezed through the test way easier than he ever expected. The young man froze, stunned when the address was aimed straight at him, and the second stage of the magician's test was about to kick off all around him. The judge flashed a grin and thanked him for saving his brother, then vowed a cruel revenge that would come for him. Yuri finally clocked that the judge and the last examiner were brothers, and that little twist instantly made everything way more dangerous. The second stage fighters were getting ready to explode into action, plotting how to unleash their magic and crush the obstacle the moment the countdown hit 0. Some of the candidates shook with nerves, realizing just how brutal the task would be, yet they forced themselves to stay calm anyway. Yuri instantly got what the test was really asking for, and that truth hit Philly like a slap, sparking an instant, violent reaction. And Philly laid it out plain: everyone had called this stage impossible from day one. The young man stared at the artifact and wondered, what was it made of, because nothing could break it. One of the participants hurled a blazing fireball, praying it would smash the artifact to pieces. But the magic failed. Every participant swore it didn't work. Magicians hurled every spell they had: fireballs, ice needles, raging gusts of wind, but nothing worked. Panic erupted everywhere as they realized their attacks, right from where they stood, could never land on the target. The judge snapped his gaze to the black-haired guy, demanding to know why he just stood there and did nothing. Meanwhile, this young man just stood there in front of the judge, smirking like he already knew the answer to every question. Magni blurted, shocked, and demanded why that guy was freezing up and refusing to use magic. He sneered at Yuri and told her magic just wasn't there, then chalked it up to his deadly sword skills. Figuros mocked the boy, sneering that his brother's humiliation was the very thing that made him grin and feel satisfied. The judge thundered that in this trial everyone fell under his rule, and the only escape was through magic. Yuri snapped into action and launched a fireball spell, leaving the judge stunned and completely thrown off. Fireballs blasted from his hands like they were faster than lightning, proving, right on target, just how deadly and precise Yuri's attack really was. Right then, the fireball slammed into the magical object and boom, an earth-shaking explosion erupted, leaving everyone watching in pure stunned awe. Meanwhile, the crowd stared in stunned silence as magic ripped through everything, and the judge's face twisted with shock at the chaos unfolding right before them. The boy suddenly realized he'd basically, accidentally, recreated the legendary Inferno spell with barely any effort at all. He tried a regular spell like it was nothing, and boom, it hit harder than he ever expected. Magni jerked back in pure terror when he finally saw it. Right in front of him stood a man with magic so insane it felt unreal. The young man stared at his opponent with ice-cold eyes, and as he trembled, he finally understood. He was totally, completely finished. Figuros crumpled to his knees and panic exploded in his face. His sudden humility stunned everyone within earshot. He dropped to his knees in front of Yuri, voice shaking as he confessed his mistake and begged her to forgive him. The young man stared at what was unfolding, completely stunned, because he never saw this kind of disaster coming. In sheer despair, the judge caved and confessed he couldn't do a thing, begging forgiveness for his arrogance. To which the guy only calmly asked whether he'd passed the test, and that answer hit him hardest. The judge blurted out on the spot that every single participant had cleared the second stage of the test. They erupted in loud cheers, soaked in pure joy and unstoppable delight after finally pulling off the win. The whole crowd erupted with jumping and screaming, and the moment sank in, boom, they were officially adventurers now. The girl lit up and praised Yuri to the sky, clearly amazed by his strength and slick skills. Bill couldn't believe it. The guy dropped details about his past life, and the shock hit him like a truck. She let out a chuckle, labeling him strange, but he stayed shut tight. Her words didn't even budge him. In front of the heroes rose a towering, majestic cathedral, breathtakingly beautiful, and so huge it left them staring in awe. The administrator slid Yuri an adventurer's license and broke down what it meant, and how she had to use it. And the guy stared at the map, plotting how to climb his rank and turn those plans into something bigger. Right as the young man accepted the quest, strange noises erupted, and he didn't have time to react before it all went off. Suddenly, Philly slammed into Yuri, bowling him over, and Yuri was left gasping as Philly screamed his name like it was life or death. A sudden strike slammed into the young man's back, jolting him out of his breath. Pain cracked through him from the hit, but right away something felt off about what was happening. With tears streaming down her face, the girl grabbed his clothes in a tight fist and thanked him again and again for saving her. Yuri stared ahead at a future that felt miles away, yet somehow still tugged at him like a promise. After all that chaos, the judge rewrote the test on the spot, slashing the difficulty just enough for most of the participants to pull it off and pass. Billy burst into a happy hug the second the guy passed the test, barely holding her excitement in. Suddenly, he felt a shocking touch, and in that split second, he had no clue what just happened. They both froze in this painfully awkward spot, staring at each other like, what just happened a second ago? The girl froze at the idea that Yuri was a girl, but the second it was said, Yuri snapped, no way, and shut it down. He summoned the creature and named it Lime, then Philly shot back with pure excitement and burning curiosity. The young man leaned in and told him, "Lime became my friend," teasing what had gone down earlier like it was only the start of the story. Everyone nearby gasped at Philly's loud claims that Yuri could tame monsters, and Philly scrambled to explain what was going on before the panic could spread. Suddenly, the unknown man flashed a grin like he'd just figured everything out. Yuri overheard their conversation and bam, his curiosity sparked instantly, because one of them sounded downright annoyed that he was there. The conversation kept rolling and that calm man gently talked Zack down, persuading him to stay cool and not let his anger explode. That young man blinked in shock when Zack's name hit the air, like he knew something was coming, or like his mind was scrambling to recall it. Zack Barbell introduced himself, insisting he wasn't angry, but the way he carried himself screamed the truth. The young man snapped back to what the werewolf warned him: betrayal, getting tossed into a trap, and it even dragged up the memory of someone he knew. He barely even bothered to look, then side by side with his companion, started grilling the money situation and pushing the idea that they had to earn fast at the Adventurers Guild. Next morning, an urgent pounding on his door shattered the calm like thunder, yanking him out of his peace. Billy burst into the room, grinning as he happily greeted Yuri. Half asleep, the young man blinked groggily at the woman who just walked in, and it took him a beat to fully place who she was. Suddenly, dread slammed into the girl as she stared at what she'd just seen. Turns out the guy woke up sprawled on a giant slime. She froze, shocked that he'd picked that over an actual bed. Then he started griping about how the bed was so uncomfortable it drove him insane. The guy also told me last night he dared Lime to transform into a bed, and Lime agreed. Billy stared at Lime's soft side and with shining eyes asked for permission to touch him. The moment she touched it, something snapped inside her, an unexpected surge that hit her harder than she ever could have imagined. She clenched her lips in pure focus, then exploded forward at breakneck speed, charging straight for the target. She surged ahead, slipping through obstacles with deadly precision, her wake turning into a streaked blur. Her movements snapped into high gear, she threw herself into a fighter's stance and loaded up for a devastating leap. They got swept up in the storm of her unstoppable skill. The guy shot back out of nowhere, calling out that she never even used her secret abilities during the test. He demanded to know why she had even come to him in the first place. The girl didn't waste a second. She fired off everything about the guild and that whole superficial inspection thing. She told them that as long as they were still students, their licenses could get yanked at any moment. At that moment, they didn't have anything solid, just a temporary license, nothing more. The young man froze in surprise, eyes locked in, zero distractions. And Philly pushed Yuri to chase a quest, then Yuri hit the brakes, asking for just a little time before he took off. He strode to the window and yanked it open. Suddenly, the boy snapped his head toward a strange noise spilling from the street, and that weird sound yanked his focus. Then, deeper in the distance, something suspicious lurked between the trees and his gut went cold. With a flick of magic, Yuri launched a blazing fire bullet straight at the secret source of that unsettling noise. The watcher's eyes snapped through the leaves, stunned by the strike that just crashed into him. The fire bullet exploded and ripped through the tree, and the hidden enemies instantly panicked, screaming like they'd been caught red-handed. One of the pursuers slammed into the ground with a sickening crash, gasping in pain and sheer shock. The last enemies finally saw the attack was pointless, so they threw in the towel and scrambled back because the mission had totally failed. The pursuers bolted the moment the battle was over, sprinting away so they could save their own lives. Yuri's eyes flared bright, and with a snap of power, he activated a special ability that let him hunt the enemies down. The spies bolted in pure panic, realizing the mission was already dead, and the enemy was just too damn strong to beat. The young man spotted the enemy's observation telescope and instantly realized he'd been tailed for ages. He tried to dodge the truth with a lame excuse, telling the girl he'd only seen a few insects outside. Still, the guy couldn't shake the questions: who was really watching him and why his powers were suddenly the enemy's top obsession. His friend shoved him along in a hurry, but he couldn't stop wondering who on earth would want to spy on him. They creep through the forest and a rabbit keeps staring at their every move, watching with nervous, wary eyes. Billy waved Yuri closer and whispered that he'd spotted something wild hidden deep in the thick grass. Lime, perched right on the young man's head, spotted something shady up ahead. The lone rabbit was tucked high in a towering tree, peeking out and watching every single move. Lime tensed up, feeling power surge through them as they geared up for a sudden strike. Then the rabbit jolted in fear, feeling cornered and on edge, and started to scramble to escape. Suddenly, Lime let out a mischievous giggle, and the guy caught it in the act, completely thrown off by his own reaction. Billy burst into joy and announced their herb collection request got approved on the spot, because those missions were absolutely all the rage. Turns out picking herbs is totally safe, so everyone jumps on it without hesitation. Billy shot a suspicious look at her companion and asked, "Are we really going the right way?" Yuri pushed for the eastern forest, and the girl's fear hit her like a punch. She pouted on the spot, and the guy just stood there totally baffled, like he couldn't figure out why she reacted that way. The girl slammed the warning into him, "Never ever step into the eastern forest." And Philly pointed out that the monsters there were way too strong for their rank to even stand a chance. Suddenly, Yuri snapped back to his senses. He was waking up deep in the eastern forest, barely escaping a brutal battle alive. Then the girl leaned in and told him the truth. This forest was called the region of dark magic, and it was packed with terrifying, powerful monsters. She swore the basilisk was the deadliest bird out there, and that chilling warning stuck in his mind ever since that meeting. The girl fired the question at him again, stunned and unwilling to accept what she just heard. That basilisk story sounded impossible. Then the guy calmly admitted he'd killed the basilisk, and it left her completely baffled. She burst into laughter on the spot, refusing to believe him, like he'd just told the biggest prank of all. The crew barreled into the herb collection site, only to find it completely empty. The girl sprinted through the herbs in a panic, but the ground offered nothing, empty, barren, useless. She fumed because not a single blade of grass was left standing here. Right then, that same mysterious guy, Zach Barble, snapped out a mockingly delivered blow. The news they feared was coming, and it was worse than they hoped. The two adventurers finally admitted it. Every last herb was already in their pockets. With a grin and total confidence, the self-assured man snapped, "The winner is the one who works faster." Yuri spotted him instantly, stared him down, and kept the lime perched on her head like she was daring him to come closer. And yeah, he also clocked that Yuri and Feely had a temporary license. And he turned to them and offered to share the herbs he'd collected. That smile said everything and nothing, yet he still bowed his head and thanked them for their trust. Zach made a show of tossing the leaves onto the ground, and the girl's irritation instantly flared. A monstrous foot crashed down right in front of her, and she yelped as she stumbled back in pure shock. He sneered and swore he'd never give anything back. The moment he insulted her, the girl's eyes shot wide in shock. Meanwhile, he sneered at the newcomers and refused to hand over a single herb, judging them unworthy from the start. And with that same cold contempt, Philly snapped that this world only rewards the strongest, especially the adventurers. Zach let out another laugh, insisting the strong can do anything, even snatch away someone else's job. The man strutted up, barked, "Get out," sneered idiots, and kept mocking them like it was his favorite sport. Right then, the girl fought to keep her tears from spilling, head bowed low, and the guy stared at her in total shock. And that guy stared straight ahead with ice in his eyes, replaying everything that happened and weighing his next move. Suddenly, Lime snapped into it, seeing the situation was rigged, and her body surged as she rapidly grew, ready to unleash decisive action. Giant slime erupted in a massive explosion that tore through everything. In that exact moment, Yuri clocked the shock on Lyman's face and instantly saw it, his raw strength, his unshakable drive. And Feely was completely stunned by what Lime did. She never saw that kind of reaction coming. Heel was locked in, ready to jump in and back up his friends the second they needed him. The girl, froze in shock, blurts out "Lime," and then cranes her head upward, staring in pure disbelief. The boy and Phil stared as their assistant abruptly split into multiple strange parts right in front of them. Lime slugs streaked through the air, springing with joy and carpeting the clearing in every direction. Yuri finally cracked and admitted he couldn't tell one herb from another, then begged Philly to help him. With a warm, friendly grin, he asked her to help, like he already had the whole plan spinning in his head. The girl grinned and agreed on the spot, and suddenly a wide, gorgeous landscape, rolling hills stretching as far as the eye could see, opened up in front of them. Right then, the tiny slimes bounced around like they had springs in their bodies, zigzagging through the area and hunting for something hidden in the tall grass and among the trees. And Philly pointed him to the exact paper they had to find. Then the guy leaned in, listening to her every word like it mattered. The slimes kept bouncing in place, peeking through the bushes with total focus. Then one of them suddenly spotted something way off. The guy stumbled on strange plants and leaned in like they were a mystery meant for him, while the girl kept tearing through the area nearby, searching for whatever else might be hiding. Yuri froze when something felt off, so he leaned in and studied it up close. Feely panted hard, wiping sweat off her forehead as if it wouldn't stop, and the endless search had drained every last drop of her strength. Yuri grinned, and the answer suddenly clicked into place. He couldn't stop himself from feeling thrilled by how everything was unfolding. Then boom, right in front of them, a massive mountain of herbs materialized, and that line proved wildly effective at finding exactly what they needed. The young man nodded. He nailed it. Lime could sniff out herbs like it was her superpower, and suddenly the whole job got way easier. She glanced down and admitted, with a bitter shake of the head, that she'd grabbed way too few medicinal herbs. He hit him with the idea to team up and pool everything to reach the exact amount they needed. And Philly froze, stunned by the fact that she just couldn't take the help that was being offered. She realized she needed real grass, but it couldn't be something she'd picked up on her own. Clenching her fist tight, she shot back with pure resolve. She would do it herself. Yuri stared at her, replaying every word like it was setting her on fire. Lime Chan hopped onto her head, and the moment it happened, her thoughts sparked, then a huge smile burst across her face. The moment she realized the slimes were acting weird and clinging to her clothes, she let out a blood-curdling scream. After that shocking cleansing, she lit up with joy, thanked Lime, and couldn't stop admiring the results. Yuri leaned in and warned me, "What's coming next is the good stuff, and it hasn't even shown up yet." Right then, the shocked girl got completely swarmed by slugs. Then boom, a colossal slug burst into view and gulped her up, wrapping her inside a squishy, jelly-like stomach. She tried to fight back, but Lyman flipped her in a vicious move, pinning her so she couldn't move at all. And little by little, the girl's tense shoulders melted, and this warm, strange comfort settled over her like a soft blanket. Her exhaustion vanished in an instant, and her body felt weightless, warmed by pure, blissful comfort. Billy screamed with pure desperation as the whole situation spiraled out of control in seconds. With that wild, weird creature looming there, she couldn't focus on a single damn thing she was working on. The young man smirked and teased her, watching her confusion spill across her face. The flustered girl snapped at the slime to do the whole procedure again later. The young man snapped into focus, pouring everything into activating his power, ready to unleash his next move. The girl and Yuri plunged deeper into the forest hunting for medicinal herbs, but the ground gave them nothing. No herbs, no luck. Suddenly, the boy's eyes locked on a glowing magical message telling him he'd gain a brand new power, no attributes attached. He remembered getting this skill just recently, and it felt way too easy, like it barely took any effort at all. Suddenly, weird noises burst into his ears, and every nerve went on alert. He suddenly heard a mysterious voice in his head and couldn't stop wondering if it was telepathy. That unknown creature let out a brutal growl, and the second it happened, Lima started pulling all the attention straight to his owner. Out of nowhere, a massive monster came crashing toward their tiny helper, roaring with pure rage. A lightning flash blasted through the room, and suddenly the visions snapped into place like vivid pictures. And Yuri suddenly realized he could talk to Lime through his mind, telepathically. Right then, an enraged E-rank wolf lunged out of the forest and tore into everyone who was there. The young man and his companion leaned in, whispering about the eerie animal acting up out in the distance. The moment the threat came closing in, fear swallowed the girl whole. From out in the distance, a wolf slipped out from behind the trees and charged straight toward them. The wolf snarled, and his companion bolted for the hills without even thinking twice. Then the young man leaned in and reminded her, hard work pays because determined warriors earn rewards. The girl threw herself at the monster with pure desperation, fighting blindly while doubt gnawed at her every step. When she finally understood what was at stake, she dug in her heels and chose to fight. Knife clenched in her grip, she braced herself ready to fight back. And the monster was gearing up to strike again. Billy's fear hit him hard. He snapped his gaze away, while the wolf instantly got cautious. But her mentor barked, "Don't you dare lose sight of the enemy." The girl tightened her grip on the knife again, terrified that one wrong move could cost her everything. She locked eyes with the predator, and it snapped into action. At that exact moment, the wolf snarled and shot forward, barreling straight at her to attack. The girl locked eyes with the enemy, jaw set, and got ready to fight like her life depended on it. She snapped out of the wolf's swipe, then clocked every detail of the danger in an instant. With a sudden sharp turn, she lunged in and slammed her weapon into the enemy. The wolf lunged for her, but she dodged out, then set up her next hit and came in again. The observer kept staring at the brawl, and his worst fears proved right. the girl was stronger than every one of the other 6 guild fighters. At that exact moment, she raised her knife and swung for the killing blow. Billy lunged in, but her opponent was already too quick, then slipped the attack like it never existed. She suddenly stumbled, and her balance vanished in a heartbeat. The girl launched herself straight at the wolf, charging like a bullet. How fast my slimy friend swooped in and saved me, no warning, just instant help. She rocketed back, lining the weapons up dead center on the target. Billy threw herself into the fight with the wolf, gripping her knife like it was her lifeline, and then she drove it home with the final, decisive strike. Bent to the bone, she gasped between breaths, then finally realized she'd won. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she beamed and told Yuri-san about her hard-earned victory. The young man snapped the moment to a halt, slamming the joy out of her eyes as he sensed danger creeping nearby. Just when things seemed to settle, a brand new enemy started crashing onto the scene. Fresh wolves slip out of the shadows around them, baring their teeth as they surge in to attack. Their beast jokes hit your ears, and suddenly everyone's shaking with deadly fear. Wolves swarmed the boy and his companion, squeezing tighter and tighter until the ring snapped shut around them. The girl's nerves were screaming, but the young man stayed stone calm, quietly reading the whole situation as it unfolded. He clocked it instantly. Low-ranking wolves don't team up for anything. Their teamwork screamed danger, like something far more terrifying was lurking just beyond. Yuri couldn't shake the feeling this might be a full-blown trap, like someone had planned everything just to get her. Just like that, a massive wolf exploded into the scene and tore into the girl, while the boy sat there bored, totally unready for the chaos. He clocked the threats and snapped into full combat mode without a second to waste. Then an even worse monster lunged out. Something from the darkness popped into the light and shattered the night. The girl shrieked in terror and spun toward her partner. The monster bellowed with savage rage, and the whole battlefield snapped tight with tension. Billy's heart pounded when she spotted a strange liquid spilled across the ground. The young man hurled himself at the massive beast and drove his magic sword straight through its hide. An ice sword blazed with dazzling sparks, wrapped in swirling water and crackling magic. The beast crumpled to the ground, and the girl stared in terrified silence. The young man gripped his ice sword tight, unleashing crushing water magic with every breath. He snapped "Feely, fall back," as he braced for the monsters to crash in. Enemies kept coming in waves, and regular weapons just couldn't cut it. Suddenly, the wolf lunged forward, snarling like it was about to tear the guy apart. Yuri snapped to the truth. The fight was tightening into something brutal, and he braced himself for the moment that would decide everything. He pumped enhancement magic into his weapon, sharpening it to a deadly edge before the fight even began. The wolves closed in on the young man, teeth bared and jaws snapping as they surged forward. He realized the fight wouldn't end until he destroyed the leader. Yuri blared to Lime, yelling for his help as the fight raged on. The little helper bolted ahead in a flash, sweeping the whole area with eager eyes. Even the wolf let out a brutal growl, flexing its power and daring them to act. The massive silver wolf Rango bared its fangs with pure rage, practically itching to pounce and tear into its next target. Then the young man snapped his eyes up and saw the pack's monster leader right there in front of him. He clenched his fist and poured blazing magical energy into his palm. The magic projectile tore forward, ripping through space and surging with terrifying acceleration. The blazing fireball tore through the forest, carving a trail of total destruction behind it. The wolf spotted the attack coming, snapped into dodge mode, and locked his eyes on the threat. He sprang up, twisted out of the hit, and launched an instant counterattack. The warrior suddenly realized that taking down this wolf right here was turning into a total nightmare. He snapped to a decision, shot up to his feet, and braced to unleash the attack. At that exact moment, the girl snapped a warning to Yuri. Too many enemies were closing in. But the guy shot his hand up and blasted magical energy into the air. A massive fireball blazed above the ground, bathing the whole forest in a fierce, roaring glow. The girl panicked and battled the wolf anyway, refusing to back away from the danger. The mage unleashed the advanced firestorm technique, and a roaring blaze erupted, laying waste to everything in its path. Flames roared higher, scorching everything they touched until not a thing was left standing. The fire beast bellowed in rage, charging up for a crushing attack. A towering inferno blasted down, swallowing the land whole and chewing up everything in its path. Yuri hurled magic, blasting his companion with a spell so powerful it left him reeling. The companion trembled in pure terror, refusing to believe fire could unleash that kind of destruction. The forest lay in ruins, and the young man froze in confusion, because in his mind, magic was supposed to be ordinary. After nailing the task, the heroes stormed back to the guild, still buzzing with victory. The bespectacled girl stared in disbelief, completely blown away by what was right in front of her. Beneath their feet, low-ranking magic crystals suddenly fizzed into existence, spilling raw energy right in front of them. The guild worker finally uncovered where those magical stones really came from. Philly grinned, confirming the crystals came straight from the wolves. She was bursting with joy and absolutely overwhelmed by how much she'd won. The guild member couldn't believe it. The girl crushed her very first quest and instantly proved she had what it takes. The guild's administrator just let Philly in straight as an F-rank adventurer. The woman leaned in and genuinely congratulated her on her brand new status, like it meant the world. Philly burst out in joyful shouts, grinning from ear to ear as she reveled in her hard-won victory. He grabbed Yuri and told her to show the card next. The administrator leaned in, dying to find out what those artifacts were all about. The magician snapped his spatial storage online, and boom, a glowing magic circle slammed into place right in front of him. The space tore open into a twisting vortex, and the worker froze in shock. A massive surge erupted from the storage room, blasting out of nowhere and leaving everyone there stunned. All kinds of herbs came crashing down in a massive wave, and chaos erupted everywhere in seconds. Inside the guild, everyone stared in shock at the mountain of herbs and stones, and the alchemists started debating whether the apothecary could even afford to buy that kind of volume. One of the employees suddenly spotted something crucial hidden among all those items. Hidden among the herbs sat a rare, medium-sized windstone, C-ranked and shimmering like it knew it was special. Guild workers suddenly realized they'd struck gold, an elemental artifact worth a fortune. The guy absolutely shocked the whole crowd by showing up with a mountain of herbs and stones. He found out the silver wolf wasn't just some monster, she was famous. The young man just asked, "Is this really enough to become an adventurer?" The trembling worker nervously begged Tim to just wait a little longer. The chief appraiser snapped orders at his subordinates, panic blazing in his eyes. Meanwhile, the young man and woman sat beside the column in tense silence, staring at the future like it might bite. Yuri grilled Philly about signing up, and Philly nodded yes, praising his strength like a proud win in her hands. The girl went wide-eyed because she'd figured he'd never climb that far so fast, yet he got that promotion anyway. And she beamed, thanking the young man from the bottom of her heart for giving her the chance to become a seeker. Suddenly, the servant burst in running, bowing again and again as he apologized to the young man for keeping him waiting so long. The guild staff straight up confirmed Yuri's promotion to rank B. The girl froze in shock, and the leader stepped in to swear that her words were true. After he crushed the silver wolf, the employee leaned in and laid out how he'd earned his promotion. He grabbed Yuri and demanded she come over to finish the registration. The young man shook his head and refused. He chose to stay stuck at rank F. The monocled man snapped in surprise and blurted out, "What happened?" Everybody froze in shock at that statement. He'd heard this kind of thing before, and it didn't even rattle him. He had every secret nuance and strict prohibition of the higher ranks memorized. The man nodded along and leaned in to spell it out. High ranks don't just get titles, they rake in glory and rewards. Yuri grabbed the map from him and with a shake in his voice declared that he was done being trapped. He wanted freedom. An F-rank card, then he slams the door on every single rule it tries to impose. A helpful man chased him down, begging him to stop, utterly baffled. He couldn't shake the question, was it really okay to let Yuri go? Shock ripped across his face as everything unfolded in front of him. And this guy and his buddy bolted off laughing, bursting with pure determination to chase the next wild adventure. The girl worried Yuri wasn't feeling okay, and he just nodded, doubling down on his plan to stay an F-rank adventurer. The city's evening lights burst to life, painting the streets in neon while the air crackled with non-stop chatter. Yuri beamed at the successful sale of everything he'd snagged, and he couldn't wait to finally crash and rest. He slammed to a stop in front of the adventurer's bar, then braced himself to dive inside. He strode into a huge bar where empty tables stretched out like they were waiting for someone to show up. He glanced around, soaking in the warm, welcoming vibe of the brand new place. The werewolf bartender snapped a trembling finger at him, horror on his face, and demanded an explanation. The werewolves swore they'd already crossed paths in the eastern forest before. The bartender's jaw dropped at the young man's wild outfit, and he peppered him with questions about every detail of his look. The guy finally admitted that when he killed the basilisk, it flipped his entire worldview for good. Ancho threw in the towel on adventuring and announced he was trading sword swings for a job at a bar. Then he swung the bar's signature platter onto the table, black spaghetti packed with seafood. He said he used squid ink to pack in flavor and stain everything with rich, wild color. The werewolf dropped a wild rumor: rare wolf, wait, rare fish could be snagged right in the city. The young man took one bite, and when the flavor hit, his eyes went wide and he froze like he'd just been stunned. Honestly, he couldn't get enough. One bite and that flavor hit his soul. The man praised the food, and the werewolf erupted into laughter right on the spot. Honcho also spilled exactly how many years he poured into mastering the art of cooking. They dug into how it all went, and the chef finally confessed he'd taught himself from scratch. The werewolf bartender leaned in during the chat and told Yuri he'd just signed up as an adventurer, sending the young man into pure shock. Pancho spilled the rumors about how that young guy smashed the magic counter and came within a heartbeat of killing the examiner. The bartender shot Yuri a warning to watch his step, and the moment those words hit, the boy was left utterly clueless about the hidden meaning. The werewolf pointed out a dangerous man, Zach, who could sniff out any cocky newcomer the second they showed up. And the guy snapped back in his mind to Zach, still annoyed, demanding to know exactly what was wrong with him. Pancho dropped the bombshell. Zach wasn't just mad, he wanted to wipe out the adventurers. He also said that fewer adventurers means bigger paydays, because with more monsters out there, the rewards have to go up. And he warned that those adventurers were sniffing out fresh recruits, urging the young man to think twice before his next move. Suddenly, the protagonist surged forward, thrusting his hand at the bartender, so hard it made the guy freeze up in panic. Staring at the man, Yuri pressed him for answers, her serious eyes blazing as she demanded to know why he'd acted like that. Out of nowhere, a shadowy enemy stormed the tavern and swung a massive blade, launching a brutal attack. The attacker slipped through the hall like he owned it, dodging every obstacle as Yuri kept staring, eyes sharp, nerves on edge. The young man clocked how the enemy slipped through the night without a sound, and it hit him. What was it, and what was it hunting for? In the thick of the dark, the enemy let out a chilling laugh and swore he'd kill the guy. Suddenly, the bartender's eyes widened. He recognized the attacker right away, the man-chopper Joker, the infamous killer of adventurers. He clocked that the enemy was a legend everyone recognized, but he couldn't figure out why he was picked as the target. The killer's mask covered his face, but the danger was screaming loud. He was out to tear the victim apart. The attack erupted, the killer charged in full force, and the young man snatched the timing, dodging the strike at the very last second. The blade sliced past her by inches, and the girl's scream ripped through the air. The hero didn't waste a second. He seized the moment and crushed the initiative in battle from the very first instant. The enemy sprinted in chaos, flinging his weapons in every direction, and you could tell he was loving it, taunting his opponent to keep the fight going and make it fun. The young man rose to his feet, flashed a grateful smile, and kept his focus locked in. Then he grabbed the wine, ready for the next move. Then the disguised enemy kept taunting him, daring the young man into a deadly dance. The striker tore forward at full speed, but Yuri snapped into action and set up an instant counterattack. The youth snapped the impact diffusion magic on, pouring every ounce of power into the spell. He lashed a bottle through the air to smash his target. He made that choice after thinking it through, because that strike landed dead on the enemy's axe. He finally realized the threat was something he'd never seen before, because its power didn't match anything else he'd faced, not even close. The bottle slipped from Yuri's grip and crashed down. Sure, his opponent would blink first, the Joker launched straight at them with everything he had. He kept raining down attacks with his huge axe, but the warrior snapped the first strike away on instinct, blocking and parrying with brutal force. They locked eyes and sized each other up in the blink of a second, then surged back into their brutal fight. He flung magic into the air, his hand burned with light, and the enemy's weapon shattered into crumbling pieces. The enemy shrieked in pure panic when his axe started to crumble, and all its power vanished in an instant. Yuri told me his durability lets him blunt magic on contact, so the enemy's weapon snaps with ease. He blasted magic and froze his opponent's legs in place, then the guy thrashed to break free, but the spell held him. The Joker spotted a bottle soaring through the air, felt the danger crawling inside it, and realized, too late, that he had no time to dodge. The blast ripped the floor wide open, the magic blast hurled the enemy flying back, and the Joker staggered, then crashed down hard. The Joker's mask split with a sharp crack, and as he tried to speak, his strength drained out of him. Yuri stared down the fallen enemy, completely calm on the outside, yet a sharp spark of interest burned in his eyes. The young man stood amid the smashed bar, spinning his head as he searched the wreckage, while the bartender leaned out from his hiding spot, stunned by the eerie quiet that followed the brawl. The Joker's body was sprawled on the floor amid the rubble, and the guy breezily apologized like the wreckage was no big deal. The bartender stumbled out, gasping like he'd just run for his life, and he still couldn't wrap his head around the fact that all of this really happened. Right then, Zack was stunned to the bone. He blurted out in disbelief because he couldn't accept that the Joker was dead. The conspirator finally admitted the Joker was dead, then everything shattered. Their schemes collapsed, their cash vanished, and all hope drained out for good. Zack slammed his boot into the barrel, rage spitting from his mouth as he tore into his useless subordinates, furious their plan had blown up. Suddenly, a sinister laugh crawled out of the dark alley and Zack snapped around, panic spiking through him. A mysterious stranger in black bursts out of the shadows, and a lethal aura crashes into the air. His eyes burned with pure menace. The stranger snapped out Zack by name, and you could tell whatever was about to happen, it had reached a point of pure desperation. The man snapped his weapon out the moment danger flared, and his opponent stared, stunned by what just happened. The hooded stranger froze the moment he spotted the sudden shift. He never saw a reaction this fast coming. Zack gripped his sword with a tense grip, squinting warily at the mysterious figure across from him, because he had no clue who stood there. Suddenly, that mystery person vanished into thin air, and Zack was left staring down a wave of pure danger. Both men froze, baffled, trying to make sense of what just happened. Then their opponent vanished, and pure dread hit like a wave. A shadowy stranger crept closer and demanded, "Put that weapon away, now let's talk." Out of nowhere, he popped up right beside them and announced he wanted to make a trade, leaving everyone completely baffled. Their eyes locked, hooded man standing cool as a stone, while Zack's body jolted with surprise and tension. The stranger flashed a grin and lifted the mysterious artifact in his hand, and suddenly everyone leaned in, desperate to know what it was. Zackson stared at the object in stunned shock, his eyes snapping wide with pure curiosity. Then the mysterious stranger brandished a spear, and Yuri's reflection flashed in its blade, instantly spiking the tension in that man. He leaned in, hanging on every word from the mysterious stranger, while his companion stared with razor-sharp suspicion the whole time. His friend lunged in to stop him, but then an odd shift in the uninvited guest's behavior yanked his focus somewhere totally unexpected. The mysterious man leaned in close and hissed a secret right into his opponent's ear. After that hit, Zack felt something weird crawl through him. His body started to shake and his eyes darted all over, totally lost. His friend's face crumpled with worry. Zack was crushed with worry. His comrade tried to snap him out of it, and that stranger just kept grinning like he knew exactly what was coming. And the mysterious man started vanishing right before their eyes. After swearing he'd take the test, Izawa Yuri had been waiting on him. Meanwhile, Yuri swept into the loud, bustling city, soaking up the peaceful vibes and diving straight into the lively local market. He stormed into the gun shop, and that place looked solid, like it could be trusted with anything. He stepped inside and stared at the walls packed with weapons and armor. He sized up the shop's whole lineup, clocking the quality and soaking in the variety like it was a treasure chest. Right then, the store visitor was yelling at someone, absolutely fed up with what was going on. Yuri stared at the mess, completely baffled because she couldn't wrap her head around what had just gone down in that store. Rico Glennies slashed through the air with her sword, demanding answers for the weapon she'd just bought. Rage snapped straight to Hugo Mentola, the dwarf who'd sold her that cursed sword. Hugo fired back, insisting he'd poured his blood, sweat, and skill into forging that weapon. The girl refused to cool off, snapping at the gnome for hawking broken goods. She stormed into the store and demanded her money back, shouting that they'd cheated her. The young man picked up the blacksmith's swagger right away. He swore his work was always flawless. He inspected the steel rapier up close and grimaced as soon as he clocked how cheap the materials were. Sure, the weapons were built from cheap materials, but the blacksmith still forged them with insane skill. And then he had to stop and wonder, was it really worth ditching this place and hunting down another store for the equipment? His voice snapped through the air, and the girl spun around like she'd been yanked by a string. Then Hugo turned, and the guy swore up and down that the weapon was flawless, no cracks, no compromises. But it was obvious the weapon was built with cheap, shoddy materials. This hit like a shockwave. Both sides couldn't believe what they were seeing. The seller leaned in and swore there was nothing he could do about it. He also pointed out that the city's running into a raw, citywide mess with the materials. Yuri and Rico couldn't believe it when they uncovered the city's terrifying weapon problem. The blacksmith went stone still and silent, like he was wrestling with the decision to tell the truth. He told me it all started 2 months ago on the northern mountain. He told me mining had shut down because the golems ran wild and the guild kept brushing off every plea for help, so now the whole disaster is spiraling out of control. Because the neighboring cities' purchases pushed prices sky high, the weapons suddenly cost a fortune, but the blacksmith still stepped up and promised to return part of the money. After all, the dwarf had serious doubts that this sword could break so easily. Rico wrestled with the truth and laid out every possible cause for the breakdown, trying to make the situation click. Out of nowhere, it hit him: if he crushed the golems, the whole ore problem would vanish. The dwarf shoved this mission into his hands, and the girl's face lit up with pure shock. Shouting to the young man, Rico tried to stop him cold before he could slip away. She stepped forward, introduced herself as an adventurer, flashed a warm smile, and said she wanted to help. After hearing the hero plan to wipe out the golems, the girl demanded to see his license. She gasped in pure disbelief when she realized the hero was only an F rank. Panic slammed into Rico. He screamed, "I'll die if I do something stupid." But the guy just shot back, totally calm, asking if he really couldn't do whatever he wanted. She snapped with indignation that the F rank gets stuck doing farming chores, and they even brag about it by calling themselves potato ranks. And the young man finally got it: F rank adventurers don't get glory, they dive into the hardest, dirtiest jobs. He blurted in shock, asking why Rico's reaction hit so hard. Then the girl snapped back, insisting she couldn't stand the idea of anyone getting killed because of her. The heroes finally reached the base of that towering mountain, and Rico grinned as he told Giordano, "We're here, right where the road heads straight to the northern mines." They finally hit the northern mines, the whole point of the day, then stared up at a jagged rocky mountain, its cliffs rising like a wall ahead of them. She burst onto the scene in full glory, clad in an elegant yet battle-ready outfit, a walking threat. One hand gripped a massive hammer, the other wrapped around a razor-sharp sword, and the sight of her looked gorgeous enough to awe and terrifying enough to freeze you. She shot a glance at her companion and commented like something about him was off, and he stared back, utterly confused, not getting a word. Maybe it all had to do with the wild choices he'd made lately. Then the girl reminded him he'd grabbed that old blade without a second thought, like his instincts knew it was the right move. Yuri stared at his sword, an iron blade that was D rank in build but only F rank in material, so it wasn't flawless, yet it still did the job. He declared with total confidence that any weapon could be swung in battle, and the quality didn't even matter to him. What mattered was knowing how to use it when the fight starts. She stared at him like he was lying, brows knitted tight, and admitted she'd never once heard of someone taking on golems with only a sword, like he was either reckless or just too overconfident for his own good. Meanwhile, they plunged deeper into the mines, the lantern's dim glow carving a path through the dark, until her companion suddenly realized Giordano was nothing like she'd ever imagined. The chat kept going, and he warned her that Rico wasn't as innocent as she thought. Then he told her straight up he'd come here after a blow-up with the gun shop's owner, and that single fight somehow dragged them right into their mess. Rage burned across her cheeks as she snapped at her companion, shouting that she only followed him because she worried for him. Then the truth hit. Something was clearly wrong, and the whole situation was spiraling in a way she never saw coming. She stumbled back, mortified that she'd blown her mouth off before they even reached the place, and when the boy held out his hand, the way she recoiled told him he'd just hit a nerve he wasn't supposed to touch. Out of nowhere, a giant stone golem slammed into the scene in front of them, roaring so hard the cave shook, and both of them stared, stunned by just how massive it was. Rico locked eyes with the golem, tense as a drawn bow, and admitted, shocking, that it was way bigger than he ever expected, meaning he'd have to figure out how to take it down even with barely any powerful weapons. Meanwhile, the warrior didn't hesitate. She surged straight into the attack and declared she'd prove how she fights, then snapped at her ally to lock onto every move, determined to put her combat skill on full display. The girl lunged in hard and fast, swearing she'd prove exactly how she fought. She even demanded her companion watch every move up close, because her speed and confidence hit like a punch, and this enemy was no easy target. Her eyes snapped with pure determination as she hurled the hammer toward the beast, and the monster's enormous fist shot up to block it, two unstoppable warriors colliding in midair, one alive and one carved from stone. The golem snapped into a new strategy and charged at full speed, slamming Rico back on her heels. She swung her hammer hard, but it bounced off like it meant nothing. And that's when she realized the enemy was way stronger than she ever imagined. The girl refused to quit. She leapt up and slammed down from above, shattering a chunk of the golem's armor. Its furious roar blasted through the cave and sent rocks skittering everywhere. This was the first real damage. Rage seethed in the golem as it charged to attack, hitting terrifying speed. Then the warrior snapped out of danger at the last second, eyes locked on every brutal move. The golem snarled in agony, its body getting smashed hard by the strike, and Yuri watched from the side, reading the damage like a battlefield report, because the thing wasn't down yet, not even close, and it was already gearing up to unleash a counterattack. Then the boy's eyes ignited with pure determination. He studied the scene like a puzzle, hunting for the golem's weak spot or biding his time until the perfect moment hit and he could strike. Riko kept her eyes on the golems, waiting for the perfect opening to smash them back with her hammer, because she knew their front defense was brutally unbreakable, and she was hunting for the one weak spot that would let her land the decisive blow. After she landed that crushing hit on the monster, she whipped around to her ally, raising a brow like, "So, did you like how I fought?" Then she smiled, proud as ever, and made it clear. This is her style, and her strength and skill don't miss. Suddenly, the golem roared and jerked back to life, its massive body surging forward again. So the girl whispered a plan: sneak behind it and strike while the boy holds the line as the defender, hoping this attack would end the fight fast. Then the golem erupted upward into the sky, blasting the air with scattered stone fragments, and the girl and boy froze, stunned by an attack they never saw coming, scrambling to figure out how to handle this brand new threat. Suddenly, Riko froze in shock, clueless how to turn the chaos around because she could feel it. The enemy was terrifyingly strong. At that exact moment, Yuri shot his hand out and clutched the sword's hilt with total confidence. His grip shook, not with fear but with pure anticipation, like the battle was finally calling his name and he was about to prove how strong he really was. Suddenly, a brutal burst of energy tore through the air, blasting rocks and dust aside, and the boy at the center was clearly the source, leaving the ally staring in shock, finally realizing this kid wasn't as ordinary as he looked. The golem shrieked the moment a beam of energy tore straight through its head, and the boy just stared on, calm, collected, like he'd already known he'd survive this. The monster crumpled and rasped out muffled noises, but it still kept twitching forward. Riko and Yuri froze on the spot, staring in shock while Yuri blurted, "Wait, what's happening?" Because the fight looked like it should have been over already. The girl stared at her companion wide-eyed and demanded what he'd done, so he stayed cool and calmly said he just turned the golem's attack right back at it, like it was no big deal. The warrior's shock burst out of her like wildfire, because this wasn't some normal skirmish anymore, it was something far beyond the rules of battle, yet the young man stayed cool, insisting there was nothing odd going on. Both of them snapped around to face their opponent, low, savage growls spilling from its chest, and even after that brutal damage, the monster was still alive, which meant the fight wasn't finished yet. The young man strode up with total confidence and turned to the girl, asking Riko to hand over the golem, because he was going to take the enemy on himself, and that bold plan totally caught her off guard. She thrust her hammer into the boy's hands, swearing there was no way to take down the monster without a real weapon. Then he just grinned, staying calm as ever, and said not to worry because he already had a plan. Yuri braced himself in front of his opponent, sword in hand, and declared with unshakable confidence that this blade alone would do the job. He didn't need a hammer when he trusted his strength and every slash he'd mastered. He stared down the golem and with chilling calm realized he didn't have to play by any rules for this fight. What mattered was the opponent's raw power, not what he was carved from. Then he tensed and went in to strike. He started weighing every possible way to win. Riko's method could work, sure, but it would drag on forever. He needed something quicker, sharper, a way to slam the battle shut fast. Suddenly, he burst forward like lightning, and the girl gasped in amazement, staring like she couldn't even process what he was about to do, her eyes going wide as shock hit, because he was definitely up to something wild and totally unexpected. Riko screamed for the boy to dodge, but he kept charging straight at the monster, like he hadn't even heard. The massive creature bellowed with fury, winding up to smash him with a brutal strike, yet the boy showed zero signs of slowing down. He slammed the magic on strength and impact, blasting his attack, and then he clocked it. Even with all that strength and defense, the golems moved like they were stuck in syrup. Too clumsy to keep up, they left him the perfect opening to win on speed. In a blink, his sword cleaved the golem in two, and stone chunks exploded everywhere. His strike was even stronger than anyone expected, proving that a worn-out blade can still turn into a nightmare when the hands wielding it are truly skilled. The monster crumpled to the ground, choking out its last breaths as defeat finally hit. Yuri just watched with a small grin, proving his confidence right, and as soon as that final collapse happened, the fight was finished and the victory was crystal clear. After the impact, energy flared up in wild bursts around him, and he stood at the heart of a swirling magical vortex, ready, unshakable, and too powerful to mess with. The exact second every doubt vanished and he proved he was truly strong. The boy snapped his eyes back at the startled cry. There stood Riko in the distance, frozen on the spot, staring at what he'd just pulled off, her face screaming pure confusion at something she couldn't possibly understand. The girl crumpled to the ground in pure shock, staring at her companion with eyes stretched wide, hands trembling like crazy, and she just couldn't process what she'd witnessed. After they finally crushed the golem, the girl snapped. Her emotions burst wide open as she screamed, demanding answers because she couldn't live with not knowing what just happened. Suddenly, a whole wave of golems erupted around the boy, trapping him in their iron ring, yet he didn't even flinch, just clenched his sword harder and braced for round 2. Yuri burst into the fight on the spot, unleashing rapid-fire sword hits that slice clean through the golem's stone armor. Every swing lands with surgical precision, and the enemies can't even blink fast enough to keep up. Riko froze in place, stunned out of her mind, staring as stone shards blasted through the air around her, speech gone, breath stuck, because she couldn't wrap her head around the fact that one person had pulled off all of this. He scanned the battlefield and let out a shaky breath of relief. Every last monster was gone, and the job was finally done. But the girl couldn't snap back to her senses. She just stared at her companion, stunned by how unstoppable he was. While Yuri clutched the resources he'd already gathered, non-elemental magic stones and iron ore, he knew these weren't just scraps. They were the raw ingredients for new gear, and even if their rank was low, they were gold for blacksmithing. He calmly scooped up the leftover magic stones, already thinking they had to be delivered to Lime. Riko stayed completely silent, staring at her companion, while doubt flickered across her face like she was wrestling with the courage to speak. They climbed out of the cave one step after another, pushing into the open as the air felt different now that the fight was over, like the tension between them hadn't fully burned out yet, and they still had to talk through everything that just happened. At last, the warrior snapped into action and shouted to her companion. Yuri spun around with a jolt, bracing for whatever she'd say next. She locked eyes with her ally, trying to figure out who he really was, and since the battle, her exhaustion had only deepened, because she was absolutely not going to let that question hang unanswered. Riko also fired up his ego and his legend, telling him she'd watched him smash a golem with one brutal strike. Then she went pale because that sword he swung was one she'd never seen before. The young man brushed off her words with a smug little smile, insisting he was just a run-of-the-mill low-ranking adventurer, yet the girl didn't buy it for a second and fired back with sharp objections. She snapped her voice up like a warning, and the truth was all she wanted. Anger and seriousness blazed in her eyes as she shut down every excuse. Yuri scratched the back of his head, baffled, and swore he wasn't playing around at all, like he genuinely couldn't wrap his mind around why his strength had everyone staring. Suddenly, the young man's eyes snapped wide with shock, and he spotted something crucial. The boy and Riko froze in front of a mountain of massive stones, and the girl blurted out in shock that they might have been here all along, like the dungeon had quietly shifted without them noticing. The two adventurers closed in, scanning the blockage like it was about to reveal a secret, and the warrior immediately suspected it was an exit. Then her gut screamed that something was off. Yuri stayed quiet and sharp, thinking it through instead of jumping to conclusions. Then, out of the dark, a voice snapped through, and the shadowy watcher couldn't believe it. The boy had wiped out every last monster. That meant only one thing: they weren't alone, someone was watching. Zack led a crew of strangers out of the passage, and the moment they surfaced, they laughed at the boy's win, throwing out the name Joker like it was a joke. The man jerked a hand to his head in pure irritation, shot a furious glare at his interlocutor, and snapped, using a filthy insult, that he was already completely done with him. Yuri stared at the guy's outstretched hand, totally thrown off, and in his head he clicked. He'd met this man before, so he couldn't stop wondering what he was about to pull. The girl snapped into position, slammed her body in front of her partner, and locked eyes with the opponents. Then she demanded, loud and fearless, what they wanted with her friend, standing guard right in the line of fire. The enemy leader threw his chin up, staring down at the girl like she was beneath him, then barked that she better get out of the way, because to him, she was never a real threat. Zack's face twisted into a grim snarl as he calmly barked that he was going to kill his enemy. With one sharp move, Riko snatched her weapon and got ready to swing, then Yuri snapped, ordering Lime to protect her. The enemies got blindsided when a massive slime suddenly surged into view, swelling bigger by the second and threatening to wreck everything around it, while they just froze, stunned, trying to wrap their heads around what they were even looking at. One of the opponents stared at the giant slime, totally baffled, stuck in silence, not knowing a single thing to do, while the girl got swallowed face down without a chance to fight back. Riko got yanked straight into Lime, thrashing like crazy as helplessness swallowed her whole. Her eyes popped wide and slime crawled over her body. She fought to break free, but the goo clung too tightly, blocking every escape. The slime towered over the enemies and roared at them to back off and get out, right now. One of the knights stared in awe when the strange creature suddenly bolted ahead, and he blurted out in shock, completely stunned by the twist, no clue what he was even watching. Right then, Yuri, standing back, asked him politely to speak up and ask his question. When he asked why he decided to block people like him, the man shot back with a skeptical little smile. Out of nowhere, Zack snapped and screamed like he'd explode, yelling that everyone around him was getting on his nerves, then calling the boy a total nuisance and an eyesore. He said the other team's members had truly earned the name adventurers, but even with all that grit, the road stayed brutal and their dream was still miles out of reach. They also told how they'd tried to join the guild before, only to get brutally beaten by higher-ranking adventurers, and that crushing loss burned into pure resentment and hatred. Turns out the top-tier adventurers just tossed them out as bait, and they couldn't shake the feeling that they were nothing but cheap, disposable tools for brutal missions, so rage boiled and resentment burned hot. One of the enemies remembered the guild where fresh adventurers spawned every single year, and from up above he seethed with envy and bitterness, watching everyone else get chances he'd never be allowed to touch. He gripped the adventurer's map in his fist and swore that only the strongest survive in this world. Then his resolve surged, burning hotter as he refused to stay stuck at the bottom of the food chain. And as he hauled himself up the cliff, the sting of being rejected by those in charge still burned. But now their offers didn't matter to him anymore, not if they came wrapped in humiliation and pain. When their group trapped one of the adventurers, rage snapped into his memory, and every old grievance came flooding back. Then he clung to that one shot to flip his fate and prove just how strong his determination really was. Zack's face contorted as the memory hit him, the look on the victim's face they'd cornered back then, and the way that other person's fear made his own madness and sick thrill feel almost alive. Yuri stared in disbelief when the stranger said it all began the moment he showed up, and the young man's face twisted with confusion as he tried to make sense of it. The enemy raged and couldn't stop replaying it, how that guy suddenly showed up, pulled off that impossible task, snatched tons of herbs, and even got a shot at rank B, leaving him burning with jealousy and full-on distrust. He glared at the boy and spat out why he hated him, then admitted he despised someone like Yuri, strong, successful, and lightning fast. Envy and rage shredded him from the inside, fueling every nasty thought. Suddenly, the attack exploded into motion. One of the enemy's own lunged forward, screaming that the young man had to be killed. People called him an F-rank adventurer, but to everyone there, he looked like a walking threat. The enemy barreled in to strike, but the young man didn't even flinch. He just stood there, stone calm, watching the danger close like it was nothing, like it didn't deserve even a second of his attention. 3 attackers surged in from all sides at once, but Yuri didn't flinch. He stood with his back turned, talking to himself as they closed the distance, trying to figure out why they were doing this and making it crystal clear. He wouldn't approve their violence, and he wasn't about to back down. He snapped back the strike from 3 opponents in an instant, blinding speed, razor-precise hits, and suddenly their attack met nothing but truth, not a weak illusion. Not a single one landed a blow, and the whole crew got shoved back. An enemy stared in raw despair as the boy mowed down his comrades with effortless ease, and Yuri kept striding ahead, fear and total confusion crashing in his eyes. Suddenly, scream and a spell ripped loose behind them, blasting a blade of wind straight at Yuri. One of the attackers tried to yank the young man's attention off the moment by shouting that he was his opponent. Then he lunged in hard, desperate to seize the initiative and carve out an edge in the fight. That's when the boy snapped on advanced fire magic, ready to strike. Then, seeing the enemy closing in, he pushed forward anyway, gripping the flame steady in his hand. He skidded to a stop as the horror of what could happen hit him. If he fired up his flame magic in that cave, it could bring the whole place down, so he snapped the spell out and chose a smarter way to fight. The enemy burst into a straight-on assault out of nowhere, and Yuri was caught completely off guard, shocked they'd bounced back so fast, because their charge hit without warning and he snapped into action on pure instinct. He stared at the charging enemies in shock because he was convinced he'd knocked them out in the last battle, yet they got up again like nothing ever happened. After Zack lost control, the Berserker effect exploded into action, boosting his stamina and hardening him against pain. Yuri snapped to it. This enemy wasn't just acting weird, they were hit by the same anomalous effect too. This wasn't random at all, someone had deliberately kicked off mass instability and the real fight was only just about to ignite. Suddenly, a light on Yuri's belt flared up, and before he could blink, that eerie glow surged through him, like a brand new power had just awakened, and even he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. At that exact moment, the boy blasted through 3 wind magic levels in one go, straight from beginner to advanced, and just as shock hit his face, the enemy seized the opening and launched a sudden attack, blindsiding him completely. In the background, one of the enemies screamed an attack, and that shout instantly yanked everyone's focus. But the young man already knew it. This was spiraling, growing darker and more dangerous by the second. Pinned between 2 opponents, Yuri got crushed from both sides, but he didn't panic. He stayed cool, snapped into action, and the very next second he shot his hand out, lining up a brutal counterattack. The guy snatched his opponent by the arm, muscles flexing with savage agility. His confidence burned so bright you could feel it. He was going to wrench free and smash back the moment that grip tightened. In a flash, Yuri broke free and snapped into a perfect parry, turning the attack away instantly. Then his brutal strikes slammed the opponents flying in every direction, leaving them stunned and scrambling to understand how he hit back so fast and so clean. One enemy stared at a magic sphere cradled in his hands, advanced wind magic, and panic hit hard, because he barely had a second to react before he finally understood the brutal power he was about to unleash. The young man slammed his storm magic into gear, and violent air currents ripped around him, twisting into a deadly funnel, one brutal spell meant to erase his enemies in a single sweep. Zack gripped his sword and froze in shock, staring at the furious wind magic raging ahead. This was way beyond anything he expected, so he blurted out, shaking with worry, "What is going on here?" He lunged to tear through the swirling wind, but each step fought back harder and harder, rage blazing in his chest as he shouted at his opponent, yet the elements wouldn't let him break through. Wind exploded into a raging tornado, and the enemies got yanked off their feet, whirling and flying through the air like it was taking them apart. As the whirlwind tore through them, the enemy bodies got tossed aside like trash, and one poor guy finally clocked it. He was about to slam into the wall. Right before the blow landed, his last seconds detonated into a scream full of despair and helpless terror. With the enemies completely obliterated, Yuri stood frozen in silence, surrounded by rubble. He stood deep in the cave, spotted a strange shadow moving, and instantly knew another enemy was lurking nearby. Then the grin and laugh started, proving he was right. A masked stranger slipped out of the shadows, then bowed like a king, stunned that anyone had spotted him that fast and that accurately. The man introduced himself as Nero, 28 years old, and said it with a sly smile, asking Yuri-kun to remember his name and never forget it. Watching Nero's moves, the young man immediately clocked it. This wasn't like the others, and the power behind those movements looked way more dangerous than anything his other opponents could throw at him. Deke and the crew are going absolutely wild. There's zero physical impact. Nero coldly shoved a choice at Yuri: join his clan or face death, and flashed a smug grin like he already knew Yuri would fold. Yuri got blindsided by the clan talk, but the magic caster didn't back down. He threw out a threat, claiming he'd personally seen him and even praising his fighting skills. The enemy leaned in and told the boy straight up that he had more than enough talent to join their clan. That boy couldn't help but feel it. Wild, strange excitement surged in his chest. The more Nero talked, the louder it grew, like he'd met this man before in some other life. Suddenly, it all snapped into place. He remembered that man from before, maybe from a past life, and the second he saw that smile, he knew it wasn't friendly at all, it was sinister. The guy snapped out that the opponent was a substructure man, and it hit like a punch, stunning him into silence, while the hooded fighter clearly hadn't seen that coming and instantly tightened up, his confidence slipping away. The enemy just didn't get what a substructure person even meant. Then his mind snapped back to the hell he'd faced before, back when he was a swordsman in that clan where friendships were tense, twisted, and a total mess. He said he could barely remember a thing, but the second he laid eyes on that young man, odd words flooded back. Then Yuri cut in and demanded to know if he was tied to the number. Nero shot back that he was the main one. Yeah, he hated the title, but he understood what those numbers meant, and he was dead certain he was fighting for the organization. He shot his hand up, blurted 928, and claimed it proved they were unlike anyone else. Then he beamed with pride, happy to belong to the org and even have his own name in it. And then it hit him, every kid in this game had a number stamped on their hand. He shoved his palm under the light and stared because the mark was still there, never fading. He flipped his hand around, there it was, a blazing 0 etched across his palm, and the opponent's face went white as his brain screamed, "No way!" because he instantly knew exactly what that symbol meant. Nero snapped to it. 0 meant the strongest, and he nearly fell apart because that number was supposed to vanish 500 years ago. Then the hero finally got it. What was unfolding wasn't random at all. The enemy read the situation and realized the young man was coming to shut their organization down, so with a grim face, he admitted it and started getting ready to throw down. With ice-cold fury blazing in his eyes, the magic caster snapped that he would slaughter the young man. And suddenly that guy got thrown right into the enemy's deadliest destruction zone, right where the chaos hit hardest. Yuri spotted his new enemy charging in at lightning speed, and the second he remembered the last fight, he knew this opponent was on a whole other level, way faster, way deadlier, and not something the last guys could have prepared him for. Suddenly, Nero lunged in with a blade swing, but the boy snapped out of the way at the last second, shocking Nero, who had been banking on that surprise. The young man darted back with lightning speed, slipping out of the second hit, while the enemy froze in disbelief, couldn't fathom that his strike had just missed, and that shock shattered his confidence. The mage chose basic fire magic and hurled a fireball, but before it could even touch the target, the boy vanished out of nowhere and the enemy stood there utterly lost. Nero tore up into the sky at breakneck speed, then slammed down with a bone-crushing punch, blam, sparking an explosion that tossed dust everywhere inside the cave. The opponent spotted the young man up in the sky, then it was already too late. A wind blade spell screamed into motion, and the attack hit with shock and instant alarm. Magic surged through the cave like a storm, and the enemies had no choice but to clash back. Yuri whipped up the wind, shattered their defenses, and punched a way through. He let out a shaky breath of relief as he watched the results of his attack hit home. Right here, the boy finally felt it. The berserk surge had vanished. He stood there, cool as ice, staring down his beaten enemies, wondering if they'd really just overhyped themselves going up against him. Breathing hard through the pain, Zack forced himself upright, wincing from the wound, and panic snapped into him as his face twisted with fear and total despair at what was about to happen next. The boy tightened his fist, and Zack stared in shock, realizing the kid could do even more than he'd ever imagined. Yuri slammed out a mid-tier water spell, Ice Tomb, and the frozen slab punched through the cave ceiling, crashing down like a trap that shattered the enemy's plan and pinned his movements in place. At that moment, Nero's scream tore through the air, his legs frozen solid in ice because he couldn't believe this young man was controlling 3 elements at once, and he never saw that kind of power coming. The young man snapped his fingers, and magic finally woke up. He ripped into the sky with powerful wind and water magic, and the air itself seemed to roar. Right then, an ice storm slammed into the enemy like a frozen hammer. Nero's throat tore with screams as terror swallowed him, and he begged the world for mercy. The raw fury of the elements slammed into him so hard it froze every inch of his body, leaving him with 0 chance to escape. And right across from him, his enemy stood there, untouchable, utterly invulnerable. Right then, every grueling day and every brutal trial his friends had endured slammed back into the young man's memories all at once. Rage boiled in his veins over everything that had just happened. Though his enemy had absolutely nothing, no move, no chance against him. Yuri, craving nothing but peace, steadied himself, because the decisive hit on the enemy was about to land. Because the last thing he wanted was anyone blocking his precious dream. Now Riko stood at the base of the mountain, stuck on how they even got out, her mind spiraling because she couldn't stop worrying about Yuridono. Suddenly the girl spotted him, panicked, and sprinted straight toward him. Memories ripped through the young man and woman's minds, where they'd fought wolves and monsters with pure, fearless grit. In the tavern, the beastman, the bearded man, and a whole crowd of others were going wild, talking about something huge and urgent. Enemies and allies flashed into view, knights, wizards, even strange creatures, and then a girl with a hammer in her hands charged in, swinging like fury itself. Right then, Hugo Mantola was in his workshop, hammering out a sword with total focus, locked in like the blade was the only thing that mattered. He slammed the blade again and again, driving it into shape. Each brutal strike lit up the air with sparks, and every sharp movement made the metal gleam like it was alive. A sheen of sweat soaked the master's forehead, his eyes hidden behind his glasses, while Hugo threw himself into every move and blow like his whole soul depended on it. Once the forging was done, he rushed the sword straight to Yuri, who'd been waiting there, and with a grin he apologized for the wait before handing it over. Pumped with pride, he held up the finished sword like it was a trophy he'd just earned. The blade turned out to be a rare, high-rank artifact built from pricey materials, packed with complex tech, and somehow still in pristine, almost brand-new condition. The boy bowed and thanked the blacksmith, ready to hand over his payment, but the master shut him down cold, saying paying him would shame the forge. The young man stared in shock at Hugo's wild generosity, then burst out in excited disbelief. He even refused to take a single coin and just proudly shoved the sword into his hands. The blacksmith let out a joyous laugh, soaking up the craft like he'd missed it for years, while the boy watched in shock as the master just abandoned that pricey weapon without a second thought. Even with a sword this valuable in hand, the blacksmith grinned like he'd won, because for him, the real treasure wasn't the price, it was the passion poured into the craft. The young man stared down at the sword, turning it in his hands as if every detail mattered. With a doubtful frown, he pressed Hugo, "Are you really sure?" Then planted himself with arms crossed, staring hard as he absorbed every last one of Hugo's doubts. Yuri also realized the sword wasn't just built from his materials, it was forged using whatever local scraps were already sitting in the forge, ready to be turned into steel. Hugo couldn't stand the arguing anymore. He snapped, demanded they shut up, and you could tell he was fed up with the kids' pointless chatter and doubts. Rage boiled in the blacksmith's eyes as he barked at the boy to just take the sword. His patience finally shattered, and then he hit him with an unshakable, full-confidence command. With a stern look locked on his face, the boy finally nodded and took the sword, and then he slid it back into the sheath with careful, respectful precision. The dwarf slammed into him and shouted, calling his brother's name. The blacksmith lifted his thumb, beamed wide, and sent him off with a bold farewell, wishing him nothing but success on the road ahead. With a confident grin, the young man nodded like he already had the next move, and then he bolted out of the building, hungry for his next big victory. With his brand new sword blazing as he stepped into the light, pure determination surged through him like fire. Yuri grinned with his brand new weapon in hand, soaking up the gorgeous weather. Then a surge of raw power hit him, like the sky itself just unlocked his next big victory. As he strolled, the quiet wrapped around him like a breath of fresh air. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes, breathed out, and felt something strange start to crawl all through his body. His eyes snapped wide open, and shock hit him hard as he finally understood what had just happened. After all, one moment he was nothing special, and the next he'd cracked master-level swordsmanship. Fired up, he stared at the city like it was a battlefield and started plotting his next move. He couldn't help but wonder, did his brutal sword training suddenly unlock that savage new combat power? Suddenly, two voices he knew by heart snapped his attention. Then the girls came rushing toward him, practically bursting to tell him their news and thank him. Rico and Philly beamed at Yuri, thanking him like crazy, and told him they were tougher now, armed with fresh weapons, and ready to take on the world without needing anyone's help. When the girls spotted each other nearby, their faces crumpled with pure confusion. They couldn't figure out who was standing right in front of them. Yuri blinked in confusion too, and one of the girls confessed she was still in shock, because that surprise run-in had shattered her peace like nothing else. Philly barked at the girl, calling her a girl's girl just because she had big curves, and when the insult hit, she went completely stunned. Rixiel shot up flustered and blurted that she and Eurodonal had absolutely nothing going on, then her face immediately flared crimson with embarrassment. With the peaceful city humming in the background, the girls keep snapping at each other. One girl charges the other with acting suspicious and talking like she's being paternal toward Yuri. Standing tall in front of everyone, he declared he'd do anything to protect his friend's peaceful, free, everyday life. A whole month has slammed by since the rebirth. Yuri finally settles in, clicks with friends, tears through this new world, and jumps straight into the battles. His companions kept leveling up, training hard, clashing in battles, soaking up experience, until they stood there now, gripping their weapons with full confidence. The young man charged into his brand new mission, grinning like he couldn't wait for what came next. He finally started feeling at home in the city, everything stopped being strange, and life slid into a calm, steady rhythm. The Adventurers Guild building loomed like a legend, and Yuri rushed back to it again, hungry for fresh missions and the kind of trouble that tests you. Tiffany beamed at the young man, clutching a big stack of papers like she was ready to change everything. He showed up at the guild begging for work, and before anyone could blink, he made it clear he wanted to smash through as many monsters as possible. He picked a repeatable quest to wipe out goblins, and every 10 he defeated paid him a whopping 20,000 gil. After crunching the numbers on his income, Yuri realized that knocking out just 2 goblins would already cover the cost of his overnight stay. Tiffany, a bit uneasy, leaned in and asked the boy straight up if he'd ever hunted goblins before. And with a jolt of memory, he replayed every goblin battle, starting all the way back to his very first fight in this world. A guild member stepped in and told him, straight up, to form a team before he even dared to take the quest. She told him, go as a group, it's way safer, especially if you're new, because one wrong move can spiral into tragedy. He nodded, took her advice to heart, and rushed to the notice board, ready to pick his next quest. Yuri stared at the board, shocked by the massive pile of tasks, and blurted out, "What? How am I supposed to do all this?" Suddenly, he spotted an ad begging for a partner to join a sword-in-hand quest to wipe out goblins. He sprinted to the city's central square, followed the fountain's signal, and headed straight for the quest. After a quick scan of the area, Yuri zeroed in on the so-called crew he was supposed to meet. Then a female voice cut through the chaos, shouting someone's name, and he shot toward it without hesitation. By the fountain, he spotted 3 people waiting to join, one cat girl, a boy, and a girl, ready for the group to finally grow. Right then, all 3 of them strutted in confidence, bragging about their strengths like the goblins didn't stand a chance. Yuri slid up to the bench, introduced himself with perfect manners, and told them he was there because of the ad. Rit stared at the young man in total silence, clocking every detail and sizing up what was about to happen. He gave a quiet chuckle, then his eyes snagged on the boy's weapon, instantly lighting up with fresh curiosity. The man greeted Yuri with a warm smile, thanked him for showing up, and made it clear he was friendly and ready to cooperate. He also raved about the guy's sword, then instantly called him the perfect missing piece for the team, the exact swordsman they needed. The stranger stepped forward and declared he was the group's leader. Then the girls followed suit, Musil and the sorceress Emily, dropping their names one by one. 4 of them clustered in the square, and Rit stepped up like a pro, confidently laying down the rules. He laid out the whole deal, how the loot gets split, how everything turns into cash, and how the profit gets chopped up evenly for everyone. Then, with perfect manners, he asked to see the adventurer's license and checked every detail to make sure it was real. The man snatched the card immediately, caught off guard by the shock of it. He stared at that F rank and felt his pride get shredded, because it slammed his dreams straight in the face. And just like that, the group vanished, leaving Rit stuck in doubt, fuming that the whole meeting was a total waste of time. And the guy snapped in frustration, completely baffled. Why did his rank trigger that kind of reaction? The man erupted in a rage-filled scream, clawing for him to vanish and humiliating him for being an F rank. He nodded along with Emily, who warned him he'd end up filthy the moment he grabbed the item. With pure irritation, he snapped and hurled the card straight at him. Emily and the others stormed out, hustling Yuri into the quiet, because they knew he had to hit the books and study. Rich grabbed the girls and swept them away with a bright grin, totally ignoring the chaos behind them, sure he'd handled everything perfectly. Meanwhile, the young man was stranded by himself, staring as every one of his former maybe partners walked away. Rico cut through the market square, scanning every corner, hunting for the exact landmark where the meeting was supposed to happen. The second the girl spotted the fountain, she strode toward it with total confidence. As soon as she met the young man, Rico's eyes lit up. She recognized him immediately, Yuridono, and the moment he stood right in front of her, her surprise hit like a truck. The girl spotted him by the fountain, staring like he'd lost track of time, then she couldn't stop wondering what he was really doing there. Later, deep in the forest, they zeroed in on the mission, and Yuri lit up as he thanked Rico for riding alongside him on the journey. She leaned in and told him there are 2 kinds of quests, regular ones and special ones that only unlock if you've got the right rank. In normal missions, this kind of strong enemy can jump right into your path, so brace yourself and move with caution. The young man finally realized the rank needed to wipe out goblins was just F, so this quest wasn't locked behind elite status at all, it was open to any fighter who wanted it. Rico snapped on a stern teacher's face and kept drilling the quest system into everyone, pointing them through the rank chart. After the Silver Wolf got wiped out, guild records say the goblins snapped and started raiding everybody in the area. She snapped at her partner to stay on guard, and the young man nodded hard, already bracing for whatever threat might come. A sudden rustle tore through the bushes, and the adventurers snapped to attention, instantly bracing for the next attack. Yuri's eyes snapped to something strange right away. Two brand new warriors crouched over the grass they'd just found, no goblins in sight, and they were left totally baffled. One of them leaned in and asked the young man if he was hunting goblins, and they shot back that yes, goblins was exactly what they wanted. The adventurers snapped to it. Someone already wiped out the goblins before them, and when they scanned the area, their hopes sank fast. One of the adventurers told the whole group to bail, and Yuri, along with his partner, made the call to leave the place right then. Then they started hunting for a fresh target, and Rico pulled out a map, pointing to a perfect spot about 2 hours away. Hearing about the group's trip to their next monster hunting spot, Slime didn't hesitate. He reacted fast and made sure they were moving. And after transforming into a massive bird, the assistant was ready to launch into the sky. Rico snapped back in panic, sweat pouring off him, and blurted out in shock. And the guy sprawled on that giant creature, staring around in shock at his companion like, what just happened? At that exact moment, the mysterious creature snatched the girl and yanked her straight into the air. She screamed like crazy as she rocketed skyward in a wild, chaotic spin. And when she landed right beside him, fear ripped through her as she yelled, and he snapped at her to grip on even tighter. Lime burst forward, freezing everyone with a shocked stare as she demanded, "What's happening?" Yuri shot forward in a blur, whipping up a brutal rush of air around him. Rico nervously begged him to slow down. Yuri leaned in and said, "We're already drifting through the air slowly," then told Lime, "Hold the deuce." Then bam, sticky tentacles snapped around the girl's wrists. And they kept tearing through the sky, not slowing down for a second. After a long grind, the travelers finally touched down on the western plain, dropped their gear, and caught their breath before the next round of brutal trials. Yuri shot the assistant a quick thank you as the girl crumpled to the ground, gasping and worn out from that brutal, fast ride. Rico was gasping for air, and Yuri immediately clocked the exhaustion and told her to take a break. The young man clocked that his companion couldn't handle the high speeds, but for him, it was pure fun. They pulled up at the water's edge, and the girl gulped it down greedily, snapping back her strength after that brutal, exhausting trip. She jolted in shock when she spotted something strange right in front of her that instantly grabbed her attention. Rico stared at the view in awe, like it had stepped straight out of the stories. Right then, the young man clocked way more enemies than he'd bargained for, and a hidden worry started gnawing at him. He stared in awe at the hidden creatures, amazed by how agile they were, even if they didn't pack much power. While the girl beamed at her companion, practically begging him to soak in the breathtaking sights around them. The guy snapped to attention and told Rico to draw his sword, sensing danger closing in, his face set in dead serious focus. She snapped around in shock, but it took a second for her to even get what the warning meant, while her companion totally missed anything suspicious. Out of nowhere, a blur tore across the ground at breakneck speed, smashing everything in its path and carving a trail of destruction behind it. The girl snatched her weapon on instinct, and the moment she registered the danger, she realized she'd been caught completely off guard. Her fingers clenched the sword's hilt hard, and a wave of crushing disappointment swept through her mind. The young man's eyes snapped to the enemies. They slipped into the shadows, and he snapped to his ally, warning them fast that an ambush was coming. A sneaky goblin archer crouched in the bushes, smirking like he'd already won, and drew back his bow to let an arrow fly at the adventurers. Then Yuri finally clocked it. This place had turned into a full-blown goblin lair, and it absolutely stunned his companion. Goblins swarmed the travelers in a tight ring, blades snapping up as they prepared to strike, trapping them with nowhere to run. An arrow storm erupted. Goblins swarmed in from every side, desperate to tear apart the intruders. The warrior snapped his sword up just in time, deflecting the spear's strike with razor-sharp precision at the very last second. He unleashed a lightning-quick technique, ripping out multiple strikes in one burst and leaving his opponent completely stunned. The girl stared in awe as the swordsman tore across the battlefield, her heart pounding at his insane, flawless technique. He slid in behind her with a burst of magic, offering to cover her from the rear, demanding she push forward first. She took the offer and bolted straight into the battle, proving with every second that she was fearless, fast, and not about to back down. Her fierce determination practically blazed in her intense, unblinking gaze. Yuri snapped the spell to life, squeezing pure energy into his palm as glowing circles of magic spiraled around his hand. Riko's magic blasted her forward, making her feel weightless, and the enemy instantly realized they never saw that twist coming. The girl froze in shock, then her body suddenly turned weightless, and she tore forward faster than she'd ever moved before. The goblins froze in terror at what they were seeing. One scrambled to dodge, while the other erupted into a full-blown panic scream. The brave warrior burst through the enemy line with lightning speed, her blade flashing as it split them apart. The goblins froze in terror, finally sensing the danger, then death struck them before they could even blink. Riko slammed down another opponent with sheer power, and one goblin froze in shock at what he was seeing. The warrior kept her cool as she lined up the final strike, gripping her weapon tight while her enemies shook with pure terror. But the hidden archer snapped into position, drew back his bow, and aimed to land the decisive strike on the heroine. The adventurer hurled advanced water magic into the air, and an ice blade snapped into existence in his hand. The ice needle spell slammed through the goblin and dropped him dead on the spot, splattering the ground with bloody traces. At that exact moment, she twisted out of the way like lightning, and the arrow slammed into the dirt, missing her by inches. She erupts into a blood-curdling scream and lashes out with a magical strike, slicing straight through the goblin's body. Yuri slammed down magic circles, readying a brand new spell to crush the opponents. At that moment, Riko stood among the enemy corpses, panting hard, while behind her the boy took in the wreckage with a calm stare, his sword resting in his hands like it was nothing. She came at him in a full-blown panic, yelling at the top of her lungs, cheeks burning red with embarrassment and fury, because she couldn't wrap her head around what that young man had just done to her body. He calmly told her, "I only used my magic to boost you in the middle of the fights," like it was the most natural thing in the world. Her body buzzed with excitement, sweating through every nerve as she tried to convince herself it was all fine, and since they'd wrapped everything up so fast, it was time to break free and dive into brand new adventures. Riga panted hard, her cheeks burned, and her mind was a chaotic storm of emotions. Yuri shot a worried look and asked, "Are you okay? Please tell me everything's fine." She leaned in and told him, "Don't worry, everything's going to be fine." That weekend, the girl swallowed her pride and apologized. She said she just needed a little rest before she lost her balance for good. Riko clung on with the last scraps of strength she had left. Right then, the young man's eyes roved over her. Then he realized his companion had been hit by a weak poison. He stared, shocked, realizing he never once noticed the exact moment the poison sank in. He charged up to the girl and demanded to know whether the goblins had hurt her. She finally confessed it was nothing worse than a scratch on her ankle from the attack. Riko told everyone she'd been hit by an arrow, then rolled up her sleeve so they could inspect the wound. But he caught a weird color in the wound. Those arrows must have been poisoned. The girl's eyes widened when she realized that arrow could have been packed with poison. Then the young man leaned in and said the poison was insanely rare, and the goblins were downright strange. He even hinted that these goblins weren't just mindless brutes, they were shockingly smart. Yuri regretted not grabbing an antidote before it was too late. Riko slumped by the tree, breathing through the hurt, already cursing that she was just getting in the young man's way. With a gentle smile, he reassured his ally, telling him everything was totally fine. At that exact moment, she stared at him, stunned, completely clueless about what he was even talking about. Then Yuri leaned in and told Lime to yank the poison straight out of her body. The slime didn't hesitate, swallowed the poison in one gulp, and instantly twisted into a darker, changed version of itself. Right then, Riko finally felt herself again, and lit up as she told the young man, smiling, that she'd recovered. Then the guy grabbed the assistant's hand and thanked him for helping purge that poison out of him. Right then, a notification popped up on the screen to tell him he'd received the holy magic skill. Yuri snapped a healing spell into motion, pouring the magic straight into the wound. The girl stared in shock as her wound knitted itself back together, glowing with bright, living light. Relief hit her like a wave. She sprang up, bouncing with pure joy, and thanked that guy over and over for saving the day. She blurted, stunned, where in the world Yuri had dug up that rare skill. Little did he know, he held a healing magic gift so rare it practically didn't exist. Enrica's jaw dropped at how painfully slow the adventurer was to react to his own discovery. And the squad burst forward through the forest, laughing and charging ahead as Riko screamed in the background. They teamed up and carved through goblins, striking with lightning speed and pinpoint precision. After the fight, they swept the battlefield with sharp eyes, making sure every last goblin was finally wiped out. Yuri shoved the job right back onto his assistant and told him to finish it. The slime lunged in and gulped down the goblin's remains, wiping the whole clearing clean of bodies. The slime even sniffed out a useless, attribute-less stone and gulped it down whole. The shop owner gave Lime a heartfelt thank you like it meant everything. Riko suddenly spotted something off, snatched the axe, and braced herself for whatever she'd uncovered hiding among the bodies. She shot the axe straight into Yuri's hands and told him to inspect it up close right away. And the guy just stared, totally shocked by the axe's quality because it was a seriously good weapon. Riko blurted out, grinning ear to ear, this axe was way too good for some goblin. She sprang up in pure joy, certain the treatment had fully healed her. And she was stunned to find out this young man had a rare power, he could heal people with magic. The girl didn't clock how rare holy magic was right away, and when she finally realized it, surprise hit her hard. And then the young man finally admitted it, only now did he truly see how powerful his own gift really was. Rika's scream tore through the air as everyone sprinted after her, plunging even deeper into the forest. The ally leaned in and flat out said the Goblin Lord is the deadliest goblin you can face. Then Yuri clocked it, this recently killed leader wasn't just a monster, it was something way stranger than she expected. And the girl froze in shock because Yuri didn't just guess, she actually knew about the Goblin Lords. He finally spilled the truth, it was the very first time in his life he'd managed to beat the Goblin Lord. Riko burst into laughter, still in disbelief that he'd pulled it off all by himself. She gasped and screamed when she found out he'd crushed the Goblin Lord. So Yuri couldn't help but wonder, did that girl truly get who he was? They were huddled up, ripping their heads over one terrifying question, how the heck do you find the nearest boss? And the girl realized the goblins weren't falling for the straight-up chase, they were way too clever. He got the whole picture in an instant, then grinned and decided to hunt the goblins himself. He snapped to attention and shot forward the moment he spotted the movement, racing straight to the right spot. And then he spotted two shady creatures crouched in the trees, hiding like they were up to something. The young man stared Lime down and demanded the enemies be handled, then shoved the job onto the slug. He tightened up, focused like a razor, and got ready to carry out the order, no doubt, no delay. But the second Lime suddenly launched a shot straight at the target, the adventurers went on high alert. Goblins careened through the forest, totally clueless that danger was closing in. Meanwhile, the slime latched onto the goblin like a living leash, silently tagging along as a perfect tracker. Yuri broke it down, telling them exactly how Lime would be keeping a close eye on every move they made. They geared up for a full-on stakeout and started hunting these creatures through the dark. The goblins finally pushed into a new spot, and boom, a surprise was waiting right there for them. Right then, Riko leaned in and hissed at Yuri to shut up, because he needed her to stay silent while he slipped away and hid. They spotted goblins slip into a nearby cave. The adventurers pushed into the cave, and the shelter they found inside was way bigger than they expected. Lime confirmed it, there was no doubt the goblin boss was inside. In the cave, the darkness suddenly split, and a voice called out to them right out of the shadows. Yuri spotted the Ritz group out of nowhere, and pure shock hit her the second they appeared. One of them sneered and fired back a question about the potato field. Enrico leaned in and quietly asked the young man, so you're the guy I've been hearing about. Rit leaned in and demanded, so, are we really going into that nest? And when he heard their positive answer, shock ripped across his face. He tried to shut the boys down, warning them it was pure recklessness. Emily's eyes widened at the words, and curiosity hit her like sparks. She closed the distance, stepped right up to the young man, and offered to haul her luggage for him. The girl groaned that the long journey had wiped her out completely. Riko's rage exploded the moment she saw that girl crowding Yuri. Meanwhile, Emily dangled a reward and swore she'd pay the guy if he hauled that bag. Right then, the young man hesitated, then still nodded and stepped in to help the girl. Riko suddenly shot between them and barred them from getting anywhere near Iridono. She was furious, she demanded her ally explain everything right there and then. The young man told him straight up that the doubt swirling inside the nest was tearing him apart. The team burst into the cave, and the very first one in strutted in like he owned the place, full of self-confidence. Emily snapped at him, spinning her pain like a reason for everything she did. She smirked, then kept on twisting things to her advantage, like the smile alone could seal the deal. Yuri and Riko huddled up and hatched a plan, using him as a living shield. And all five of them charged into the cave, kicking off their exploration right away. After a while, the crew finally dropped to rest, grumbling about the missing goblins and how exhausted they were. And the girls whipped up lunch like it was mission prep, and they decided to share every bite with Rito. Rito turned to both girls and thanked them, grateful for every bit of care and every meal they'd cooked for him. They scrambled to be the first to shove their best treats into the man's hands. Then he cracked a joke saying Musil and Emily were basically having a picnic right inside the cave. Riko hated every second of this. She started chewing her share, totally baffled, and that confusion in Yuri only spread more. In a sudden shake, she thrust a sandwich into the young man's hands. He took a careful bite, chewed it down, and listened as her question hung in the air, then waited, tense, wondering if he'd actually like the taste. Suddenly, a strange vibration rumbled through the ground, and they couldn't help but wonder what was charging toward them at insane speed. The moment the acrid stench rolled out of that cave, everyone's breath caught and their throats started closing. At that exact moment, Yuri threw himself over Riko, shielding her with his own body. He blasted the vapors away with wind magic, tearing them apart in an instant. The young man ran the analysis, but the stench refused to fully fade. He clocked the fog instantly, curse magic class E. Rito tried to steady his girls, and he couldn't shake the feeling the boss was behind it, some kind of magic. So he swore right there to guard his ally as long as she stayed by his side. Even then, the man vowed to protect the girls, and it hit them right in the heart, so touched they could barely move. Suddenly, a colossal foot slammed into view, and panic hit them hard as the enemy closed in. D-rank Goblin Elite lunged out of the fog, cackling like he owned the night. They couldn't believe it, right in front of them stood elite, deadly goblins. Rito's instincts screamed the moment he saw it. Those goblins were in full frenzy mode, and it looked like pain couldn't touch them. Emily shot her ally a demand to fight, and then she pushed him to grin through the panic. The enemy's sheer size terrified him, and doubt crushed his confidence before he even struck. Then one of the goblins lunged in, and Rito snapped into a defensive stance, locking down in defense mode. The monster slammed back at the attack on the spot, roaring with fury and showing off raw, unstoppable strength. The man nearly lost his mind when the goblin stopped the sword cold with nothing but bare hands. Out of nowhere, a second enemy slipped in behind him and crashed the attack from his back. The warrior's eyes snapped wide as the horrifying truth hit: death was right there. The monster's crushing strike punched clean through his chest, right where his heart sat. And the girls shrieked as they spotted the battered Rito, ringed in choking smoke. The goblin was already closing in on him, sword raised, ready to end his life. For the man shrieked in pure despair and charged ahead like his life depended on it. As he backed away, he snatched the girls in his arms. And then he bolted, tearing away before their eyes, leaving them stranded in a creepy, swirling fog. The goblin warrior flashed a cruel grin and savored the seconds right before the attack exploded. Musil and Emily shot their gaze upward in terror, clawing for a way to break free of the trap. Suddenly, the monster lunged and snatched the girl. She shrieked and fought back with everything she had. Right then, Yuri and the others caught a brutal scream and whirled around, totally thrown off. Riko steadied himself, then vowed to that young man he'd fight back, protect him, and never retreat. The moment she heard someone praise her delicious sandwich, her face instantly flared red with a blushing rush. She gave a shy little smile and gladly agreed to cook even more. The guy slammed the boost and tore straight into the battle. The goblin yanked the girl by her hair and dragged her deep into the cave's black heart. He hurled her with raw force into a direction she couldn't even recognize. Monster stared at the terrified Emily and immediately started panicking. What on earth was it going to do with her? At this point, the girl was utterly drained, like every last drop of energy had been ripped right out of her. The goblins acted savage and ruthless, like true barbarians with zero manners. One of them lunged at the defenseless girl, striking without mercy. Emily had no clue how she was supposed to escape this nightmare. Suddenly, a familiar voice snapped from right behind him, and the goblin's head toppled right beside his victim. And then Yuri struck so hard she drove the blade clean through him. The young man stared menacingly, fists coiled as he braced for the next devastating strike. The second monster recoiled in shock, caught off guard by the strike. Then boom, he nailed another perfect shot, striking the enemy from behind again and again. Musil came into view, and he quickly checked her over to make sure she was okay. Right then, Yuri spotted 3 goblins charging straight at him at breakneck speed. And it hit him, one single sword just wasn't enough to pull this off. He conjured a windshield around himself with a magical barrier, and then the blast of wind kicked the enemies away, scattering them in every direction. Suddenly, the goblins slammed into the shield over and over, still unable to crack through. He shot forward in lightning bursts and once again shoved back the enemy swarm. After wiping out the goblins, he stood there, calm as anything, while an enraged goblin silently crept up behind him. Enrico lunged out of nowhere and slammed the monster, ripping the thread away and saving her comrade from getting hit. The boy snapped around in shock the second he heard someone call his name. After her lightning blast struck, the goblin collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Rico realized the silhouette was moving, then launched her attack on it without hesitation. She said she struck hard on purpose, betting everything on how the young man would react if she ever missed. Out of nowhere, a terrifying B-rank goblin shaman lunged right in front of them. The shaman flashed a sinister grin, and it screamed victory was already in the bag. The girl panicked when the monster spoke to her like a human, and its terrifying power hit her all at once. Fear slammed into her like a wave, and her body just froze. She couldn't move. While the chaos raged, Yuri soothed Rico and promised her everything was totally under control. He broke it down. This goblin boss didn't just lead the others, he was sharp enough to run the whole operation. The young man leaned in and told Rico, loud and confident, that she was tougher than her opponent. She felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment, but the support around her steadied her, and her determination only grew stronger. Suddenly, goblins burst in and attacked, yet the girl didn't flinch, saying she was ready to help. Then the young man surged through the enemy ranks in a blur, shielding his team with every step. He couldn't believe how easily his enemies crumbled, and the sting of old battles hit him all at once. At that exact moment, the goblin shaman let out a blood-curdling scream as he finally clocked that all his subordinates were dead. Ominous, glowing entities started crawling out of the corpses left behind. The shaman snapped his magic on, and he drove the power straight at Yuri. And the guy spotted strange entities barreling straight toward him. Yuri shrieked as agony tore through him, and his entire body lit up with searing fire. He clocked it instantly. Magic was siphoning the target's power right out from under them. Right then, the goblin shaman declared loud and clear that this fight hadn't even started yet. Then the monster let out a blood-curdling scream, vowing it would unleash the full nightmare of his magic. The pressure crushed him, his senses died, and his power drained out of him. And just like that, he cracked every curse spell and mastered them all in the blink of an eye. The young man snapped back to his feet and swore with total confidence that everything was finally back to normal. Yuri snapped into action and unleashed her brand new power, *** reflection of enemy spells ***. Goblin was already in full panic mode, his own magic bounced right back at him. The shaman ripped his stall back, screamed at the top of his lungs, and then pain came crashing down on him. His face twisted in terror as he screamed, and he couldn't hold himself together anymore. The moment the guy stared in horror, the monsters tore everything apart and left it in ruins. The young man just stood there, calm as ice, silently cursing the enemy while he steadily grew his power. The story flips into a calm paradise, the port of Lydia. Yuri dropped onto the pier and fished in total silence, just her and the line, like the whole world could wait. After they wiped out those goblins, they finally earned their reward. The girls' jaws dropped when Ritz betrayed them, then he bolted before they could even breathe. Shoving the memories of yesterday aside, he kicked off his fishing quest with a calm buzz in his chest and pure excitement in his stride. The young man managed to snag a rare D-rank rainbow fish like it was hunted treasure. At that exact moment, he was buzzing with joy over his catch, grinning like every last detail was straight out of a video game. Suddenly, his friend came barreling up and greeted him with a grin. A cat fisherman named Baptiste flashed a grin and loudly praised his luck. He leaned in and said rainbow fish are so rare you basically only catch lightning in your net. This man taught Yuri how to fish, and it wasn't just some casual lesson. He used to chase danger as an adventurer, but after a nasty accident, he gave up and stayed stuck in the harbor. At that moment, the tease tossed him aside and slipped off to fish somewhere else. Sitting there by himself, the boy stared into the silence and relived everything that haunted his past. Hard, soul-crushing office work came flooding back like a punch to the gut. That young man stared at the sky and finally let himself imagine real freedom. Suddenly, the fishing line snapped tight, and the real fight was on. He snapped on strengthening magic right away, and the fishing rod got beefed up instantly. He realized way too late that he'd completely underestimated the fish. Onlookers swarmed in a circle, staring at the boy's bizarre way of fishing. He couldn't shake the thought maybe some monster fish had gulped down the smaller one that was already hooked and biting. They told Yuri to yank the catch out right then, mess around, and the fishing rod would snap in an instant. Suddenly, a gigantic fish exploded out of the water, and every single spectator froze in shock. A C-rank shark erupted onto the dock, and total panic detonated everywhere. The shark came screaming for Yuri on the spot, and Yuri instantly braced himself for the hit. He slammed into her with furious speed, barely giving her a chance to react. His punch ripped through the air and panic exploded everywhere, leaving everyone shaking with fear. While he stared at the notification, a brand new fishing skill lit up inside him. When the girls shouted his name, he spun around, stunned by the address they handed him, Sama. Musil and Emily beamed with joy, standing in their bathing suits soaking up the bright sun. The girls straight up admitted that the kind of guy they want is a strong man. Emily leaned in and grilled the guy, asking if the quest was happening right now. Right away, they both jumped in to help, swearing they'd grant every last one of his wishes. So he ordered them to slap some bait on the fishing rod. The girls popped open the box, and just like that, a ridiculous bait brawl erupted. They shoved the bait box in front of Yuri, and the shock hit her hard. A weird, ominous substance sat in the box, and it sent shivers straight through the girls. Creepy black tentacles erupted from the bait all around, grabbing up the area like they owned it. Emily and Musil bolted in pure panic, screaming their heads off while firing off excuse after excuse. Yuri only shrugged, then stared after that seagull and thought, thank God asterisk. After everything, the girls didn't end up feeling miserable. Birds chattered on the branch, and the morning rolled in smooth and bright like nothing could go wrong. Yuri were out cold, sinking into a deep, heavy sleep. Suddenly, Philly jolted the young man awake, panicking and shouting his name at the top of his lungs. He jolted awake, then froze in shock at how damn early she showed up. And just like that, she was totally stunned. Yuri didn't know a single thing. Suddenly, Philly whipped out a book packed with rules for how to prep adventurers. So the guy shot back, fine, what happens if I refuse to train? And that girl tore through the book, hunting down every last scrap of the information she needed. They realized that if they didn't pass, the license would be ripped away. The adventurers nodded, agreed to the rules, and then took off for training without wasting a second. The young man froze for a breath, asked for 1 minute before heading out, and stared out the window like something might pounce. Then he spotted a tree across the way and caught something moving in the branches. Suddenly, a murderous urge surged from behind the cover, closing in on him. Yuri raised her magic and boom, sniper fireball lit up instantly. A blazing fireball tore through the air and detonated right on the target. The young man smashed the tree with one brutal strike and then smirked at the waiting girl, claiming he'd only killed a beetle. He clocked suspicious movement near the bell tower and scanned the area with tense, wary eyes. Then a mysterious cloaked man just watched from the shadows, leaning in as he and the others decoded every single twist of what was going on. He told another hunter to take care of target number 230. Those bulky warriors beside him leaned in and mocked him to his face, bragging that he'd wipe the floor with that man without breaking a sweat. By then, Yuri had already hauled himself up to the Grand Academy building, where they were waiting and watching for him. Someone barked at the guy to hurry up, and just then a girl cutting through the crowd snapped, demanding he get out of her way. The young man snapped his head toward the mysterious warrior, rocking an outfit nobody could forget. And the warriors in the distance snapped into recognition, terrified by the very sight of the girl. They leaned in and whispered to Aisha Turnavea, stunned, speechless by the way she looked. Meanwhile, Yuri froze in shock. She had no clue the adventure girl was already famous. Someone straight up told him that Aisha Thorne is one of the strongest around. After everything she fought through, she still clawed her way up, ending as the 10-ranked B-rank adventurer. And the girl declared she'd arrived to teach the struggling F-ranks. She showed her exactly how to train for combat the right way. The girl set her sights on turning Grubeath into a factory for better soldiers. Right then, the armored man snapped and started yelling at Aisha, burning with outrage over every word she said. He shoved those words into her face, calling her the weakest adventurer and just a simple child to boot. The girl snatched it up with one hand. Then bam, one brutal punch hurled him soaring into the air. His mockery and smirks bounced off her like nothing at all. She didn't even flinch. He dropped in exactly behind her, dead silent and right on her tail. The second someone talked down to her with that rude, condescending tone, pure anger sparked in her. She snapped at the attackers to come closer, rage blazing in her eyes as determination drove every word. The moment the signal hit, the soldiers charged straight into the fight with spears and swords blazing, and their battle cry ripped across the entire field. Aisha's punches landed with surgical precision, each one hitting like thunder. They stumbled on military gear so brutally powerful it basically took their breath away. Every attacker got wiped out one by one until the threat was completely gone. After the fight ended, the warrior spotted Yuri and Philly and yelled at them. His companion immediately started to stammer. The girl practically burst with relief, thanking the adventurers for sparing her and not laying a single hand on her. The guy confessed he didn't want to fight at all, and that answer left the girl completely stunned. Aisha lit up, praised them, and made it clear she felt for them while leaning in with real curiosity. She offered to teach them swordsmanship, and they were so baffled they didn't know what hit them. And when they answered, they shut it down cold. They weren't interested. Aisha Shea caught their fear instantly, then leaned in and promised, "I accept both of you fully." Then the warrior blazed a trail and demanded they follow her to training. As the group pushed deeper into the forest, Philly's confidence started to crumble, and doubt about her spot at training hit her hard. She confessed she didn't think her efforts were enough, yet somehow, she was met with reassuring proof that everything was totally fine. Aisha told everyone that beginners often wreck their progress, mixing up training with ego and letting pride lie to them. She said her job was to shatter their illusions, because weak adventurers were doomed the moment they believed. In her eyes, if the new kids don't face their flaws right away, the Grim Reaper will catch them sooner or later. The group burst into a dense forest, and when they looked up, tall trees towered around them, pure shock on their faces. They raced toward the giant tree, hanging on the leader's every shout as he pushed them forward. Yuri thrust the swords into his companions' hands, daring them to seize the chance to fight with these weapons. Billy just froze there, totally clueless, and didn't know a single thing to do. Then Aisha snapped her fingers and made them lock in, right on the spot. The girl snapped the sword the young man had once handed her into view, grinning as she promised she'd finally prove her skill with an example. She snapped around and sprinted for the tree, slashing with insane speed like her sword was a blur. She shoots up into the air with deadly precision, lining up a crushing strike the moment she's airborne. Her blade flashed through the huge tree in a single sweep, and it split in an instant. And then that giant tree finally crashed down, and every adventurer watching just froze, their shock hitting like lightning. The girl swung once and a giant tree crashed down like it was nothing, proving she was packing serious B-rank power. Aisha pushed for the new girl to give it a shot, but fear hit hard and she backed out fast. Billy panicked on the spot and blurted out that she couldn't do it, the fear of that test screaming in her eyes. But the mentor leaned in and told him that non-stop training was the only way to truly master the intermediate level of fencing. Once she cracked the real meaning of the method, she swallowed her fear, clenched her resolve, and decided, no backing out. Billy charged in, screaming bloody murder as he rained down brutal sword strikes on the tree. After those brutal assaults, the tree only bore a few tiny scratches, and that left her simmering with disappointment. With her last ounce of strength, she launched another brutal strike, dumping every bit of rage and energy she had left into that hit. The boy watched her push through exhaustion, still swinging and smashing the tree like she refused to slow down. Billy's lungs burned as he spun to Yuri, pushing the truth into his face. Now it was Yuri's turn to prove what he could do. The young fighter couldn't wait. He seized two swords in his grip and eagerly got ready to unleash the new technique. He couldn't stop himself from wondering, would that borrowed weapon really hold up when the hit came crashing down? Terrified of snapping the blade, he clenched the hilt in a death grip and poured every ounce of focus into his strike. With a furious swing, he tore through the forest, his blade unleashing raw energy that sliced it clean in two. After the impact, a monstrous rift tore the earth in half, and everyone froze in disbelief at the sheer scale of the devastation. And the young man was dead sure he could master the power without wrecking the weapon, and that thought left him satisfied. He locked eyes with Aisha across the distance, and you could practically feel the nerves crashing through her. The girl shrieked, totally stunned, and that threw the guy into total confusion. Confusion hit him hard, and he blurted out whether he'd done something wrong. The young man stepped up for the test, and his friend nearly jumped when he saw the result, wildly, unbelievably abnormal. The girl declared the next step was learning magic, then, right out of nowhere, she demanded the boy's name all over again. Yuri shot back that nobody had ever taught him magic, and he blinked in quiet shock at her question. The magic teacher smiled like she knew a secret, those eyes flashed white, daring you to see what was coming next. Aisha eagerly admitted he was inexperienced, and as she moved in that weird way, the young man's mind immediately started racing over her strange behavior. The crew finally reached a rugged mountain region where they could throw magic around with zero worries, no ruined buildings, no raging flames. She leaned in and told her that magic gets trained up in the mountains, while swordsmanship is forged deep in the forest. So yeah, right now they were standing in the perfect spot. She hammered home how crucial a good study spot was, then hurriedly scraped down the info as fast as she could. With a bright smile, she told him to stay right there, like she fully owned what was coming next in that lesson. The warrior snapped upright, drew her sword, and unleashed the words that signaled the spell's true beginning. Suddenly, the blade exploded into flames and reshaped into a blazing spear. Then magic surged through the air like a roaring wave. The mage slammed his weapon forward, blasting a flaming projectile into the air, right as the spell hit its absolute peak. The disciples stared at the oncoming force, totally baffled, while the flames kept roaring hotter and hotter. The flaming spear shattered the barriers and tore straight through. Everything in its way went up in flames. The spell was right on the edge of its final, explosive moment. Billy froze in shock as the rock suddenly detonated out of nowhere. Aisha, blushing a little, admitted it was all about the case. Then the others stared in shock at how strong she really was. The girl shrugged, saying that for a B-rank adventurer, this little display was nothing, just solid proof of skill. He couldn't stop thinking about it. Out of all the adventurers he'd met, this girl felt different, special in a way that would never be forgotten. And Aisha broke it down like this: imagination is where magic is born, and progress comes only from relentless practice, no shortcuts, no excuses. The boy snapped back to his meditations at once, feeling magical energy swirl around him like the same strange state he'd lived in before, so he pushed his focus even deeper. With a grin, the warrior handed the young man the line and told him, "Don't sweat it, if it doesn't work out, we'll be fine." And his friend pumped Yuri up, urging him to go all in. Yuri grinned, nodded with full confidence, and got ready to smash his performance. He strode forward with his sword gripped tight, and the others just stared, holding their breath, because they couldn't wait to see what insane surprise he'd pull next. Aisha's eyes went wide when the boy unsheathed his sword, and she couldn't believe how boldly he committed to it. Right then, Yuri locked in, unleashed his magic, and the blade ripped into motion, and in the same breath, he wondered if he'd ever done something like this before. He hurled the fire funeral spell and unleashed a roaring blaze that twisted into a blazing firebird. Then the flames surged and swallowed it all in one explosive roar, tearing through everything with insane force. The girls stood there terrified as the battlefield cracked and burst into burning ruins, and the sheer scale of the destruction hit them like a punch to the gut. What they saw rattled them to the bone, and they blurted out in pure shock, couldn't believe how powerful that boy really was. And just like that, the young man unlocked a brand new technique, superclass fire magic, and the moment training paid off, he couldn't hide how proud he felt at how far he'd come. Suddenly, the mountains started collapsing, rocks rained down, the girls shrieked in terror, and Yuri was warned as a landslide barreled straight for them. When the danger hit, both girls froze in terror and shrieked at the top of their lungs, clutching each other like that would stop the falling rocks that were about to slam down. Yuri snapped his hand up and slammed water magic into place. An ominous magic circle blazed to life, and he started forming a crushing protective spell to shield everyone from the landslide. He slammed his power into the ground and forged an ice wall that shot up in an instant, crushing the rockfall to a stop and yanking everyone back from the brink of death. He stared in disbelief as the ice wall started to split, slammed by a rock flow roaring down from above. Everything was spiraling out of control, and only a fast solution could save the day. Aisha demanded the young man flee with them, but he shot the idea down without hesitation. He snapped on a chain of magic circles in midair, swearing he'd stop the landslide from hurting the girls. The earth flow crashed into the ice shield, and Yuri stood his ground, while his terrified friends stared at him, stunned and amazed. At last, the landslide roared off the mountain, dumping a thick wall of dust in its wake. Then the world snapped into a dead, nerve-cracking silence. Yuri finally exhaled in relief, like it was truly over now, his eyes turning calm, focused, and razor-sharp all at once. He couldn't help but grin. He'd learned a whole new skill again, and pride lit up his face like he'd just won. Billy barreled straight to the boy, shouting in pure joy that he'd saved them all, and she wrapped him up in a tight hug, grateful to the bone. Aisha stared in stunned amazement, her expression flipping between shocked recognition and pure, heartfelt admiration for what that young man just did. Then bam, a colossal, glittering wall of ice exploded upward right in front of her. The girl blurted, confused and stunned, "What are you doing?" because she had no idea just how terrifyingly huge his power was. Yuri just flashed a mysterious smile, refusing to spill a single detail about who he truly was. The action shifted into the city, where the local spot was buzzing and greeting newcomers with open arms, and the whole vibe stayed calm and easy. Yuri stepped inside, and the werewolf poncho clocked him instantly, then greeted him with a big, friendly smile. Right off the bat, a gorgeous bull Carpaccio slid onto the table, and the chef practically beamed as he proudly declared it his signature, his ultimate treat. The young man froze, instantly recognizing the dish as the fish he'd caught last time, and his excitement hit like a wave because he finally got to taste it for the first time. The bartender leaned in and said fish used to cost a fortune, but ever since that talented fisherman showed up in town, the price of fresh catch suddenly dropped. They kept talking about Aisha, and the bartender flat out said it was all part of her training program. Then he couldn't help but admire her. The young man nearly choked on his surprise when he learned the bartender was tied to the girl, because the moment he heard it, he couldn't stop wondering how he'd ever known her. The bartender told him he saw her all the time. She strutted with pride, and the second she had a chance, she never hesitated to show off her skills. After hearing what the girl was like, Yuri nodded and confirmed it for herself, because the bartender straight up said she's fiercely proud and built from pure strength of character. Footsteps thudded as someone stepped into the bar, and the whole room's mood snapped. Every head turned. The bartender spotted the guest and lit up, waving him in with a big warm welcome. Then the guy spun around, all curious eyes on the fresh arrival. Pancho instantly clocked the newcomer, his face lighting up with pure shock and a rush of happy anticipation for what was about to happen. He stood there in battle armor, fists of steel and eyes full of grit, radiating the kind of iron confidence only a real warrior could carry. His name was Rose Biscotti, 38 years old, built like a fighter and staring forward with a calm, unshakable determination. The man greeted Pancho and said the place was booming, and the boy just kept eating, watching their talk like it was the best show in town. The moment Rose stepped in, everyone at the place instantly clocked her, and one guy blurted out that she was the Rose from the Iron Ingot, and the whole room erupted. The man politely asked if he could sit down beside him, and Yuri blinked in surprise before letting him slide right in without a second thought. Rose ordered a wild feast, shashlik, salami, and dried fish, and when it came out, he admitted he hadn't eaten in ages since the expedition. He leaned in, curious about a guy named Yuri, totally clueless that Yuri was already right there, sitting beside him. The young man, clearly stunned, asked if they'd met before. Then the question hit Rose like a sucker punch right in the middle of the meal. A jolt of shock hit the man's face as Yuri's words struck deep, dragging old memories back from the shadows. He frowned hard, like the truth was finally clicking. Maybe he was starting to figure out exactly who he was talking to. Rose leaned in with real curiosity, told him she'd heard his name from Aisha, and basically guessed he was the new guy. When the bartender found out Rose actually knew Aisha, his jaw dropped in pure amazement, because this twist came out of nowhere and absolutely rattled him. Pancho snapped into panic, lunged for control, and ordered the young man to drop his fork, then demanded if he even knew who was sitting right in front of him. He made it crystal clear, Rose wasn't just any warrior, she was the Rose of the Iron Ingot, the one with the legend, the reputation, and the brute strength to match. The man didn't hesitate, he calmly said he was the city's top-rank adventurer, and you could feel that confidence in every single word. He shrugged and admitted his fame was blown way out of proportion, and even with a celebrity like him in the bar, the vibe stayed weirdly calm. With a small smirk, he kept talking, like he was low-key, but itching to spill something big he just couldn't stay quiet about. Pancho nodded to Aisha's words and declared Yuri truly was a good man, leaving the young guy staring at him in shock, because he never saw that confession coming. The man didn't beat around the bush, he straight up told him why he was searching, then offered to team up and help carry out a mission that couldn't wait. The moment Yuri heard mission, his guard shot up. He blurted the word out loud like a test, and you could see curiosity and a flicker of nerves spark in his eyes. Rose tossed the idea of Yuri joining the mission to destroy the dragon, and Pancho froze. She couldn't believe it, like the offer had to be a lie. Pancho snapped out a cry of shock, refusing to believe what he'd just heard, because the young man stayed eerily calm, and the air instantly tightened with tension over the mission news. The werewolf snapped back, claiming the boy was nothing but an F-rank, yet the man refused to budge, standing firm and daring fate with pure confidence. Rose shot back with unshakable confidence that Yuri was no weaker than any A-ranker. She'd barely even met him, and yet the strength in his bones already had him convinced. Then the hooded girl's mystery snapped back into his mind, her order, and Pancho froze on the spot, muscles locked as her voice cut through the air. The girl sat there, not even glancing up, while the bartender shot back that everything was ready, nervous sweat and all, staring at her like she might explode any second. A blinding flash erupted above the guild building out of nowhere, and the whole place instantly erupted into panic as everyone inside scrambled in urgent motion. Inside, everything erupted into chaos. Mages and doctors were already moving, but 5 people still lay unconscious, and for everyone else, it was already too late. The guild president barked urgent orders: double-check that building and slap a freeze on every quest within a 50-kilometer radius of the Western Plateau. He ordered his people to rush the word to every nearby village and town right away. At the organizational meeting, a man in a wheelchair rolled into the room like he owned the moment. Captain Lanner, looking drained and battered, showed up, and that sight screamed that this was now dead serious. The president watched the rank of the adventurer like a hawk, confused as he realized he still didn't understand what had happened to him. He could barely breathe, but still managed to spit out only one thing: words about a fight. In the tavern right now, some man is spinning a wild tale. Yesterday, the stranger who survived that bizarre battle ended up losing everything. Honcho nodded along, saying this adventurer was a proper C-rank legend, then slammed the truth: he'd lost his limbs. He explained that the moment the dragon showed up, the whole region started shifting, its ecosystem and environment warping fast, and most adventurers could barely survive those fights. And Rose was basically urging that young man to jump in with them, because together, they were going to drive away the evil dragon. The mysterious guy thundered out his refusal, and Yuri's eyes snapped to him in shock, because the moment he turned around, he caught himself frozen, totally blindsided by such a brutal comeback from a brand new face at the bar. Chloe Dowell, dark elf and all, just materialized out of nowhere, snapped at Rose for madness, and grilled her for bringing a rookie onto a mission she swore was totally unprepared. The girl snapped, calling Rose's common sense into question. She said that hiring an F-rank adventurer for help was a total blunder, and proof Rose couldn't see straight or think clearly. Chloe stayed quiet, but her worries cut deep. She feared Yuri's joining would make them look foolish, convinced the A-ranks would turn into a joke if they brought an inexperienced newcomer onto the team. The moment the girl spoke, the young man froze in shock and then demanded to know who Rose really was. The girl shot him a calm, controlled smile and quietly introduced herself. With a cold look, she dismissed him on the spot, snapping that not even 1,000 years from now would she ever let an F-ranked seeker into her group, no matter what gimmicks he tried to pull. Yuri stayed calm, instantly clocking what was going on. Chloe was in the same quest to take down the evil dragon, even with all that venom aimed at him. Rose snapped at the girl, furious at how she spoke and the way she judged that guy, because her take was flat-out unfair. Rose shot him a serious reminder: an adventurer's power isn't trapped by rank, and he couldn't stand that abilities get judged by some cold, formal system. Chloe spun around and out of nowhere pitched him a lifeline. Her voice flipped from sharp judgment to cold business focus, like she decided to let the kid prove he was worth it. And when Yuri looked at her, she finally admitted she'd never seen an F-ring fighter this talented before, and that shocking confession made her rethink everything right on the spot. She burst out, gripping a fork like a weapon, and dared the guy to a duel, and the way she said it didn't feel like a friendly game, it felt like a dare meant to spark war. The young man stared at her in shock and blurted out about the game, but the girl smiled and told him it wasn't that hard. Then he slammed his fork down like he was accepting the challenge, totally unshaken. Chloe snapped her spell to life and flicked the fork off its path, smashing it into the ground as her magic roared, proof that she meant business. Yuri blurted out in shock, eyes bulging as the sudden magic erupted, and when he spotted the fork, he instantly understood it was the symbol that the serious test was about to begin. Wielding a fork crackling with magical energy, the girl declared she'd unleash 30% of her power. Then she promised that if Yuri can repel the strike, she'll finally recognize how strong he really is. Right now, Rose watched every moment unfold with tight nerves, eyes locked on the situation, waiting to see how Yuri would snap back and handle Chloe's upcoming test. The young man faced her head-on and demanded to know what would happen if he lost. KH Low said it ice cold: if he lost, he'd have to vanish from her sight for good. Her gaze burned with pure determination, like victory was already hers. Without even flinching, he kept his eyes forward and said, cool as ice, that F-rank was nothing but a letter, his voice blazing with unshakable determination to prove he'd earned his strength. She shoved the urgency into his chest and told him to get ready now. Right then, the girl whipped the fork through the air like a thrown blade. She reached for his face, right on the edge of touching him, then he abruptly stopped her. Everyone's jaws dropped at what just happened. The group commander was grinning like he'd just won the whole world. At first the girl froze, then a gentle smile slipped onto her face as she caught Yuri's reaction, like she instantly recognized his strength, even if she wouldn't show it outright yet. Yuri stood there in total silence, calm as a blade, eyes steady, posture locked in confidence before the test even began. In a blink, the magic fork shot to a stop right by the young man's side, energy crackling around it like a bomb about to burst, yet he didn't even blink, eyes locked on the projectile. Chloe's face went white with shock when she saw him actually stop her fork. She never thought an F-ranker could shut down her attack, even at just 30% power. He shot his hand up and gathered a surge of magic, and the young man leaned in with one burning question. Could this girl actually handle spells? Now it was her turn to prove she deserved his respect. The enchanted fork surged ahead, blazing with magic, slashing forward at breakneck speed, its path all twisted and brutal, like someone snapped it loose with raw, unstoppable force. She went still in pure shock as the fork sliced past her face, flashing like a strike of lightning. She never saw it coming, her eyes blew wide with stunned confusion. Right then, the fork screamed through the air, slammed into the wall, and shattered the stone. Chloe watched it pierce like a blade and finally realized she'd grossly underestimated how strong her opponent really was. The girl froze in shock, her face screaming pure bewilderment and total confusion. The fork stabbed straight into the wall, tearing it up as it went, and the magic sizzling on its surface still flickered. Right there, everyone finally understood. This wasn't some minor attack, it was brutally powerful. With a death-serious stare, Yuri snapped the attack aside with a fork, shocking everyone, and made it crystal clear. Even an F-rank can pull off the impossible, revealing raw hidden power and sick agility. Rose burst out with joy and declared that the final member of the team was finally set, Yuri. Then his grin practically lit up, because now they had one more trusted ally ready to charge into the dangerous quest. The man spun toward Chloe with total confidence and asked for her consent. She hesitated, shot him a furious look, but still gave a grudging, silent yes, remembering how well he'd nailed the last test. Then he wheeled on Yuri and fired off a no-nonsense question. So, are you in officially? Because whether Yuri became a full member for the coming showdown against the evil dragon was now entirely up to him. The young man nodded and agreed to join the team, knowing any refusal would only wreck his life further. With that, the crew waved goodbye, see you tomorrow, and they vowed to battle the dragon together as one against a shared enemy. Yuri swore he'd cover the tavern wall. Pancho's fork smashed, and Pancho nearly choked on shock, standing there groaning as he watched his place get wrecked. Lydia City was roaring like a marketplace on fire, caravans and travelers pouring through the western gate, when a band of adventurers swept in, ready to kick off their mission to wipe out the evil dragon. Yuri headed for the gate, trying to steady himself, and then, boom, one passerby spotted him and beamed, right as he realized someone was already waiting at the team's gathering spot for him to show up. Rose and Chloe stepped up along with a brand new girl sporting bunny ears, and the young man found himself staring at three confident faces, all keyed up for the deadly mission ahead. Aisha lit up and greeted the young man like it had been forever, laughing that they still hadn't seen each other in ages. Yuri stared at them and realized their team was stacked, 1 A rank, 2 B ranks, and that meant their next mission wasn't just tough, it was deadly serious. Rose blinked in surprise when she spotted the boy dragging a slime around like it mattered, and she stared at it curiously, desperate for him to finally explain why. The young man kept his cool and said the slime was his friend, only for everyone else to stare, unconvinced, because they couldn't figure out why he'd need something like that in the first place. Chloe heard the young man explain his rare gift, taming, and everyone was stunned, especially since that kind of power belonged to an F-rank adventurer. Rose managed to dig up a tiny wagon for the team, then he groaned out an apology because yeah, it was pitiful, but it was all they had. With a sly smile, the man leaned in and warned them the cart had barely any space left. Then he told everyone to stay calm as they pushed toward the quest location. Yuri felt their eyes on him and instantly went on guard, tension snapping through his body as he sensed something brutal was waiting up ahead, maybe trouble, right there on the road. The carriage was so cramped that Khlo fumed with fury. Aisha kept barking for more room, and that poor young man sat there quietly suffering, trapped and squeezed between two stubborn, strong-willed partners. Right then, the girl shot Chloe a glare packed with rage, blaming her in her head for hogging all the space, and the air between them turned heavy, because this cramped place and their clashing vibes had tension snapping tight. The girl felt a crushing pressure from Aisha and Yuri. Stay calm on the outside, but her whole body screamed tension, like she could tell this wasn't just plain irritation. While the carriage rattled along, the argument exploded. She snapped at the elf, accusing her of taking up all the space with her chest, and that insult kicked off a whole fresh wave of irritation. The cart suddenly capsized, the horses erupted into panic, one wheel shot off into the air, and the whole scene detonated into chaos, dust and debris blasting upward everywhere. Yuri and Khlo leapt out of the carriage just as they had to, landing hard, then they snapped upright and scanned the chaos, both tense, wary, and itching to fight. Rose and the rest of her team snapped into action, springing out with weapons raised, skimming across the ground as they braced to crush any threat that dared show up. The commander strained his eyes toward the horizon, watching a fresh cloud of dust swell into view, and that roar hit him like a warning bell as he scrambled to figure out what was coming. Wyverns suddenly erupted across the sky, and the biggest one, already tamed with a C rank, was staring them down, snapping everyone's focus as the situation instantly turned deadly complicated. Chloe and Aisha launched elementary water and fire magic, then Yuri froze in shock, realizing the wyverns weren't running wild at all. Someone was steering them. Fireballs and ice arrows blasted straight at the enemies together, exploding on impact and blasting the wyverns high into the sky. Their attack detonated in a blazing explosion, and the wyverns shot upward in full-on panic, while the mages and the young man stood on the ground, staring at the aftermath. New monsters tore across the sky, and one of the enemies muttered that the B-rank adventurers were stronger than he'd ever guessed, but that wasn't even the real danger. The team leader snapped out orders. Chloe and Yuri wiped the enemies on the left, while the rest of the team instantly split roles to take down the remaining wyverns. The knight declared that he and Aisha would crush the enemies on the right, and the moment he stared ahead, confidence turned into steel. This was it, battle time, while the girl stayed right behind him, tense and ready to strike. Elf and Yuri barreled ahead to finish their mission, and Yuri lit up, practically begging to get into the fight, while Elf sprinted right behind her. The young man demanded a way to crush their enemies, but Chloe snapped back that he needed to stay out of it, calling him by name with sharp venom and making it crystal clear she didn't trust him at all. During the run, the girl insisted she still hadn't clocked Yuri, then she shot down Rose's take, refusing to trust his strength or count on him. She unleashed water magic through the ice arrow spell, and her sheer determination burst out in every razor-precise shot, cold, powerful, and aimed straight at the enemies. The wyvern suddenly tore out of the sky, and Yuri's eyes went wide with shock. Then he lifted his hand, stunned by how their behavior didn't fit what wild creatures should have done. The boy snapped his fingers, and the wyverns zipped out of the way like lightning, dodging the ice arrows so cleanly it looked like the attack never even found its mark. Chloe unleashed intermediate water magic, and a swarm of glittering droplets erupted over the battlefield, right as the wyverns froze in place, sensing the crushing pressure of her spell. The elf grinned, flung her arms wide, and yelled the spell, then freezing rain tore out of the sky, turning her earlier magic into something lethal for her enemies. Ice spears tore out of the sky and smashed into the wyverns, sending them crashing down as screams erupted, the blades drilling through before they even got a chance to dodge. She was ready to celebrate her victory, until the young man realized the enemy wasn't finished at all, and fresh, terrifying monsters started pouring out of the sky. A wyvern tore through their view, ferocious, fully tamed, and stronger than every beast before it, like the next nightmare they never saw coming. Chloe lunged forward and dumped a blast of ice magic straight at the fire wyvern. She was absolutely convinced it was the main boss. The monster stared at them like ice, and when they lunged to strike, it didn't flinch. No fear, no pain, just a hollow, sinister stare waiting for the next hit. The creature flared its wings and unleashed a blazing fireball, its bone-rattling roar smashing across the sky like a countdown to the fight of its life. At that exact moment, the monster unleashed a blazing breath, detonating in a thunderous explosion and tearing the air with a scream. Yuri summoned Lime. Mucus suddenly ballooned into something absolutely massive, and she gulped down that fireball and spat it back, repelling the attack like a punch of pure heat. Everyone stared in disbelief as the assistant crunched straight through the wyvern shells, and Chloe's jaw dropped in total shock. She forced the words out through trembling lips, still not able to believe what she was seeing. The girl flicked her fingers and unleashed water magic, summoning a massive ice spear out of thin air. At that exact moment, an ice spear screamed through the air straight at the enemy. The wyvern shrieked with pure rage, getting blasted by a brutal counterattack right as it hit back. And the elf realized her attacks just weren't cutting it against the enemy. Then her resolve snapped the moment she heard the young man speak up with bold confidence, shutting down her doubts. Yuri slammed his special magic into his body, supercharging himself for a devastating attack. He charged straight at the dragon and slammed into him with breakneck speed. He unleashed a crushing strike on the dragon, splitting it cleanly in mid-flight. Yuri strode out of the blazing flames with his sword still in hand, just crushing his enemy, his face stone cold while the monster behind him crumbled to dust. Totally baffled, she demanded answers and snapped, "What did you do?" But Yuri looked just as lost, like he couldn't even see the problem, and hit her with a question right back. Her eyes shot wide with pure shock and she let out a scream, utterly lost, because what that boy just did felt impossible and terrifying. She was frozen in shock, but even then she couldn't accept what her eyes were witnessing. Chloe's lips tightened in pure irritation, her brows shaking with furious indignation, and her voice hit a tense low note that screamed protest and disbelief. The girl shrieked in pure horror, jabbing at the giant monster that lay split in two, while the ground around it was gouged and torn by a savage strike, so wild it looked unreal, even to seasoned fighters. After the battle finally burned out, the world went still, but then a sudden noise snapped the young man's focus away. He and his comrades whipped their heads toward the hill, wary as hunters, and then figures started closing in from around the bend, stunning everyone. Rose planted her shield in the middle of a mound of dead monsters, smiling like it was finally done, both their battle and the other teams, while Aisha stood behind her, staff in hand. The warrior froze when he saw how many monsters Yuri had wiped out. Right there among the bodies were even rare meteor wyverns, and he just couldn't hide his quiet shock that the kid had done twice as well. Right then, Aisha snapped her hand up and called the young man over, waving him in like it mattered, because it did. She laid out the fighters' ranks with herself seated among the adventurers, and the boy answered coolly, even as it was obvious his curiosity was already burning. Yuri stared at the man called Rose, and admiration hit her hard. His charisma and raw strength practically slammed into her from across the room, while lightning cracked behind him like a warning, and just by standing there, this warrior demanded respect. The whole team huddled up, and the captain flashed a battle plan like a spark before the fight. Rose furrowed his brow and snapped that they were running out of time. Then he caught something that could stop their journey cold, and the grim look on his face said it all. Doubt clung to the air as the man confessed his suspicion, because if he was right, everything could snap into something way worse fast. Yuri and the others swallowed hard, listening with caution, desperate to hear what he knew. Once again, everyone's eyes snapped to the fallen monster's body. The wyvern's wings and tail sprawled on the ground, like a warning sign that something far worse was still coming, because the captain had a gut feeling. Someone was controlling these monsters. The whole team jerked to a halt at that weird statement, their faces lighting up with pure shock, like the enemy's presence had just snapped into focus. Then Aisha blinked in total confusion and blurted that there was no way to control B-rank monsters, because the elf agreed, saying this twisted everything they knew about how their magic was supposed to work. Even with the shock hitting her, the girl admitted Rose was right, and their talk went dead serious, shifting into abilities that didn't fit any normal rules. Yuri leaned in, listening hard, desperate to figure out what was truly happening. Then the young man spoke up, steady, confident, and admitted he felt that same weird force driving the monsters, and the moment his confession hit, everyone's faces snapped to alarm at just how huge this was. The elf claimed the monster-controlling power might somehow sync with the boy. Rose backed her up and even pushed, asking whether he'd already, without realizing it, resonated with that power. Yuri awkwardly admitted he'd felt something weird, and the young man swore his analytical mind finally clicked into place. Then, one by one, everyone in the conversation started connecting the dots and seeing the full picture of what was really going on. Rose abruptly cut in and blurted out a warning. Something brand new was about to go wrong. A battered horse crumpled on the ground, hemmed in by wreckage, breathing in ragged gasps while blood stained its side. It looked like it had barely clawed back from the last fight. The whole team huddled around the injured horse, and the man's voice cracked with a terrifying idea. That last attack had almost wiped out their only way to travel, so they had to come up with an urgent fix right now. Aisha snapped her gaze to the road and told everyone straight up, if they went on foot, it would take at least 2 hours, and losing their transport could wreck everything, because right then the team slammed into a temporary obstacle. Yuri racked his brain for a way to crack the transport problem. Lime could turn into a basilisk, sure, but even then, it still couldn't haul the whole squad of 4 in one go. As he closed in on Rose, the boy calmly offered to check the horse's wound, his confident grin practically screaming, "I've got this." The commander's jaw dropped and he snapped right away, asking if the young man had a plan. The man warned him the horse was hanging by a thread with almost no chance of recovery, so he didn't stop the attempt, but he also didn't think Yuri could pull this treatment off. Chloe studied the young man in silence, saying his name to anchor him, and after a quick pause Rose nodded, giving the okay for him to try, because even if the odds are tiny, the chance is still there. Yuri plopped down beside the horse and stared at it with real pity. The boy snapped his fingers and unleashed intermediate sacred magic to mend the injured horse. Bright waves of light swarmed the animal, and everyone stared in shock because they never thought he could pull off a spell like that. Magic surged through the horse's body and the wounds snapped shut at lightning speed. Glowing particles swarmed over the damage, and the torn muscles reformed before everyone's eyes faster than they ever dared to hope. Aisha and Chloe stared in stunned silence because holy magic wasn't just rare anymore, it was supposed to be a legend gone for good, like a spell no ordinary adventurer could ever reach. Rose's shock hit like a punch, his eyes snapped wide and he barely managed to whisper that it couldn't be true. Doubt swirled in his chest, but respect followed fast because he was finally seeing that the guy wasn't as ordinary as he looked. Then the horse shot up to its feet, perfectly healed, so the girl burst into tears of joy, and even the animal chimed in with a cheerful neigh, leaving the whole team stunned not just by the miracle, but by the fact that Yuri's strength was the real deal. The boy leaned in, checked the horse from every angle, and saw it, good as new. The healing worked, the animal looked bright and happy, and a wave of pride hit him hard because he just helped save a life. Just as the young man swung one foot off his horse, the commander snapped his name, soft voice, sharp nerves, like he was about to drop a huge question or start a life-or-death conversation. Rose blurted out in shock that she never knew Yuri could wield holy magic at all. Then the young man, looking totally thrown off, answered in a shaky, uncertain voice, because for him that power still felt half understood. Turning to him, the commander dropped his voice and warned the boy, "Don't tell a soul you've got holy magic," like he was guarding a secret reason he didn't dare say out loud. And the young man couldn't stop replaying Rose's words in his head. Then it hit him again, Rico's shock too, back when his magic surfaced. A nasty question kept gnawing at him, why hide it at all? What danger were they trying to keep away? Then the man leaned in and told Yuri straight up, holy magic was rare as a treasure, and if word got out, it would drag in all the wrong eyes and turn that secret into a real threat to his life. He kept going and pictured the worst case, warriors, kingdoms, even whole armies hunting the boy just to steal his power, so he realized that casting holy magic in public is wildly dangerous. The boy didn't say much, but he let Rose's worries sink in. She was dead serious, trying to protect him, yet in his chest he felt something else entirely, convinced he was choosing the right path. Even after the warnings, Yuri just stayed calm and said it didn't matter, leaving the commander stunned, because he never expected the guy to be this unshakable. With a warm grin, the young man pet the horse and swore he'd use his magic anytime someone was hurt. No matter where he stood, he'd rush in to help anyone who needed it. Chloe leaned toward Rose in a hushed voice and suddenly blurted out Yuri's name, her tone packed with shock and real respect, like the truth hit her all at once. Yisha stared at the young man, stunned. How could he look so carefree after everything that went down? He just calmly stroked the horse like this chaos was totally normal. The man barely held back a burst of laughter, exhaling with a small, smug grin like he was sharing the confusion over that guy's actions. Yet as it sank in, sympathy and real admiration started to rise in him. The girl burst into laughter right away and confessed that she didn't get it either. Then she swung into her saddle, grinning like trouble, while Rose admitted he'd been thinking the same thing all along, and suddenly the whole team started treating the boy like he was something special. Yuri and Chloe clung to their saddles as they rode back onto the road, cutting through a thick, shadowy forest to hammer out their mission again. The alarm blared and Rose snapped everyone to speed up because something big was unfolding up ahead. The boy and the girl bolted alongside her, sprinting to stay in reach. Yuri and Aisha spotted a blazing light deep in the forest and it hit them like a punch. Then the girl yelped, the guy's face hardened, and they both knew the danger was closing in fast. They burst to the forest's edge and everything stopped cold. Before them, the world was shredded by destruction and swallowed by flames, the ground scorched so badly it looked completely incinerated. Rose snapped their order, ditch the horses and march on foot, and warned them that nobody had a clue when the evil dragon would strike, so they'd better be ready for absolutely anything. The commander's eyes hardened as he barked for everyone to stay on guard, and Yuri, Chloe, and Aisha shot back that they were ready. The team clashed with demonic beasts and it was pure chaos. Rose crashed into the enemy with his shield, the girl hurled her spell with pinpoint accuracy, and Aisha slipped in swift blade strikes while the monsters slammed again and again, only to get stopped, unable to punch through their defenses as their own power proved way too much to handle. After the dust settled, the whole crew swept over the battlefield and the girl shot back with fearless confidence. Those enemies had finally lost their minds to dare a strike like that. The commander waited all for a second, then nodded. They'd picked the right place, and that meant things were far more serious than anyone wanted to admit. Yuri took it all in with a quiet smirk, never once stepping into the brawl because the monsters were way too weak, all rank E and D, while he clocked his comrades' power and decided it was the kind of strength that belonged to adventures beyond rank B. Chloe and Rose traded theories about the demon's weird behavior, too aggressive, way out of character, and Rose swore it had to be the evil dragon messing with them, fueling their rage until it boiled over. The man snapped his head toward the team, ready to bark an order, and the moment his face hardened, he could feel danger closing in. Out of nowhere, every team member went rigid, the tension in the air hit like a punch, their faces spilling pure anxiety as something crept closer, and even though they braced for anything, they still felt danger closing in. Sparks and blinding flashes tore out of the sky, and the whole crew shot their eyes up in pure panic, because a massive silhouette was crashing out of the clouds, roaring like the end was finally here. Pressure crushed down on them so hard it felt like the sky itself was pinning their shoulders. Everyone froze in pure shock. Then, from a swirling cloud of ash, a colossal skull rose up, revealing the monstrous creature behind it. Rose burst out first, flinging a finger skyward, and everyone snapped their heads up at once, because even the toughest adventurers couldn't mask the terror as something horrific crept down from above. A skeletal dragon tore across the sky, draped in taming magic, and when its wings slammed open across the ground, it swallowed the light itself. Every member of the crew froze because they finally understood how massive this threat really was. The crew stared at the oncoming threat with wide-eyed terror, their faces screaming anxiety as they braced for impact. A massive energy wave tore down from the sky, knocking the whole team breathless. Everybody snapped their heads up, and a giant presence swallowed the clouds, eclipsing everything in sight. A brutal pressure pinned everyone to the ground, the air turning thick as syrup. Then, as their strength finally returned, they stared as the shape of the dragon's bony head slowly came into focus. Chloe and the knights shrieked when they caught danger hanging in the sky, just enough time to stare up before it slammed into view, a flying dragon skeleton. A terrifying skeletal dragon ripped through the air in front of them, drifting above the ground as dark magic swallowed everything around it. The squad crashed into the enemy onslaught, the knight snapping his shield up as everyone else tightened into battle mode. Then the sudden attack detonated into chaos, and Yuri froze, totally lost about what was happening. The young man heard that roar hit like a punch, and the shock nearly knocked him back. Because the magic hint revealed it was a B-rank skill, it slammed into the target, hit them in the soul, and drained their strength, which perfectly explains why they were so confused. Then the dragon slammed down from the sky, and a wave of pure dread crashed over everything. So if they were even a bit weak, it would have knocked them out instantly under the horror of that thing and its terrifying aura. Right then, the commander could barely keep his footing against the relentless assault. His shield rattled from the sheer power of each hit, and Yuri, watching from the side, realized that the blow landed far harder than they ever expected. This was dangerous, no question. The roar hit first, and then came the punch. Rose's shield sparked as the attack's energy exploded against it, and he forced himself upright with every ounce of strength, realizing too late. This enemy was far deadlier than he ever expected. That brutal attack slammed the whole team to a standstill. Chloe couldn't even move a muscle, and the rest felt this impossible, crushing force pinning them in place. The girl mocked the attack, sure it was nothing, but from above a voice rained down, teeming with contempt for today's adventurers. Perched on the edge of the cliff was a hulking demon with a horn, and his name was Zach Potnev. He just sat there, grinning like he owned the whole scene. The demon crooned Yuri's name with a crooked grin, like he'd been keeping tabs on him forever, and his voice dripped with dark, hungry curiosity. He couldn't forget the name that was only a number, and he still couldn't believe the kid managed to beat him. He realized he'd totally misjudged how strong his opponent really was. The whole squad froze in place under a brutal wave of magic, every muscle locked up, no one could even twitch, while a terrifying, unfamiliar pressure crushed down on them, and nobody could figure out where that terrifying power was coming from. Up in the sky, the creature stared down and jeered, screaming that the adventurers were pathetic, while Yuri and the others fought to stay calm through every brutal provocation. Zakpotnev, the demon with the number, finally showed who he really was, and when he spotted that young man, his eyes lit up with sharp, undeniable curiosity. The demon blared his name like a death sentence, dredged up a specific foe from the organization, and teased the hero's past battles like it was written in blood. Yuri found out the demon wasn't just a monster, it had a number too, and that single detail locked in his link to the very organization the young man might have come from. At that exact moment, the dragon erupted into a savage attack. An explosion tore across the ground, blinding everyone with searing light, while the earth buckled under its roaring fury. The cloaked man snapped his eyes open, tension crawling across his face. Then his once calm composure flipped into raw anxiety as he realized the whole situation was spiraling out of control. Then the young man exploded into the fight, slamming his shield like a springboard. Boom! The ground rocked and his friends shrieked his name, terrified, praying he was still alive. Yuri snapped on the enhancement magic, energy surged around him, and he charged straight ahead, sword first, pouring every last ounce of strength into the coming strike. He shot past the dragon in a blur, slamming his sword through the air with razor-fast precision, and the enemy never saw an F-rank adventurer landing blows like that coming. With one fierce thrust, he drove his sword forward, pouring every ounce of strength and focus into it, aiming straight for the enemy's weak spot. The dragon's skeleton shrieked in agony, its body cracked and crumbled as it writhed, shredded by the impact and unable to endure the blow. Yuri didn't waste a second. He sprang up from the ground, exhaustion screaming through his bones, but his will hardened as he vowed to fight until the very end. He unleashed a rapid storm of lightning, and with each strike, glowing magical blades snapped into place ahead of him, until a deadly web of attacks filled the space in front of his eyes. The crushed remains of the defeated dragon lay at Zak's feet, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Yuri's strength was unreal, because Zak never imagined Yuri could beat his precious pet. Zakpotnev confidently called out that the second round was starting, and the young man, not seeing it coming, snapped his head toward the demon in shock. A fresh monster burst out of the dark right in front of Yuri. He snapped into motion, but it was so sudden he couldn't even process what was happening. He snapped back in an instant, dodging that attack again and again, then clocked the danger in real time, readying himself to strike back the moment the boy moved. The creature suddenly burst into a chaotic swarm of limbs, and the young man fought to keep his footing, completely clueless about what he'd just run into. A crushing hit landed on Yuri, and she got yanked backward with a scream. She couldn't fully block the monster's attack in time. He finally understood this evil dragon could regenerate and barely get hurt at all, and the young man froze, completely lost on what to do next. Right then, the dragon surged up over the battlefield like a nightmare rising to strike, and from behind that rock a shadowy figure slipped forward, cloak billowing as it closed in on him. Chloe and Rose finally snapped back to their senses. Then the commander demanded, "Can you move?" And both of them nodded, saying their strength was creeping back bit by bit. Knight clocked the danger and pushed them back. He snapped at the crew that staying here would be suicidal. Then the dragon sucked in magical energy like a storm and unleashed a brutal attack. Every member of the squad stared at the incoming explosion, panicking as it bore down on them. That brutal hit slammed them backward. Everyone shrieked in agony, crumpling to the ground, completely unable to stop the pain as they lay there, hurt and trembling. Yuri saw the situation spiral out of control, then snapped his first sacred magic into action, saving his comrades and carving out a lifeline for himself. A warm light washed over the injured, and the healing magic kicked in, mending every wound until strength and hope surged back into them. The dragon's gut clenched, then he snapped his eyes open in shock, because he never saw that kind of brutal, high-powered magic coming from the enemy. The young man sprinted straight at the dragon and drove his sword in, eyes blazing with pure resolve, because winning was the only option, no matter what it took. He stared in shock because the dragon was actually terrified, and the boy instantly knew his sacred magic was finally doing its job. Then Yuri's memories snapped back, his old life haunting him again, where he'd seen the same terror before. The undead and demons were just as scared of sacred objects and magic. The young man yanked out his weapon and weighed the past against the present, breath tight, Then just like before, the skeletons rattled and trembled under the holy light's power. Then he unleashed advanced holy magic. Light exploded around the dragon with a deafening roar, and its body started glowing and sparkling in pure agony. The dragon shrieked like his soul was tearing apart, twisting in brutal agony as the sacred flame burrowed deep into his bones and burned away his magical essence from the inside out. After the holy magic hit, Yuri's shoulders finally dropped. She felt it work. The dragon vanished in an instant, and all that remained were shattered fragments and a breathless sigh of relief. Zach Potnev burst into laughter, then snapped his eyes open as he realized how strong the boy was. He blurted his name in shock, sensing that holy magic roaring with power. Still gripping his resolve, Yuri boldly called the third round into motion, his eyes sharpening as he made it crystal clear. This fight wasn't finished yet. Zach launched himself off the top, crashing down right in front of the boy. Then the ground roared as their fight kicked into full power. Across from each other, the opponents locked eyes. Then the demon tipped its hat by shouting Yuri, and they both tore into the third round at the exact same time. The demon and the boy locked eyes, one grinning like he already won, the other dead focused, both bracing for the next blast of the fight. The monster tried to crack a joke and cool things down, and with a sly reminder, he told the young man he totally understood exactly where this was headed. While the demon mocked adventurers as worthless, his beaten opponents crumpled nearby. Then he tensed up, ready to strike again. Then Zach exploded forward with fury, roaring threats, and Yuri just stood there, calm as ice, reading his enemy's power and motives like it was written in the air. Yuri snapped out of the attack just in time, locked onto the demon and sized it up. Yeah, it was powerful, but it was moving way too slow to ever tag him. The young man hurled himself off the ledge, diving straight at the demon, praying this leap would land the killing blow from above. His eyes shot wide with shock. He felt something was horribly wrong before his brain even figured out what was going on. The demon's strike slammed into the ground and split it wide open, boom, and as the shockwave tore through the area, Yuri found himself right at the epicenter. He couldn't even believe it. Watching that demon unleash this kind of destruction with a single strike blew his mind. The sheer wreckage left the young man reeling, staring at the devastation in disbelief. He couldn't wrap his head around how that demon had pulled off such terrifying, impossible power. He dodged the strike again and slid to the side, but the enemy raged onward, barreling forward from right behind him. With a violent roar, the demon slammed into the ground, shattering the stone platform under his weight. Zach's massive strike detonated with an explosive aftershock, and the flying debris screamed just how violently powerful that attack was. He judged the blow's devastation in a split second, and understood that even the wind pressure behind it could still crush him. Suddenly, the creature erupted into a loud, mocking laugh. Power surged through it, a sinister aura blasted out of its body, and pure terror hit everyone watching. Every time he tried to verbally tear into the young man, it was all set to obliterate his friends, still sprawled there lifeless and cold. The young man slammed on durability-enhancing magic, turning his skin into an unbreakable shield. And then they both tore forward into the assault. He lunged in a rage so wild, but the boy slipped out of the way. Then the impact detonated into a blinding flash and rattled the ground beneath them. The explosion tore open the air, blasting up a massive cloud of dust, and the demon just stared through it, grinning as he laughed at the havoc his own strike caused. In the thick smoke, the two survivors held their ground. Zach even admitted Yuri caught him off guard, but inside, he still couldn't shake the feeling that he was better. The young man barked at Lime to get everyone to safety, knowing full well the enemy's power, and sharpening himself for the next round of battle. The demon surged forward again, roaring like death itself, and the young man stayed ice cold, ready to slam the next strike straight out of the air. He clocked that a head-on clash would never break that demon, so he slipped in from behind and struck where it least expected it. With every ounce of strength, the boy drove his sword straight through the enemy's back, but the demon barely even flinched, like that blow did nothing. Zach slammed the boy backward with a brutal hit, then sneered that he was nothing but a weakling. The impact slammed Yuri into the mountain, blasting rocks everywhere, and the monster just stared from a safe distance at the wreckage. Meanwhile, Zach just kept mocking him, calling him a pathetic ant, delighting in every second of his suffering. Then the young man unleashed primordial sacred magic and fought his way back from that brutal injury, bathed in a blazing ribbon of power and mana. He realized he'd burned through way too much mana that day, so he braced himself to not run out of steam. The demon sneered like he'd already won, convinced Yuri had quit, while Yuri stayed tucked on the rock, holding his breath and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Right then, he clenched his resolve, opened his eyes like a vow, and refused to quit, no matter what hit him. Bathed in a blinding glow, the young man strode forward with iron will, ready to crash into the fight's decisive moment. The monster barreled forward, grinning like a nightmare, and the young man refused to back up. He stood his ground and met that furious rush head-on. He poured every ounce of strength and hard-earned knowledge into one devastating strike, one hit that could slice through absolutely anything. With a stance locked in, he shifted his weight and held his breath, waiting for the exact moment to land the perfect blow on the enemy. Yuri flipped his magical enhancements on, blasting his strength and raw power sky-high, then his sword flared with a bright glow as he lined up the strike. He snapped his sword through the air with razor precision and blazing speed, and right then, this was the moment the whole fight would be decided. The boy swung the holy blade, striking the demon from behind, then the attack zipped clean through him like lightning. Their eyes locked and fear hit Zack hard. He realized Yuri's strike landed with deadly precision. The demon shrieked in sheer horror and agony, stunned to the core that some ordinary man had just beaten him. That shocked monster instantly recognized the gear, and it belonged to the mysterious man from back then. He couldn't even process what he was seeing. Then the dragon showed up, blurted out a goodbye, and the demon swore revenge, admitting the fight was downright fun. The monster surged up toward the dragon, and the young man snapped his magic to life, ready to unleash a brutal counterattack. He unleashed special fire magic, and a giant fire tornado blasted upward into the sky, rattling everything in its path. Zack screamed in raw panic as the tornado swallowed him whole. He never saw a strike this brutal coming. Yuri stood there ice-calm, staring down the storm as the spell tore into his enemy, yet his expression stayed deadly serious. Broken and drained, he dropped to the ground and confessed he was wiped out. Still, the mission was pulled off clean, and right then Lime was tumbling fast as he proudly helped his master. After that brutal fight, the area went dead silent, nothing left but wreckage, screaming that it was one hell of a massacre. The allies jolted awake deep in the forest, totally lost, while the knight, the mage, and the rest spun around in shock. Yuri flashed a small smile at the team, and with a calm voice he confirmed they were all alive, because the danger was finally gone. Everyone stared at the young man in stunned disbelief, whispering, "Did he really beat the dragon?" And you could practically see awe blazing in their faces. Rose couldn't even wrap his head around it. He swore that dragon was packing S-class power, and the whole room erupted in awe. He said he'd crush the fight using advanced holy magic to back him up. Huddled with his comrades, the warrior stared at the trophy like it was a puzzle, and couldn't believe he didn't know how to split it after the battle. Yuri pulled out a massive A-rank dark magic stone. Its power hit the air like thunder, and everyone couldn't help but stare in awe. When the allies heard the stone's true origin, they slammed into a shocked gasp, because they refused to believe it all happened after they crushed the dragon. They stared at the magical artifact in disbelief, gaping at how huge it was and how dangerously powerful it felt. Rose paused for a beat, then finally admitted it. Her team had zero right to touch Yuri's magic stone. He couldn't believe it. Turns out that magic stone was completely his, no strings attached, and the whole crew backed the call. Every team member stepped up and agreed the artifact truly belonged to that guy, and they even bowed and praised his hard-earned merit. But the commander snapped a warning to the boy: handle that stone carefully, or it could unleash something dangerous. He told them that this magic stone could either lift their whole country into greatness, or bring it crashing into ruin. The young man shot back with confidence that he'd use the magic stone as a powerful amplifier for Lime, without letting a single harm slip through. The team finished the task, hopped on their horses, and rode back home grinning like they'd just nailed their biggest win. The next morning, Yuri jolted awake, shocked by the freezing floor beneath her and that eerie, unsettling feeling crawling over her skin. He jolted awake on the floor, remembering he'd gone to bed beside Lime, only to realize Lime was gone. He shot up in bewilderment and shouted at Kyo, praying there was at least one soul close by. He snapped his eyes open in shock at the strange girl sprawled on the floor, bathed in bright sunlight. With his eyes stinging, the young man leaned in, trying to confirm if what he saw, standing right there, was actually a total stranger. The girl jolted awake, heart pounding like something big was already waiting. She shot her gaze up, spotted Yuri, and her face lit up as she squealed with joy and sprinted straight into his arms. Then she slammed into him with an unexpected hug, and the poor young man instantly froze, utterly lost about what was happening. He caught a familiar voice and that signature scent, and his mind started firing off guesses about who this mystery stranger could be. The girl beamed, bolted straight to Yuri, blurted "I'm Lime," and launched into a joyful hug that lit up his whole world. The startled young man stared at the bed and instantly felt it. Something was off, and it screamed trouble. He remembered tossing the dark magic stone onto the bed, but when he looked back, it was completely gone. Then the guy finally clocked what happened. Lime had most likely chugged the magic stone, and he snapped straight to her, grilling her about it right to her face. And Lime, after swallowing that dark magic stone, snapped into a human form, and now he can't stop staring at his new body, thrilled to learn what he can do. Stunned, she blurts out "Yuri," and the words hit him like a lightning strike, snapping his mind into full realization. She tried to rise, but her body buckled and her limbs wouldn't listen. Yuri mulled it over, unsure if this move was actually a win, because bringing Lime closer to people sounded good, but it still didn't sit right. He softly stroked his assistant's head, telling him he didn't have to copy anyone to be who he was. He showered her with praise, coaxing her on with a soft voice while gently stroking her head to calm her down. Yuri beamed and pushed his assistant to get moving, and Lime lit up with a happy, immediate yes. The city roared with its usual chaos as we stepped in, and people moved through the crowd like nothing could stop their day. In the heart of the city, the magical Guild Tower rose, crowned by 3 wild spires blazing with flags and swirling runes. Adventurers were rushing everywhere, and Yuri slid up to the board like he'd just been dealt a fresh stack of new tasks. He dove into the list of available tasks, praying something cool and worth his time would jump out. Every task was the same: goblins, wolves, then goblins again. 0 surprises, no real rewards, just the dull grind. Suddenly, a thunderous voice cracked from the balcony. Someone was shouting for the black-haired brother. A total stranger dropped from the height and shot straight toward Yuri like he had one destination and 0 time to waste. He landed with a dramatic thump, strutted closer with a smug grin, and the crowd couldn't stop staring. Dutch barreled toward Yuri, screeching to a sudden stop right in front of him and striking a dramatic pose. The man slammed on the brakes mid-stride, wheezing like a marathon just caught up to him, and the whole crowd awkwardly froze. He proudly declared his name, number 8 on the C-rank chart, and offered to help without hesitation. Dutch flexed his ego with a loud, pompous pose, declaring himself a master of rare monster hunting. Right beside him stood Leon, his assistant, a sharp-tongued little mouse with a smug grin that screamed, "I'm in charge here." Yuri couldn't help but admire how sharp Leon the mouse was. He felt just as intelligent as Lime. A fresh face slid up and pitched a team-up, and the young guy nodded fast, locked in on working together. Dutch made it crystal clear the quest wasn't on the list. It was meant to be handed to a total newbie, just like that guy. With a grim, steady stare, he told the guy straight up this wasn't just any mission. It was the kind that mattered. The young man hesitated for a second, then gave in, because there was nothing else worth doing on the list. Casual acquaintance swore they'd look after Yuri like a real brother. They tore out of the city, and Dutch instantly clocked it. His companion was brand new to adventuring. The young man fessed up that he had no clue yet, and his friends swore he'd teach him every last thing he knew. His companion swore the cart he'd sold was junk, and even promised to fix it the moment he showed up. The man even grilled the young one about whether he had a contract with the slime, and that question instantly threw him into a total spiral of confusion. He told that guy there were other kinds of slime, and the shock on his face was instant. The young man snapped at the suggestion of signing a contract with that weak slime, calling it the absolute worst move any adventurer could make. With a grim stare, the man pushed the young man to drop that monster choice and pick someone else. The young man froze, completely clueless about what he was supposed to say. But once he snapped into focus, he still stood tall for the assistant he'd picked. Right then, no backing down. And that's exactly when Dutch burst into laughter. With a crooked grin, he bragged that he'd hand over the title the second he found out the slime was actually terrifyingly strong. Right then, the cart lurched and tipped, the axle snapped, and everyone went tumbling. Chaos erupted, and the whole thing spiraled out of control. Yuri lost his footing, screamed for Lime's help, and stared at the chaos in sheer panic. The assistant erupted in a massive giant form, smashing over the cart and swallowing every passenger inside. Everyone, yes, even Yuri, Dutch, the horses, and every single cargo crate was packed into it, locking everything down tight and keeping the whole crew safe. Still trapped inside the massive slime, the young man shot the creature a grateful look and thanked it for rescuing him from the cart accident. The guy stumbled out of the lime and asked, voice trembling, whether Dutch was okay after what happened. The man shrieked in pure terror when he realized he'd been swallowed by slime, utterly clueless about what was happening to him. He let out a furious scream, stunned that this slime was so enormous, and he snapped at the young man, accusing him of cheating. The guy grinned and pointed at the lime, basically saying the blue slime was the weakest of the bunch. And their fellow traveler was stunned to find out he really had just called it slime weak, then he froze when asked to explain. While he was fixing the cart, the man blinked in shock and demanded, "You mean you've never heard of the Valley of Dragons?" Stunned that Yuri had no clue. He went on about the Valley of Dragons like it was sacred, like everybody was supposed to already know it. Dutch hesitated, brow furrowing in doubt as he struggled to understand what the Holy Land even meant right here. The Dark Valley is packed with ruthless dragons that unleash terrifying power, and that's why everyone calls it holy, because the concentration is that intense. The boy blinked at the name, and suddenly the valley's truth started to click in his head. Then the man snapped at him, furious about how clueless he was about where the dragon belonged. He told Yuri about his wild dream to catch a dragon, then begged her to help track down a young, helpless one. When he heard the plan, his eyes lit up. He called the goal incredible, then promised he'd help and jumped in with real interest. To which Dutch snapped that the mission was dangerous, then flashed confidence. He'd planned for everything before lifting a finger and promising a huge strategy in riddles. He said that since the dragons were nesting, they'd become even more brutal, and the man even admitted he'd lost the skills he needed to stand a chance. Yuri couldn't believe it when he caught that dragon. The payoff hit hard, and the guy was stunned by what Yuri knew and how he saw the world. He grabbed the boy in a tight hug, swore he'd mentor him, and started spinning personal hero stories, bragging like crazy about every win. The wagon rumbled into the gorge, and Dutch started spilling the story of how he clawed his way into becoming a famous dragon hunter. He wrapped up the tale with a proud grin, craving the praise he figured he'd get, and then, totally shocked, he marveled at how legendary his name had become. The crew hauled the wagon forward by rowing, trading stories about their wild past wins, while that hunter leaned in, praising himself like he was the greatest catch alive. Yuri couldn't stop thinking about Dutch's past, and the moment he fired that question, you could see his curiosity light up like a match. He demanded to know how a guy with that kind of skill could possibly land in the C rank only at 8th, and that answer genuinely stunned him. Dutch admitted he wasn't chasing fame at all. His work felt overlooked, so he vowed to stay humble instead. The boy nodded with respect, burst into laughter, and kept talking as the cart rattled along a thin mountain path, like the whole world was in on the joke. They tore through the day on the road, stopped to catch their breath, ate dinner by the crackling fire, and then pushed onward, plotting the next mission together as they went. Dutch grinned and shouted that he was finally here, and the guy spun around, shocked. He never expected Dutch to show up this fast. The cart lurched to a stop at the mouth of a tight valley, and the man declared, loud and proud, this was the Valley of Dragons. From up high, the hero spotted the mountain, and straight up told them they'd have to climb it to catch a glimpse of the dragons. Leon and the owner burst with excitement, declaring that the time had finally arrived for him to step out and make his grand appearance. To catch a glimpse of the dragons, they hacked their way up a brutal, steep mountain. The man leaned in and told the young guy exactly what to do next. And he seized the team's perfect teamwork, turning their unity into an opening for himself. In the pack, their energy started to drain fast, and fatigue hit the whole group like a wave. Suddenly, right in their path, kobolds crashed into their journey. Their rank hit the same level as D, and the creatures stared back like they wanted blood, so the young man froze, shocked and worried all at once. Then his friend leaned in and swore the kobolds were harmless, nothing to fear, so he kept his cool, stood tall, and acted like he owned the moment. He said you can read a monster's true nature by watching how it acts and what it looks like, and right then, Yuri's confidence started to crack. Even with Dutch talking, the young man could feel the kobolds' hostility in the air, watching them with tight, ready-to-snap tension. The man who claimed to be an elder and experienced leaned in, smugly swore he'd lay it all out, and he looked absolutely certain he knew every last detail. He broke it down fast. There were 2 ways to tame monsters, and with a quick lift of 2 fingers, he showed me exactly what those options were. Yuri remembered the exact lessons he learned. First, punch your way through. Second, win them over with food, like the time he tamed Lime using dried meat. Dutch shoved dango into my hands like the ultimate food for calming things down and cooked it at night just for the kobolds. The young man and his assistant cringed at the bait's disgusting look and stench, but the man just grinned, certain it would work. He charged up to the kobolds and shouted, "Let us be friends," praying that the offer would finally earn him a meal. One of the kobolds caught the scent of dango and perked up like he just struck gold, but the rest stared at him with terrifying, hostile aggression. The lead kobold exploded forward with a savage roar, crashing into Dutch before he could even react. The man screamed in pure panic, clutched Leon tight, begged him for help, and couldn't even wrap his head around what was happening. Yuri snapped his sword up in an instant and lunged forward, shielding his comrade from the monsters coming in hard. He praised the kobold's lightning-fast reactions, admitting they were way too smart for a D-rank. The boy cranked the power on, and darkness plus choking smoke slammed around him, his eyes blazing with pure grit while his aura thickened like storm clouds. And the kobolds froze in pure terror as Yuri's presence poured out like a nightmare, because they knew the truth: this enemy was brutally, unbelievably dangerous. With a chilling stare, he clocked it. Monsters didn't red fear like people did. They hunted strength, and they sized up the danger with ruthless accuracy. Yuri roared at Lime to strike, then a giant slime crashed down from above and slammed the kobolds into its mass on the spot. The monsters clawed at the slime trying to escape, but they couldn't move a muscle. The slime swallowed every one of them and crushed their resistance. The young man praised Lime for his brilliant work, and Slime lit up instantly, grinning like they'd just won the world, because that moment forged an even tighter bond between them. Dutch trembled with terror, clutching Leon tight, and Yuri flashed a grin as she asked whether his assistant had finally managed to catch every single monster. The whole squad huddled in the center of a dead-empty airfield, no enemies in sight, no alarms, just a chilling calm that swallowed the action whole. The kobolds, once viciously hostile, now folded to their knees, their eyes begging for forgiveness like they couldn't bear what they'd done. Yuri saw the kobolds crumpling under the dragon's terror, and he demanded, "Show me the way to the lair, let me help." Dutch was stunned once again by how Yuri could understand the language of monsters. He still couldn't wrap his head around the idea that anything like that was even possible for a hunter. Realizing he didn't know anything, the man laughed and swore, "Fine, I'll be a hunter only if I can speak the language of monsters." The young man calmly spoke to the kobolds, and they got him at once, nodding, agreeing to help, and even offering to guide him straight to the nest. With the kobold guide leading the way, the party started scaling the cliffs, and soon jagged crevices and rough rocky terrain stretched out ahead. Kobold Vangkikse hauled them upward at a brisk pace, even while the others sagged with exhaustion, and ahead of them stretched a long, brutal climb to the summit. Dutch leaned over and joked to Yuri that he had a special talent for handing out nicknames, and Yuri froze, shocked, and asked again. One of the kobolds lit up at the nickname, grinning like he just hit the jackpot, because yeah, he definitely loved the name. Then the boy officially named the kobold Vangkichi, and the moment the name landed, the little creature lit up with pure happiness, thrilled and inspired. The kobold sprinted ahead like he was itching to take charge, and Dutch and Yuri hauled up right behind him, ready to push even farther. The man froze the moment he spotted something weird up ahead, his expression twisted into pure shock and total confusion. The group pushed on and hit a brutal, steep climb, and when they finally spotted the route to the cliff's top, they realized just how brutally hard it was. Dutch started up the climb, then immediately realized this wasn't as easy as it looked. His breath came in hard, and exhaustion hit him fast. Yuri snapped at him to watch his step because the climb was turning deadly with every inch, but they pushed on anyway, taking it step by step together. The man lurched forward, and the stones under his feet started to crack and crumble. Then boom, he crumpled to the ground. The guy lunged and screamed, but he was already gone, and it all detonated into pure chaos. At that exact moment, Leon erupted in furious screams, lunging toward his dropping master and rushing in pure panic to save his partner in trouble. And Yuri wasted zero time. He called Lime for backup, absolutely certain he could handle the job. Lime shot out like a whip and yanked Leon straight in its grip. Clutching the slime in his arms, he fought to keep the falling Dutch from tipping into the abyss, muscles screaming as he strained with everything he had. Leon clung on with every ounce of strength, panic and despair blazing in his eyes, refusing to believe he could survive it. With pure grit, the team fought through every second, and finally dragged the man to safety. With the safety on, he couldn't even catch his breath. And he poured out heartfelt thanks to everyone who saved his life. Soon the crew tore forward and pushed onward. As they drew near the volcano, they suddenly slammed into a nasty obstacle. Dutch let out a panicked scream as he spotted the shocking surprise blocking their way deep in the gorge. A massive boulder slammed across the passage, and the group couldn't figure out why it was there, because it totally sealed off the only way forward. Realizing there was no escape from the man cursed to his fate, irritation flared in his chest. He refused to crawl back down that deadly cliff route. A worn-out Dutch man snapped that if he had to do it all again, there's no way he'd make it to the end alive. With a mysterious grin, he flashed Yuri something bizarre, teasing a brand new plan. The man slammed the magic circle to life and unleashed the devastating move he'd been secretly training for ages. A blazing summoning circle erupted in the dirt, its ancient magic symbol glowing like a warning. Whatever was about to arrive was going to be unbelievably extraordinary. With fire in his eyes, Dutch bellowed the spell and unleashed a summoning technique that roared with power, confidence, and total intent. Right away, a massive golem erupted from the ground, an enormous stone beast summoned by his ally, shocking the young man with sheer size and crushing power. Yuri snapped in shock when he recognized the summoning magic, because it was the exact technique he used to unleash back when he was an emperor magician. Dutch stood tall and proudly showed off his D-rank summoned golem, posing it right beside him like a legend about to kick off. With a confident jab of his finger, he barked at the golem to rip that massive boulder off the path right away so they could reach the summit. The golem roared, then swung a crushing punch at the stone barrier, blasting dust into the air. After that brutal punch, the monster went rigid, then crammed itself into a boulder, let out a shaky, unsure groan, and finally went still. Dutch's face twisted with pure confusion. He finally got it, his pride slammed into reality, and the golem just couldn't handle the task. The man grabbed his ally and demanded help. Yuri snapped back instantly. He couldn't stop replaying everything he'd done, his mind racing with consequences. And just like that, he shoved his way in, demanding the man step aside. Suddenly, Yuri yanked out a sword, leaving the man stunned because he had no clue why she was about to use it. Dutch and the golem snapped still, staring as the boys moved, and the man couldn't shake the gut feeling that one of them had a secret plan up his sleeve. The young man stared ahead with pure focus in his eyes, bracing himself to unleash the power that had been locked away all this time. Yuri slammed a brutal strike into the giant rock barring the path, shattering it with a jaw-dropping blast that flooded everything with overwhelming energy. Dutch stared in pure shock as his companion unleashed destruction like it was nothing, unable to believe a human could hold that kind of power. The boy swung his sword like a storm, smashing the massive boulder clean in half. Then a roaring blast wave and shockwave crashed through the air. The whole crew froze in disbelief as he swept his sword once, carving the path clean, and they stared like it was pure magic. His new acquaintance just couldn't wrap their head around how that was even possible. And for ages, he couldn't believe it. He'd sworn it was impossible to be both a swordsman and a tamer at once, yet Yuri just stayed calm and admitted he could do it. He suddenly remembered hearing somewhere that juggling multiple skills at once was brutally hard. This shoved him straight into a whirlwind of thoughts. Root pushed deeper, squeezing through brutal, hard-to-reach paths no one else could even get close to. The man panted like he'd run a mile, the road battering him with every brutal moment. Then, out of nowhere, he thrust his finger straight at the exact spot they were hunting for. The cave entrance sat right there, staring them in the face. Dutch seized the moment and lunged for the shortstop, while the young man snapped alert as a strange noise rang out. While his partner carelessly counted the supplies, he suddenly caught the distinct sound of footsteps closing in fast. Yuri was told to stay silent, and she felt footsteps closing in on her. He felt an outsider creeping in and snapped into a fighting stance, and Dutch nearly froze. How the hell could anyone be here? Aisha burst out of the cave's depths, and when she spotted the young man, surprise and joy exploded across her face as she recognized him. Dutch was stunned to run into Aisha Turnova, and before either of them could blink, he and Yuri blurted out the same question, "What are you doing here?" With a bright smile, the girl reminded him how long it had been since their last shared mission. Yuri blurted out to Aisha, shocked, "Wait, did you really come to kill that dragon?" And Aisha just looked genuinely lost, like she couldn't even fathom why she'd be needed for something like that. A young man figured a B-ranked girl had shown up in the Dragon Mountains, so hunting was the obvious move, yet Aisha shut down Yuri's theory cold, no hesitation. She whipped around and snapped that nothing was what it seemed, so he froze on the spot. The girl straight up declared she'd come to shut down illegal dragon hunters, no bloodshed, just protection. Yuri drops the wild truth. In dragons, they don't waste a single thing from bones all the way up to skin. Dutch shot back with raw indignation, like it was burning a hole straight through the words. Every last scrap got used, dragon materials, weapons, armor, jewelry, even dragon parts, so they could forge basically everything they possibly could. Aisha immediately snapped to action and told everyone the guild was slapping restrictions on dragon-related quests, and she'd even seen it with her own eyes. Eyeballing Dutch like he'd done something, she suddenly blurted out loud, "So, are you a wandering dragon hunter?" Dutch exploded in anger, snapped that her remark was disrespectful, and shouted that he wasn't a hunter at all, he was an adventurer. He went quiet, and suddenly her mind started racing. And she totally remembered, this guy wasn't just any adventurer, he was a C-ranked one. The young man was completely lost, so the girl had to break it down. This old man had a reputation for bragging to fresh faces about his heroic legends, and that was how he climbed his rank. The man just let out a cold hiss, nothing more. A razor-sharp logic puzzle sparked to life inside the young man's head. Yuri's face went serious as she said things with Dutch looked grim, and he just stood there in silence, staring at the ground. The young man clapped a hand over his face and calmly told him straight up, "You can't reach the power you want by lying." Dutch immediately dropped to his knees and blurted out loud prayers for forgiveness, then admitted every mistake, swearing he finally understood everything and would make it right. Tears streaming and hope hanging by a thread, the man swore he'd get better. Right there, Leon shouted beside him, backing it up with raw, sincere conviction. At that exact moment, Aisha leaned in and demanded to know if Yuri could trust that old man. Yuri paused, eyes narrowing with a hint of doubt. Then the guys suddenly heard a weird sound. Duck under cover, the sword girl told her to save everything for later, and Yuri nodded along, while Dutch just stood there, totally baffled, wondering what the next move would be. Yuri instantly felt it. She and the others were boxed in, and these weren't random fighters at all. They were the illegal dragon hunters Aisha had warned about earlier. With a calm head and sharp eyes, he sized up the danger. His grim stare screamed that he was ready to throw down and wouldn't back away. The girl yanked her sword free on the spot and demanded the young man handle the enemies on the right. He stared at her, shocked. Aisha unfurled her cloak like a born fighter, introduced herself as Yurumi rank B, and shouted that she'd take out half the enemies herself. Yuri leaned in and begged his ally to hand him every enemy, promising he had a wild plan, one that left her genuinely stunned. He planted himself on the ledge and declared he'd try a brand new move. Then he whipped out his sword and the air snapped with tension. Dutch clocked the boy casting a magical ritual, and the moment he started carving runes, panic erupted among his companions. Yuri snapped the spell into place and barked the summoning command. Then a pack of tough kobolds burst out of the magic circle like they'd been waiting. The summoned kobolds snapped into a battle stance, growling with raw fury as they braced to strike, spilling instant dread into their enemies. Dutch's eyes widened as he realized the summon wasn't random. It was Van Kaichi, a brutal, powerful kobold, and he couldn't believe the system could pull off more than one summoning. Cobalt shards of metal snapped into existence around the boy, and every single one of them snapped into a battle stance, ready to strike. With razor focus in his eyes, the young man barked an order to the kobolds: wipe out every suspicious person closing in on him and Aisha. One of the Vankichi suddenly lunged at the enemy cowering behind a rock, and the other enemies immediately snapped to attention as they realized how deadly the threat was. The kobolds barreled into battle like a storm, smashing through the rocks, and when the enemies saw defeat closing in, they snapped into panic and bolted for their lives. Yuri shot a look of pure shock at what was unfolding, because there was no way he could have prepared for something this sudden and brutal. One kobold let out a thunderous roar, flexing its raw power. Dutch stared in shock because these monsters didn't look like any weak D-rank trash. Yuri slammed the order for the creatures to strike, and Aisha's eyes went wide at their brutal power, so the enemy snapped into panic and scrambled to flee. The young man stared down a ring of powerful kobolds, and their strikes were on a whole other level, moving like rank B instead of C. The man even confirmed it: using darkness you can raise your rank. Right as the allies were trading pleasantries, that mysterious figure vanished into thin air, and the cave entrance just opened wide with nobody blocking it at all. While torches flared to life inside the cave, a shadowy figure lurked in the tunnel's darkest depths, staring at everything unfold. In a massive stone room, everyone sprawled around like they owned the place, because this was no normal camp, it was packed with ruthless dragon poachers. Someone called out in panic to Anne Sasama, and the bandaged man snapped awake, woken up by the terrified scream of his subordinate. The scout's eyes went wide with panic as he blurted out that they'd run into Aisha Tranova, C-rank Dutch, and the F-rank rookie Yuri. He snapped and blamed Aisha for the wound, labeling her problematic, while one of his subordinates scrambled to explain, only to freeze with nothing to say. The second bandit groaned and admitted, wounded by an F-rank adventurer, leaving everyone else in the crowd completely stunned. The band shot him a look the moment he confessed, saying he wasn't talking about some nobody, he meant one of the most famous people on the planet. The leader flat-out dismissed the power of an F-rank as impossible, then rose to his feet, radiating a suffocating, dark threat. Then he seized his subordinate by the head and barked, "I've got a great idea," and the whole crowd went deathly still from pure terror. Angus sneered at his subordinates, gloating that they'd fallen to some F-rank weakling, like it wasn't even real. The man choked on pain as the leader kept going with that smug smile, then admitted he couldn't stand lies, especially when they came from younger friends. Angus ended the massacre, then flashed a grin as he declared he'd wiped out a liar, an F-rank no more. Meanwhile, Yuri, Aisha, and Dutch crept up to the cave the enemies had just slipped into, moving with total caution. The girl shot him a grateful smile for helping take down the robbers, and the man stayed silent, cheeks burning with awkwardness. She clocked Dutch's agitation and pressed him, "What's going on?" But he stalled, trapped in that awkward moment, not sure what to say. She snapped at Aisha, yelling that she was spying, then demanded she back off, because the bandits were already taken care of. The girl snapped that she was just doing her job, but she still refused to trust the old man, igniting rage in his chest. She thanked them for the overtime help, but that guy immediately blew up, furious that her B rank was higher than his C. Dutch said life experience made him a better man, then he called Aisha a little girl, and crushed her pride in the same breath. She socked the man for his cheeky disrespect, and Yuri watched it all unfold. Then, somehow, even after the brawl, he realized they actually clicked. The girl confessed that every single time she laid eyes on the young man, she got hit with shock. His height and raw potential were straight up beyond anything ordinary. Dutch admitted he was blown away by Yuri, because Yuri drank in the swordsman and mage's skills like a sponge. The young man stared in disbelief because his abilities felt downright strange, and his comrades blurted the same shock in unison. He let out a chuckle as he watched them, and it hit him, no matter how hard they argued, Aisha and Dutch had actually forged a real friendship. Then the man caught a weird smell, froze with suspicion, and spun around hard, sniffing like his life depended on it, eyes locked on whatever waited ahead. Yuri clocked the fishy smell on Dutch and stared in shock, while Venkichi looked sick, pale, and downright worried. Aisha said the awful smell was practically right beside the dragon's house, and the old man froze in shock, then confirmed it with a gasp of disbelief. The second the crew clocked where they were, the whole group bolted in pure panic. A breathtaking sight hit them. Dozens of dragons lay slumbering near the roaring waterfalls, and the air crackled with pure magic. The whole crew stared in awe at the dragons, peacefully sprawled and perfectly still, and their grace, power, and pure nobility left everyone genuinely stunned. One of the dragons was tagged as a B-rank heavenly dragon, and just having it there screamed that this place was straight up deadly. They stumbled on a clutch of dragon eggs, and the sheer number of them blew the heroes' minds like they'd found a whole treasure trove. While everyone stared, the man started acting shady, quietly slipping away from the group and heading straight for the eggs by himself. Right before the clutch moment, he flashed a sly grin, muttered a quick apology, and it was obvious as day he was about to snatch the dragon's egg. The old man stared in shock, and when the unexpected happened, he froze on the spot, panic hit, and his heart started slamming like it wanted out. Suddenly, Aisha and Yuri tensed at the exact same moment, faces going stone cold like they'd just felt a brutal, powerful aura lurking right nearby. One dragon slowly lifted its head, eyes weighing down the air, and the whole atmosphere suddenly turned thick and suffocating. From the dragon's depths, crushing darkness and raging fury poured out, so vicious it stoked a killer hunger that terrified everyone in its path. Yuri felt death closing in instantly, so much raw intent to destroy surged into the air that, for the first time in his life, he snapped on full alert. He hesitated because they'd already come this far, yet he just couldn't bring himself to steal the eggs. Dutch snapped, urging him to sprint for his life. When he spotted the mother dragon and her tiny hatchling, it hit him hard. These weren't just monsters, they had hearts too, so taking those eggs felt like tearing apart the natural order. A Asha fully backed Yuri too. She admitted his choice to turn down the award was completely fair, and she couldn't help but respect it. But Dutch, on the other hand, was terrified. Dragons are cunning and furious, and even if you slip away, they'll hunt you later to get revenge for the eggs you stole. The crew finally got it. Once those dragons even looked weaker, they were still way too damn strong, and Yuri shoved courage into the man's chest, begging him not to quit and warning him to stay sharp. A mysterious figure closed in, its footsteps thundering through the cave and yanking the attention of the entire group. They craned their necks, and there, looming from above, someone was closing in, and the vibe instantly screamed that this meeting was going to be brutal. Anges and his crew burst out of the cave's darkness, and when Aisha spotted her old acquaintance, surprise hit hard, then her body went tight with tension. The girl figured the robbers were probably the leader's own subordinates, and that's when suspicion snapped onto him like a trap. Angia stood tall and confidently locked eyes with Aisha, stepping forward like he owned the moment, his name ripping through the tense silence. One of the survivors crept up on Yuri, slipping in behind him and stalking his every move, while Yuri stayed cool, but the feeling of being watched dug into his bones. Suddenly, the girl spotted movement, her eyes snapped wide open, and she reacted so fast it was like instinct. She knew instantly something had just gone down. The attacker's hand inched toward the boy, then snap, he yanked him before the boy even had time to react, launching the strike fast and silent, no extra noise at all. The enemy yanked Yuri into a tight hold, trying to steal his chance to fight back, but Yuri stayed ice calm, no panic, no flinch. The man leaned in and hissed into the boy's ear, demanding he stay perfectly still. Then the whole scene exploded into chaos. Right then, the leader tried to scare the girl into backing down. He mocked her whole relationship with that young man, and even his fancy rank to boot. She only let out a heavy sigh, even as his attacks rained down. She told him straight from the heart that she was truly sorry for the leader. Angus stared in disbelief, unable to figure out what was happening, or why his opponents were staying so calm like nothing was wrong. And the girl burst into a bright, unstoppable smile. With a deadly serious stare, she snapped that Anya's picked the wrong opponent, because he'd totally underestimated just how strong Yuri really was. Right then, the young man slipped the strike with ease and snapped back with a razor-precise, lightning-fast punch straight into the enemy. The enemy barely had a second to catch his breath before the guy spun around like lightning and slammed a brutal punch straight into his stomach. The enemy got blasted backward by Yuri's crushing strike, yelping in shock like he couldn't even process how it all happened that fast. Then the bandits lunged in with panic, screaming that they'd kill him on the spot, yet the young man strode forward, fearless and unshaken. Yuri stood locked in a fighting stance, eyes dead set and icy, bracing for the threat barreling toward him. With one brutal strike, he dropped the enemy cold, so fast the opponent didn't even get a second to react. The second bandit flew in with raw fury, screaming threats, but Yuri stayed ice cold. He sidestepped clean and unleashed a strike back. He swung a punch straight into the attacker's face, sending shockwaves through him, and the enemies just stared, because they never expected this guy to be that strong. He drove a thunderous kick straight into the enemy's stomach, blasting him off his feet. He calmly exhaled, snapped the buckle shut, and everyone stared at him like they'd just seen raw power. Something totally unexpected snapped Yuri's focus into place, and in an instant he went wide-eyed, alert, and locked onto every move. Angus stared at everything unfolding, completely baffled, unable to grasp why the situation had flipped so violently so fast. Rage blazing, the leader charged straight at the guy with his sword raised high, screaming as he lined up the strike. He tightened his jaw and readied himself to strike, determined to land a crushing blow on Yuri. The young man stared his opponent down, every move etched into his mind as he held his breath, ready to unleash the next sword clash. He darted out of the way in a heartbeat, snatched the moment, and slammed back with a brutal counterattack. And he simply couldn't process it, his face twisted into a wild mess of shock and raw fear. And Yuri slammed the fight shut, leaving the leader battered, stunned, and frozen in total daze. Even though he tried to play it cool, the young man couldn't ignore Angie's raw strength, and he finally had to admit he wasn't weak at all. Aisha shot a warning to the boy, blasting the message that he must never underestimate the enemy when battle ignites. A mysterious warrior leaned in and said he understood the enemy standing right there, down to the last detail. He told them, "My name is Anges," and then Rukori, once a legendary genius adventurer, was dragged back into the spotlight. Anges gripped his sword and surged with memories of his old power, the kind that made him a B-rank genius. He let out a smug chuckle, fully hit by the brutal irony of that loss happening right in front of him. He ripped the sword to pieces in his mind, called it useless, and flung it aside like it was trash. He closed in on the enemy, already plotting his next treacherous strike. He pulled out the Nahai herb extract and got ready to unleash its deadly poison. Then Angus popped the bottle open with a grin and swore it was a special extract meant to drop dragons. The dragon snatched the extract straight to its face, shrieking in agony as fury exploded across it. The leader bragged that his clothes had soaked up a stench so fierce it drove dragons away. The dragon's eyes flared with instant rage, its pupils snapped narrower, and the transformation kicked off right then. The dragon roared like thunder, snapped its wings wide, and steeled itself to strike first. Angus erupted into panic, screaming that it was over for Yuri, then hauled out even more insults. Right now, Aisha and Dutch stared at the leader's move in stunned silence. Suddenly, the young man snapped to the truth. This dragon wasn't a beast at all, it was a weapon. Then the furious dragon exploded upward into the sky, roaring so loud it shook the air. Colossal dragon paw smashed down on the heroes from the skies above. Suddenly, a dragon rockets from the sky and swoops down, and the standing Anges can't help but feel victory rising in their chests. The leader snapped into another wild, maniacal laugh, already tasting victory as he pictured every single opponent's death. Then the dragon's paw slammed into the earth, and a cloud of dust erupted like a shockwave. The dragon's eye blazed with sudden fury and razor-sharp awareness, like it just snapped into focus. And Anges felt horror crash over her as she realized something had gone horribly wrong. With a snap of motion, Yuri throws up his hand and blocks the blow, showing off a sudden surge of jaw-dropping strength. He snatched the dragon's paw out of midair, and the crowd watching went absolutely wild. The leader stared in stunned terror, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. And his friends stared in disbelief as Yuri abruptly shut down that monstrous attack. The dragon stared at the young man in shock, sensing something strange in the air. The guy snapped into focus, his eyes blazing with pure determination and iron inner strength. He leaned in and whispered to the dragon, trying to soothe its terror and get it to breathe again. Suddenly, Angus's extract triggered the dragon's worst fears, and they exploded through it. The dragon's eyes snapped wide, fear crashing in first, then awareness roaring back. Trinity planted themselves before the dragon, staring as his rage slowly burned out and his breathing finally steadied. Aisha and Dutch finally figured it out. The dragon wasn't a threat at all, it was totally harmless. Anges was completely frozen in shock, and he couldn't wrap his mind around what was happening. He shot his hand out, and the moment his fingers moved, a mysterious magical taming power kicked in. The dragon went perfectly still on the spot, zero aggression in its eyes, and calmly stared at Yuri like it was waiting. Without even realizing it, Yuri used her incredible skill to tame a heavenly dragon. He snapped into a new taming skill, stunned that the system suddenly chimed in with an achievement. The leader refused to believe it. An F-rank adventurer had actually tamed a dragon. Then the guy snapped, ordering the dragon to rip into the leader, putting his trust in the very enemy. Like lightning, the dragon slammed toward Angus, and terror ripped a scream from his throat. The enemy was in full panic, frozen in shock from the dragon's sudden strike. The whole team froze, stunned by the wild chaos unfolding as that strange light swirled above the dragon. Yuri stood there, utterly stunned, completely lost in what was happening around him. Suddenly, the dragon's light burst brighter than ever, blasting the darkness with pure power. Then, as the transformation hit, the dragon's body shattered into a shower of crumbling pieces. The awakened dragon bellowed a thunderous roar, and the taming skill finally kicked into full power. The dragon burst forward at full speed, leaving Angus stunned. The hits landed the moment they struck, chopping down the enemy's chances one by one until there was almost nothing left. The dragon slammed down on the enemy and snatched him clean away, blowing up every last one of his plans. Against his will, Angus was yanked up into the sky, higher than he ever wanted to go. He tried to fight back, but confusion hit him so hard he couldn't even think straight. The leader shrieked in terror and scrambled as he crashed straight into the crater from above. Then wham! Boiling water exploded out of the crater in a deafening roar, like the earth itself was screaming. The leader finally surfaced, wrecked with exhaustion, convinced this was the moment his story ended for good. Yuri stepped forward and declared the dragon tamed, leaving his allies absolutely stunned. Yuri and his crew watched in awe as Lime wiped out every last criminal. Aisha fired off a compliment to Lime right then, gushing that the slime was insanely convenient. The girl promised she'd fire off a guild support request right away. Right then, a black raven shot down from the sky like it was summoned. The messenger plopped onto the girl's shoulder, and she grinned like her whole world just lit up. She thrust the letter toward the raven and demanded it carry her message wherever it needed to go. The raven burst into the sky, clutching an urgent message like it couldn't wait. Right out of nowhere, Yuri snapped her head back, stunned, and demanded where Dutch had vanished to. Aisha shot a finger into the distance, pointing straight at the old man's exact spot right as he stood there. Meanwhile, Dutch and Leon were buzzing with pure joy after they unearthed treasure hidden among the rocks. From up on high, the girls spotted them, and she had no clue what kind of chaos was about to explode. Then the young man spotted a weird thing cradled in the man's hands, and it turned out to be F-rank dragon dung. Aisha and Yuri watched Dutch light up with pure joy over the find. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. What in the world could be making him this ridiculously happy? The guy said the man brought up business debts like they were the whole reason everything was falling apart. And when they stared at the man, both of them blurted out how sorry they were for Dutch. Right then, the dragon fixed its eyes on Yuri, interest sparking, and gave a low, menacing growl. Yuri spun around, caught off guard, and couldn't make sense of what that sound was trying to say. After it finally woke up, the dragon tore off its old skin like it was trash, and it was pure gold. Yuri stared at what was left, knowing this wasn't some random drop, it was a rare B-ranked skin. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, so he blurted out, "Wait, this is really a gift." Then the dragon roared in approval and basically stamped the deal, confirming he was handing over his skin willingly. The young man practically yanked Dutch over on the spot, blurting the good news. Then Dutch stared back, completely stunned, like his brain couldn't catch up to what just happened. Then Yuri's face lit up with a real, heartfelt smile, because the dragon's choice had landed perfectly, and suddenly he wasn't just standing there, he was being seen, respected, and acknowledged by something truly unstoppable. Dutch, overflowing with gratitude, burst into tears and sprinted straight to Yuri, thrilled beyond words. Vankichi, this kid, and his animal buddy were getting ready to head back home after the wild, unexpected mission where a dragon actually helped them win. Vankichi, this strong, sweet dog, stared at his owner in shock, completely baffled like, "Wait, why am I being called?" By dragging both sides into negotiations, the young man managed to split the territory between the creatures. The crew rolled back into the city where the old guild loomed like always, and somehow the streets looked the same, yet everything felt changed. Every single day, the guild buzzed like a beehive. Some members hammered out tasks, others kicked back and relaxed, then Yuri headed straight for the counter. Aisha handed the guy an insane reward and thanked him for finishing the mission with the dragon. She admitted he pulled it off single-handedly, and that's exactly why he deserved the award. She couldn't help but admire his insane skills. The girl was on the verge of slipping out when Yuri barked her name and stopped her cold. He needed answers to something important before she could go. He stepped right up and fired the last question at her, and when Aisha snapped around, surprise hit her face as she braced herself to listen. He brought up Angus, the same man he'd fought, and the moment those words hit, the girl's emotions surged like a storm. He was convinced she was hiding something, and when she lowered her gaze, she zoned out for a beat, memories crashing over her like a wave. After a brief pause, she sucked in a deep breath like she was daring the moment to stop her. From then on, she was ready to speak, no matter how heavy it all felt. And Aisha kicked off the tale, calling it an old story, and suddenly her memories yanked everyone back to the distant past, deep in the forest. In her memories, she battled a deadly monster, charging in with fearless fire and never once taking her eyes off that beast. A monstrous brute launched at her from behind, then the surprise attack hit before she even had a split second to react. Her eyes went wide with pure shock and terror, and the attack hit so fast she had no chance to slip away. At the very last second, someone burst in and slammed themselves between the attack and their target, and the girl whipped around in shock, trying to figure out who just saved her. Turns out the savior was Angie. He burst in at the perfect moment, blade in hand, and flashed that ironic grin at Aisha, making sure she was still breathing. When he mouthed off, she hauled off and landed a brutal hit. Then Aisha shot back in furious outrage, screaming that she wasn't some little kid. Two men leaned in from the sidelines, sizing up the duo's every move, and when they finished, they had one conclusion: these two were the absolute best at what they did. Aisha and Angie clashed left and right, but they kept teaming up anyway, until their stubborn grit paid off and they both finally hit C rank, no matter how brutal the road got. Then she gets promoted to B rank, snatches the card with pride, and boom, she's officially the strongest rep her guild has ever seen. Everyone in the guild stared in disbelief at what Aisha pulled off. Her lightning-fast promotion had the whole place buzzing with instant respect and pure admiration. Soon Anjay burst in with pathos and announced, loud and proud, that the girl was the guild's only hope, while jealousy simmered under the surface. Rage burned inside him. He couldn't stand other people getting praise because no matter what, he still couldn't reach that level. Aisha felt the tension snap into place, eyes narrowing as she sensed the leader was about to shove things way past the line. And he stormed out of the room, admitting to himself that her success made his chest ache and that he was terrified she'd outpace him forever. Later, he snapped at his subordinate and ripped into him for being late, because his pride simply wouldn't let him lose. The girl and her partner caught him beating the younger kid, and she screamed his name at the top of her lungs to stop the violence. Aisha hauled Angus in and accused him of extortion, then slammed him with hard proof straight from the guild of abuse of power. Another adventurer stepped in and backed her up. He said her story was true, and he called the leader's actions outright unacceptable. After the accusations hit, Anjay snapped off the whole mess, spun around, and strode away. Then it wasn't long before he lost his license for good and vanished from the city. Later, she admitted she never thought she'd run into him again. Then the memories crashed back like a tidal wave. With a shaky voice, Aisha admitted she couldn't save the man, no matter how hard she tried. Her eyes shimmered with sadness, weighed down by regret, and flickered with indecision. Yuri's jaw dropped at the girl's bizarre question. He couldn't figure out what she meant, and he stared back at her, completely dumbfounded. Then she pressed him, "What happens to adventurers who choose the evil road?" And the young man answered honestly, "I really don't know." Aisha flat out said it, dark guilds swallow evil adventurers whole, and once those people lose their licenses, they get turned into tools for criminal organizations. She stared Yuri in the eye, nodded at his raw power, and made it clear his skills weren't just impressive, they commanded real respect. The girl confessed that standing beside him made her feel like she was holding a helpless baby, because to her, that's exactly how he looked. Yuri's eyes widened at her words. He never saw it coming, not like that, like everyone else could read him so clearly, and the reaction hit with raw, genuine truth. Aisha snapped out loud, his strength hits like an A rank, but his brain still feels stuck at F rank. Yuri finally confessed he'd only been in this world for 6 months, and that one truth instantly explained all his naivety, and the wild, unexpected moves he kept making. She let out a tired sigh and shot him a side glance like he was just another kid she'd have to baby, tied to the task even though her strength was running on empty. He got fired up and swore he'd show up to the seminar, where Aisha planned to forge his mind. At night he kept trudging down that long, narrow stone path, step by heavy step. Worn to the bone and crushed by despair, the man heaved ragged breaths, spit curses at his fate, and couldn't stop asking why it all turned out this way. He spotted a sliver of a way out, then seized that tiny moment, bolting from danger and leaving the others in the dust. With wild eyes, he snapped at Yuri, pure rage boiling over as he fumed that it was this pathetic F-rank weakling who wrecked everything. Angus screamed at the sky, pure fury tearing out of him, because he'd never once claimed the dragon's heart, and that guilt burned like a living flame inside his chest. But just like that, his fury drained away, then a sinister grin flickered beneath his cloak, like he'd already cooked up his next move. Right in front of Angus, a stranger in a cloak suddenly stepped out of the forest, clocking his crushing despair. Then Angus snapped around in panic, because he definitely wasn't expecting visitors. A mysterious woman stepped in and offered to help him, her voice smooth and calm, yet somehow packed with raw power and lurking danger. Angus hesitated at the proposal, stammering through his fear, yet somewhere in that panic, he clung to a thin, trembling hope that salvation might still be possible. When her name, Killy, hit his ears, he froze dead in his tracks, because the woman didn't just look strong, she felt dangerously powerful. She closed the distance like a storm in heels, smooth, deadly, and unreadable, while the danger kept swelling with every step. She snapped her finger up and pointed straight at Anya's face, and that creepy moment felt like the warning before a dark contract closes, or the first move in a full-on act of manipulation. The woman in black leaned in and declared that Yuri Izawa was behind every last problem, and the man froze in shock. The leader shot a panicked finger in her direction, and the moment he realized who she had named, his expression snapped into pure shock and total confusion. The woman shot her hand out and Angus yanked back so fast he nearly stumbled, caught off guard by the sudden move and the clear intent behind it. Panic hit him hard as he rushed to explain, swearing he'd grab the artifact he needed, just give him a little time. Kylie snapped that she'd changed her mind. To her, he was useless now and she didn't need the item anymore. He tried to speak but panic flashed across his face because he just realized his final shot at salvation was slipping away. The mysterious woman snapped her fingers with a knowing grin, radiating pure confidence as she stood ready to unleash the next move. The second the click happened, magic erupted on Anya's forehead and panic hit him hard. He had no clue what just struck him. His whole body jolted with unbearable pain. He screamed as something vile tore its way out of his insides, scrambling his very mind. The man kept on shrieking, terror twisting every inch of him, and with each passing second the agony surged until it remade him into something dark and completely unrecognizable. The woman burst into laughter as she watched Anya tear through transformation and emerge as a monster. Then she couldn't stop praising his fresh new body, calling him downright handsome. She ripped her hood off on the spot and bam, horned demonic face, creepy grin, the whole thing. And just like that, a brand new threat reared its ugly head. Morning came. His room was bright, peaceful, and calm, like the world had finally stopped shouting. He crashed into sleep totally carefree, until Philly busted back into the room again. He barely even opened his eyes, and already he couldn't wrap his head around why that girl would be his this soon. She reminded us about the training day for all the fresh newcomers. She spilled the fact that Aisha had pushed Yuri to join the team, then he froze, replayed every word, and narrowed his eyes like he was locking in the truth. When they asked Yuri about switching rooms, he just shrugged and said he had extra income, then decided right then to move into a new place. Phil realized Lime was nowhere in sight, then the shock hit him hard as he spun around, searching the place like, where did he go? He jerked with surprise. Meanwhile, Phil was already skipping around cheerfully, hunting for Lime from the very morning. Phil let out a terrified scream when Kobold suddenly struck her, and in that panic she couldn't even wrap her head around who he was. Yuri stepped in, froze at the chaos, clutched his head in shock and blurted out he'd totally forgotten about the kobolds. Phil panicked, grabbed the young man's attention and begged for help, only to realize she was surrounded by weird monsters the very second morning hit. As she strolled through the city streets, the girl broke down to Yuri right there on the spot, why kobolds were stuck living with him for a while. They crossed the bridge and Phil finally blurted out that he couldn't believe she'd stumbled into kobolds in his room. They rolled up to the training yard and by morning, the whole recruit program was about to kick off. Aisha stepped up to the new recruits and introduced herself, letting them know she'd be back this month to train them again. She couldn't help but admire it. Every single newcomer was already there on time, and they were listening like their lives depended on it. Yuri and the others froze in shock. Somehow, there were way fewer participants than they expected. The girl blurted out that 3 had died and 1 had thrown in the towel and surrendered his license, leaving the whole group stunned to their core. The mustached man gasped, stunned at the deaths, and another participant shot back that surviving with only half was an achievement. In that exact moment, Yuri's mind snapped to the adventurer's fate and she realized, grimly, painfully, how merciless the real world was. Aisha leaned in and warned him straight up, being an adventurer isn't a game, it's a brutal, dangerous reality that grinds you down. A mentor's warning rang out loud, only non-stop training could keep you alive on this brutal path. The man finally caved, agreed to obey Aisha's orders, and fought to stay with the surviving students. She liked the way he was thinking, broke into a smile, and gave him a nod like, yeah, now you're finally thinking right. The girl blurted out that today's training was going to be something completely unusual, and the whole group went wide-eyed. Aisha yanked the package out and proudly waved it in everyone's face, pumping the whole crew up and getting them mission ready. Then the participants snapped still, faces flooded with confusion because nobody had any clue where that weird scarf demonstration was headed. The girl blurted out that today's training was nothing but hauling and cleaning trash, and the whole group froze in pure shock. Aisha snapped that today's training was all about garbage collection, then demanded everyone clear the whole area, no scraps left behind. The men seethed with rage, baffled that cleaning even mattered to surviving. Then the insults hit, and their fury exploded. And the girl studied every single reaction like it was evidence, then stayed completely silent. She kept staring, silent and steady, until her look crushed the room into total silence. The men started to fidget and grumble, and one of them snapped, muttering that they were already sick of her and just wanted it to end. Aisha screamed at the top of her lungs so everyone heard her, then barked, "Don't stop, fill those bags." Everyone grumbled and gathered trash just because they were told to, and it felt so pointless that irritation burned straight through them. Then Yuri heard Phil's voice calling out the one spot still littered with trash, so his guard shot up and he spun around fast. Phil tore through the trash pile, snatching up every last scrap like a whirlwind. Her frantic energy was so contagious it swept everyone up too. The young man stared, stunned by how fast she moved, and she grinned like it was nothing. "I've been toughing it out since I was a kid, working hard all my life." Phil was practically glowing with joy, because to her, hauling trash was so easy it almost felt like fun. Yuri stared at his bag, clenched his courage, and refused to fold to Phil and Zeal. She lit up and praised the boy for hauling in all that trash, and he couldn't believe the insane result he'd gotten. He finally admitted he hadn't even seen the dirt at first, but once he looked closer, he couldn't ignore it. The city was packed with trash. Right then, Aisha stormed up to them and announced they were the first ones to crush their garbage collection quota. The young man admitted that hauling trash crushed him, and the girl pressed, "So, what does it feel like doing this?" He couldn't figure out how scavenging even kept you alive, and she nailed him with a 50 out of 100. The guy blurted out what answer could earn him the last 50 points, and Aisha just smirked mysteriously like she knew the whole trick. She stared that young man down and laid it out plain. There are only two kinds of people, those who litter and those who clean up the mess. At that exact moment, Yuri went stone still when he heard the girl speak, and it hit him instantly. She wasn't just talking about trash. Aisha told that adventurer straight up, "You've got to know the rules of ethics, or else that trash won't vanish on its own." She added, "Listen, don't ever be the kind of person who poisons the world. That's the whole key to survival and the core of honor." The girl's mind flashed back to Ange's, and then he plunged into selfishness, tossed empathy aside, and the world handed him defeat. She wanted Yuri to get this: when you give up something for others, the universe eventually pays you back in kind. He finally got it once his friends stood by him. He could not just survive out there, but grow into the kind of adventurer and human he wanted to be. In the morning, the square lay deserted, calm hanging in the air, until the next stage was about to kick off. People packed into the shelter, totally clueless that something wild was about to break into their lives. Bill's eyes widened as she looked up, then she froze mid-cleanup, thrown into sudden surprise. Right before her eyes, a heap of trash spilled across the ground at someone's feet, like we'd held our breath until it finally surfaced. With a delighted shout, Phil pointed at a brand new stash of garbage and yelled at Yuri to come help him. Without warning, she barreled forward and slammed face first into a man, totally misjudging her speed and the distance in front of her. The cigar-smoking man lit up his anger, berating the girl for her carelessness and for the sudden attack that caught him off guard. She apologized in terror, bolted off with a blood-curdling scream, and wore pure fear on her face. And the stranger kept the banter rolling, cracking jokes and reliving that hilarious moment with the girl. Yuri spotted a familiar woman drop to the ground right beside her, and the shock in her eyes was impossible to miss. He stared at what was happening with a gloomy, laser-focused glare, like something suspicious was about to snap. The guy strode up to the men and barked in a stern voice. Right away, every head snapped toward him. He snatched the cigarette butt up and scrutinized it like evidence, fury burning in his eyes at what he'd just seen. Bill caught that sharp tone and snapped. Right then, he stormed into a verbal showdown. Yuri snapped at the men, blasting them for polluting the city and showing nothing but disrespect. One of the guys tried to cover it with a joke, but it came out clunky and totally unconvincing. Even after saying all that, he still tossed the trash right onto the ground, and you could feel his total indifference. The moment they burst into loud laughter, they crushed that young man's pride, mocking him as untalented. One of them shoved him with a demand to grab the trash, basically stamping his spot as the one who belonged. Then Yuri snapped his gaze to Aisha, said his plan, and promised he'd act his way boldly and with full confidence. He told them to treat the scoffers like trash, and that shocking call lit a spark of fury in both men. The men erupted in rage at the young man's words, stunned they were even hearing it. Aisha steadied Yuri and told him, straight up, to trust his own choice and move with it. Suddenly, a massive man lunged at the boy, screaming insults and hurling threats right at his face. The young man snapped into motion, dodging the blow so smoothly he didn't even blink. He stealthily grabbed his opponent's hand and crushed it with pure power. Then he slammed him to the dirt in a single motion, dropping the brute like a sack. The second hooligan charged in with the same move, but Yuri was already reading his next strike like it was written in the air. "Whoa, chill," the guy snapped, bragging that he taught them a lesson just for littering. Yuri blasted fire magic and scorched his opponent's hair straight into flames. The enemy shrieked the moment it happened, clutching his scalp as the pain hit, and he realized he'd lost his hair. The second hooligan in full panic sprinted straight at his blazing comrade. Aisha snapped her hand forward and unleashed mid-level wind magic right from her palm. A magical whirlwind tore into the scene, and the bullies froze, completely stupefied by the sheer terror of it. Men were whipped into a frenzy, flying in terror as the powerful wind roared around them. The giant urn exploded into flames, and Yuri, watching it, just stared, stunned. After he wrapped up cleaning, the young man let out a hopeful breath, praying those hooligans would finally learn their lesson. In a remote snowy valley, a haunted castle hunched there, gloomy, half-ruined, and staring straight into the storm. Inside the castle, shadowy figures crowded around a long conference table, whispering secrets like they were about to ignite everything. One of the seated people blurted out the news, and the whole room snapped its eyes to them instantly. The long-haired vampire flashed a sly, mysterious smile and then leaned in, ready to hear the message. Demon Boss's eyes went wide when he heard his strongest subordinate had been crushed. Then another demon stepped up and confirmed it. This enemy crushed a brutal monster with freakish, top-tier powers. The site's analysis proved it. This evil dragon got wiped out with a single brutal blow. One of the demons stepped forward and swore he'd take on the unknown enemy, alone. Other members of the assembly burst into laughter and swaggered in, daring to turn to violence. With a nasty grin, the vampire demanded the boss hand the job to him, personally. Hilly rushed back to the assembly hall and threw out a sincere apology for being late. Other demons blinked in shock at her arrival, and the whole room froze in tense silence. She said it with a calm smile, like this job was going to be ridiculously easy for her. Suddenly, Killy slammed into the demoness and crushed her before she could even strike. She watched the bewilderment unfold like it was no danger at all, her eyes refusing to register any threat. The demon basically told him, "Kill her, and watch me climb to a higher rank." The girl snapped out of the way in a blink, and the moment she did, her opponent got nailed by an instant punch. The moment all three clocked what was happening, surprise hit them like a wave, and they instantly froze, utterly confused. The attacker came charging in, but right in his path, two sides slammed shut and stopped him cold. The girl mowed down her opponents with ruthless speed, landing blow after blow with deadly, pinpoint accuracy. She flashed a wicked grin, craving a brand new showdown and a truly dangerous opponent. Meanwhile, deep in another corner of the world, the Academy of Magic's majestic halls reared up, shining like a promise. The adventurers huddled around the board, firing off ideas and arguing over the newest quests and tasks. One straight-up refused the mission, yelling that life mattered more than any pile of money. Yuri burst in and called out to her friend, pointing at something wild on the board. Yuri's eyes widened when an ad popped up that hooked him instantly. He stumbled onto a quest that promised a killer reward and a job to wipe out an ogre. Then I spotted a crazy special quest, subjugation of the Ogre King for millions. And the young man's hope crashed, realizing even Aisha and Chloe couldn't join in. Still, everyone feared the ogres, no matter what fancy title they wore at sea. The whole team huddled up, sizing up the Ogre King, and went hunting for every last scrap of info they could find. One of them leaned in and let slip that he was sitting on something huge. He talked about how even an experienced rank adventurer's plans collapsed. And just like that, Yuri flashed a mysterious smile and stared ahead like she already knew what was coming. Yuri and Lime sprint up the stairs toward the guild. With zero hesitation, he slammed the truth down, "Fight the ogres now." Suddenly, Yuri's eyes snapped to something, and her shock hit hard at what she was seeing unfold. He clocked Phil standing on the steps, quietly staring down at the notice like it meant everything. He stormed up to her and blared her name like he couldn't wait another second. Shocked, he couldn't figure out why she stayed so quiet and carried that deep, heavy sadness. Yuri accidentally popped out too suddenly and too close, and it totally startled Phil. The girl confessed she was terrified, but just as fast she steadied herself and calmed down. Phil blurted, voice trembling, "Is Yuri going on this mission?" She hesitated like she was desperately guarding a secret she couldn't let him see. Phil couldn't take the pressure anymore. He snapped, broke into tears, and bolted away. He stayed planted, eyes locked on her face, waiting for the moment her surprise finally hit. He chose to take the job on solo, shutting the door on the girl being left behind. Yuri set her sights on Moinello, the destination village, and decided she was going. Panicking because he had no clue where he was, he scanned the area and hunted for some way to get moving. And I spotted a cart rocketing straight to Moinello. Suddenly, Phil sprinted up to Yuri, desperate to get a word in. Right then, both of them snapped to the same truth at once. They were headed to the exact same place. Yuri and Phil just stood there in stunned silence, totally lost for words. After everything, fate threw them together again, and they greeted each other like old friends. Suddenly, the driver snapped out of their silence and asked, "Wanna go together?" Yuri slid into the cart and braced herself, ready to tear into the road ahead. Phil's face crumpled with depression, and the young man clocked it instantly. The girl swallowed her pride and apologized to him for the words she said earlier. He swallowed Phil's apology with understanding, letting her past words slide instead of holding it against her. He confessed that she was born and raised in Minello. The girl insisted that for some reason no one could explain, the village somehow attracts ogres. Even with danger breathing down her neck, Phil refused to step back. Yuri couldn't believe it. Phil's intentions weren't a game at all, they were dead serious. The girl shot a warning right away: "Something's off in Minello, and you'll need to prepare before you step in." Right then they were all packed into a cart, rattling through the forest side by side. They teamed up and headed straight to Phil's home village together. The trail tore through jagged mountains, choked thickets, and then squeezed into a razor-thin road. Yuri finally drifted off after that brutal journey, until she got jolted awake. The charioteer blurted out that they'd finally reached their destination. The carriage screeched to a halt inside a mysterious forest drenched in strange, shimmering light. The young man couldn't believe it, just trees everywhere, no village in sight. Right then, Phil shouted from the forest and pointed him ahead, urging him deeper. The girl leaned in and told him straight up, the village sat beyond a thick wall of forest. They pushed through the tangled thicket on foot, disappearing deeper with every step. She even warned him about snakes, and Yuri just nodded in silence, fully locked in on what came next. Hand in hand, they pushed deeper into the forest, smashing through every twisted root and snarling obstacle that got in their way. The guy's eyes went wide when Phil loudly announced they'd arrived. They spotted a village hidden in the trees, an absolutely jaw-dropping sight. And Yuri clocked the weird architecture. Those houses were built right on top of each other, like they had no business standing there. It felt like the buildings melted into the wilderness around them. The whole group marched up and decided to grill the village mayor about what was really going on right now. Out of nowhere, a total stranger dropped from above with a blood-curdling scream. Yuri and Phil flinched hard as shells blasted down right beside them. They sprinted straight to the man, who'd crumpled to the ground in the dust. Meanwhile, the man was screaming at the old woman after she hurled a projectile at him. That old woman was Hilda, 102 years old, still standing tall as a beloved resident of the village. The moment he met a man who was over 100 years old, shock hit him like a truck. Right then, Hilda hurled more chestnuts, driving that uninvited guest scrambling away. That old woman wowed Yuri by kicking the young man out of the village with brutal ease. The woman shot her head up in shock because a voice she knew, coming straight from the ground below, just caught her off guard. Phil blurted her name at the top of his lungs, and her grandmother's attention snapped right onto them. Then Hilda snapped at them to rise, already expecting to catch them waiting at the very top. She grabbed Yuri's hands and thanked her for looking after her granddaughter. Inside the house, the old lady and Phil leaned into the moment, laughing softly as they relived the past together. Baba couldn't deny it anymore. The girl had grown up into a real lady, even though she still wrestled with her doubts. Phil didn't believe a word her grandmother said and started frisking herself right away. That old woman also clocked exactly how Phil felt about Yuri, and right on cue, the whole moment turned painfully awkward. At that exact moment, the girl sprang up, slammed the suspicions shut, and made the young man's case with zero hesitation. Even with her head spinning, she still caught the guy's care and kindness, and didn't ignore it. Obama burst into laughter, and Phil's howl of embarrassment shot right through the room. The old woman recognized her granddaughter at once, and the moment she did, she felt the danger hanging in the air. The elder leaned in and told them she finally understood why they'd come. She warned them straight-faced that they didn't have the power to pull it off. Meanwhile, Yuri and Phil couldn't wrap their heads around it. Why were they suddenly forbidden to fight? And Obaba leaned in and warned, the ogre god is far too powerful for mere humans. She spilled the legend of the Ogre King who crashed into the world 30 years ago. They painted him as a massive demon, pure terror that crushed every last shred of hope. Before the altar of Kishin-sama, the villagers threw themselves into a fierce worship ritual. The elder warned him once more, fighting him was pure fool's gold and it could get them killed. Right then, the young man finally understood she wasn't just fighting, she was shielding the village, crushing the threat and pushing the weak back. Suddenly, the old woman barked at her granddaughter, panicked that Yuri's life was in real danger. And the second that threat hit, claiming her loved one's life was on the line, fear slammed into her instantly. Hilda chugged her drink in silence, the words from earlier still buzzing in her head. Phil caught her smile with quiet warmth, then geared up to tell everyone what she was really thinking. The girl declared, loud and fearless, that Yuri was stronger than every other warrior out there. Hilda just stared at them in silence, but you could practically feel her doubts roiling beneath the surface. Then Yuri shot a shocked look at the old woman. Hilda straight up admitted that this guy was totally unlike any other man she'd ever met. Right then, Phil's face went hot. Her grandmother's words hit him like a spark, and he blurted a blush so fast it left the young man completely stunned. With Tereshina beside her, she let out a mysterious laugh, then turned to Yuri like, "Get ready, because an important test was about to be announced." Hilda swore she'd personally run the test if the young man can prove his strength. Phil and Yuri strolled together high above the forest floor on the thick, wide branches, and Phil darted and leapt across them with crazy skill, then hauled Yuri behind her, whispering that the little ogre's habitat was right there, just ahead. When Hilda was sending them off, she leaned in and told Phil, "If I really hold Yuri that high, then I'll give him a test, pass it, and I'll take him straight to the demon god's shrine." Hilda tells Yuri that his real test is simple. Go grab her 10 horns from the tiny ogres he's already wiped out, and you'd better do it before dawn, because if he pulls it off with Phil at his side, she'll finally call him worthy. Yuri remembers Phil telling him those little ogres looked like goblins, and while his mind drifted, Phil snapped his attention, then pointed him the right way. Meanwhile, she sprang from branch to branch with effortless agility, racing ahead. Yuri stared at him like he was something special, and he couldn't help remembering how strong and capable her body looked back then, but he was still blown away now, because her movements have gotten so much sharper and more refined since the last time they performed together. Yuri's curiosity snapped into action, and he swung toward Phil, asking if she recognized the guy shadowing them, hanging back just out of reach while never, ever taking his eyes off them. Turns out this was Sam Arnott, literally a lichen and only 12 years old, so when he stared at Yuri with pure disgust, Phil quickly told her, "Don't worry, that's your younger brother." Yuri sizes up the guy, then tells Phil she doesn't see a single resemblance, so he's right, while she nervously looks away, and Phil adds that their village is special in its own way. Phil tells Yuri that kids with 0 relatives get collected from every corner of the city and brought to their village. Yuri just can't wrap her head around what she's talking about. Phil tells him the truth. She and Sam were both left to rot in the woods as kids, and that's when Hilda found them, took them in, and made it her mission to raise them. Phil says Hilda raised them the same way she raised every other kid, strict as ice, and that's exactly why everything she does makes Hilda uneasy. Phil tells Yuri he totally gets what it's like, then, out of nowhere, he snaps and yells at one of them, calling him a sleepyhead in the most aggressive way possible. Yuri whips around, stunned, and asks Sam, "Are you seriously talking to me like that?" Sam snaps that he's talking to Yuri precisely because he always looks half asleep, and that name fits him perfectly. Then Yuri can't help but wonder if his face really looks that sleepy at all. Sam leans in and tells Yuri he's about to drop a secret. Then his temper erupts and he screams that Yuri has 0 idea how he even charmed Phil and that he'll never, ever admit it. And with a smug grin, he brags that Obaba sent him to personally test Yuri's skills. Then Phil's fury erupts and he storms over yelling for his younger brother to shut up and stop insulting her friend right now. She whips around to Yuri and throws out a quick apology for her little brother's mess, then tells him to just brush off Sam's comments, yet somehow Yuri doesn't even look bothered. Sam's anger spikes, he clenches his teeth, snaps, and can't believe it, then whips around, jabs a finger at Yuri, and tells Phil she's protecting him, like Phil can't possibly see what's good about a guy like Yuri. Phil tries to slip away from Sam, but she shyly grabs Yuri's hand and urges him to keep heading toward their goal. Yuri agrees, and Sam immediately erupts in fury when he sees it. Rage boils in Sam's veins as he snaps at both of them, yelling at Phil not to touch Yuri, then barking an order, "Leave Phil alone immediately." As Phil dragged Yuri away, Yuri suddenly snapped her head toward something. She opened her mouth to warn Yuri, but he already clocked it too. They were surrounded, and then he looked up and froze at the sight of several tiny ear-ank ogres perched in the branches. Sam drops into a relaxed sit on the branch, smirking like he owns the sky, and can't wait to see how that city guy handles the little ogres. A small boulder suddenly rockets out of the bushes toward Sam, and he can't even think to move. Right at the moment it blasts his face, it slams to a sudden stop. Yuri slammed his sword's blade into the stone to stop it cold, and Sam stared at him, shocked and furious, as the little ogres swarmed in fast, tightening their circle around all three. Yuri tells Phil, "We fight back to back," and Phil nods in agreement. Then they team up and blast every ogre that bursts out at them. They keep switching sides in silence. No one says a word as the fight rages. Sam's eyes bug out, his mouth hanging open, staring in shock. Then Phil and Yuri drop their weapons after wiping out the ogres, and Sam can't help thinking they're doing it just to mess with him. Yuri whips around to Sam and demands what he thinks, but Sam's totally lost, so Yuri pushes again, asking if what he witnessed made him feel differently about her. Sam just snorts, all confidence, and says there's nothing surprising at all about handling those ordinary little ogres. Sam grins smugly and boasts that even some random guy from their village can pull it off. Then, mid-speech, he totally misses someone sneaking up behind him. Phil and Yuri stare at something looming behind him in pure horror, begging him to turn around, and when Sam whips around, a massive shadow swallows the space, and he just freezes as an enormous unknown monster comes into view. Sam snaps his head around. Right in front of him stands a massive, towering monster, and it turns out to be a C-rank ogre, a face that's almost human, topped with light hair. Sam's fear hits like a punch. He can't even get a word out. His whole body shakes violently and he just freezes where he stands. Then the ogre suddenly lifts his left leg and swings it straight toward Sam, aiming to smash him. Right before the ogre can smash Sam, Yuri lunges in, snatches Sam up in his arms, and vaults back to safety. Cradling Sam in his arms, Yuri whips around to Phil and snaps that she needs to take his little brother away now, so he's safe, and even though Phil stalls for a second, she finally steps in and reaches out to take him. Suddenly, Yuri catches those monster-making noises, scrambled like human speech struggling to form words. Because Yuri can understand the monster's screams, he realizes they're talking straight to him, vowing to smash him and rip him apart, and then out of nowhere, two horns erupt on his head and start growing at insane speed. Yuri stared at the ogre, and the moment it opened its mouth, his voice hit like a memory. Something was haunting it, and he couldn't shake the fear that the monster somehow knew his name. The ogre repeated his name again, and then it clicked asterisk. Yuri finally understood. Yuri stares at the ogre's face, and then it hits him like a punch. Its features and even the hair color look eerily like Ange's, even though the ogre's face is mangled beyond recognition. The ogre thrusts up his hand, then rockets toward Yuri, only for Yuri to shoot back into the air and dodge him cleanly. Then the ogre snatches the body of one of the little ogres he just crushed, gripping it in his left hand. The monster clamps down on the little ogre in its fist with brutal force, crushing it so hard blood spurts and oozes everywhere, and the ogre flings its arm straight into Yuri right in front of his face where fresh blood splatters. Yuri gets blasted instantly by the monster's blood and he panics, scrambling to cover his face, especially his eyes, only to choke as he can't even get them open while the red rain splatters him. Phil is terrified and shouts his name. Right then, the ogre whips his arm back to smash the enemy, while Yuri can't see a thing because blood has covered his eyes and he's stuck with them shut. Yuri remembers that if he tunes his senses, he can ride the air currents with magic and basically read the battlefield, knowing exactly where the enemy is and how they'll strike, even without ever laying eyes on them. Yuri just barely swerves past the ogre's blow at the last second, then snatches his sword by the hilt, springs upward in a clean burst, and slips out of yet another crushing strike. Then he whips his blade in a sharp arc. Boom! One brutal swing tears a massive, deep wound straight through the ogre's whole body, and it starts pouring blood at once. Moments later, the monster erupts into a blood-curdling scream from sheer agony, and Yuri drops his gaze, his face and body instantly soaked in the beast's blood again. A few seconds later, the ogre's lifeless body crumples to the ground with a brutal thud. Yuri snaps his dagger back into place, and Phil barrels up to him, grinning ear to ear and shouting praise like he just watched a hero pull it off. Yuri finally lets his guard down, then carefully wipes a tiny smear of blood from his face. Sam's still in full shock, and all that escapes him is a tiny, quiet yelp. Yuri tries to reach out and warn him it was dangerous, but now they're okay. So why does Sam suddenly bolt, scoot away from Yuri, duck behind Phil, and hiss with pure rage? Yuri jolts in shock and stares at Sam, baffled, while Sam fidgets like a trapped animal and, trembling with fear, demands, "Why are you sleeping on the job, and are the adventurers in the capital really just as lazy as you?" Yuri leans in and tells Sam, "I'm stuck at the lowest adventurer rank F, and in the capital, everything is way stronger." Sam's eyes widen in shock and he instantly pushes for the trip to the capital, until all three keep talking and don't realize the monster has snapped back to awareness, not until it slams down onto the ground with a thunderous impact. The ogre hauls itself upright behind Yuri, and that giant wound is still gushing blood. For a few tense seconds it keeps its head bowed, then it blasts a roaring scream, blood pouring from its mouth like a waterfall. Sam panics again and squeals like a trapped animal, while Yuri stiffens up the second he realizes the monster isn't down yet. Then, right on cue, it crumples to its knees, still growling through pure rage or gut-wrenching agony as it keeps fighting its pain. The ogre lets out weird growls, then crumples face first onto the ground again. Phil's about to ask Yuri what's happening, but Yuri shuts him down with, "I don't know." Suddenly, the ogre's body twists and squirms as its size warps in crazy ways, his shape contorting while odd groans burst out, and through it all he keeps blasting Yuri with insults. White smoke suddenly blasts around the monster, and when it thins, you see the ogre's body has shrunk only half its size, and the thing screams in searing pain. As the thick white smoke finally thins, Yuri gets a clear look at the ogre, and his own stomach drops because the face and body don't just resemble a human, it is Ange's. He braced himself and stumbled forward toward Yuri, scraping for every step while Phil and Sam panicked and backed away. Angus, bloodied and worn out, snapped his gaze to Yuri and shouted his name, reaching out a shaky hand. Yuri freezes in place. She doesn't even try to run. Then Ange snaps her head up in pure terror and drops dead on the spot, and meanwhile, someone above has been watching the whole thing unfold. Perched on a branch, Killy flashed a confident grin and announced to Yuri, "I finally found you." After they pulled off the mission, Phil and Yuri raced back to Hilda's hut, and when she saw a whole pile of ogre horns stacked on her table, her shock turned into total disbelief. She stared at Yuri and demanded to know how many demons he'd slaughtered in a single night. She stared at one of the many horns, bigger and different from the rest, and was certain it wasn't an imp horn at all. It belonged to some absolutely massive demon. Sam leans in and tells Hilda Yuri's ridiculously strong, then drops the real twist. "He's basically just like me, and he even one-shotted a demon." Sam beams and tells her how Yuri even saved his life, then says he's eternally grateful, while Hilda stays silent, dropping her gaze like she's thinking hard. She tells Phil she totally expected this, especially from the one Phil picked, and then she invites both adventurers to stay the night, promising them their own rooms, and Phil happily jumps at the chance. With a grin, Hilda tells them, "Tomorrow at dawn, I'll take you to the chapel of the evil god." Phil lights up and tells Yuri they managed it, then Yuri smiles back, but his eyes catch something else. Hilda thinking hard, staring at the horn of the great demon. Night drops like a curtain and everyone disappears to their rooms except Phil and Yuri, who stay at Hilda's to sleep. Yuri lies over Phil, clutching his hands as she trembles and writhes, begging him to stop. She snaps at him like a live wire, yelling, "Fool," then drives a kick straight into his crotch while Yuri just stares, half asleep and annoyed, realizing this is the 8th time it's happened tonight. For reasons he couldn't figure out, Hilda shoved them both into the same bedroom and left them with just one bed to share. Yuri didn't mind sharing a bed with Phil, but sleep wouldn't come easy. Phil passed out before her, and every night in that last hour, Phil kept waking her up by squirming and tossing all night long. Finally, he sprang out of bed with slick speed, slipped out of the tiny house that held his room, and headed onto the bridges linking every home, eyes wide as he took in how stunning the village still looked. Yuri stared at the tiny houses glowing under moonlight, and then, out of nowhere in dead silence, he heard strange, spell-like words like someone was chanting prayers with a song. In a cozy house, 2 torches flared to life on either side of a massive stone, and Hilda was bouncing around the room, waving her hands and shouting at the gnome's spirit, the god's avatar, begging it to shield the lives of its children. There was a shelf packed with statues of all kinds of people, and Hilda danced and bounced around the room, shouting prayers at the top of her lungs, right when Yuri burst into the room. Yuri gapes in pure confusion as Hilda plants herself in front of the stone, wheezing to catch her breath. Then she snaps her head to Yuri and rages, demanding if he honestly enjoys spying on women. Hilda whipped around and demanded why he was roaming the village in the dead of night, and he admitted he just couldn't sleep. Then Yuri spotted the shelf packed with figurines. He says these shapes must be Hilda's kids, but she snaps back that they're her family, and then admits some of them were so foolish they didn't even live long enough to reach her. Hilda lifts one of the statues with shaking care, declares it's her son, and tells Yuri that in the village he was a hero adventurer, and in the city guild he was ranked A. Yuri can't believe it. She gasps and demands to know where Hilda's son is now. Hilda's face crumples as she reveals the truth. Her son has been dead for ages, murdered by evil demons that have haunted the spillage since ancient times. Hilda tells Yuri that her son once rode out to crush demons and never came back 50 years ago, and Yuri finally gets it. She took in Phil and Sam and raised them just to survive the loneliness of that loss. Hilda tells Yuri it's the heartbreak of losing her son, so when her family marches off to war, she begs the gods to spare their lives, and she admits that to young people like Yuri, that prayer probably sounds downright strange. Yuri snaps that's not true, then boom, she spots a tiny S-rank gnome in the room. She whips around and yells for Hilda to look, insisting there's a monster dressed up like a gnome. Right after he spoke, the gnome zips away at once and tucks himself behind one of the statues. Yuri just stares in total confusion, and Hilda blurts in disbelief, asking if he can really see gnomes. Then the gnomes stare back, and Hilda stares at them too, and then she starts staring at the gnomes all over again. Yuri blurts out, so only a handful of people can see us, and Hilda nods, yeah, that's the rule. Then she adds she's heard the whispers, only adventurers who have survived the harshest training can spot dwarves, but even she hasn't seen a single one herself. She tells Yuri straight up that he really can take down the evil gods. Then she fires a new question. What did the demons say to them the moment they showed up? Yuri's a bit thrown off, but he answers anyway, and it sounds like he actually understands her. Morning breaks and Hilda spots Yuri and Phil off to the road. She jabs her finger at a bridge and tells them, take this path and you'll land at the temple. She tells them she's already laid out the offerings, plus a stash of sake, carefully packed in a big bag, ready for whatever comes next. Then Phil strides up and tells them she's ready. She's now in more traditional gear, rocking a long, floor-length skirt layered with fabric and cute hair accessories, before turning to Yuri and asking if he likes how she looks. Hilda leans in and tells Yuri and Phil, ogres love little girls, then points at all the decorations on Phil's clothes like, perfect, those can be your offering. Yuri tells Phil the outfit fits her perfectly, and that little compliment lights her up with joy. Then she grabs the bag of offerings and declares it's time for them to head out. Yuri and Phil show up at the temple together, and the whole place looks cracked, worn out, and ancient. Then two fires burst to life on either side of it. Yuri drops his bag of offerings and declares this has to be the place, and right after that Phil jumps in. She pulls everything out, lines up the offerings and sake on the table, and starts setting the scene. Then she stands tall with a bright smile, proudly soaking in the work she just finished, while Yuri frets over his friend and fires off the question, are you sure nothing's going to go wrong? Aren't you in danger? Phil just grins back and says, everything's fine. She flashes a grin at Yuri and promises, even if that monster locks onto me out of nowhere, I'll bolt straight to safety before it can catch me. Yuri, for some reason, doesn't buy it at all. Phil rushes in to calm her down, insisting she has nothing to fear, especially because the villagers worship that monster like a god, but Yuri just smirks and says she has more than enough courage. The temple lights keep blazing long after they should have gone out, and Phil drops onto a small cushion in front of the offering table, while Yuri stands behind her, eyes locked on the temple entrance. All Yuri could think about was the fact that an hour had already burned away and that the ogre wasn't rushing a single step toward them. She flashed Phil a smile, wondering if maybe she'd slept wrong yesterday. Phil slumped with her head down, snoozing like the world couldn't touch her. Then Yuri's instincts snapped, the smile vanished from his face, and he stared at the temple entrance as an enormous ogre crept out of the dense forest shadows, inching closer to them. Yuri stares at the monster, eyes popping with shock as the ogre trudges up to the temple entrance, looms over the offerings, armor clanking on his body, two massive horns towering from his head, and a giant club gripped tight in both hands. The ogre looms over the temple, locking onto the two people by the offerings. Then, in the blink of an eye, he clenches his monster club and hammers it down with everything he's got. Yuri's eyes flare wide with pure panic, and right as it hits, the ogre swings his massive club with everything he's got, smashing it straight down onto her temple. The impact was so brutal the whole temple grounds literally jerked up into the air, and because the entrance and the main temple couldn't survive that kind of force, they shattered completely on the spot. Every scrap of food on that table shot up in a blast and scattered to the sides, and the impact ripped a massive smoke cloud into the sky, visible from almost anywhere in the forest. Yuri and Phil finally snapped awake, barely sidestepped the strike, then they rocketed back a huge distance, landing hard on a high branch of the nearest tree. Phil panics and blurts to Yuri that the monster is already here, but Yuri stays icy calm and razor-focused, an A-rank ogre lord, roaring like the end of the world. For a few heartbeats, the ogre just freezes while the smoke from the blow thins into the air, and Yuri keeps his cool, watching every move. Then the ogre snaps around and locks eyes with Yuri. The very next second, he's already sprinting straight at them, club raised for another swing. Yuri snaps Lime free in the blink of an eye and shouts for him to go straight for Phil. The ogre swings for the branch Yuri and Phil are clinging to, pure fury. Then the thing snaps in half, the hit thuds into the ground instead, and right there, Yuri steadies his massive club while gripping his thin sword. Phil stayed perched in the tree, pressed against Lime's clinging grip on the trunk, and Lime whispered to the terrified Yuri, begging, "Are you okay?" Yuri stared at Lime and in his head commanded, "Get Phil out of here, now take him to safety." Lime snaps to obey and rockets up the tree trunks, bouncing off 2 tables like it's all part of the plan. Phil squeals at full volume as the speed and shock hit, and in a panic she reaches out to Yuri, begging to get back to him and make sure he's okay. He won't even look at her, he just jabs his finger upward like, "I'll be fine." Yuri stands face to face with a monster that's absolutely massive, staring up at him. Yuri snaps into a frown when the room finally empties. He's alone with the ogre now, and staring up at it close, he suddenly gets it. The ogre lord's power is on a whole other level. Yuri realizes he's got nothing left to surprise him with, and that this monster doesn't scare him one bit. Right now, he's the strongest he's ever been, and he clamps down on his sword's handle with pure force. The ogre lord dips down and unleashes a bone-shaking roar that hits with insane force, and Yuri locks eyes with the furious goblin, cold, focused, and unshaken. The ogre hacks again, slamming for the adventurer, but Yuri snaps his sword's thin blade up and deflects every brutal swing of that club. Yuri grabs the perfect opening, springs forward with one clean jump, and lands right behind his enemy, driving himself off the ogre's leg to shove him out of position. Yuri's fierce confidence and razor focus snapped into pure shock when he spun around and saw an ogre's club blasting straight toward his face at breakneck speed. Yuri had zero time to dodge, so he threw his arm up over his head to absorb the hit, and the impact blasted him backward, smashing through the broad trunk of a tree as he went. Right after that, Yuri snaps right back into the ogre's face and slashes with his sword. Boom! The ogre's left arm gets ripped clean off and crashes to the ground. Yuri leaped down to the ground, then froze when he spotted the ogre. Blood blasted from the wound, and the exact spot where it was struck lit up and started glowing. The ogre kicked back into life, his wound snapped shut, and a brand new arm burst into existence in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Yuri snaps to attention when the ogre's voice booms that he has finally found someone who refuses to bend. Then Yuri freezes mid-step, staring at him, utterly baffled. The ogre clutches his freshly restored arm, stares straight at Yuri, and suddenly demands the boy to get rid of him, because after everything he swears he can't stand the thought of anyone hurting him again. Yuri stares at the ogre with wide, shocked eyes, then everything clicks the moment he hears that voice, and Yuri realizes what he's really dealing with, because the monster is back again, frantically begging him to take care of it. Right then, an unknown man in a dark glove snapped his fingers like a trigger, and the ogre instantly went dead silent, eyes bulging wide. He snaps his hands to his head and lets out a gut-wrenching scream, like something inside is tearing him apart. Yuri is totally lost, staring at the ogre until he takes a closer look and realizes it. He knows that magic. He remembers someone telling him they loved this look and that he should go have even more fun, and then Yuri suddenly snaps back like, "Wait, this is exactly the same magic as the guy who controlled the dragon skeleton." Yuri wastes no time, he dives into the analysis to figure out what's going on with the ogre lord, and when he spots the monster shrieking in agony, he realizes its mind is being forced under control. Yuri clocks it instantly. Someone's driving the monster like a puppet. While Yuri studies him, the ogre keeps a fist on his head with one hand, then swings his right hand in front of his face like he's trying to shoo something off. Rage burns in his eyes as he pleads with Yuri again, more painfully, more desperately, calling him unbending and begging for help. The ogre lunges in again, screaming for Yuri's head, but Yuri slips past every brutal strike like he's reading the attacks before they land. Then the ogre snarls that he's already slaughtered countless people, warriors and adventurers alike. He tells Yuri in vivid detail how he wiped out cities and villages, slaughtered little girls, and ripped them apart. He says he's done with killing, begs the unshakable monster to destroy him instead, and while the beast speaks, tears spill from his eyes, raw with pain and bitter regret. Yuri's face twists with fury. He snaps to a halt mid-run, stops dodging, and launches into the air, sword flashing as he draws it. One brutal swing later, the ogre is gone and its head hits the ground like it never stood a chance. Right after that, Yuri hears a strange voice thanking him for helping, then he realizes instantly who it is. The ogre's headless body collapses onto the ground with a sickening thud, fresh blood oozing from the wound and spreading across the earth. Yuri's face falls, he can't even find the words, yet he knows deep down this isn't the kind of victory he wanted, even after he completed the ogre's request. Out of nowhere, he catches a strange woman's voice, soft giggles drifting from the distance, and when he looks up, he sees her perched in a tree above Yuri, smugly saying she never expected anything else from him. It turns out the stranger is Kili Potnev, a 206-year-old demoness standing on the tree's thin branches like they're nothing, not even cracking a twig. Yuri snatched the girl up, stunned, and still didn't know who she was. All he had to do was blink, and the spot where the girl just stood was already empty, while that thin branch barely trembled. Right as Yuri's still reeling from Kili's sudden vanishing, she slips down behind him, quiet as a shadow, and then closes in fast too, but he only clocks her at the very last second. Just as Kili lunges in with a tiny dagger to stab him, he snaps his sword up and blocks her strike midair. Kili smirks and tells Yuri his reflexes are seriously good. Then, a split second later, she rockets back, grinning like this is way better, giggling that Yuri was the one who actually beat her brother. Yuri clocks it, her power feels eerily close to the demon he wiped out earlier, and that sparks the terrifying thought, maybe they're connected by blood. Kili throws her hands up and blurts that Yuri is just a normal guy, so where's he getting all that power? Then she grins and says, "We'll find out right here." With that, she leans forward, extends her hand, and snaps her fingers. Then the ground around Yuri started to twitch like it had a pulse, and thick dark smoke oozed up from beneath the soil right as human hands broke through and struggling creatures crawled out one by one, fighting for air. Staring at the creatures, Yuri finally sees the truth: deranged zombie ogres, broken and biting. Kili steps in and introduces herself, name and all, then casually reveals her power. She can spawn others like her. Yuri's expression hardens, and he grabs his sword again. Kili claims her power lets her spawn more like her, and she uses living people to do it. Then she stares at the bloody bodies dangling by their arms and snaps that one of them is his mother. Yuri's eyes go wide as he freezes in place, replaying the exact moment he wondered why that monster used a human voice, and then it clicks. If that ogre really is Angus, then every piece of the puzzle finally lines up. Kili strolls up acting heartbroken, then tells the ogre lord he was her favorite. She even leans over his head and whispers that, in a village just down the road, they called him a hero. Yuri remembers Hilda telling her the exact same thing about her son, and Kili swings her leg and laughs that she used the ogre to ride him like a damn carriage. Then Kili hammers the ogre's head with everything he's got, wham, sending it soaring dozens of meters before it smashes into a rock and starts bleeding even worse. Kili grins like crazy and erupts into loud laughter, then fires off a question to Yuri. Can he hear those furious zombie ogres screaming? She practically beams as she tells him, they're so angry. Yuri locks eyes on the zombie ogres as they shamble straight toward him, their voices erupting in furious screams about how much they despise him, swearing, with pure hate, that he's finally going to pay for everyone he slaughtered. After that, Yuri suddenly realizes these zombies are the very imps he wiped out yesterday. Then a voice yells his name, and when he whips around, Angus is there, trying desperately to get something through to him. Yuri gets distracted, and right away the zombies swarm him, grab hold of his entire body, and snap and growl through the rage, spitting out that they hate him. Yuri freezes for a split second, snaps with a frown, and barks at them to shut up. Then the moment the words leave his mouth, he shoves all the zombie ogres off him, sending their bodies tumbling and scattering into chaos. At that very moment, Yuri clenches his sword hilt with everything he's got, then unleashes a blur of strikes so fast the zombie ogres can't even hit the ground before his blade is already landing multiple blows. Every zombie's body is torn open with brutal, deep wounds, then it all just crumbles from the inside out and collapses onto the ground. Yuri lets out a shaky sigh, folds his sword, and then an enraged roar tears through the air behind him. Kili whips around, spits hate in his face, and snarls that he's the only one responsible for killing those people. Kili snaps at the boy that he's a murderer, pure hatred blazing in her voice, and Yuri just stares at her, totally lost. Then Kili throws her hand up and demands Yuri face the crime he committed. She declares she'll be his judge, and then boom, a long, dark spear materializes above her, the S-ring spear of justice, its power shifting to match exactly how guilty the target is. Killy snatches the spear and hurls it straight at Yuri. Yuri, she shrieks, is finished. Her full power is trapped in that throw, and she's certain it'll end him for good. A spear rockets toward Yuri, spinning like a blur through the air. Yuri clocks just how deadly fast it is, yet somehow he twists out of the way at the last second. He turns out to be right and somehow dodges the spear aimed at him. Then, at that exact second, the spear behind his back whips its trajectory and slams back toward him again. Yuri spots the spear streaking toward him at the last second and shoots his arms forward to snatch the tip before it can hit, only to be slammed off balance, crashing his body into a tree trunk. That spear kept whipping around at a terrifying speed, and Yuri's hands tore open until they bled. Killy throws back a maniacal laugh, grinning like she owns the world, and tells him not to even bother dodging her magic because defending himself won't help either. She grins and asks Yuri sweetly if it hurts, then declares, "This is just the beginning," and Yuri, right there, snaps into action, unleashing extra spells to jack up the power. His legs surge with strength, and he hauls himself up with razor confidence right as the ground under him fractures and cracks. Then he clamps onto the spear with everything he's got, even while agony screams through his body and the weapon finally stops spinning. Killy can't believe her eyes. Then Yuri clamps down on the spear, locks his arms tight, and crack. The blade shatters like glass into a storm of pieces, and that only makes Killy even more stunned and way more nervous. Yuri perks up when a strange sound hits. His new ability has just awakened, curse magic at the absolute highest level. Yuri demands to know why Killy is punishing him, then blinks, confused because she clearly doesn't get what he's talking about. So Yuri stares at her with a cold indifference and shoots back, "So you really think murder is evil? Why?" Killy jolts with shock, starts stammering that killing is pure evil, because from the moment she was born, her instincts won't let her destroy her own kind. Then she snaps to Yuri that he can't just get rid of them that easily. Yuri shoots back that it's true, killing people for no reason is never worth it, but the demons he tore down weren't real people anymore, just souls stripped of their dignity, and even the ogre lord himself had wanted death. Killy's rage spikes and she jerks her hands to her head, panicking like crazy, because she realizes Yuri can understand demon language, and it hits harder than ever. He didn't just wipe out her brother and the ogre, he stole the one thing that mattered most, shattering the spear of justice. Killy snarls at him in pure rage, tells Yuri she hates him to his face, and vows that he'll finally witness her true form. Then her body twists and transforms into even more demonic shapes. Yuri stared at Killy, then, like a blink, she vanished again. The next instant, Yuri saw her rocket upward and whip her around midair to smash down at her, and somehow Yuri caught it in time. Killy slams her blow into the ground and a brutal shockwave erupts, cracking the earth and flinging boulders everywhere, while a tiny magic circle burns beneath her hand. Yuri barely slips out of it at the last second. Right after that, the magic circle ignites in eerie light and Killy unleashes her mid-level curse magic. She calls up Darkness Shore Asterisk, and the ground around her instantly surges into wild, rolling waves of black water. Yuri drops to the ground and right away carefully frees one leg from the water, then stares into the pitch black, completely opaque depths, totally stunned, unable to figure out what this cursed water is or if it's dangerous. Yuri snaps his focus back to Killy, and there she is, sprinting straight at him at full speed, so fast Yuri can't even keep up. Right when she closes the distance, Killy whips her arm back to slam into him again. Even though Killy is crazy fast, Yuri clocks the truth. She's quick, but not quick enough to stop his dodge. He tries to jump back, then freezes the moment he realizes he can't move like that because his foot is finally free from the dark water. Killy swings a punch with everything she's got, boom, and it ripples through the water in crashing waves, but when she looks at Yuri, she sees he already stopped her hand, and Killy just says, "I figured you'd be able to take that hit." Then she yanks her hand back, springs away from Yuri in a flash, and smirks like, "You're shocked you can't move the way you want, huh?" Killy gives a sly smirk and tells her Darkshore won't block the victim from walking or running, but then she warns that he can't jump or fly because a restriction spell slams down on him. She tells him his sword skills and magic are nothing like anyone else. His endurance, strength, defenses, and speed go way past the limits. But even with all that power, it still doesn't erase the truth. He's human. Killy tells him that the instant she locked down his movement, his balance crumbled. Then she jabs her finger at the hand wrapped in the magic circle and dares him to guess what happens when she tightens the restriction even more. Right after that, Killy unleashes Darkness Fog mid-level curse magic, and instantly a massive stretch of the area gets swallowed by a thick, heavy darkness, fog pouring in like it appeared out of nowhere. Yuri swings his gaze around, and there it is, the exact same curse spell the goblin shaman used earlier. But then he notices the fog, and it's on a whole other level. The density and volume are way beyond anything before. Yuri throws his arm up to block the smoke, but the second he can barely see, he knows he's in real trouble. Then sharp splashes of water come surging toward him. Yuri shoots a hand for his sword's hilt the second he senses the flag closing in, but Killy is already behind him in a blur. She mocks him as weak and then smashes him with one ruthless strike. Yuri doesn't dodge in time and his body gets flung sideways. Then he scrambles back up and realizes something chilling. Back during his fight with the ogre, even when he couldn't see what was coming, the ogre's attacks were still painfully predictable. Yuri is left in total darkness, and Killy's voice slashes through the black as he laughs at her, taunting her and asking how it feels when she can't reach him, then grinning that she'll die in this dark world. Yuri freezes for a beat, trapped in thought. Then he snaps his arms wide, weaponizing the reflection, and a blazing light erupts from his body as the dark water around him churns and surges away in wild waves, splitting in every direction. Yuri scans the area and realizes Killy vanished again. Then he snaps his head up to see her aiming a magic circle straight at him. "Dodge!" she shouts, and she unleashes high-level curse magic. Killy unleashes Hellfire, then a roaring ribbon of flames erupts from the magic circle and blasts straight at Yuri, forcing her to cut through the inferno and shield him from burning in that hellfire. Then Yuri thrust his hand forward and a magic circle snapped into existence, growing bigger every second as she unleashed high-level fire magic. Right after, a blazing stream rockets out of the magic circle and smashes into the hellfire head-on. Killy throws her head back and cackles, saying this has to be the very flame that stole her brother's life. She's ready to brag that her dark flame will crush his. Then Yuri's flame surges, burning brighter and brighter as it starts devouring those hellish streams, faster and more ferociously each second. Killy erupts in fury the second she realizes what's happening, and a heartbeat later Yuri's flame rockets up, swallowing the hellfire whole and blasting into a blazing firestorm, while the same deadly flames burn Killy too. Screaming like it's ripping her apart, she crashes to the ground, utterly spent, bruised, and burned from head to toe. She gasps for breath, shaking with disbelief, and chokes out that she can't be going through this. She has no idea how it all happened. Then she spots Yuri closing in fast, and when she looks up, his icy, blank stare hits her like a wall. Killy freezes in fear and scrambles backward, trying to crawl away before he reaches her. Yuri stares down at her and blurts that she's human. Then the memories hit hard. Hilda's warning about her son being slain by a demon ogre that ruled these lands with evil, and the ogre's trembling, desperate cries begging for him to be destroyed. Yuri unleashes the top-tier curse magic and boom, the spear of justice slams into his hand. Killy stares in terror, blurring out, "No way, isn't that her spear of justice just upgraded to the highest level?" Killy shoots up and scrambles to escape, pleading with Yuri in terrified breaths not to do this. She can't die, but before the words even finish, Yuri hurls a spear right at her. Then the spear rams straight through Kelly's body, and right where it lands her flesh starts to dissolve. Yet Kelly keeps insisting this can't be happening because she's supposed to be listed at double-digit level. She keeps fighting to get her words out as her body rapidly crumbles away, until all that's left is a mound of dark dust where she stood. After they nailed the mission, Phil and Yuri came back to the village, and the whole crowd was waiting, with Sam and Hilda right in front. Hilda grinned and told Phil she'd brought home a real man. Hilda blurts out that she's shocked by how well she pulled it off, and she never expected the question to be beaten for real, leaving Phil absolutely stunned. Phil just shoots an awkward little smile and nods along, and Hilda drops it. She doesn't tell her how she basically just dozed off while she waited for the ogre, then sat in a safe spot until Yuri handled everything. After that, Hilda whips around to Yuri, bows her head and pleads, straight from the heart, for him to keep looking after Phil for years to come, and the whole village gasps, with Phil blushing harder than anyone could believe. Yuri can't quite figure out what she's asking, so he just nods and promises he'll do it. Hilda lights up, but Phil and Sam stare in shock. A blushing girl starts waving her arms, panicking as she tells Yuri to stop, while Yuri stares at her like he's totally lost. Right then, the villagers burst into laughter and start congratulating Phil, crowding in with, "Come on, she's finally earned the right to find herself a lover." In the very next second, Sam bolts away with tears streaming down his face, and at the end he begs Yuri to make sure Phil is happy. Phil's cheeks burn as he blurts out to Yuri that he can't just decide something like that for her so easily, and Yuri shoots back, asking if she doesn't want to be friends with him. Phil clutches his head and blurts out a frantic explanation, begging him to understand that this is not what it means here. Then Yuri storms over to Hilda, ready to tell her something important. As everyone else gets distracted, Yuri leans in and reminds Hilda back then that night. She told him that when the time finally came, she wanted him to speak her last words to the Kishin-sama. Phil catches every word and whips around to face them. Yuri goes still for a beat, then finally tells Hilda, "I just wanted to say thank you." Hilda's eyes go wide and her mouth drops open in shock. She stares at Yuri, shocked this could be real. Then Yuri nods and says he can even understand the monster's words. For a few tense seconds, nothing, until Hilda suddenly goes, "I get it too." She keeps repeating it and soon the tears spill down her face. Then her body starts to tremble, but a tender smile creeps across her lips. Yuri stares at him in silence, sadness clinging to her face, and he finally gets it. His words were a lie, because the Ogre King's last thank you was real, but it wasn't meant for Hilda. Seeing Hilda sobbing, Yuri thinks that if he tells her every brutal, real detail of what happened, it'll only crush her more. He gets why Hilda's terrified for her son, but he can't bring himself to tell her the truth, that he was attacking the village and tormenting people, especially since the reason he didn't go after Moylan is because those moments still haunt him. The villagers close in on Yuri and Phil can't believe how politely they speak. Then, with Hilda right beside them, they all bow so deeply to the heroes and thank them. Yuri and Phil grinned at what they'd just seen, and as they started to head out, Phil kept waving at every single villager like they were saying goodbye together. On the way, Phil abruptly whirls toward Yuri and she grins as she tells him, "You lied when you said the ogre thanked me." Phil stares and Yuri's gaze makes it crystal clear. She sees right through him. He tells her she's right and admits he lied back then, but then he turns around and asks Phil one brutal question. Should he really have told Hilda the truth after all? Phil says, "Nope, not buying it." She leans in with a bright smile and tells Yuri, "I love a good lie because not all lies are the same. There are good lies and bad lies." After those words, Yuri freezes because the truth hits hard. This is one way to look at it, and if lies are used the right way, they can actually help people. Phil whips around and demands Yuri explain why he abruptly stopped, then pushes him to move faster. Yuri nods, agrees with her, and falls right back into step with his grin-filled friend. A storm of air bubbles shoots upward and Yuri drags his heavy eyes open, only to feel like his body is floating as he slowly, smoothly sinks down to somewhere new. He whips his head around and spots a whole swarm of fish and tangled seaweed. Realizing he's trapped inside an abandoned underwater structure, Yuri stares, totally baffled. Peering down, he spots a tiny platform waiting below with steps crawling into it, so Yuri carefully steps off and lands on it. He looks around and swears he definitely fell asleep in his room, because he has no clue how he ended up underwater. Yuri's about to react when an unfamiliar voice snaps his name from behind him, and when he whips around, there she is, a girl standing just a few steps away. She thinks the gods finally answered when she sees Yuri's eyes blow wide. He stared at the girl rising from the calm ocean like an angel, hair and clothes billowing as if the sea itself lifted her. Yuri stared at the stranger who smiled gently at him, and the moment that weird, buzzing feeling hit his chest, he couldn't help wondering if he'd met this girl before. No matter how hard he fights for it, nothing comes back. He can't remember a thing. The girl grips her hands like she's praying, then blurts out that she burned through the last of her power just to reach his heart. She orders Yuri to reach the water capital of Luminaria right now. Then, as the words hit the air, her body starts to crumble into shimmering bright light clots. Right before she vanishes for good, she warns him, if he doesn't do this, their entire world will collapse and vanish. Then her body starts dissolving on the spot until all that's left behind are a few fading air bubbles. Yuri replays her words in her head, still clueless about what she meant by "the world will end," and the next second, boom, he feels like he's being crushed as he starts to suffocate. He clamps his mouth shut to squeeze out the last scrap of air, bends over, then Yuri gasps like he's drowning in silence, until there's nothing left and he finally opens up, releasing the last bit of breath and rushing it into his lungs. Everything around him starts to fade to black and panic hits as his consciousness slips away. Then his eyes snap open and there's Lime, perched dead in front of him, sitting right on Yuri's face while she's still asleep. The next second, Yuri jerks upright, yanks Lime off his face, and starts gulping air like he's been underwater. Then he finally catches his breath, looks around, and realizes he's back in his room, and the whole thing was just a dream. Yuri perched on the edge of the bed, replaying it all and thinking, that dream was way too real. Then he grabbed Lime by the collar and demanded, cold and sharp, whether he was behind it, only for Lime to stare back like he had no idea what Yuri was talking about. Yuri hears that unmistakable click of a new ability locking into place, and when he looks, boom, he's just gained an advanced level of non-elemental magic. When Yuri saw that, his eyes widened. He realized he could learn non-elemental magic on his own just by interacting with Lime. Then he grins and tells Lime to go on an adventure today, and Lime practically lights up. Once they're fully geared up, they sprint straight to the Adventurers Guild building. As Yuri closed in on the huge notice board, she caught a cluster of adventurers debating one of the tasks. One of them urged the other to take the job, but he slapped the idea away and snapped that he'd be better off refusing, because someone like him, a nobody vagabond, could never cut it working alongside the knights. Yuri spots an announcement for a top-secret quest to the capital of Luminaria. Finish it by going to the water capital and completing a classified mission, no second chances, and the prize is 3,000 gil. The second Luminaria pops up, Yuri freezes, because that name has been haunting him before. He suddenly remembers the woman from his dream begging him to head straight to Luminaria's capital. Out of nowhere, that familiar voice snaps Yuri's attention. He whips around and there's Rico Glanes, a gorgeous 16-year-old, beaming and waving at him like no time passed. She laughs that it's been ages since they last saw each other, and Yuri nods along and even Lime agrees. Rico spots a quest board in Luminaria and points at one, then asks Yuri, "You in?" Yuri grins and says yes, because he knew he had to get more active. Rico tells Yuri he'll be put through a nightly test, and Yuri's stomach drops. She blurts that something feels horribly wrong, but she can't explain it, and Rico still doesn't get what she's talking about. Right after those words, Rico beams at Yuri and asks if he's okay with her tagging along on the quest. Yuri smiles back, tells her she can absolutely join, and admits they're thrilled to have her. As Yuri steps out of the Adventurers Guild, he can't help thinking, if Rico comes with him, it'll snap him out of his spiraling stress, because she knows everything and she'll cover every gap in the knowledge he doesn't have. Rico murmurs about knights under her breath, but the moment her eyes turn sad, she abruptly freezes, then whispers that those memories of knights yank her right back into the past. Yuri didn't catch a word of what she said, so she made Rico repeat herself, but Rico shrugged and insisted, "I didn't say anything important, I was just talking to myself." After Rico and Yuri stormed out of the Adventurers Guild, she dragged him straight back to the exact spot where it all began, the place where both of them first bought their weapons. Rico threw the door open, beamed at Hugo, and shouted that he was here. Then Hugo Mantle, the 53-year-old dwarf and master of weapons, whipped his head toward the customers who just walked in. Rico's right in front of him and he just snorts, swings back to his weapon case, and tells her the moment he promised. If that's what she's after, then it's sitting there on the shelf. Rico grins as he follows Hugo's gesture, and there, glinting in the dark, is a stunning sword, a razor-thin blade with a beautifully carved sheath and hilt. Rico snatches the Birank Ruby Rapier, an ultra-rare blade forged from metal that stays razor-sharp and shrugs off corrosion, and when she sees it gleam in her hands, her face lights up as she tells the sword she's been waiting for it to be finished all this time. Yuri asks what kind of sword it is, and the second the words leave his mouth, she scoots in close with a spark in her eyes, beaming that she's so happy he asked. It leaves him a little stunned by how intense her reaction is. Rico leans in and tells him the blade's forged from ruby ore, and she lays it out fast. This isn't just any gem, it's brutally rare, and you can only mine it in the southern mines. Rico tells Hugo that she once snagged a prize from a quest, and that's why she wants him to forge this sword for her, because it's made from a super popular material that never stops running hot, so it stays nice and warm even when winter bites. Yuri freezes in awkward embarrassment at all that emotion, then he forces out a nervous smile and tells him, "I get it." He swore he'd never guess it. Rico, usually so stone-calm, was suddenly all in when a sword showed up. Rico beams with a huge grin and lets out a happy giggle, telling him she really wanted him to see how much her sword skills have grown, and now she's fired up, swearing that with this new blade, she'll be just a little different from before. Hugo stares at her companion and bam, it clicks. Then he fires off a question to Yuri. "Wait, aren't you the F-rank sword buyer who showed up not long ago?" Hugo corners Yuri and asks how the sword he made is holding up. Yuri grins, thanks Hugo for the work, and says it's perfect because he's using it all the time. Yuri declares this sword leaves him totally satisfied. Then Hugo beams, smiles proudly, and bursts into laughter. He shrugs and says, yeah, because I forged it myself. My swords are legendary. The blade won't ever chip, not matter how many years you swing it. I built it from top-tier iron ore, and it's got way more power than anything else out there. Right after that, Hugo shoots his hand out to Yuri and asks to take a look at the sword. Yuri nods, then yanks the blade clean from its sheath. Hugo stared at the sword and his stomach dropped because the blade was wrecked, dull, old, jagged, and even blackened in places. Hugo snatches the sword, face pale with panic as he blurts what it is, and Yuri's just baffled. Then Hugo erupts into screams, yelling that the blade is totally wrecked and firing off at Yuri. What could he possibly have done to make it this damaged? Yuri scratched his head and threw out a guilty apology for ruining the sword, then insisted to Hugo that he'd only been using it the usual way, so Hugo was left completely stunned. Hugo stares at the battered blade, mutters that in this condition it'll barely reach even 30% of the sword's real power, then turns to Yuri and asks with a shock, didn't she find it weird when she used it? Yuri pauses, then blurts out that the sword had been messed up somehow, but enchantment magic kept it razor sharp. Hugo hears that and his mouth flies open in pure shock. Hugo shuts his eyes and lets out a small sigh, admitting he really did it. Then straight away he shoots Yuri a confident look and promises he'll fix everything. Hugo grins and swears he'll fix up and upgrade Yuri's sword until it's like brand new right in 30 minutes flat. Then he tells Yuri and Rico to grab tea somewhere while they wait. Yuri shoots Hugo a quick, guilty apology for all the mess he caused, and behind them Rico beams like she's in heaven sipping tea with Yuri, yet Hugo only throws back a laugh and tells him, don't worry about it. He winks at Yuri, smirks that she'll just have to remember to pay him for this job, and Yuri grins right back. At the meeting spot of everyone who took the quest with the knights, the crowd was already packed, knights everywhere, and a swarm of adventurers ready to jump in. One of them, hands shaking, admitted to the other that this was his very first quest from the knights, and he was terrified. Then the other adventurer snapped back that it wouldn't be a walk in the park, that he'd failed last time, but this time he was going to pass for sure. Even though the words make it sound like this selection won't be easy, another adventurer grins, points to the side, and tells her friend that pretty girl looks like she's about to join the selection too. Amid all the other fighters, a young girl in armor marched with iron confidence, her light hair tied into two neat buns, and as she strode through the crowd, her eyes kept scanning like she was hunting for one specific person. Half an hour later, Hugo finally brings Yuri's sword back to full power, blade gleaming like new, then thrusts it into the adventurer's hands and blurts out an apology for the wait. Yuri stares at the refreshed edge in pure shock. Hugo tells him that this will crank the sword's power and edge way higher, and when Yuri stares at the blade, his eyes go wide. It's been polished to a mirror shine. He beams and thanks Hugo for every bit of work he put in. Hugo flashes a grin and tells Yuri to bring his sword to him regularly from now on, because taking care of your weapon is the real foundation of an adventurer, so Yuri nods, agrees, and promises he'll be back. With their brand new weapons clutched tight, Rico and Yuri stride into the gathering where the knight's top-secret quest finally dragged everyone back together, and Yuri scans the crowd and can't believe how many people showed up. Rika turns to the other adventurers and tells Yuri, this job's gonna be tough, but the payoff is huge, plus, adventurers from nearby cities are probably already sniffing out the rumors. Then Yuri realizes it's no shock at all. Those unfamiliar faces make perfect sense until he suddenly spots someone. He spots knights lurking nearby, all clad in full plate armor, and right away he locks onto one blonde youngster barking commands at the rest. In the middle of the adventurers, a girl scanned the sea of strangers like she had a mission, until her eyes locked on someone, Rico, and she burst into a cheerful wave, shouting Isama at her. Rico snapped her gaze toward the sound, and there she was, Clarissa Apricot, a familiar face in sleek knight armor, just 15 and already deadly serious. She beamed sweetly and greeted Rico like they were old friends. With a grin full of pure joy, she sprints straight toward Rico, then, bursting with excitement, she leaps onto her, and right then Clarissa and Rico tumble to the ground together. Clarissa yanks her into a tight hug and blurts that she's been searching for her this whole time. Rico snaps back, stunned, and asks what Clarissa is doing. She smirks and says she *always knew she'd run into Rico if she went there, and Rico snaps into an angry rant, yelling at the girl to stop right now because she's too clingy. Clarissa locks eyes with Riko, totally stunned, and blurts out that she's somehow even more beautiful than the last time they saw each other. Then her gaze snaps upward and she spots Yuri. The second she spots the young man, she snaps into a menacing frown and stares him down. Riko's face twists. Yuri can't figure out why a stranger would react like that, and Clarissa angrily points at him, demanding to know from Riko exactly who he is. Riko shoots back that she'll introduce them right now, then tells Clarissa, "This is Yuri, my adventure buddy who's done so much for me." Clarissa doesn't say a word, she just keeps frowning harder. She shoots up, reaches out her hand to pull Riko to his feet, and Riko leans in to tell Yuri, "This is Clarissa, my old friend." Riko tells him she used to be a knight before coming to this city, where she finally crossed paths with Clarissa. Yuri nods and goes, "I get it." And the moment he hears that Rika used to be a knight, everything clicks because he'd already felt a weirdly different aura from her compared to the other adventurers. Suddenly, Clarissa drops down in front of Yuri and snaps that he showed up to take the test with Riko. Clarissa leans in and tells the young man straight up, only licensed adventurers can finish this quest. Then she turns to Yuri, reassures him she doesn't want to doubt him, and still demands, "Show me your license." Yuri doesn't mind at all. He pulls out his license and flashes it to Clarissa, then asks if she needs anything else from him, but the moment she reads it, the girl is hit with pure shock. Clarissa yanks the license from Yuri's hand, leans in to double-check, because if her eyes are lying, she'll catch it, and then pure rage boils over as she can't stomach the fact that he's an F rank. Riko is seconds away from spilling everything to Clarissa, but Clarissa snaps and barrels straight at Yuri, screaming that an F-rank adventurer like him has no right to even take the test, because people like him don't get to do that. Riko tries again to convince her friend that even with an F-rank, Yuri is insanely strong, but Clarissa won't hear it and she explodes, swearing she'll never let it happen. She storms over and slams Yuri's license onto the ground, fuming that she can't believe how he managed to fool her one Yasama, then declares she'll never, ever approve of him. Clarissa storms out the instant those words hit the air. Everyone can tell she's still seething, furious, and deeply offended. Riko lets out a heavy sigh, then rushes to apologize to Yuri for her friend's mess, saying she's always been way too quick to assume things, while Yuri just shrugs and says, "Yeah, it's true he's an F rank, so don't stress." Yuri had long grown numb to this kind of treatment just because he was an F rank. Then one of the knights stepped right in front of the adventurers and snapped out an order to them. Turns out the one in front of them is 27-year-old Brian Hawks, and he grins at the adventurers, thanking them for showing up and asking them to accept his heartfelt gratitude. After this, he leans in and tells the adventurers he wants them to take on a specific mission. But before they even start, he insists they'll introduce themselves first, because the knights and the adventurers don't just have different roles, they've got different beliefs, too. Brian tries to tell the adventurers to get ready first, but they cut him off instantly with furious shouts, claiming they don't need a single bit of preparation. One of the adventurers snaps that they came for the 3 million reward, not to buddy up with those government dogs, and the other adventurers grin and cheer right along with him. They snap, asking why they're supposed to get along with dogs at all. Brian doesn't give a word back, just smiles softly, calm as ever, and lets every bit of their complaining wash over him. Suddenly, Clarissa storms into the chaos, shoots the adventurers a cold, furious look, and demands to know what's going on and why they're talking to the captain like that, while Brian scrambles to stop her from blowing up. The adventurers snap, asking what she's trying to pull on them, then they call her Little One, and Clarissa explodes, snatching for her sword as fury spikes, demanding why he dares to say that. With the trouble getting worse by the second, Brian finally hoisted his massive sword and drove the tip straight into the ground. Boom! The adventurers and Clarissa froze mid-breath and cracks spiderwebbed across the earth. Brian still smiled, but it looked razor grim. Then he snapped, cold as ice, and ordered Clarissa to sheath her sword at once. With a deep breath, he fires off a loud, commanding speech to the adventurers. This is a top-secret government mission, and it's been handed straight to them, the knights. He adds that it's so top-secret they decided the knights' comrades alone could know it. So when he finishes, every adventurer freezes, then demands, "Then why are we even here?" Brian leans in and tells them, "That's exactly why I'm asking you to take a preliminary exam for knighthood now," and the moment Yuri hears it, his eyes light up with interest. Brianna presses on with a commanding voice, telling the adventurers that for the next 2 days they'll be thrown into a survival test, and only 5 out of everyone standing here will make it out alive. Brian snaps at the end that if any of these adventurers hate the terms, they should clear out right now. At first they're stunned, then the anger hits like a wave. One of the adventurers snaps at the captain, furious, asking if he truly thinks they'll just swallow this. Then a bunch of other adventurers step in and back him up. Some of them storm off, yelling that they're not here to lick his boots and that no true knight is allowed to look down on adventurers. A few adventurers step in and back them up, swearing they'll never let the knights boss them around, even for 3 million, while Brian just watches them vanish in silence. Rico leans in and asks Yuri what he's planning to do, and after a brief pause, Yuri admits he'll probably jump in, because there's something he's dying to know. Yuri locks eyes with Brian and realizes this quest is way bigger than he ever expected, because he can't shake the words from his dream woman, the ones that hinted the world is about to be destroyed. Brian scans the remaining adventurers and asks, "So we're sure everyone's in?" Then he snaps out the rule, follow whoever's running your group, and orders them straight to the eastern forest. At last, he breaks into a warm smile and sincerely tells everyone good luck as they push to pass the knighthood exam. At last, every surviving adventurer and the knights who led them charged into the forest to kick off the first brutal test for knighthood. Brian basically shrugged and told them the exam was a cakewalk, 2 days surviving in pairs, each team slipping into the forest through a different path, with a knight counting down right beside them. After the exam rules were laid out, everyone broke into groups and charged into the forest. Yuri and Rico got stuck together, Rico staring at her paper like it mattered, while Yuri glanced at the knight trailing in beside them. That's when the night goes for a twist. Clarissa shows up, glaring at Yuri with a scowl so sharp it could cut glass. Yuri asks her straight up why she's tagging along, but she just shuts her mouth and says nothing. Clarissa lifts her chin high, shoots Yuri down for asking a stupid question, and spits that he's just F-rank since she won't even say his name. Then she declares the knights will decide if he passes the test or not. She tells him, "From this moment on, I'm watching you close so I can judge your skills." She's right there beside them, and Yuri blurts out, "Are you standing a little too close?" She just smirks and says, "It's called observation." Suddenly, Yuri blurts out a question, "Clarissa, you're really staying with us all day?" And Clarissa answers, "Yeah, I am." Clarissa keeps glaring at him, unimpressed, and says the test isn't just for show, it's here to prove what kind of adventurers they really are. Clarissa also says she's already got Rika's skills completely figured out, so there's nothing to worry about, so the real priority is watching that F rank. At the same time, she jabs her finger straight at Yuri, and Clarissa snaps her gaze on him with pure rage, thinking Rico has been played, and vows to pull her back to reality right now as her eyes pin Yuri in place. Clarissa blurts out, panicked and determined, that she'll protect one Isama. Rico stares at her, totally lost, and asks what she means because is she an examiner? Yuri just nods, thinking it's an F rank, and suddenly everything clicks. He realizes that in a moment like this, words won't cut it. He needs to prove it with his skills right now. He tells the girls he didn't mean to break their moment, then monsters crash in front of them and Rico and Clarissa finally snap awake. They're trapped, totally surrounded by a whole pack of wolves. Deranged fanged wolves slunk in, snarling like they'd already tasted blood, then Clarissa just smirked, eyes locked on their victims. A smug grin flashes across her face as she declares the fanged wolves are about to be the perfect opponents for the exam. A heartbeat later, Rico bursts forward, yanking out her brand new sword and snaps, "Yuri, hand me those 4 wolves right in front of us." Rico barrels straight at the wolves, springs from one target to the next, and carves each one down with a single razor swing aimed just near the neck. Rico zips in with razor-precise grace and drops 4 wolves in mere seconds, leaving her enemies 0 time to react. Rico plants herself on one of the wolves' bodies and drives the long blade of her sword straight into the monster's throat. Then she hears Clarissa's delighted voice say, "Yep, exactly what I expected from you, Rico." Right behind her, 2 fake wolves are creeping in with mouths gaping wide, ready to pounce, yet she doesn't even clock them because her eyes stay locked on Rico. Rico panics and yanks Clarissa over, begging her to snap out of it before she realizes the deadly danger closing in. Before she can even blink, all 3 wolves get wiped out in seconds, and Clarissa stares up in shock as Yuri drops in from above, swinging his sword again and again. Clarissa pinches her eyebrows together and snaps her eyes wide as she watches Yuri slam down in front of the wolf corpses, sheathing his sword in one smooth move, and she can't believe he just wiped out 3 wolves by himself. Clarissa stares at him, sizing up exactly what kind of person he is, while Rico grins and says this is exactly what she figured he'd be, and then she turns to Yuri, praising his strength as downright incredible. Clarissa watches in silence, her face screaming that she hates what she's seeing. Then, a heartbeat later, she snaps back into a smug smile and insists Yuri has the power, maybe even more. And she goes for the jugular, saying his sword skills are clumsy, so he's got zero chance against Rika. Those words ignite Rika's fury. She clenches her jaw, frowns hard, and insists to her friend that Yuri is actually more than capable, but Clarissa just turns away like a brat, offended and done. Clarissa shoots her friend a nasty look and snaps, asking if she's being way too soft on this F-rank. Rico's rage spikes and he demands Clarissa shut it down right now. Then Clarissa snaps at her friend, yelling that she shouldn't have to say again and again, Yuri's skills can't be judged by ranks. Yuri tries to soothe Rico, insisting everything's fine, but Rico's still boiling with misery, and she keeps pushing like she's desperate to prove something. Yuri tells him, relax, this exam has barely started, and as long as you keep inching Clarissa closer, you'll make her finally admit she sees you. Clarissa tightens her frown, calls him out by name, and snaps that she has no clue how he wormed his way into Asama's good graces, but one way or another she'll expose the real him. After they drove the wolf attack back, the two adventurers and that grumpy knight pushed deeper into the forest, and soon they spotted the perfect campsite where Yuri was already hustling to set up the tent. After a while, he finally wrestled a giant tent into place big enough for all three of them, and as Yuri wiped the sweat off his brow, he stared at what he'd built and said, looks like we're all set. Clarissa, looming right behind him while she watched him work, let out a sharp snort of pure displeasure. She pulls a disgusted grimace and sneers at Yuri, saying this trashy camp is exactly right for an F-rank like him. Then Yuri just stays silent. He scratches his head and shoots his eyes away, feeling like she's being way too harsh and wishing he hadn't walked into camping with zero experience, because as the thought hits, he suddenly recalls he's done this before, back when he first arrived in this world. While he's still stuck in his thoughts, Clarissa snaps into action. She digs into his work, eyes sharp and voice strict, calling that clumsy not a mess, then flat out tells him she won't even hand out 50 points for it. As Clarissa tears into Yuri with scolding words, his thoughts snap into place. Wait, what if she's revealing the truth? He realizes he's only truly good at swordsmanship and magic, and this is the first time he's been hit with this much criticism since he arrived in this world. Clarissa snaps at Yuri, asking if he'd really let Rico sleep in a tent this awful. She snaps that's why F-ranks can't cut it, then starts barking orders. Clarissa steps in and shows him how to tie the rope right, and when Yuri finally gets it, she warns him with a hard stare. She's not teaching it again. After a while, Rico bursts back into camp, cradling a mountain of branches, grinning as she tells Yuri, firewood mission complete. Staring at the tent, Rico lights up and gushes that it looks awesome, but Clarissa cuts in. She's been waiting for her since that F-rank junk was worthless and she fixed it up properly, while Yuri just stays silent. After a while, they spark up a small fire right in front of the tent, feeding it with the kindling Rika brought, and Rika declares the night's preparations are finally done. Yuri nods and agrees. Rico whips around to Yuri and says, this is where the real trouble starts because we still haven't gotten food for ourselves. Eventually, the crew reaches a tiny nearby river and Yuri leans in, eyes locked on the clear water, like she can already feel the fish hiding just beneath the surface. Suddenly, a fish explodes from the water. Clarissa whips up her hand and points 2 fingers at it, firing off a beginner ice magic, an ice arrow. The second that ice arrow forms in her hand, she whips it forward and smashes it into the fish without wasting a second. Yuri stares at it and realizes Clarissa isn't just strong, she's deadly skilled too, from magical power all the way down to every technique. Watching Clarissa lock in on her prey, Yuri realized she'd shaped her magic into a razor-sharp arrow aimed to land dead on, and that kind of precision isn't something you can learn overnight. Clarissa smirks, frost cuts tiny ice shards into her palm, then looks at Yuri and pounces with, all right, next up magic, this is your golden chance. Clarissa jabs a finger at Yuri and snaps, listen up. Then she demands that from this moment on he uses his magic to take down his prey, and if he can haul in more fish than she does, she'll finally admit he's got real skill. Once Yuri gets the deal, a cocky smirk spreads across his face. He's got this. Standing beside Clarissa, they're both set for this little showdown, and Yuri tells her the rules. He just has to catch more fish than her. Clarissa nods, that's right. Yuri knows he's a total rookie in everyday life, but when it comes to swordplay and magic, confidence hits like lightning. Rico suddenly cuts in and tells him it's going to be a lot tougher than he thinks. Yuri fires back, what do you mean? Riko tells him straight up, Clarice is one of the top knights when it comes to magic, especially when it's all about perfect control, because nobody can match her. Suddenly, a bunch of ice arrows, like the one she used earlier, materialize all around Clarissa, and she fires back at Yuri like, Onasama was right, precision magic is my specialty, so there's zero chance I'm losing to an F rank. Clarissa fires the ice arrow again, but this time she weaves ice magic between shots. Then the barrage splits into a dozen icy streaks, each one arcing off in its own direction and pinning the fish swimming below with perfect precision. Ice arrows keep blasting into existence around Clarissa, and as more and more of them swirl through the air, she boldly tracks their paths and locks eyes with Yuri, then challenges him to see if he can keep up with her speed. As Yuri watches the arrows thud into the fish, she realizes the hits are dead on and that Clarissa's skills are seriously top tier. Yuri realizes she's way better at juggling budding magic than he is right now, then he panics and asks himself what he's supposed to do next. Staring at Clarissa, he realizes that if he tries her method, he'll almost certainly get smoked, and he knows he can't land every single fish like she does. Suddenly, an idea sparks in his head, so he grabs Clarissa's attention and tells her to make sure he won't be stuck catching fish over and over. She stares at him, utterly baffled, and asks what he's talking about, and Yuri fires back that he means it'd work way better to catch them all at once than dragging it out one by one. Those words ignite Clarissa's fury. She snaps, asking just how far he plans to go to make her look like a fool, then challenges him. If he thinks he can pull it off, go on and prove it. She demands he prove everything he can do, and he promises he will. Right after those words, a magical aura erupts around his body. Yuri taps into advanced zero magic, stretches his hands out, and boom, a black hole rips open in the middle of the river, tearing in every drop of water like it has a mind of its own. That tiny black dot in the water suddenly swells up fast, gulping the whole river dry as it pulls everything in. Clarissa freaks out, trembling and begging, "What kind of magic is this?" Riko blurts out, "The river's water is getting sucked in." After a short wait, Yuri clocks it. This is enough, and with a sudden snap, he clenches both hands into fists. Then he shoots his hand up and blasts advanced zero magic, tearing open a white hole, and the moment it pops into existence, all those poor fish that had been swallowed by the black hole start tumbling right back out. Yuri remembers that this magic can spit back everything the black hole swallowed, and the reason it's so special is the power of choice, a choice she knows will matter big in the future. After every last fish spills out of the white hole, Yuri slams it shut, then proudly stares at the giant handful he hauled in, saying he caught a ton. Riko and Clarissa just stand there with their mouths hanging open, stunned. Clarissa stumbles over her words, frozen with confusion. Then she snaps and screams at the top of her lungs, demanding what's wrong with this man as her voice booms through the forest that night. Rika sat on a tree trunk, gripping a stick with a fish skewered and frying over the fire in one hand, while the other hand covered her flushed face. Then she grinned and said the food was insanely tasty, and behind him there was a tent. Yuri sat across from Lime as strange sounds spilled from his mouth, while Yuri gripped a stick with both hands, fish sizzling on it. After he chewed, he shrugged and admitted river fish wasn't half bad. Yuri lifted the fish on a stick to his mouth and started biting, then snapped his head to the side. There was Clarice behind the tree, gripping her own stick and fish. She spun toward Yuri with pure rage, growling like she wanted him to back off. Clarice peeked from behind the tree, rage burning across her face, and when she clenched the stick with the fried fish in it, she smashed it so hard it snapped. Then she swore she'd expose Yuri's true nature for everyone to see. Yuri gripped the fish in his hands and kept eating, while Clarice lurked behind a tree a few steps away, glaring at him with pure rage, so Yuri couldn't help but feel uneasy under her eyes. Above the thick, leafy treetops, the night sky opened wide, crescent moon glowing bright, stars flickering like tiny sparks, while above the fire a branch held a teapot, swinging gently over the flames. Riko took a sip from her mug, then Yuri asked why she joined the Knights, and her surprise hit like a wave. Riko swallowed, slid her hand to the side, and admitted her ancestors were knights, so she decided to walk straight in their footsteps. Yuri shot his hand forward, gripping a mug of steaming tea, then asked, "So why'd Riko leave the Knights?" And Riko's face snapped into shock like the question hit her like a punch. Sweat beads popped up on Riko's face, so she shut her eyes and dipped her head. Then she paused, gathered herself, and snapped her eyes back open. Clara stormed up to the guys, clasped her hands tight, shut her eyes, and snapped that they should stop wasting time chatting. Yuri stared at her in shock, while Riko blurted Clarice's name. Claris planted herself before the roaring fire and started to say the cruelest part of this exam wasn't the questions, it was surviving the night. Not now for talk, not now at all, while Rico lounged on a log, mug cupped in her hands, staring at Claris like she was missing something, and Yuri just couldn't follow what she meant. Claris's brow nodded as she warned me that once night hits, monsters crank up their aggression, mainly because their night vision is trash. Then the fire's glow flickered over the area as she stressed that camping out here after dark is downright dangerous. Yuri couldn't shake those nightmare monsters, and the way the quests he'd already cleared felt like they were bait just for him. So yeah, that's why the organizers dropped the exam in the eastern forest. Claris shot her hands up, and the guys lounging on the logs argued about taking turns for duty. They all had to pass this exam, and Yuri rubbed his face like he was deep in thought. Yuri stared at Claris and said, "If my monster buddies can be lookouts, then you'll do it," and Claris snapped her hands together, eyes wide with shock at the request. Claris snapped, telling Yuri he could grab anything he had, slime, lime, even if it meant squirming on the ground. Then that weird slime slap sound went off. Yuri pushed himself up from the log, and Rico stared at him in shock as he shouted, "Yuri!" Yuri drifted away from the girls, and Claris called after him. If he chose to patrol that area, she just wished him luck. Yuri pressed a finger to his lips, dropped into a crouch, slammed his hand to the ground, and boom, his magic lit up as glowing circles erupted beneath him. Yuri dropped to a seat with his hand braced on the ground, and from those magic circles, wolf-like forms lunged into existence. Meanwhile, the girls huddled by the fire, shaking with fear. Sweat beaded on the girls' faces as terror ripped through their screams, while Yuri stood there, surrounded by monsters, insisting they stay on duty in the forest, then thrusting them proof of the deal, the fish they'd get as their reward. Claris stared at Yuri, trapped in a ring of monsters, and fear hit Yuri like a punch. Claris frowned, then blurted out that she couldn't believe what kind of magic Yuri could pull off. Yuri said most people barely had monsters in their arsenal. Then Claris snapped, screaming that tamers didn't get more than 4 tamed monsters, and Yuri's lineup hit hardest with fish-themed beasts. Yuri pictured a man with monsters running wild, and then realized Dutch's tamer only had 2 monsters, not the whole chaos she expected. So the girls started freaking out, totally baffled by Yuri's abilities. Yuri was heading for the tent when he stopped at the entrance and said he'd already sent the monsters, those on-duty kobolds, so everyone could sleep in peace. Claris's fists snapped tight, rage roared in her throat, and her furious scream echoed through the whole area. Behind the tent stretched a forest, but inside, snoring rattled the air. Yuri lay on the pillows under a blanket, while Rico slept beside him. Her hand rested on Yuri, and her mouth hung open as drool streamed out. Yuri snapped his eyes open, then Rico's hand was right on his face and her legs slid over him, and Yuri's mind immediately screamed, "I'm not sleeping now." And just like that, Yuri ended up cradled in Rico's arms, staring up at her as he decided, "I'm out of the tent," because he figured Rico's got the strength to handle it and he'd sleep somewhere else. Yuri stepped outside and stretched his back, still remembering how, back when he slept with Phil, the same restless tossing and turning had made him feel just as uncomfortable. Yuri glanced sideways and spotted Claris perched on a log by the flames, cradling a stick as she poked and stirred the embers like she owned the fire. Yuri closed in on Claris, itching to know why she wasn't resting, and the moment Claris spotted him coming, she turned away. She folded her arms and declared she could take care of herself, and Yuri scratched his head like Claris was really struggling to believe Efren could do what they said. Yuri slid into the seat beside Claris and blurted that he wanted the full story about Rico, how they met, what happened, while Claris stared off into the distance like she was piecing it all together. Then Claris lifted her head and said she could finally tell him just how huge Rico really was. Yuri snapped a shocked look at her, and Claris shut her eyes tight. Claris remembered the crowd packed between 2 huge tables, shouting loud enough to rattle the air. Rico stood right in front of her while she sat on the floor. Rico crushed her hand into a tight fist, and Claris swore the first time she ever met Rico was just about 2 months after Rico became a knight. Clarissa started spilling this terrifying story when she was little. Bears tore into her family, and that's how she lost her parents. Baby Clarissa was reaching for her father when an enraged bear came barreling straight for her. Then bam, an attack erupts, and little Claris snaps her eyes open to riders on horseback charging in front of her, cutting down the bear that was sprinting straight at her. Tears streamed down Claris's face as she spotted a strange coat of arms. Then the knights from Luminaria rode in and saved her, and just like that, she couldn't help but start admiring them. After that incident, Clarice was rushed to an orphanage where she honed her sword skills day after day, and even scrubbed and cleaned around the house to build her strength in every way. Then she slipped into night school only for a brutal truth to hit her fast. The guys kept dodging Clarice because most of the students came from high families and they refused to treat her like she belonged. Clarice stood alone in the dark, then sharpened her blade and devoured her lessons. No discouragement, just pure grit as she pushed towards something huge. Clarissa strode down the school halls while her classmates' stares cut into her, and then they started pestering her nonstop until it felt unbearable. So she finally collapsed into her seat, and there in front of her sat the plates of food. A classmate shoved up to her, snatched her plate, and snarled that Clarissa didn't belong here. Then he tossed the plate to the floor like it was trash and slammed a spoon onto it, pounding the message in. Then the boy yanked her off the chair, grabbed Clarissa's head, and shoved it toward the plate like he was forcing the moment to happen, while he started hurling insults at her. People swarmed in, but instead of helping, they just circled close and watched. The girl and a handful of boys hovered nearby, giggling as Clarissa laughed. Then someone shoved through the crowd and she snapped, ordering everyone to clear out. That girl was Rico. She swung like a storm and slammed the bully in Clarice, and his tooth went flying from the impact. The boy shot to the side and Rico stepped in front of Clarissa, ripping into them as he yelled that every guy should be ashamed for doing nothing, while the guys just stared at the girl, completely clueless who she even was. She dropped her fist, broke into fierce shouting, and declared, "My name's Rico Glanes. Starting today, I'm training at the School of Knights." The boys and Rico started talking, then one kid lunged at Rico to attack, but she slipped out of the way and clocked him back hard. More guys lunged at Rico, but she smashed through every last one until several of them hit the floor unconscious while Rico loomed over them and sliced off their hands in the dust. The rest just stood there in surprise, staring at what she'd done. Rico shot a suspicious stare at the guys who were talking about her and at the guys she'd swayed, then whirled around and started jabbing her finger straight at them. Rico burst into screams, yelling that strength means nothing. She'll protect the weak and bring down the strong, and that's what a real knight is. Clarice's face was smeared with food, yet she stared at Rico in stunned fascination. Rico clenched her teeth, tears poured down her face, and those words lit a spark in her chest, so she decided to follow Rico. Then Clarice asked for Rico's okay to call her Wania, and the building's walls were built from brick. Clarice sat on a log and praised Rico as a real knight, someone who never discredits people. Right beside her, Yuri grinned and thought Rico hadn't discredited him for being a frang. Clarice then jabbed a finger straight at Yuri and said Rico, just by who she is, ends up vulnerable and ends up leading anyway. Yuri bristled, thinking, that's cruel logic, if Clarice really could reason like that. Yuri's monster snapped its jaws wide and blasted out a thunderous bark, and Yuri and Clarice went wide-eyed, shocked into full alert by the monster's sudden roar. The boys shot up, stared straight at the source of the noise, and Yuri blurted out that things looked bad, real bad. A tent sat behind the boys and they went still, staring into the tangled forest when Yuri frowned, because someone was coming straight for them. Then a pack of rough-looking men burst out of the forest toward the boys, their faces screaming trouble. One with bandaged hands climbed onto a tree branch and announced he was hunting for Clarice, while Yuri and Clarice eyed the strangers warily, scanning the side like something was about to snap. The boys stood frozen in silence as several men surged out of the forest thicket toward them, and those faces looked downright terrifying. Clarice slid her hand behind her back and began casting, demanding what these men wanted from her. Then the blonde man with the mustache smirked and said Captain Clarice kicked them out of the competition. The man yanked out a knife and his partners immediately squared up, fists ready. Then he screamed that being left out had burned them with rage and the girl was going to pay. Yuri couldn't wrap his head around what the guys were doing. This was their chance to prove their skills again, when Clarice snapped her weapon up and demanded how this man even had the nerve to challenge her, and the guy burst into loud, mocking laughter. The blonde man started saying he wouldn't draw a sword to fight Clarice, and Clarice was so shocked she blinked, then dropped to the ground as she realized a snake had sunk its fangs into her leg, an E-rank monster. Just like that, Clarice swung her sword and split the snake in two, then she drove her whip ahead of her and leaned into it like a weapon ready to strike again. The men shot up cheering because their plan worked so perfectly, and somehow they convinced themselves it was that easy to beat Clarice. Sweat beaded down Clarice's skin as she cursed the man for his dirty lie. Right beside her, Yuri asked how she was holding up, then promised her, straight up, that she had nothing to fear because he was going to help her. Claris's hands shook and she shoved Yuri's offer away, then Yuri stared at her like he couldn't believe it. Claris snapped her attention to the sword, chattered on without stopping, and insisted these people had a claim on her, so she'd handle them herself. Yuri stared at her in shock when a fair-haired man rushed up, slapped a hand on his shoulder, and barked that Yuri needed to stay out of it, that it wasn't too late for him to back down. The blonde guy eyed Yuri with sharp suspicion and said Yuri could tag along after they finished having fun with Claris. Then the other man closed in on Claris like he meant it. Another man seized Claris's face and demanded to know if she'd surrender without a fight. Then tears flooded her eyes as she started threatening those men back. The blonde man's smile kicked in as he said the first move was taking out her teeth. Then Claris snapped her head toward him in fury, still trapped with her face pinned by someone's hand. Juris shoved the man's hand off his shoulder, snapped that he was refusing the offer and that what they were doing was wrong, and the blonde guy sputtered, rubbed the back of his head, and burst into nervous laughter. The man faced Yuri, shoved his hand aside, and snapped that if Yuri truly believed his words, then Claris had it coming, because she'd mocked them. Yuri snapped forward and started blaming the men, saying it was Claris's doing it all. They didn't just make a mistake, they ganged up on the wrong person, and that's why it all spiraled. Meanwhile, the muscular man still had Claris's face gripped tight. The blonde man turned his back on Yuri, snarling that he had a frang and was only trying to play hero. Then he demanded Yuri listen to the men and fall in line with them, before jabbing a finger at Yuri's face to make him look down. On both sides of Yuri, snakes hissed and swayed, lime started bouncing in place, freaking out with loud panic noises, and the men froze when they spotted a slug. Yuri waved Lime off, saying he had nothing to fear, he wouldn't lose to these guys. Yuri dropped his hand toward the ground. A heartbeat later, Yuri was soaring high above the ground, and the male adventurers froze, gaping in disbelief. Then they started rubbing their eyes because they still couldn't wrap their heads around how Yuri had been floating in midair for so long without dropping to the ground. Yuri slipped in behind one of the men and slammed him down, then she vanished again, popping into the air above them as they spun around, frantic, hunting for her. The blonde man stared at his partners sprawled unconscious on the ground, then snapped his gaze upward and spotted Yuri. Moments later, Yuri swings a kick into the fair-haired man. He erupts in a scream that rips the air, and Yuri drops calmly to the ground right after the hit. Yuri wound up on the ground with the blonde man staring down at him, while the other guy pressed a knife to Claris's face and snarled that he'd kill her unless Yuri snapped out of it. With a furious scowl on his face, the man shoved the knife aside, then burst into loud laughter and summoned his monster, the Cyclops. Yuri snapped his eyes toward the noise, then, just a second later, one of his monsters burst out of the bushes, and he lifted his paw and let out a fierce bark. The man shot up from his seat, knife clenched in both hands, eyes darting to the side, and Yuri, still squatting, stared right where he was looking, caught in total shock. Right in front of the guys, a defeated Cyclops lay there, dragged in after Yuri paid it a visit. Yuri crouched down and snapped that it wasn't some legendary monster, and the man's rage exploded. He lunged at Yuri with a knife, and Yuri sprang back to dodge him. While Yuri was mid-jump, she slammed the man in the face, one tooth popped right out. After that hit, Yuri snapped that power has nothing to do with the floor, and Claris was left staring in shock at what she'd just heard. The blonde man crumpled to the ground and Yuri shot upright, staring him down. Then he spun to Claris and demanded, "Are you okay?" Claris reached out, took his hand, and said everything was fine. One of the adventurers slipped behind the tent to watch the boys, then peeked inside and froze in shock. The hooded man spotted Rico sprawled out with her arms flung wide, then slipped into the tent and strode straight toward the sleeping girl. Then she screamed from inside the tent, and that sound tore through the whole area. Yuri panicked, bolted toward the tent to save Rico, and shoved inside to see what happened. Inside the tent, Rico kept sleeping. Then in her dream, she snapped awake and clamped down on the hooded man like a nightmare power move, making him scream, "I'm giving in." Meanwhile, Agnia just kept sleeping and grinning, like she knew exactly what was happening. Across the field, Yuri stood face to face with his monsters, and right in front of him waited the bound adventurers, while behind the bound men, even more monsters crowded in. Yuri stared at his monster and told it he was truly grateful for its help, and the beast answered with a loud bark. Then Yuri glanced at the mountains and realized all he could do now was wait for morning, before dropping his eyes down. Claris lay sprawled in front of Yuri, moaning and unable to move as Yuri snapped his ability on. Poison flooded her body, and the snake's venom paralyzed her, even as Yuri flashed back to the exact second that bite sank into her leg. Yuri slid down beside Claris and told her Lime had to help, then boom, right where the snake struck, Lime leapt onto Claris's leg. Yuri asked how Claris was doing, and when she sat down, she stared at her hand like something surprised her. Then she said she felt way better. Yuri grinned and told her he was glad, and Claris just stared back at him in silence. Claris clutched her chest and blurted, "I don't get it. Why would you help me after I ruined your day back when you were F rank?" Yuri rose, then leaned back and dragged a hand over his face like he was deep in thought. Yuri stared ahead and blurted that he stepped in only because the adventurers were about to do something evil. Claris froze, staring at him in disbelief. Then Yuri's mind flashed back to a girl named Aisha. Yuri stared ahead and said Aisha drilled into him this: if a man lets a sudden impulse wreck his principles, the road he picks doesn't lead to freedom, it leads straight to ruin. Claris leaned in and listened to Yuri, then shut her eyes and admitted it. "I don't even want to say it, but yeah, I can really see a knight in you." Claris slapped a hand on her belt and said Yuri had already cleared this part. So Yuri stared back, stunned, as the sun blasted over the mountains and it hit him. He just survived the temporary night exam. Riko shot a look at Yuri. She was right beside him, stunned that Claris even recognized Yuri, while Yuri gripped the papers tight and told Riko, "You did great too," and all the while, a dark forest loomed behind them. Riko froze, totally lost, and just stared as Yuri explained himself. Then Yuri glanced back and said it was fine if she didn't get it. He stepped aside and Riko blurted, "Wait, where's Claris right now?" Yuri gripped the map, memories of Claris flooding back, then told them, "She's gone on ahead to hand over those captured adventurers. Tell the guys to meet her later." Riko trailed behind Yuri and leaned in, asking if he knew about her exam results. Then Yuri remembered Claris freaking out, shouting that Riko had passed. Yuri and Riko reached the dead end of the cleft, and Yuri's hair snapped wildly in the wind as he shouted that Claris had picked this exact spot for their meeting. Then both of them stared up in shock. A massive dragon roared overhead and Claris grinned as she rode it. Then she leapt off midair straight toward the boys, thrust her hands up, sprinted to Rika, and shouted her name. Claris squeezed Riko in a tight hug, then confessed she'd missed him like crazy. Riko's face went red instantly, and he sputtered that she needed to let go, arms splayed at his sides, begging her to stop clinging. Riko tried to shake Claris off, but they both kept spinning in a dizzying whirl, while Yuri just stood nearby, watching the girls closely. Then he shot a glance to the side and admitted he was still stunned. He never thought Claris would swoop in on a dragon. Yuri stared at the beast, hit his appraisal, and realized it wasn't a full wyvern at all. It was just a tiny one, a D-rank. The boys slapped a map down, pointing straight at their target, Luminaria, sitting on the eastern shore. Claris shot Yuri a glare and stuck her tongue out like it was a challenge. Yuri stared back, thinking hard. Above them, clouds drifted across the sky, slow and unstoppable. The boys suddenly found themselves strapped to a dragon, soaring through the clouds like it was a dream, and Riko craned over the edge, her face blazing red while her hair whipped and fluttered in the wind below. The boys soared over the glittering water, and Yuri snapped his eyes to the dragon's face, then blurted to Claris, "Can it fly faster?" Claris grumbled that the dragon was already maxed out. It could carry only 2, and now there were 3 of them. Above them, a dragon thundered through the sky, then a huge cloud slid in and the sun got swallowed, and Yuri blurted that the dragon looked absolutely wiped out. The guys spotted an island below and decided to land and rest. Yuri's stomach dropped as they plunged downward, and he jerked his head up. Another dark dragon was swooping down from above straight at them. A pitch-black dragon with a terrifying face came charging straight at the boys through the sky, and the moment they saw it, fear hit them like a punch. Fire flared inside the dark dragon's mouth, and the moment it snapped wide open, a roaring cloud of flame exploded outward. That blazing fireball nearly latched onto the dragon's tail as the boys screamed through the sky, staring in terror at the raging column of flame. Yuri yelled for Lime to step in, and Lime shot upward and started spinning in midair. The Lime blasted outward and gulped up the flames. A dark dragon swooped down on the boys, then blasted another brutal column of fire straight at them, making them scream, panicking as they scramble to figure out their next move. Lime thumped onto Yuri's shoulder, and Yuri's ready to bet Lime can't swallow another fire blast, until Yuri springs up in midair and snaps down, biting his own finger like a secret switch. Yuri called forth the heavenly dragon, then blasted into its back as it rocketed through the sky, and he screamed for it to tear into the dark dragon. Yuri's hair whipped in the wind as he stared straight ahead and snapped his command. His dragon surged forward, smashing into the enemy dragon with full force. The girls stared at Yuri with their mouths hanging open, blown away that she could summon a dragon. Then Yuri snapped her gaze away, thinking tamers can barely pull off that kind of summon. Yuri was riding on a dragon as they tore after the enemy dragon, and when it shot upward, it threw its head back and started gathering fire in its mouth, while Yuri's determination burned so hard that he knew his dragon could take that blast. The enemy dragon blasted Yuri with fireballs, and Yuri's dragon snapped its wings wide, ready to strike. Yuri's dragon flared to life, blasted into the air, and even shrank as it tore through the fireballs. Then the enemy dragon snapped back with a shocked roar as Yuri's dragon bunched its paw into a tight fist. Yuri's dragon slammed into the enemy dragon, and in the chaos, Yuri got launched into the air. He shot forward with a naked sword, locked eyes with the enemy dragon, then his blade lit up as he hurled a spell straight at it. Yuri whipped his glowing sword around and slammed it into the enemy dragon. One strike, and its head snapped clean off, sending the whole battlefield into a deafening, furious roar. Yuri rode his dragon while the girls perched on theirs, hovering in the sky. Then the enemy dragon crashed into the water and a massive geyser erupted straight upward. Yuri stood on the dragon's back, staring down while Riko grinned and told her she'd really pulled it off. So did Claris notice it too? Claris snapped her gaze ahead in shock, announcing that the Dragon Knight was Alexandrov. Yuri's hair snapped and fluttered in the wind, and Claris kept insisting it was all her imagination. Yet somehow, Yuri just looked like the legendary Dragon Knight to her. Over the forest and jagged rocks, the sky sprawled wide, dotted with drifting white clouds, while 10 millimeters east of Luminaria, a dark aura seeped over Lake Eliza. Out on the lake, a tiny building with a pointed roof hung over the water. Inside, 2 people stood in the room. One had a table on sturdy legs, while the other sat right on the floor. A masked man in dark clothes stood before the girl, raised his hand to the side like a command, and demanded she spill everything she knew. The girl with the head decoration couldn't figure out what that masked man wanted from her, and when he smiled at her, he basically told her there was no point in resisting. The man stared at the girl and kept going, claiming he knew she'd used her magic to send messages to someone, while the girl just stared straight ahead in silence. The small building's roof loomed over the masked man, and he didn't even blink. He said he didn't care who the girl was trying to reach. Then he ordered his minions to wipe out anyone who dared get near the city. A second man in black stood right behind him, bowed low and greeted Sariel. Then he turned his gaze forward and snapped that one of the dark wyverns was missing. Sariel stared at the man in black and blurted, "Wait, did the wyvern actually die?" The girl with the head decoration dropped to the floor, eyes wide as she stared at Sariel. Then she snapped her gaze forward and gasped, "So, did we finally find Yuri?" Sariel slid his hands behind his back and turned sideways, then declared he'd finally understood everything. Maybe even the water priest was wrapped up in it. The assistant had done his part, now he was useless, and the man in black went wide-eyed at the shock of it all. Then the man in black gets his head torn clean off his shoulders, and the girl with the head decoration erupts into terrified screams about what Sariel just did, while Sariel stands there, hand out to the side like he's finished the show. Sariel thrust his hand forward and warned that his power can turn bodies into dark magic, so he's always hunting for fresh ones. Then the man in black started to glow, and that deadly light surged straight into Sariel's palm. Sariel clenched a dark clod of energy in his hand, and a gloomy cloud swallowed the air around him, while the girl with the head decoration stared back at him, furious and indignant. He frowned and snapped that now it was the girl's turn to answer. Then she sat on the ground, hands stretched out, as dark tentacles curled toward her. Dark tentacles snatched the girl's hands and hauled them upward, then the rest slammed onto her body, smothering her as they brushed her hot, flushed face. She grit her teeth and swore she would not give up. Sariel thrusts his hand out and dark energy pours from him as he starts gloating that she's the first to defy his power. While the girl trembles, tentacles lunge toward her face, and all she can think about is Yuri. Meanwhile, Yuri planted herself on the seashore, staring at Claris, while Riko hovered beside Claris's dragon as Claris stood there with Yuri right beside her, hands up, yelling like she meant to make the ocean hear her. After catching their breath on the island, Yuri's dragon and Claris's dragon, carrying the guys, shot into the sky. Yuri rode up front and Riko sat right behind him, grinning as she yelled that Yuri's dragon was incredible and way faster than Claris's. Claris tilted her head and looked up. Claris clutched the reins, her eyes blazing with pure fury, and she screamed at Yuri that she'd never, ever forgive him for taking Rika for a flight. Yuri stared at Claris soaring behind him and felt the crushing pressure closing in, while both of their dragons hovered above the clouds. Riko thrust her finger forward and said they were almost there. Right ahead, the boys rode on the back of a flying dragon over the sea, and the mountains rose at the horizon. Yuri's hair snapped in the wind as he stared forward, stunned. Right ahead, Yuri spotted fluffy white clouds and the first glimpse of a giant land. Could this really be Luminaria? Before he could even process it, Claris rocketed upward, shouting his name because she had to warn him about something huge. Claris swooped right up to Yuri and Rika and hissed that the guys had dragged into this city for a secret quest, and Yuri better not stick out in the crowd. Then she snapped her finger toward Yuri, pure anger blazing in her eyes. Yuri couldn't shake the image of that night, and he knew this quest was way too secret. He had to rein in his choices so he wouldn't stick out. Right then, Claris shot forward and shouted for everyone to follow her. Luminaria Harbor was packed with people and moored ships, and the houses looked wildly out of place, so when the boys turned the corner, they found themselves staring at a dragon stable. A young guy in an apron was wrestling with hay when an older man stepped beside him, lugging a box full of supplies. Then the older guy snapped his head up because a huge shadow suddenly swallowed them both. Yuri and the girls came storming in with dragons blazing right in front of the dragon stable's workers, and the moment they appeared, shock hit them like thunder. Yuri's dragon slammed onto the earth, the ground buckling so hard that workers screamed, jumped, and dropped flat, while the old man leaned in with wide-eyed interest at the dragon looming right in front of him. The old man tugged his hat down, grinned, and bragged that he'd been caring for dragons for over 20 years. Then he eyed this one like it was unreal. Yuri started to slide off the dragon, and the man leaned in asking if this was Yuri's dragon. The men were buzzing with praise, gushing about the dragon and how incredible it looked, and then Yuri stepped up, stuck for words, so he scratched the back of his head, thinking hard, while Riko stood behind him and stared in shock at how strangely everyone was reacting. The old man snapped that the stable's tables were way too small for Yuri the dragon, and across from him sat another stable where the roof was patched up in ugly gaps. Claris the dragon was marched straight into the stables, and the old man grumbled that their roof just wasn't tall enough for a beast that big, until Yuri grinned and shot back that it wouldn't be an issue. Yuri stared at the dragon and told him he'd done great work and could finally rest. Then the dragon's smile broke into a weird, eerie sound. Yuri shot his hand up and blasted a spell that yanked the summoning right out of existence. Yuri shot his hand up, then a massive dust cloud blasted in front of him, and behind him the dragon stable workers just stared in shock. The man leaned right up to Yuri's face and said she was incredible. So Yuri's the one who really landed a contract with a giant dragon? Yuri froze in shock because he acted like this wasn't some once-in-a-lifetime miracle, and the girls just stared as the men talked back and forth. Claris shot her hands up, snapping that Yuri wasn't even listening and was stealing the spotlight again, while Riko dipped her head and told her to just tolerate it. Meanwhile, clouds drifted above the roofs of that strange, unusual building. Claris strode ahead and declared they'd reached the city center. Yuri's jaw dropped. He spun to face a huge building, staring at a stone statue of a girl with an ornament on her head and her hands clasped together. Yuri trailed the girls down the street and right past a flower shop. Claris pointed and said the headquarters was this way, so Yuri snapped her head up in shock and then leaned in to study the stone statue of the girl, every detail up close. Riko halted and told Yuri, then Yuri froze too. Riko stared at him and asked for forgiveness, and when Riko turned to the girl statue, she said it's the city's symbol. It's the water priestess of Aqua. Yuri's mouth fell open in shock as he stared at the girl statue, then he blurted out Riko's exact words, while a bag of stuff rode over his shoulder. Riko and the boys lined up in front of the statue, and behind it the city's weird rooftops stretched out in view. Riko planted her hands on her hips, stared the statue down, and declared that it's the city's symbol. The boys stared at that massive hall, a passage stretching through it while another floor of tall columns loomed overhead. Riko kept going, saying that if the legend's true, Aqua herself built the water city of Luminaria, and Yuri leaned in to scrutinize the statue with laser focus. The girl perched on a tiny step, her skirt bunched up beside her, and then she dipped her feet into the water, face blazing red as she looked up, mortified. Yuri stood there in silence, eyes locked on the statue, while Rika stared at her in shock. Behind them, the street glowed with lanterns. Then Claris whipped around to glare at the guys, pure displeasure on her face. Yuri stared at the statue and blurted that he swore he'd seen this man somewhere before, while Rikkel and Claris stood right there, mouths hanging open in pure shock. Yuri rubbed his chin, trying to drag back the memory. Where had he seen that girl? Clara stood right there, trembling as rage surged, and then she started to growl like a storm. Yuri clocked it instantly and turned his eyes on her. Clara strode up to Yuri, who stood beside Aqua's statue, and when she stopped, she jabbed a finger at Yuri and erupted, accusing her of insulting Aqua, until Rico barreled in, shouting Claris's name at the top of her lungs. Rico shot Claris a glare and snapped that she should have gotten used to Yuri by now, because if she didn't learn to adapt, she'd fall behind the times, and with that, Rico clasped her hands tight. Claris erupted into a scream, snapping that she'd never seen someone with zero common sense, begging Yuri to keep his illusions to himself, and Yuri jolted in shock. Yuri couldn't forget the girl's face or the statues. Then a thought hit him hard. He'd seen a dream once where a girl looked exactly like Aqua came to him. Claris sighed with a heavy heart and admitted that Rico truly wants Yuri to become a knight. Then Yuri snapped his head to her, shocked, and said he was grateful for her words. Yuri stared at the girls and told them he understood everything, thanks to her. Then Claris blurted out in shock that Yuri was definitely totally fine in the head, and Rico snapped back in pure anger that Claris should just get used to it. Yuri found himself staring at a massive building with a wide passage, its walls blazing with drawings, and he just stood there thinking, this city's vibe is totally different, exactly like he'd expected from a continental place. Claris charged ahead and shouted for the guys to follow, and they hurried down a brick-paved street. Yuri suddenly craned his neck in shock. Right in front of them loomed the massive headquarters of the Knights of Luminaria, while the square outside bustled with people. The Knights' coat of arms flashed right in front of the boys, and the next second, bam, they were inside the building, while Yuri tailed the girls. Inside the room, armored people stood waiting, and Claris broke down what every mark on the knight's crest meant, as Yuri clutched his bag over his shoulder and gasped, mouth hanging open in pure shock. The boys stumbled into a massive, multi-story chamber, flanked by two towering knight statues, and the whole place was packed with people on every side. Yuri paced around the building and spotted the knight's coat of arms stamped everywhere like it was screaming his presence, and she realized, yeah, there really were a whole lot of shields here. The boy halted at the huge staircase. Claris snapped her finger at him, and then he told Yuri to quit pulling weird stunts, so Yuri immediately nodded and agreed. From up on the upper floor, someone shouted that Claris was finally back, and the girls froze in shock. Then all their eyes snapped upward toward the voice. The next second, the girls dropped into a deep bow, knees bent, heads lowered, while Yuri froze in shock, staring at them like she couldn't believe it. An older man loomed on the stairs, clutching a stick in one hand and wearing a long suit. Then he grinned and told everyone girls didn't need to be so formal. His name was Marius Ubach. The girls stared straight ahead, not daring to lift their heads, while the man said it had been way too long since he'd last seen them and that he was thrilled to finally greet them again, and the girls nodded along to every single word Ubach said. Ubach stared ahead, shocked, and then Yuri snapped his gaze to him, too, bag slung over his shoulder as both of them locked eyes. Ubach stared Yuri down from head to toe, stunned, because in that moment, Yuri's magic looked pure, elegant, and dangerously gifted. Like Ubach wasn't standing before a normal man at all, but an unmatched wizard walking straight out of legend. Ubach dragged a hand over his beard and started thinking, while Yuri stared at the stairs from where Ubach stood, convinced the guy was watching him a little too closely. With a stick gripped in his hand, Ubach started down the stairs, and then he blurted that he was happy to welcome Yuri to the city. Yuri glanced at Ubach, pointed him out, and said he wasn't all that bad, and that comment instantly lit a fuse in the girls' anger. The girls leaned over Yuri with fury in their faces, then started ripping into him for that uncultured way he'd spoken to Ubach, until Yuri snapped back, asking what they really meant by the court magician. The moment they answered, the girls flung their doors wide in shock. Rage sparked in the girls' eyes as Claris clenched her teeth and said she was hanging on with everything she had, while Rico snapped that Claris should just learn to live with it. Then the girls stared at each other in shock when Ubach casually said Yuri was a hilarious adventurer. The girls dropped to their knees again and lowered their heads, begging forgiveness for Yuri's behavior, while Ubach said they had nothing to fear. Yuri might be exactly what they need, until Claris tried to cut in and object. Ubach laughed and teased that Claris always worried way too much. While the girls stared at him, Yuri stood right behind them, looming quietly. Yuri stared at Ubach's face, and then his mind flashed to the monsters and every other guy he'd run into, and when it was all said and done, Yuri was sure of one thing: Ubach was the strongest of the lot. The girls, and Yuri too, stared at Ubach in shock when he snapped that they were out of time, so he hit them with the truth. Luminaria was in the middle of an existential crisis, and you could even see the ground far below through the clouds. The boys started replaying Yubok's words in their heads, and when he talked about the country, his face set into a tight, serious frown. The girls went pale with shock, staring at Yubok in disbelief, while Yuri kept his eyes forward, wearing that same grim expression like a warning. A girl in a checkered cloak hovered in midair, one hand gripping a flaming sword while the other swung a whip, her leg tucked up like she was about to pounce. Rico stared at Yubek and snapped that he knew exactly what he meant, while Clara stood beside him with her mouth hanging open in shock. Then Yubek shut his eyes and thought hard. Yubek dropped his gaze and blurted that a singularity had just been born, right here, in this country, and the girls nearly fell apart from shock at what he'd revealed. Yuri blurted out what singularity even meant, and Yubek started tapping his bora in deep thought, then grinned and said he'd rather learn Yuri's name first. Yuri told them, and right then the girls' faces went red as they stood there, clearly not satisfied. The guys pictured a glowing black spot blooming over the whole planet, and Yubok snapped, "A singularity is what you call lands that have been hit by deadly dark magic." Then Yubek leaned in and told me the truth. 10 kilometers from Luminaria sits a lake twisted by a deadly singularity, and a choking wave of dark magic wraps around it. The girls went rigid with shock, yelling in outrage that this was impossible. Then Yubok admitted the knights had tried to repair it, but they still failed. The girls knelt before Yubek while Yuri stood right behind her, and Yubek kept going. More than 100 knights were thrown into this lake, and almost none came back. The girls stared at him, terrified. Behind Yubek, up above the stairs, I spotted a shield, and Yubek warned me that the knightly order is the backbone of this country, because if more knights vanish, panic will explode. Yuri couldn't forget that girl with the head decoration. She showed up in his dreams and begged him for help, and now he's terrified that the end of the world she warned him about might actually come true. Yubok's jaw dropped when Yuri said he understood everything. Now Yubok had to figure out his next move. He told Yuri that the adventurers who cleared the tests would head to Lake Eliza with the knights tomorrow. Yuri agreed to head to the lake, and the girls just kept sitting on the floor until Yubek dropped the bombshell that he planned to join the adventurers and knights too, and everyone froze in shock. The girl perched on his knee as they snapped that Yubek was really planning to join this mission, so Yubek shut his eyes, then narrowed them and said, "Don't worry, I can still help." Then he blew up in shouting, "Tomorrow every selected kid, boys included, would assemble and march to the singularity," and the girls nodded and screamed back so hard the whole street outside the building could hear them. The room's windows were cracked open, and the sun was bleeding out behind the horizon, while Yuri lay on the bed with his hands tucked under his head, surrounded by scattered stuff and his sword. Yuri shut his eyes and instantly remembered Riko's warning. She'd go talk to her family, and Yuri needed to sit still and stay out of sight. Then Lime scrambled up onto him and started squeaking up a storm. Yuri shot up from the bed and muttered that maybe Lime wanted food. Then Lime, sprawled on Yuri's stomach, just squeaked as if to demand it. Yuri glanced aside and thought, yeah, of course she's hungry. They hadn't eaten since the morning. Yuri blinked onto a busy city street surrounded by crowds and stared up as the sun sank like, "We've gotta start right now." Then the street lanterns along the road clicked on one by one. Yuri strolled through the city, caught the street performers in action, and watched boats glide along the river canals. Then he realized just how huge this place was, and sighed at how annoying it could get, closing his eyes and looking away. Yuri strolled along the cemetery fence when she spotted Riko perched between the gravestones, so Yuri called out. Riko snapped around in shock, and as Yuri moved closer, Riko leaned in from behind the fence and asked what she was doing there. Yuri flashed a grin and admitted he hadn't eaten yet, so he decided to roam the city, and he couldn't stop wondering what Riko was doing here. Then she scaled the fence, leaned over the edge, and stared down at him. The boys stared at the carved cross, and Riko blurted that she'd finally decided to visit her father's grave, because that's exactly why she was here now. Riko's mind snapped back to memories of her and her dad, and she started telling them that he died in the war when she was still just a little girl. The boys huddled at the cemetery fence while Riko kept talking, spilling stories about her father to Yuri, who couldn't help but picture him as a powerful knight and a born leader, standing there with a whole crowd wrapped around him, cheering his strength and respect. Riko balanced on the fence, glanced off, and blurted that she was heading back to the hotel. Yuri froze, shocked, and asked why she wouldn't just stay home. Yuri stared at Riko, and behind her loomed cold gravestones. Then she opened her heart. After her father died, her mother remarried. She'd gained a new family, so Riko shouldn't worry about her at all. Yuri shot a sideways glance and just felt it. Riko had something on her mind. Then the guys all turned too, because they just heard her name called from that direction. Right in front of the boys stood Bari Blast, fair-haired, 24 years old and grinning like he had a secret. He scratched his neck first, then flashed that big, confident smile. He snapped at Bari with pure displeasure, asking what he was doing there, and when Bari finally trudged up to the guys, scratched his head and glared, he said Riko shouldn't be acting so ice-cold if she was still his ex-fiancée. Bari stepped in front of the guys, arms wide, grinning like a showman, and told them Riko shouldn't be so cold to him because she used to be his fiancée. The guys just stared at Bari. Yuri replayed the bride talk in his head, stunned. Then Bari tapped his belt, slid it to the side, and said Riko was back home to introduce him to her new boyfriend, leaving Yuri reeling in disbelief. Riko clutched the fence with both hands and erupted, yelling that she had no clue what Barry meant, and that no way was she letting Barry talk to Yuri like that, because whatever happened between them was already over. Barry shut his eyes and smirked. Bari narrowed his eyes at Yuri, staring him down. Then Yuri's expression went cold as he shook himself off because there was a fence right behind him. Bari jabbed his finger at Yuri and snapped, "You're not from the city, there's no way you're a real knight. You're probably an adventurer, and that's your rank." Yuri faced Bari head-on and told him, "I've got Frank." Bari froze in shock, couldn't even process it, while Riko just kept standing there, gripping the fence tight. Barry jabbed a finger at Yuri, then snapped his gaze to Riko and pressed him again about Yuri's rank. So when a beat passed and Barry burst into laughter, he basically teased, "So you're really gonna team up with Yuri after that? Because for rank is hilarious." Riko snapped at Bari to calm down, but Bari just stood there clutching his stomach, laughing so hard he swore he'd burst, while Riko stared him down with pure menace. Without a second thought, Riko vaulted the fence and clutched it with one hand, while Bari wiped away the tears that laughter had brought. Bari took a step back and demanded to know what Riko was planning. Rika stood right in front of him, while Yuri loomed just behind her. Riko shot a stern look and demanded Bari apologize to Yuri, but Bari brushed it off and told Riko to calm down, and Riko snapped back again. Bari needed to apologize to Yuri right now. Bari twisted his face and snapped that he'd never apologize. Then, right on cue, Riko yanked her sword and lunged straight into the attack, while Bari grinned like a villain and thrust his hand out in front of him. A moment later, Riko's body exploded, and Riko couldn't believe it. Bari had a tiny blade in his hands, and he was cackling like a villain. Riko's cheeks flared red as she quickly lifted her hand to cover herself, and Bari snapped his hands up in front of his face, grinning as he said Riko was finally handling the sword better, and that her figure had grown more curvy, right when bells started blasting all down the street, forcing Bari to look away. Bari spun around on the guys, saying he was dead late for a date. Then he threw out the hint that if Riko wanted him, she'd know exactly where to find him. Riko shot up and clutched her own body with one hand, while Yuri slipped in right behind her. Riko whipped her head toward Yuri and covered her mouth with her hand, furious at what Barry just said, calling her his third favorite woman, and then she noticed something stuck on Barry's shoe. Riko burst in behind Yuri, and Yuri snapped that Bari needed to stop. Bari froze, then shot Yuri a furious look and demanded what was wrong Frank, while Yuri stood his ground, insisting Bari apologize to Riko. Barry paused for a beat, then grinned and snapped that he didn't have time to mess with Yuri, because he was already running late and the memory of Yuri's face was still flashing in his mind. Then Barry jabbed a finger at Yuri. Riko stood with her back to Bari, and Yuri asked if she was really okay. Riko spun away, blushing hard, and nodded that everything was fine before Yuri stared at her like he was trying to read her mind. The next instant, Riko slipped into Yuri's shirt, and Yuri watched Yuri's gift smack her with pure shock. Riko's face flared even redder, and Yuri admitted, "I gave you this because you couldn't go home dressed in those torn clothes." Yuri and Riko faced each other, trading thoughts about Bari, and Yuri couldn't shake the memory of his face. Sure, he looked frivolous, but Yuri had to admit his skills were legit. Riko tugged Yuri's shirt over herself, glanced down, and asked why Yuri wasn't curious about why she disappeared every night, only for Yuri to snap back that he absolutely was. Rika dropped her gaze, sat with her thoughts for a beat, and said, "One day, I'll finally be done sprinting on a path someone else drew." The very next day rolls in, and suddenly crowds pack together. When they look up, the mountains stretch out before them in all their glory, and all around, armored men of every age stand ready, gripping their weapons like they mean business. In the crowd, Clara stood out, young, short-haired, and Ubek himself was there too, along with Yuri and Riko. Ubek took a breath, opened his mouth, and tried to kick off the conversation. Men of every age lined up, watching and listening as Yuba stepped forward. Beside them, tents were already pitched, and when he started speaking, gratitude poured out of him as he urged everyone there to band together and get to work as one. Yubek gripped the staff tight, shouting that everyone was in real danger, begging them to remember this because now they were marching straight into the singularity, and Yuri and the rest of the guys finally took off. Soldiers and adventurers marched down a broad road toward the mountains, flanked by little clumps of bushes and trees, while riders on horseback flowed through the crowd like a moving line of steel. Yuri kept pace with the group while Rico trailed right behind him, then he snapped around, stunned by the voice that had just called his name. Right beside Yuri and Rico, Yubek rode up on his horse, grinning at the guys, and when they lifted their heads to meet his eyes, the whole scene seemed to pause, while above the line of soldiers and adventurers, the sky opened wide and clouds drifted lazily across it. Yubek was riding hard on a horse when he glanced at the guys and said, "Since we last met, I grilled my subordinates about you, and guess what? You guys crushed the exams." Yuri's eyes went wide because he couldn't believe he'd done anything special. Yubek stared at Yuri for a beat, then erupted into loud laughter and said he totally expected that kind of answer from her, leaving Yuri staring at him in shock. Yuri shot Yubek a suspicious look like he'd just figured out something shady about him, and Yubek grinned and promised he wasn't exaggerating, because Yuri was the real trump card in this quest. Yubek strode up, flicked his hand, and promised he couldn't wait for Yuri's next big wins, while Rico halted right behind Yuri, spun around the second she heard her name shouted. Right beside Yuri and Rico sat Bari on horseback, gripping the reins tight, flashing Rico an evil grin. Bari shot ahead of the guys, grinning as he stared at Yubek's comment about Yuri being the main trump card, then his confusion turned to fury as he glared at Yuri, and Yuri froze, shocked. Bari yanked his sword free and drove the blade toward Yuri's throat, so close it felt like death had teeth. Rico slammed herself between them, shocked and terrified by Bari's sudden attack. Bari kept his sword aimed at Yuri, but Yuri simply stepped back calm as ever. Meanwhile, Rico launched himself between them and started screaming at Bari about what he was about to do to Yuri. Bari stared down at Yuri and couldn't stop thinking, why is everyone staring at you, and why do these guys respect you so hard? Then he noticed Yuri had just been hit right on the tip of the sword aimed at him. Then Yuri snapped his eyes to Bari, and right in front of him, a black silhouette crawled out of shadow, swallowed by black magic as it raised a flaming sword straight at Yuri's chest. Yuri's face crumpled with raw fear. Bari kept his sword aimed at Yuri, shocked by what he was seeing, and demanded if Yuri really got sick, only for Yuri to tap his own head and say, no, completely baffled by what just happened to him. Then Bari burst into loud laughter and shouted that Yuri wasn't some trump card at all. He was so terrified he couldn't even get a word out. Bari on horseback pushed forward and warned Yuri that he'd better not get in his way again. Then Rico growled his name like a threat. Clarissa stepped up to Yuri and told him to give her a minute. Rico warned Yuri, eyes wary, that Bari might be up to something shady. Yuri glanced aside and echoed Clarissa's words. The boy stared ahead as Bari grinned and clapped a hand on the knight's shoulder beside him, and Clarice bluntly admitted that, sadly, there isn't a single swordsman in the knightly order who can top Bari's fighting skills. Clarice couldn't shake the memory of Bari's dark silhouette braced against his weapon. Then she blurted out that on the last expedition 100 knights vanished, and somehow the only one who came back was Bari. Yuri stared at Bari's face, and it finally clicked, because if she understood it, then Bari had already slipped into the singularity. A gust tore through the air, and the sky above the leafy crowns slowly turned black. Yubek fell into deep thought, then the knight beside him snapped his arm up, and every other knight and adventurer ground to a stop. Yubek and the short-haired young man stared ahead with nerves on fire. Straight in front of them loomed a dark dome, blasting a vicious, gusty wind right toward their faces. Yubek and his partner faced the dome and announced, "This is the singularity, it's pouring out a brutal magical force." Then one of the soldiers marched up to Yubek, ready to report what he'd found. The captain and Yubek swung their attention to the armored man and started listening. He warned that ever since the singularity swelled again, everything within 1 kilometer of the lake had been flooded with magic so thick it felt unreal. The captain gripped the reins and warned that with the magic so thick in the air, people would get badly hurt, so why would anyone jump into this mess? Yubek dipped his head, thinking hard, and then Bari stepped in, smiling like he couldn't wait. Bari strode up to Captain Hawks and told him to stop trembling in fear, because they'd already climbed this far and now there was only one way forward. Hawks stared at Bari, shocked. Hawks stared at Bari and told him to wait. Because so many people had already been hurt, they had to call in adventurers for help, and Bari shot back that he knew everything, while a whole crowd of people stood right behind Hawks and Bari. Bari flashed a wicked grin at Hawks and said, "That's why there are so many people here, so they can hide behind barriers or whatever." Hawks barked back that Bari was dead serious, and Bari only nodded, answering his question with a confident yes. Then Bari yanked his sword free and reared up on his horse, slashing the air as he screamed that the march to the singularity was starting, and if anyone wanted money or revenge for the fallen, they'd better follow him right now. Bari rallied the adventurers and knights, and in a burst of courage they turned their heads, nodded, and agreed to follow him as they charged forward like a storm. Hawks let out a fierce hiss, whipped around to Yubek, and shouted his name. Yubek sat on his horse, gripping the reins as Hawks, mounted and ready, thundered forward with the others. Riko stood there with fists clenched, telling Yuri, "Me and Yuri have to go too," and Yuri nodded straight at the front, then thrust his hand forward and started charging into the singularity. Once Yuri finally slipped into the singularity, he slowly opened his eyes, then shot a shocked look upward and blurted, "So this is really it." The guys and everyone else realized they'd been thrown into a huge dome, swallowed by total darkness. The huge crowd trudged through a dark stretch of road, with jagged rocks clawing up on both sides like they wanted to stop them. Riko scanned the area with fear in his eyes and muttered that this place was trouble, while Yuri stood close and Claris gripped her sword with shaky caution. Then the guys all spotted it. Someone was closing in on them. A terrifying horde of monsters surged toward the adventurers and knights, and the crowd scrambled up into the trees, while the adventurers traded frantic looks, arguing what these creatures were and why so many had shown up. The adventurers and knights got boxed in from every side, monsters creeping through the trees too. Then the dark goblins bared their teeth and roared wild, and every last one of them was rank C. A dark goblin snapped his frown as he stared at the fair-haired man gripping a sword, then he launched into the air with a snarl, and right behind him, several more goblins sprang up too. Dark goblins surged in to attack, slamming onto a group of men and tearing into them with savage, menacing roars. The men snapped into defense as Yuri yanked out his sword and carved through goblins charging at him, and as he stared ahead, he realized these weren't weak little pests, these were strong, while Yubek planted his feet on the ground and blared that he'd handle everything. Yubek yanked his staff up and pointed it straight ahead, then he launched his spell. A roaring gust tore through the air, fire erupted, and a blazing whirlwind slammed up in front of the goblins. The goblins broke into a frantic sprint, but a fiery whirlwind slammed after them, snatching goblins mid-flight as they climbed up its burning walls, their bodies turning black, while right in the center of the storm stood Yubek and everyone who'd been traveling with him. In the eye of the whirlwind, soldiers and adventurers froze, then stared up as the goblins' black bodies tore out of the storm, and the shock on their faces said it all. They had no idea what Yubek could pull off. Yubek snapped his head to the side and screamed for the adventurers and knights to slam into battle right now and wipe out the last goblins, so everyone grabbed their weapons and charged forward, and the goblins instantly shrieked in terror. Armed soldiers charged headfirst into the fight, slamming into the goblins right away, while Riko and Claris sprinted ahead of Yuri. Riko shot Yuri a look and insisted she and Claris would keep pushing forward, and Yuri nodded along, backing the girl's plan. Yuri snapped his gaze to where Bari stood, stared him down, and grumbled that Yubek was always getting in his way, then wheeled on Bari in shock like, "Wait, what?" A bearded, long-haired man hurled his arm forward and roared, then slammed into a goblin as soldiers surged in behind him, his face drenched in sweat while white-hot marks flashed beside his position. He reached for his belt, gripping a weapon in the other hand, and then he snapped. Did they really manage? Right behind him, soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder, while beneath their boots the goblins lay dead. One knight dropped to both knees, and then one man erupted into shouting, "They're coming, the enemies are advancing," and the whole group snapped their heads toward whatever was rushing at them. The men stared ahead and spotted dark rabbits and wolves huddled on the rocks just a short distance away. Those rabbits were D rank and the wolves were C rank. Big, dark rabbits and wolves charged straight at the soldiers, and the men started whispering that they were already wiped out from fighting the goblins. Hawks yanked his hand back and barked that they had zero time to rest. This was their chance to smash these monsters' attack, no doubt about it. Riko swung toward Yuri and asked if he was all right, and Yuri nodded back, then drifted her gaze aside like she was really thinking things through. One knight crouched by his sword, staring down a pile of goblin bodies, and then, right behind him, something stalked closer. A dark wolf lunged, and the panicked knight whipped upright, throwing his hands up as if he could block the nightmare. In the next instant, Bari slashes that wolf apart into bloody chunks, hauls the knight back to his feet, and tells him straight up he has to get stronger. The knight stared at Bari and burst out, saying he was terrified and begging to turn back, but Bari yanked his armor and snapped right back, rage spilling as he made it clear he'd never give up everything and crawl back defeated. Bari yanked the man up by his armor and chaos erupted around them. Bari bellowed that if the man tried to bolt, the others would chase him as punishment. Then he hoisted him high above his head and flung him straight forward. The man crumpled to the ground, smoke roaring up from beneath him. He scrambled to his feet, braced himself with one hand, then whipped his head toward his partners and screamed Bari's name at the top of his lungs. Next thing you know, a hole tore open beside him and he started slipping down like gravity grabbed him by the collar, while the man scrambled upward to claw his way back, all the while eerie, weird sounds echoed from the depths of the hole. Then this massive clawed monster crawled out of the pit's dead center, and it was a Sand Emperor, a nasty B-rank threat that loomed over the ground and roared like it meant business. A helmeted man hurled himself into a roll straight toward the monster that burst up from the ground, screaming at the top of his lungs while that thing roared out terrifying, bone-chilling noises. Yubak thrust his staff ahead, hair erect, then started chanting and launched a gravity ball straight forward. The ball rocketed straight toward the B-rank monster, and the man rolled down hard until he finally slammed onto the ground. Smoke exploded upward as the gravity ball fizzled to a stop right beside him in the helmet. The helmeted man gripped the gravity ball and blasted upward, but the B-rank monster snapped its claws shut, pinning him there midair, and the other soldiers just froze, stunned that he was hovering like that. Yubak thrust his staff high and the soldiers around him exploded in cheers, just like we knew. Because the man was saved and Yubak could keep fighting beside them, then, right near him, heavy footsteps thundered closer. The helmeted man crumpled beside Yubak, then snapped onto all fours and thanked him for saving his life, right as Yubak felt danger creeping in and spun around. Bari bursts up to Yubak and smashes him. Yubak gets blasted sideways, shouting Bari's name mid-flight, stunned that Bari hit him out of nowhere, while Bari grins and lifts his hand like a villain about to strike again. Yubak barreled toward the open mouth of the B-rank monster, and Bari blurted out that he was saying goodbye to the old man. Then the girls and Hawks froze with shock, mouths agape, while Yuri stood right behind Hawks. Bari's face turned pitch black, his eyes flashed, and that evil smile gleamed like a warning sign. Then he burst into laughter, saying the moment the book vanished, everything would snap perfectly into place under his wicked plan. Yubak tumbled straight into the jaws of a B-rank monster, and Bari blurted out a painful goodbye. Then the boys realized what was happening, and their horror exploded. The B-rank monster shot up into the air, claws snapping shut above the ground, and Bari stood there grinning like a villain, watching it all unfold. Yuri rose to his feet, gripping the rope on his bag, armor clinking as he stood there with his eyes shut, his weapon in hand as he unleashed spells. Bari puffed out his cheeks, leaned in, and burst into laughter as he scoffed that a court magician without his staff was just a pathetic weakling. Then he stood before the empty curator, with two sharp chips jutting from the ground right in front of him. Riko was right behind Bari, and she shrieked every move he made as if she couldn't hold it in, while Zari grinned like a villain and stared at where Riko stood. Riko's eyes widened in shock as she listened, stunned with horror to Bari's words. She had no clue what was going on, but it was all her fault. Hawks tore over to Bari's side, and Bari stared ahead, speechless in surprise. Hawks clamped his sword in both hands, jaw clenched with raw rage, then launched himself through the air at Bari, sneering that he wouldn't last long. Bari snapped his teeth out and flashed a grin back. The next second, boom, a massive explosion ripped the air open while someone wrestled the monster by its hair, and another person stared at the blast in sheer shock. Dust clung to Hawks as shock hit him like a freight train. Right then, a barrier snapped into place in front of Bari, and Hawks drove his sword in, finishing off whatever was blocking the way alongside Bari. Hawks let out a startled burp, scrambled back to safety, and stared ahead in pure shock, wheezing as he fought to catch his breath. Bari faced Hawks, and a brutal aura blasted off him as massive black wings unfurled from his back. He crouched, lifted his hands, and declared he felt power surging through him like it might burst. The ratted monster gripped the soldier's sword and stared straight at where Bari stood, then it yanked the blade free, squealed, and bolted away. The soldier stared at the weapon in his hands, stunned by what he'd just witnessed. The girl stared at Bari and blurted, "Wait, did that demon really bolt just because of you? And did you seriously hand over your soul to it?" Bari's look flipped in an instant. His eyes went pitch black, fangs pushed out, and his hand turned claw-sharp as a savage magical aura started blazing around it. He flashed a grin and told Rico he didn't see anything unfair about this world struggling to give him what he needed. Bari popped up right behind Rico, clamped his clawed hands onto Rico's face, grinned in the creepiest way, and declared he was done with this mess, then chose to live his life freely. Just a heartbeat later, Rico spun around in pure panic. Bari was gone. In his wake, only a faint smear of magical energy lingered. Rico's eyes snapped upward and she finally spotted what was above her. Bari rose into the air, wings blazing wide, and a wicked grin snapped onto his face. Then he thrust his hand forward and magical circles burst into existence as he declared it was time to get serious. Bari snapped his magic power on and a brutal pillar of black dust erupted from the ground. Then the wind roared, yanking the soldiers right off their feet as they scrambled to shield their faces with their hands. Black smoke erupted around the adventurers and knights, and Rico clapped a hand over her mouth as terror rattled through her whole body. Then she and everyone near her screamed that they couldn't move at all. Sweat streamed down Claris and Hawk's faces as panic hit them hard. They had no clue what was going on. Bari hovered in the air with his wings flared wide, staring down at everyone below, grinning like a villain. Then Bari snapped his eyes shut and let his head drop, thinking hard for a moment before spitting out the truth. People were just too weak, and the sickening part was knowing he used to be exactly that weak, which made him feel awful. Then Bari grinned and declared it was time to take on everybody right as something came screaming toward him, smashing into his face, and blood gushed from the wound. Bari jerked his gaze around, stunned. He couldn't figure out who would dare hit him, and then footsteps thudded overhead on the floor. Bari stared down and there stood Yuri beneath him, arm lifted like he was ready to strike, yet Bari couldn't wrap his head around how Yuri even got there. Yuri opened his mouth and everything changed. Yuri's frown deepened and his eyes turned stone cold as he told Bari he wouldn't have much time left. Then anger detonated in Bari's face, veins bulging on his forehead as shock and outrage hit him like a punch. Bari was still hanging in the air when his whole body started to shake. Then he slapped his face with his hand, lowered it, and burst into loud laughter, while Yuri never once looked away from him, hovering there. Bari shot his hand up, cracked open his dark magic, and boom, a massive sword with a weird ornament materialized in his grip, while Bari muttered that he never thought he'd have to teach Yuri a lesson this fast. Yuri snapped into a fighting stance and yanked his sword up, while Bari hovered in the air, swung his own blade around in that weird pattern, and warned Yuri to get ready to lose his life. Bari lit up like a blazing flare and sprinted straight at Yuri to land his attack, and Yuri snapped his sword free, bracing to parry the incoming strike, while the air itself suddenly felt suffocatingly heavy. Bari sprinted straight at Yuri, itching to smash him. Yuri snapped into a fighting stance and held his ground. Bari flashed a wicked grin and charged again, but Yuri stared back with a cold, serious face. Bari finally closed the distance on Yuri, and when their swords clashed, the impact detonated into a brutal blast wave that slammed into everyone nearby, even the people who'd been trying to hide. Bari rained blow after blow, grinning with pure rage, then tried to argue that Yuri was just worn out, because he was ready to rip off Yuri's limbs piece by piece, but Yuri never cracked a single expression, just caught every strike and echoed them back, hit after hit. Bari and Yuri darted off in opposite directions. Bari gripped his sword with both hands, swung hard, and vowed this would be the end of Yuri, while Yuri clocked a perfect opening and drove his foot into the ground to lunge in for the strike. Yuri snapped his sword across my front, then froze in shock because Bari suddenly burst into the air above him. Yuri ducked instantly, feeling Bari's shadow crawl over him as that evil grin spread wide. The next instant, a massive cloud of dust blasted up from the attack and everyone nearby snapped their hands to their faces, then burst into panic, yelling that they couldn't move again. Rico clamped her hand over her mouth and screamed. Yuri stood frozen in the choking dust, listening as someone shouted his name. Then the next heartbeat, Bari burst into view and launched straight at him, their blades crashing again as Bari hovered upside down in midair. That evil grin never slipped off Bari's face. Then Yuri stepped in front of him and demanded why Bari had come at him like that, and Bari was left staring in shock. Yuri hit the ground while Bari kept hovering in the air. Then Yuri demanded answers. How could someone swing a sword that perfectly and still betray the knights? A thunderous grinding roared as Bari shot back up into the sky. He thrust his hand forward and ranted that the knightly code is nothing but pride dressed up as nonsense, a mask the weak wear to cover their real weakness. Then the captain's fury exploded. Bari hovered high above the ground, pounding the air with his claim that this world only listens to the strong. Then he revealed he'd been chosen by the shadowy organization that rules everything behind the scenes. Yuri went instantly wary, wondering if a dark group was pulling all the strings. Bari thrust his hand forward, gripping a sword, and the number *816* flared across his palm. Then he fired up the air with a grin, saying those digits are the ultimate title for the chosen ones, while Yuri just couldn't grasp it. Yuri stared at Bari hovering in midair, convinced she understood, yet she couldn't accept the strongest title when Leah's clearly been wronged. Then Bari turned to everyone and declared, "Power is absolute, and that's what makes it freedom." The next instant, Bari's dark silhouette lands astride the soldier. Then he nudges the man's body with his foot and growls that no one could stop him, even if he did this. The soldier begs for mercy, and Yuri can't stop replaying Bari's words in his head. Yuri stood close by as Bari had one leg planted on the man, and Yuri snapped that Bari had zero clue what freedom even meant. Bari clocked Yurian's shock as the guy blurted that Bari was wrong, then bragged about his impunity. Like that was an argument. If everyone just did whatever they wanted, the world would spiral into chaos, and Bari tightened his grip, keeping his boot pressed hard on him. Yuri stared at Bari and snapped that the freedom she wants isn't low at all. Bari babbled that only strong people are free, but the truth hit him hard because he was weaker than Yuri, and rage instantly carved itself across his face in visible veins. Yuri slashed with his sword and shouted that it was finally his turn to prove himself, while Bari pinned the man to the ground and stared at Yuri in stunned disbelief. A split second later, Yuri was right beside Bari. Bari's eyes went wide, and the moment his scream burst out, he rocketed into the air in pure terror. Bari's body slammed into the rock wall, blasting up a thick cloud of dust, and when the dust cleared, he crumpled in a pile of stones, stunned that Yuri could have hit him with that kind of raw force. Bari sprawled in a pile of rocks, cracked his mouth open, and blurted that he still couldn't figure out who Yuri truly was. In the next heartbeat, Yuri is right beside Bari as he swings his sword. Then he roars, asking if Bari feels real freedom. Bari's mouth gapes open and his black eyes burst with raw horror and panic. Yuri throws his punch, crack, and the top of the rock rips free and rockets upward, while Bari lies battered on the stones, blood spilling from his mouth as he chokes out that it was stupid to underestimate Yuri. This never should have happened. Bari stared into Yuri's dark silhouette. Yuri stood over him, sword clenched in hand. Dust swirled around them as Bari demanded, "Who are you really?" Yuri stared down the cliff's edge, sure he'd figured out Bari's power, but after that earlier moisture, Bari's strength was barely below average. Then Bari let out a weird grunt and slammed his hand into the ground, sending stones blasting every which way. Bari zoomed to the cliff's edge where Yuri stood, then ripped into him, yelling that Yuri had no right to look down on him just because he was an F-rank, rage grinding in his teeth, while Yuri's face stayed calm as Bari stared back. Bari swung his sword hard and smashed Yuri. Yuri just barely twisted out of the way. Bari kept hammering him with blow after blow, but every strike got cleanly parried by Bray. Through the chaos, Bari growled that Yuri wouldn't last much longer, he'd be dead soon. Bari's face contorted with rage as he snapped at Yuri. Then he bolted in and started hammering Yuri with blow after blow, but Yuri slid out of every hit with deadly precision, never landing a single punch back. Bari's jaw tightened with fury. He blinked in shock, then snapped his sword toward Yuri and demanded, "So why do you keep dodging my attacks? Are you mocking me?" Bari shot his hand out in front of him and snapped that Bree was probably just scared of him, so Yuri should drop to his knees and beg for mercy. Then Yuri let out a heavy sigh, realizing Bari wasn't a real man anymore and deciding he wouldn't hold back. Yuri stood on the cliff, glaring down like a storm. Then boom, he vanished and reappeared beside Bari, driving his sword straight into Bari's stomach. Bari's face contorted with pain and shock. Then he clung to Yuri's sword, yanked him off balance, and Yuri tumbled through him straight to the ground. The hit landed like a meteor. Dust clouds exploded upward and shattered rocks scattered everywhere. Then Bari slammed so hard he sank several meters into the ground, arms out like a lifeless crash dummy, with Yuri's sword mark burned into his stomach. Yuri stared ahead, sure that even the toughest demon would one day be forced to lie down like Bari and never get back up, because the fight with Bari had just finally ended. Rock peaks vanished under a choking cloud of dust as the adventurers and knights finally surged forward, staring at Yuri, baffled like they'd never seen him before, while Bari, sprawled on the stones, started coughing blood. Bari lay sprawled on the rocks, his clothes shredded and his arms thrown wide, while Yuri stood up on the higher ledge above him, stared at the sky and realized the whole quest had one job. Hunt the cause of the singularity, because beating Bari meant everything wouldn't vanish. Yuri stared into the endless darkness and realized it was Bari at all. Then the singularity kept swelling, bigger by the second. Bari's eyes lit up like sparks, then his whole body jolted as he screamed at the top of his lungs. Yuri spun around in shock. Bari grabbed his head and begged them for another chance, insisting he hadn't even learned his full strength yet. The blonde man, mask perched on his head, leaned in and hissed that Bari needed to finally shut up. Then, the very next second, Bari's stomach ballooned to impossible, horrifying proportions. Vines of dread crept into Bari's eyes, and the moment he understood, he erupted into screams. "Why would you do this to me?" While his stomach ballooned bigger and bigger until he was losing it, shrieking in pure hysterical panic. Bari stared at his swollen belly, tried to blurt out nonsense, and then, crack, a split tore open and his belly burst wide open completely. Right where Bari had been lying, a huge spot of light burst open, and there stood a man. Yuri's jaw dropped. The man stood dead center and snapped that Bari never truly understood what freedom is supposed to mean. The fair-haired man rips his mask off and Yuri locks onto him, eyes sharp, guard up. Then the man leans in, says Yuri's name like it's a secret he's been holding back. Yuri met the stranger's intense stare, and her whole body went on alert because she couldn't shake the feeling that this man's magical power was something she didn't understand at all. In the next heartbeat, a black mist slithered toward the knights and adventurers, and panic rippled through the crowd as everyone froze and stared up at the sky. Yuri whipped his eyes to the side and saw Riko beside him. Then she crumpled down, shouting his name. Yuri bolted over, grabbed for her, and tried to pull her back up. That stranger just stared as Yuri rushed to help Riko, then told Yuri he was sure his magic power had hit Riko's condition just like that. Yuri cradled Riko's head and demanded to know how she felt, but Riko just stayed limp and out cold in Yuri's arms, so Yuri stared at her and decided it was a relief she'd simply passed out. Yuri eyed the stranger with sharp suspicion and demanded he introduce himself. Then the guy started hovering in midair and blurted that he was sorry he hadn't. Suddenly, huge black wings burst out from the stranger's back. Then he grins and declares, "I'm number 4, Sariel. He's a fallen angel and he's been alive for 933 years. Yuri's eyes widened as he blurted out in surprise, and Sariel's words slammed into his head on repeat. Then he stared at Sariel floating there, and it hit him at last. That crazy power came from him because the singularity was Sariel's doing. Sariel hovered in midair and blurted that he wasn't shocked nobody recognized him. He used to be weaker, and he still didn't get why Yuri was here, with his light hair hanging over part of his face. Yuri stared at Sariel, eyes locked and doubts screaming. Then Sariel snapped his fingers and declared it all pointless, like the telepathy was already dead. Then right in front of Yuri, an air whirlwind started to form, growing bigger with every heartbeat until it became a swirling circle. In the dead center, a single drop of water materialized, and Yuri's instincts screamed that the magic power here was surging higher and higher. Sariel hung in midair as an eerie, empty space opened up. Right there, a still lake sat, and in its center stood a lone structure. Yuri waded knee-deep through the water, and ahead, a tiny structure waited, its occupant's silhouette chained inside, staring out from the shadows. Yuri spotted a chained girl tattooed on her forehead, right there, a precious decoration, while the girl hung upside down with her head bowed. The girl cracked her eyes open just a little, then Yuri's were wide, staring in terror. She looked at him and whispered his name, while Yuri couldn't stop staring ahead in fear as Sariel's grin twisted into something dark and a nasty, gloomy aura crawled around him. The hero stands right in the heart of a battlefield that's basically one giant lake, dim and eerie, ringed by mountains all around, and in the dead center of it all, an odd structure rises out of the gloom. Yuri stares at the structure with cold tension, and the hero's whole body locks up. Something dark and suffocating hangs in the air around this place. Izawa Yuri locks eyes with the girl in front of him, and Aqua, blushing hard, quickly looks down as she whispers the hero's name, all shy and embarrassed. The moon climbs high and lights up the sky, and it feels like it scrubs the hero's mind clean, unlocking every memory of his wild rides with his comrades, all led by the mighty sorceress Aqua. Her gorgeous smile could spark luck and open doors to brand new adventures. She was a shining ray of light in Yuri's life. The hero stares at Aqua, stunned by what she's walked into, while the young man's face lights up with raw, unmistakable shock at what's unfolding. He stares at the drained, mortified girl and blurts that he finally gets it. She's the one who caused the singularity, while she bashfully drops her eyes to the floor. Yuri stands out in the middle of the lake, stubbornly locked on that strange structure far off, while dark clouds drift slow across the night sky. Suddenly, the fallen angel slams his hands together and starts clapping hard, and the moonlight flashes off his black nails like a warning. A giant cereal drifts high above the clouds, taunting Aqua's misery and the hero's total helplessness. How he can't lift a finger to save his dear friend and comrade, and Yuri jerks her head up, staring at him like, "What do you mean?" The fallen angel, smiling like a villain, leans over the confused hero and taunts, asking if that heartfelt reunion of old friends has finally happened, while he keeps hovering in the sky and rattles the night with every trembling breath. Then he smirks and says this reunion is a bit late because Aqua is about to land right in their hands. While he's talking, the angel won't stop staring at the hero, dripping with disdain and acting like she's above him. Cereal, black nails outstretched, claims Bari rounded up people inside the singularity, trapping them with dark magic, and the fallen angel swivels around, basking in his own arrogant superiority. Then he clenches his fist like an unbeatable promise and vows that this is how they'll corrupt the goddess, making the girl's eyes spill over with tears because she finally realizes what's coming for her. Then boom, a lightning bolt of pure, enormous power slams into the girl, and with her hands chained tight, her whole body starts to jerk and spasm from the brutal electric shock. Aqua's strength vanished, she slumped, still alive, her head dropping to her chest as the frill girl finally passed out. The fallen angel glides over the lake, slices through the night air, and demands, right from the stunned hero, what it feels like to watch his friends get destroyed. Rage surges through the hero as he vows to stop anyone from bullying or hurting his friends and comrades. Then Yuri slowly closes the distance toward the exhausted Aqua. The fallen angel glares at him with pure disdain, even disgust, because this higher being is the kind of thing, human feelings included, that feels completely alien to him. Suddenly, the hero hurls a speed-up spell, rockets through the water, and blasts to the spot where Aqua hangs from chains, still unconscious, her hands bound. Rage blazing in his chest, the hero storms up to Aqua, slides his sword out, and swings at the chains, pinning the girl's hands, while she hangs in the air. Yuri launches herself higher than Aqua's chained hands, aiming to smash the links shut with one crushing hit. The hero rockets through the sky after that insane jump, already closing in on the chains, his blade tip nearly brushing those cursed links that are tearing his precious friend and comrade apart. Cereal clocks it instantly with those cunning, evil eyes, and the fallen angel leans in, grinning, saying it looks absolutely fascinating. The hero pushed on toward Aqua, but right when he was just a few meters away, a mysterious force slammed him to a halt. Yuri and Shock whipped their heads around, hunting for what had blocked Aqua's release and thrown his jump off course midair. The hero strains to twitch even one muscle, but nothing happens. Then it hits him. His body has completely stopped moving. Then he whips his gaze toward whatever, or whoever, seems to be the source of that magic that just stopped him cold. Cereal hangs back behind the pinned-down hero and blurts that Yuri's body is a vault for the nasty, negative emotions of everyone who died in the singularity. Yet the hero just stares, completely lost, while the fallen angel talks down to him like it's mocking him. Inside that strange building, the angel took his place and told him there was a breathtaking view of unconscious Aqua and the hero pinned in place, while the fallen angel kept mocking his comrades with cruel laughter the whole time. Suddenly, Aqua jolted awake, tears burst out as that brutal electric shock tore through her, and Sariel sneered, saying the two monsters far stronger than him can't move a single inch anymore. The fallen angel lets out a cruel, mocking laugh, tearing through the dark sky on massive, power-packed wings, and as he soars higher, he smirks that this whole mess is downright hilarious. Out of nowhere, an explosion erupts behind him, blasting massive rock chunks flying every which way, and the fallen angel freezes, stunned, then instantly turns cautious. Hanging up high in the sky, he whips around and stares straight at where the explosion ripped through, and Sariel's jaw drops because he can't make sense of what he just saw. Out of the blast, a figure barrels through the smoke, swallowed by a thick cloud of dust that explodes into the air. Then he drops a promise. He'll help Yuri. The hero snaps around and the familiar voice hits like a punch. Turns out the guy was the rebellious old man Marius. Bari had barely just tried to bury him deep in the ground. Then a massive figure surged up, towering like a king as his clothes and hair whipped in the wind. Yuri stared at Marius in shock, stunned, and relieved to see the old man survive Bari's brutal, aimed attack that was meant to finish him. The hero starts piecing together how that old man vanished from the world, and Yuri jumps in. He swears Marius didn't just leave. He got swallowed by a sand emperor and disappeared for good. In Yuri's memories, that massive underground centipede dragged itself away, along with the old man it had swallowed, while the old magician started chanting a spell meant to wipe the threat out. Yuri's head, Marius, was an invincible old man. The fallen angel keeps floating there like he owns the sky, slicing the air with those massive, crushing wings, while Serial glares at the old magician and snaps, "So who are you?" Marius stares down his opponent, rage blazing in his eyes, then snaps, "I'm Marius Ubak, the court magician," while the old man's hair whips wildly in the wind. He whips his gaze to the fallen angel and declares this is the final chapter. He's about to claim the punishment he earned for messing with human lives, while the angel keeps glaring at the magician, dripping pure arrogance and contempt. The angel totally didn't see this coming. Some random stranger just barged into his talk with Yuri, and fury sparks in his eyes as he glares at the old man, snapping that an uncouth old fool dared to ruin their wonderful conversation. Marius stares at the furious fallen angel, stunned and uneasy, and then, boom, a massive, roaring wave of magical energy crashes around him, swallowing the old magician's body whole. Marius watched in horror as the old magician's muscles surged bigger and bigger, until his clothes started ripping and the whole outfit suddenly couldn't fit anymore. Then the transformed old man erupts with a battle cry, and the fallen angel stares in stunned disbelief at the old magician's shocking change. Marius finishes his transformation in one breath, and with a roaring surge of magical energy swirling around him, he charges up to smash his enemy. The old man glares at the fallen angel with pure hatred, and the angel just snorts like it doesn't care. Then the old magician explodes upward, rockets off the ground, and in the blink of an eye, he's soaring high above everything. He rockets up into the sky, spots the angel hovering above, and winds up to smash him with a crushing blow, only for Serial to stare right back with a calm, relaxed expression. The old man glares at the enemy with a hard frown. Then, right when everything collides, the angel vanishes from where it was and swoops back into the air. As the angel spots something off, its face tightens and it goes on high alert. The magician blasts him with a roaring burst of air, scrambling his senses. Then he closes in on the fallen angel and lands another devastating strike. Without wasting a second, the magician hammers blow after blow at the fallen angel, only for it to twist out of every single attack like it can't be touched. The fallen angel grins wickedly and taunts the old mage, "Should I praise you?" Then darts behind the old man and sneers, "Become a demon, train for 100 years, and maybe you'll finally hit double digits." He twists around to strike again, but it's too late, so the fallen angel snaps first and hammers the old magician's neck with everything he's got. The man never saw it coming. He wheezes, staggers, and then drops as the fallen angel above him grins with pure malice. Yuri caught every clash and scream in the chaos. Then it hit him. Marius was down and the hero couldn't move at all. Yuri shot a sideways glance at the battle and felt it. This fallen angel's power was terrifyingly massive. Serial, fresh off beating Marius, turned back to Yuri, and Yuri realized he was still locked in place, unable to move. The fallen angel stared at Yuri, fire blazing in his eyes, and declared that it was finally his turn, his face twisted into a horrifying grin. Yuri dropped his gaze in resignation, and Serial leaned in, asking how long he could keep him entertained, wild madness blazing in his eyes. Then the fallen angel blasted her with another electric surge, and Aqua tore through her, pure, unimaginable agony. Tears streamed down her face as her expression twisted into a brutal grimace. Yuri could only watch helpless while his dear friend got tortured. The fallen angel Serial kept soaring higher and higher, staring down at Aqua and Yuri's pain from above, and the hero realized this wasn't just another enemy, this angel was on a whole other level. Sweat pours down the hero's face and dread hits him. This feels like the first time he's genuinely doubting a win, even though he's throwing every ounce of strength he's got at it. A fallen angel drifts down behind the hero and whispers that it's finally his turn. Yuri narrows her eyes at the thing, but the hero can't move an inch. The angel watches him with calm, satisfied eyes, and the hero braces for whatever's coming next. Every muscle in his face and body is wound tight. Yuri can't stop thinking the magic trapping him is probably a curse, so if his worst fears come true, he can break it by flipping the spell backward. Suddenly, the hero snaps back to one condition that can break the curse. He rushes to try it, but the magic refuses to budge and not a single muscle in his body moves. The hero realizes it's not just the angel's magic power that's huge, the aura is so thick his technique can't land a single effect. While the hero tries to claw his way out of this mess, an angel hovers nearby, taunting Yuri's misery, and Serial whispers in his ear that if this were the old him, he'd have broken free in seconds. Then he drives a brutal punch straight into the hero's stomach, and Yuri immediately starts coughing up blood from his mouth and nose. Then the angel pummels him again and again, never letting up, screaming at him to start moving. He twists it over and over, demanding to know what happened to it. Then the hero reaches out. Right then, the angel slams him straight to the ground. Aqua watches her best friend get bullied and she's totally helpless, until another bolt slams in and she flinches in pain too. Then the girl tries to scramble back up after that brutal fall. The hero hauls himself up on his knees and realizes, yeah, this opponent is insanely strong and taking him on is going to be brutal. Broken and drained, Yuri drags himself up to his feet, then decides, up close and personal, he'll take down that angel while the hero creeps forward toward his target. The fallen angel rockets across the sky, and the hero snaps out a contraction spell to close the gap on his opponent. In the blink of an eye, the hero ends up right beside the fallen angel Serial, and when he sees the weakened Yuri, surprise hits him like a punch he never saw coming. Right then, Yuri snaps out a brand new spell, top-tier fire magic, and flings it at the angel. A blazing fiery hurricane erupts from the hero's hand and slams straight into the fallen angel. The hero casts his spell trying to wipe out the angel, then out of nowhere, the fallen angel's devilish laughter cracks the air. He rips straight through the fiery hurricane, grabs Yuri's attention, and demands what kind of dumb magic this even is, while the hero just stares at the fallen angel, totally baffled that his own magic failed. Serial bursts out of the fiery whirlwind and barrels straight for the hero, then clocks Yuri right in the face with a brutal hit, sending the hero crashing backward onto the floor. Then Yuri hauls himself up, eyes fixed on the fallen angel again, until he glides down right in front of her. Serial throws open his massive, crushing wings and demands the hero take him seriously. Then the fallen angel slams Yuri into the wall with a crushing hit, and the hero's eyes go wide as he realizes his magic has completely stopped working. Then he finally snaps and charges, swinging his sword, only for a fallen angel to shoot up behind him and demand, "Is something wrong?" The angel keeps talking, insisting Yuri used to be the strongest magical swordsman in history, then smirks and basically asks if he was fed a lie about him. The hero lunges at the enemy again, only for the enemy to dodge once more, and fury ignites in the hero's eyes. He inches his sword right up to Sariel's fallen angel face and tells her with a sharp edge in his voice that it's a real tragedy. Then Serial explodes into a sprint toward Yuri and hammers the hero with a bone-crushing kick, sending him flying back a huge distance in an instant. As the hero gets blasted midair by Sariel's crushing kick, a fallen angel rockets after him, then the hero smashes into Yuri's stomach again, and the agony nearly knocks him out cold. Then Yuri drops straight into the middle of the lake and another jolt of electricity crashes into Aqua. Her face twists again, warped by a fresh grimace of pure pain. Yuri gets hurled into the lake by the angel and as he starts to drown, panic claws at him while he realizes this is pointless, he's got no strength left. But then right in the middle of everything, someone's calling his name and Yuri's stomach drops as he scrambles. Who in the world could that be? Suddenly, a girl scoops him up in her arms, begging him to remember, and the hero just freezes, totally lost about what she means. A stunning girl bathed in blinding white light steps in and tells Yuri, straight to his face, that he's a hero who saved the entire world. Half fainting, Yuri can't even follow what this unbelievably beautiful girl is saying, while the young man just keeps sinking deeper. The girl says she and Yuri once traveled side by side, while the hero took down the rulers who controlled the world and brought peace rushing back. Yuri shuts his eyes and slams into the past. Aqua was there, right by his side, and together they wrecked the Demon King, so vivid the memories practically scream inside his head. Then she leans in and kisses his lips first, then nudges her forehead to his and whispers, "If Yuri ever forgets what you remembered, I'll never forget the memories I made with you." Next thing you know, the young man and the girl are swallowed by a blinding surge of light, and the girl declares once more that she'll never forget everything that ties her to Yuri. Suddenly, memories crash into the hero's mind out of nowhere. He can't help but wonder, are these Aqua's memories? The girl keeps staring at the hero, her eyes shining with pure joy, and then she urges him to believe her. Then she slips under and dissolves into the lake's dark depths, and the hero is left standing there alone, while all that's left behind are those final words echoing through the water. If Yuri can just get his strength back, he'll win for sure. Suddenly, memories crash back into the hero's head and doubt hits him hard. Was he really stronger in his past life? Then it clicks. No matter how he tries, he can't even claw back 1/10 of his power. The hero keeps sinking, but he refuses to give up this time, and instead of accepting doom, he fires himself back up with raw determination, clawing his way toward his true strength. Suddenly, Yuri gains a new skill. Her mind fills with the hero's memories, all the way up to rank SSS. Then the hero shoots his eyes open and remembers everything in one explosive rush. The action surges back up to the lake's surface, while the fallen angel hangs high in the sky, staring down at the hero as he sinks. He drops onto dry land, folds those massive wings, then jeers at Aqua, tearing into her life preserver like it's useless, because Aizawa Yuri is now at the bottom of the lake and he insists this is the end of the girl's struggle. A fresh zap rips through the girl, but she snaps back and denies it. Then she whirls toward the fallen angel she loathes, swearing that Yuri's coming for him and that he's alive for sure. The angel ignores the girl's plea, flicks his finger, and zap. Another blast of electricity rips into her, flooding her body with pure, hellish agony. Tears spilled down the girl's face as agony crushed her, and the angel just laughed at her, taunting that even if Yuri Aizawa were alive, it wouldn't have changed a thing. Then the fallen angel rises in a breathtaking pose and declares that all of this has to be wrapped up, right now, before time runs out. Aqua glares at the fallen angel as he delivers the sentence that's about to decide her entire future. Dark clouds roll over the lake as a brutal wind howls, and the black water starts to bubble and seep like it's alive. Then, out of nowhere, a massive, towering column of water erupts straight upward. The fallen angel snaps around at the splash behind her, letting Aqua know this is where she finally gets to pay. Then she shuts her eyes and wears arrogant delight like a victory crown, a nasty, smug grin crawling across her face. He says Aqua's stubborn as a bull, and that she'll bail on this world just like her beloved Yuri did. Right as the angel starts bragging about how effortless it is to slip out of this world, Aizawa Yuri suddenly appears behind him, calm, deadly confident, rushing straight toward the girl to rip her free from the fallen angel's grip. Suddenly, Sariel locks eyes with the hero, and his face warps with raw shock and confusion. He whips his head toward Yuri, whose stare begs a question as she walks away, but the hero doesn't even spare the fallen angel a glance. Yuri Aizawa yanks his sword out again and charges toward the girl, slicing through the chains that clamp her hands. The hero swings once, crack, then slams the chains, and they snap at the exact same moment. The exhausted girl drops, no longer trapped by their grip. The hero lunges forward, arms outstretched, and snatches the falling Aqua just in time, while the girl crumples in total exhaustion, her face twisted in a grimace after getting blasted by countless electric shocks. With his eyes down on her, the hero asks the girl if she's all right, and Aqua, forcing a tiny smile, only manages to whisper his name. Standing behind them, the angel cackles with pure malice, grinning as he declares he's ecstatic Aizawa Yuri is still alive. Then the fallen angel calls the whole situation funny. The hero stares at Aqua, pale, drained, and wrecked from torture, and he doesn't show an ounce of emotion. Then a vicious aura snaps to life around him. Aqua's gaze locks in, and the moment she feels it, she's hit with pure horror. The hero whirls on the fallen angel, rage blazing in his eyes as he targets the enemy he's hated with everything in him. The angel is absolutely horrified, his face twists with raw, real shock, and he blurts out, "What happened to you?" Then the fallen angel lets out a long breath, reigns in his fury, and declares that Aizawa Yuri has become a whole new person, while he stares at the hero with cold, arrogant eyes. The hero glares at him like pure hate and snaps, "Get ready." Yuri's eyes narrow as he tells the angel he's now 3 times weaker than Yuri himself, leaving the angel reeling at such bold disrespect. The fallen angel clenches his teeth and snaps into casting, summoning the raw power of curses. Then a storm of cursed weapons rockets toward the hero. Each fresh cursed weapon charges in toward the hero, and the angel shrieks that right now, this second, his life is about to end. Yuri is suddenly nowhere to be seen in the heap of weapons barreling straight at him. More and more spears hammer the hero, and Yuri Aizawa is nowhere to be seen in the chaos. Meanwhile, the fallen angel cackles, already tasting victory, until his own face twists in a shock of misunderstanding and confusion. He stares at where the hero once stood, and all he finds is a grim column of dust, along with spears scattered everywhere. The fallen angel can't figure out where his opponent vanished. Then Yuri Aizawa pops up behind him and winds up to smash him. Right when the fallen angel decided to whirl around at that strange noise creeping up behind him, the main character's thunderous punch slammed straight into his face. Crashing from that brutal strike, the fallen angel was blasted into a nearby column, slammed against the building, and slowly slid down, until he finally hit the floor and lifted his eyes to the hero. Pure dread slammed into them, while the angel, stunned out of its mind, couldn't understand how Yuri Aizawa had pulled out power like that. The fallen angel's eyes went wide with terror as Aizawa Yuri yanked his sword out and aimed it straight at the fallen angel. Then the hero swings his blade and unleashes the sword of the holy secret, 3 glowing blades that strike with an angel's fury, crashing down on the fallen angel Sariel and making him shake with terror. The fallen angel scrambles to dodge the 3-way strike, but it fails in a split second. 3 sharp clicks of the holy secret sword land right on target. The fallen angel recoiled in pure horror at that brutal attack, and Aizawa Yuri stared his opponent down with a stone-cold face, until he suddenly felt something off, glancing over his shoulder as he said the truth. He was hit with this unsettling sense of inadequacy. Suddenly, the fallen angel snaps his voice at the hero, and as Yuri gets mocked, the fallen angel starts to slowly crumble away right before their eyes. The hero stares in stunned disbelief, then blurts, "So this is it?" The fallen angel smirks and says, "Yep, just like Aizawa Yuri, this sword style is the true technique of the old Yuri," then immediately adds, "What a shame." The hero just stares back, baffled, eyes full of questions, like he can't believe what he's hearing. As the angel dissolves into nothingness, it blurts out that the man Aizawa Yuri just crushed is nothing but its so-called alter ego. As the fallen angel crumbles away, he admits it. This time, Yuri finally beat him. Then he adds that fate will drag them back together someday, and the hero just listens, locked in deep thought. After finishing his speech, the angel bids Yuri Aizawa farewell, then vanishes. The second he's gone, a sheet of paper tumbles to the floor, snaps Yuri's attention, and he grabs it fast, studying it closely. It's stamped right there, copy mark, rank SS, only 1 shot for the owner's alter ego, burning magical power to do it, and you can even steal half the user's abilities and half the magic. The hero rereads the paper, and it finally clicks what that feeling was. Yuri remembers how he felt during the last fight with the fallen angel, and realizes it was Sariel's true body back then. Then he shoves the paper into a tight crumple with raw force, vowing he'll get stronger, so next time he squares up with Sariel, he won't slip or lose. Then he lets the torn pieces scatter into the wind. Then Aizawa Yuri tilts his gaze to the pitch-black sky, bracing himself, because even after he crushed the fallen angel's alter ego, the singularity hasn't vanished, it's only getting thicker, darker, and more dangerous. Then the hero snaps his gaze away, wary as hell, and thinks, "This is bad." He stares at his battered comrades and tells them, "If I walk out on you like this, you'll get so weak you won't stand a chance." As the hero studies every shadow around him, Aqua suddenly calls his name, and Yuri Aizawa whips his head toward her voice. Then he rushes up to his friend and asks if she's okay. She's still crying, but she insists she's fine. Then she grabs his hand and whispers that she always knew Yuri would come to save her. Yuri Aizawa stares at the girl, perfectly still and unreadable, and the hero can't stop thinking he never signed up for something like this. Back when he and Aqua were together, she was just an ordinary person. Suddenly, Yuri Aizawa starts scanning his friend, and his eyes widen. She's no longer human, her race reads as a spirit, her gender is female, and her age is listed as unknown. The hero stares at his friend, stunned, and blurts out, "Wait, are you really a spirit now?" The girl looks at Yuri through tears spilling from her eyes. The girl shrugs and says it's no wonder Yuri Aizawa is shocked, because in this world, finding someone who can die and come back as a spirit is almost unheard of. Aqua pressed a hand to her chest and declared, "I'm Aqua, this world's 11th generation," then grinned and revealed she'd been reborn as a water spirit. Yuri Aizawa stares at his friend, shocked, because those words the girl said make him realize he must have been living a totally different life before he ever used the magic stone of reincarnation. Then the hero whips back to Aqua and fires off a question. "Remember what the girl said earlier? If this keeps going, the whole world is going to disappear." Then it hits him. Aqua shoved a terrifying request into his head. Go to Water City Luminaria or this whole world vanishes. Then the scene snaps back to right now, and Aqua swears she really said it, only for her to add that the numbers chose to tap into the power of the spirits. The girl tells him that this world runs on 5 main magic types: fire, water, wind, darkness, and light, and for every element, a pair of spirits holds the power. She explains that back when these spirits first existed, their powers were a notch above humans and demons alike, so the world stayed perfectly balanced. But over the last few hundred years, numbers have grown a power no one expected, and now some members are wielding abilities that even crush spirits, and what happened today, it's beyond reason. Aqua warns that if darkness corrupts the spirits, the world ends, and when the hero stares at her in confusion and a flicker of fear, she meets his eyes with pure, unstoppable resolve. Then the hero's smile dies overnight and serious dread crashes in. He finally realizes this is the kind of evil meant to wipe the world clean. Right then, Aqua whips around to Yuri Izawa and says, "I've got one request for you." The girl stares at the hero with pure despair and begs him to go straight to the Priestess of Fire, Fleur, while the hero's eyes widen with total shock. With her back to her pops, she leans in and pops right into Aqua's head, her high ponytail tight and neat as she demands the hero go see the priestess. Aqua swears that if her prediction lands, this fire priestess is about to become fallen angel Sariel's next target. The hero shuts his eyes and really weighs every word Aqua just threw at him, because Yuri Izawa swears there's something he's overlooked. Then the hero points out that the fire priestess Aqua delivers to him might have once been a fellow companion, just like Aqua. After weighing every detail, the hero snaps his gaze up at the girl and flat out tells her he's not doing it. He refuses her request, and Aqua stares at Yuri Izawa, completely baffled. She fires off a question about that choice, and the hero shrugs it off, saying he's not chasing world peace or any war between people and demons, because right now he's only doing what he wants. She's left completely baffled, like, why would you say that? Yuri drops his gaze and tightens his frown. Yeah, the world's headed for ruin, but what haunts him even more is the misery of living under nasty connections, because in his past life he already paid dearly for ties like that. Suddenly the girl flashes that smile at something only she can see, then keeps it as she turns to Yuri Izawa and tells him he's changed a ton since they last met, while Yuri's face lights up with sheer, shocked disbelief. Then the girl keeps going, saying the hero once fought for someone in his past life, and it looked absolutely brutal. The hero swivels away from the girl, backs off, and blurts that he's so sorry he couldn't help her. Aqua, mortified, lifts her hands to her chest and shoots back that it's the exact opposite. The girl says Yuri Izawa's life right now feels way more wonderful than the one he lived before. The hero locks eyes with the girl, relief flooding his face as her answer hits. Then he thinks back. First life he fought to protect the world, second life he swore to crush the evil. But he finally admits it. No matter how hard he fought in either life, it all came up empty, and the hero relives every brutal torment and crushing loss from his past 2 lives. Suddenly, Aqua yanks Yuri out of his head, glaring at Yuri Izawa's now slumped comrades like they're the ones who messed up. The girl calls out that it's time for Yuri's friends to wake up, and the hero's thoughts slam straight into the comrades who got beaten down by life. Then the girl grins like the sun and tells the hero to go back to the place that turned into the battlefield so he can set it straight before his comrades wake up, while the hero stares at Aqua, completely baffled. Standing inside a weird building, the girl braces to clean up, then Aqua starts chanting and she whips a magic ball about the size of a small soccer ball into existence. The girl hurls the spell ball straight above her head, and it erupts in light that floods the whole building. Then it rockets higher and higher. As the ball climbs to its peak, it erupts with a blinding burst of light, flooding not just the building but the whole surrounding space. So the hero snaps himself shut against the glare and blasts the air open with his hand, lighting up everything in sight. Dead, dull plains don't just sit there, they burst into lush greenery, and suddenly everything around you comes alive with blooms and sweet, pleasant scents. The sky snaps into a clear, brilliant blue with fluffy white clouds drifting by like nothing can touch it. The lake's blue waters blaze under the sun's glare, and suddenly nature feels like it's waking up in full color. In Aqua, the hero stares at everything unfolding around him like he can't believe his eyes, surprise and pure awe hitting him at once, and he blurts out, "This is incredible." Right beside him, the girl breaks into a bright smile, glowing with satisfaction and joy. And Yuri Aizawa's comrades start stirring out of that heavy, deep sleep. Riko wakes first, her head thumping with a buzzing, groggy headache after all that time. Clarissa charges right up to her and blurts her name, then asks her sister, right away, if everything's okay and if anything about her condition changed somehow. Rika just stares back, completely baffled. Then the girl snaps her head around and spots her comrades stirring awake too. Riko's mind races, wondering if this is some kind of singularity, while Clarissa stands there, totally lost, staring at the chaos unfolding around them. Then a guy stepped in, reached out his hand, and hauled Riko back to his feet, and from the looks of it, it was Aqua. The moment the girls clocked that spirit, their faces went white as they gasped and screamed, pure delight or pure terror. Then the soldiers close in, firing the same question, "Are you hurt?" And the girls start to feel it instantly. The world around them has shifted. On the old battlefield, the soldiers freeze. Where did Aqua even come from? They swarm the girls and interrogate the mystery, trying to understand why the water priestess is standing in a place like this. Aqua whips her head around, totally baffled, then marches up and announces, loud and proud, "I'm Aqua, your water priestess," all while she tries to figure out what in the world made everyone react like that. Suddenly, one soldier steps up to the girl and demands whether the water priestess has come to rescue them, only for her to smirk back, telling him, "No, not at all." Out of nowhere, two more figures closed in fast, Yuri Aizawa and Old Man Marius, with the hero backing them up. Strick insists they only pulled it off because of Yuri Aizawa. Then out of nowhere, soldiers sprint up, bombarding them with questions about Old Marius's well-being. Then Aqua barges into the conversation and declares that Yuri wiped out the dark minions all by herself and saved Aqua too. Everyone in the room whips their heads toward her, stunned because nobody's buying it. Then one of the knights pushes through the crowd and declares that Aizawa Yuri is the real reason they won, and the soldier immediately asks Yuri how he's supposed to repay that gratitude. The hero shoots a glance away, thinking he wants to stay low-key, but then Aqua shows up, and suddenly he can't blend in anymore. The girl stifles a secret giggle and Riko whips her gaze to Yuri and Aqua like they've just crossed a line, her face tight with tension, confusion, and a sharp edge of irritation. Then Clarissa barges into the conversation and blurts out, "Is it true Aizawa Yuri knows Aqua?" She starts to spill something, how when they arrived in Liminaria, the hero said he'd already met Aqua somewhere before. Riko's jaw drops in full shock, because she can't stop imagining just how far Yuri Aizawa will go to shatter every last shred of their common sense. Suddenly, Aqua snaps her head toward Yuri and Yuri instantly tells her it's time to go. The hero blurts out, "Wait, Aqua, are you leaving?" And Yuri nods firmly, saying yes. With a bright, sly smile, she tells the girl the demons are coming for her real soon, so she better vanish and hide right now. The hero drops his gaze to the floor, then realizes the truth. Those numbers are meant to knock the 5 great spirits down and force them to unleash their power, and right then, like a punch to the chest, Sariel, the fallen angel, slams back into his memory. Suddenly, Aqua snaps back into the conversation, telling the hero she's got a request for Yuri Aizawa. Then Yuri whips around, shocked by what he just heard. Aqua quizzes Yuri, "Can you close your eyes and tilt your head to the side?" And the hero nods, then does exactly what she asked. Just when Yuri didn't see it coming, Aqua swoops in and plants a cheek kiss. Yuri Aizawa jerks back in shock and she lets out a little teasing laugh. Then Aqua blurts out that the hero probably forgot one brutal detail. Back in their past lives, he and Yuri were lovers, so the hero just stares at her, completely stunned and speechless. Then the sweet couple snaps their heads toward the crowd, because everyone who witnessed it is frozen solid, faces turned to stone. Clarissa snaps into action and bursts into a shout. She declares the real identity of Aizawa Yuri. The man is Aqua's lover, the water priestess. And Riko, silent all along, just freezes like a statue. She drops her head in pure embarrassment, lets out a shaky breath, then sucks in fresh air for one quick, piercing scream. She labels Yuri Aizawa shameless, and Yuri can't shake it either. After everything that went down, he's stuck in a full-on whirlwind of madness. The action races into a towering, breathtaking castle, and its grand corridors funnel everyone straight into an office where old Marius sits surrounded by a few of his subordinates. The old mage grabs Yuri Aizawa's hands and thanks him for his hard work, saying that because of Yuri, their country managed to survive the whole terrifying ordeal. The knight sweeps into Marius' office with a massive tray. He thrusts it into Yuri's hands and demands that he take it. A bunch of huge bags sat on the tray, packed with 3 million gold as Yuri Aizawa's reward, and when the hero sees it, he freezes, staring at the knight and the tray he's holding in pure shock. Then old man Marius whips back toward Yuri, dropping a bold proposition, and Yuri just stares at the old magician like, "What do you want?" Meanwhile, Marius keeps talking. He says that because Yuri Izawa saved their country, he's gearing up to hold a gratitude ceremony to lift everyone's spirits. Old man Marius then leans in and demands that Yuri Izawa come to the ceremony, but the hero's cheeks burn as he admits he truly respects the old mage's hearts, then shakes his head and refuses. At the same table, the men with Marius try to bully Yuri into showing up for the ceremony, but old man Marius shuts them down cold. The hero's already pivoting toward the door, ready to bolt, and he blurts that he's nothing special, just a simple adventurer who finished his quest. That young guy strides through the night, balancing a tray piled with gold, and blurts out that he's just not good at this stuff. One of Marius's co-workers can't help but wonder if Yuri Izawa really plans to walk out like that. Meanwhile, old Marius sits there, stone calm, like nothing in the world can rattle him. Then he grins like he knows a secret and bursts into loud laughter at Yuri's words, at the fact that the guy is nothing more than a plain adventurer. Marius's co-workers stare in total confusion because they can't figure out what that old man is laughing at. As the hero barrels down the corridor, basically sprinting for his life from that soldier clutching the tray of gold, old Marius finally catches up and thanks him for every bit of effort and hard work. The chaos shifts to the port of Luminaria. Rico leans on the fence, slowly tips his head down, and waits there on the bridge like something big is about to happen. Suddenly, Yuri Izawa shouts for the girl and Rico snaps her head up, stunned. Then Yuri moves in fast and apologizes for keeping her waiting, while Rico shakes her head and says she only just got there. Then the hero calls down a massive dragon and it smashes into the city square like a thunderclap. Yuri Izawa steps forward, looks up at the beast, and tells it, "It's time." The dragon somehow curls in clothes and cuddles up to the hero like a giant cat. Suddenly, a voice calls out to Rico. She whips around at once and it's Clarissa. Rico was sprinting toward her sister and hot tears spilled down her face as she reached for her. The girl shot up to Rico and blurted, "Are you coming home already?" Then she leaned in and said she's dying to see Rico return to the Knights. Rico flashes a smile, gently ruffles his sister's hair, and tells Clarissa they'll meet again. Then Clarissa admits her sister carried her through this whole quest because it sure wasn't easy, and Rico grins as he says she's grown way stronger. Emotion crashes through Clarissa. She launches herself onto her sister's neck and Rico lunges in to pry her away. The hero just stares, completely lost, and blurts, "So, are we leaving?" Then the heroes climb onto the dragon and launch into the sky, tearing through the bright daytime air and slicing past clouds, while Clarissa stares at her sister and Yuri, then belts out a fierce shout to Yuri Izawa to take care of her. Then she whips around and blasts out a new message, declaring that this quest saved Luminaria and praising Yuri Izawa with all her heart, while Yuri and Rico stare back at Claris, totally stunned, as she shouts after them. The girl smiles, perfectly calm, then Yuri blurts out that he couldn't hear a word she shouted. Clarissa snaps instantly, simmering with raw irritation, and the hero tells her to yell even louder. At the very end, Clarissa finally snaps, breaking down and screaming at Yuri Izawa to get away from here ASAP. Yet the whole time, she wears a small, bittersweet smile like part of her is relieved and heartbroken at once. Rico and Yuri tear out of the city in the sky, then, out of nowhere, Rico calls to Yuri, asking if he's truly happy he didn't stay in Luminaria. The hero whips around to face her and blurts, "Why are you asking about this?" And Rico's cheeks flame as she remembers the kiss Yuri and Aqua shared. Then the girl leans in and says this whole question is really about Aqua, not Yuri. She even presses, so the water priestess isn't a big deal to Yuri at all. The hero starts thinking hard. Yeah, of course, Aqua mattered to him in his past life. Then he tells Rico straight up, right now, she's not that important because his life is his alone. Rico tells Yuri Izawa that his words always feel impossible to read, then presses him to break it down in full detail, so she finally understands what he really means. Yuri whips her head away and snaps that those words prove it. Rico matters to him more than Aqua does now. The girl's cheeks burn from the hero's cringeworthy words and she erupts into panic screams, demanding to know what he's talking about, while Yuri just can't wrap his head around why she's losing it that badly. Then he snaps his gaze to her and says he doesn't care if Rico takes it literally, no matter what that even means, because the girl whips around, staring at Yuri in shock. Yuri Izawa leans in and asks Riko why she's blushing, and right away she snaps back that he's the cunning one. Then she wraps her arms around him from behind and tells him, "If you're going to say that, I can get serious too." Riding that dragon into the sky, the hero finally believed the quest in Luminaria was theirs to finish, so they flew straight home, mission complete. Yuri Izawa floats in a blinding swirl of white magic, totally clueless about what's happening. Then, out of nowhere, he's swept into a weird building and drops onto a platform, stunned. Flames roar from torches all around, and the hero's gut tells him this isn't new, like he's lived it before. Then, out of nowhere, a voice calls his name and he snaps his head toward the sound. Right at the top of the stairs, right in front of Yuri Izawa, a girl pops into view and tells him she's thrilled the hero woke her up. She's dressed in a knee-length skirt with a side slit, a top, and a hooded cape. The girl grins at the hero and he scrambles to recall where he's seen her, but no matter how hard he tries, it still won't click. The girl declares she's now talking straight into Yuri's mind, powered by the last scraps of magic. The girl grabs Yuri's attention and orders him to head to Netria, the city of fire, because if he doesn't, the world might get wiped out, and the second she finishes speaking, she vanishes into thin air. The hero stares at where the girl just stood, utterly stunned, and realizes, wait, hasn't something like this happened before, where the world ended the very same way? Suddenly, Yuri's body ignites in blazing flames, fire races through every inch of him, and the hero can't make sense of it as he tears into the air with a scream of unbearable pain. Then the hero snaps awake in bed, staring up at a circle of half-wolves curled around him. The whole peaceful scene feels unreal, and he can't help wondering if the wolves are what set his body on fire. Then it hits him, these wolves have been calling this place home for ages, right back when he first met them in the Valley of the Dragons. Then Yuri snaps into wolf mode, grinning as he promises he'll cook them breakfast, right as the hero suddenly jolts, remembering that dream from just minutes ago. Even if he can't hold on to the details, he knows it mattered, because when he finally lands on the memory, it's the same truth again. Dream was important. But Yuri finally realizes it was only a dream after all, and just like that, the fear melts away. Then the action rockets to the city square. There the hero strolls in with a grin, walking down the street like he owns the place, bags slung over his shoulder. Right when Yuri stepped onto the bridge, he heard two men screaming at each other at the top of their lungs right underneath. One guy yells at the other to stop pushing and insists he got there first, only the second guy doesn't even get what he's trying to say. The hero stares down, baffled, like he just spotted the calm before a battle. Then a super strange man suddenly steps out from the lower doors, and out of nowhere he thanks everyone for waiting. The doors burst open and a whole arsenal of weapons and gear sprawls out in front of them. Then the guys sprint into the store yelling that the cheap weapons place is still open today. The hero hears people shouting about a gun shop and snaps to it, grabbing for his sword in his mind. Then the men bolt toward the place, yelling that if they don't hurry, they'll miss out on a great weapon, and the hero just stares at them, utterly baffled. Then Yuri starts mulling over how packed this store must be, and boom, an entire crowd of men barrels past him like a wave, sprinting straight for the place, only to slam to a stop when they hit a sudden obstacle. A little girl pops up in front of them, clutching every weapon she can get her hands on, and declares that every item up for sale is hers. A girl darts around the store, snatching up cheap weapons like they're trophies, and turns out she's Philirnet. The hero spots her, cuts over, and fires off a question. What's she doing? Philly spots him and blurts out that this whole shop is dirt cheap. Then the girl leans in and says the sword is even going for below cost, sold cheaper than they paid for it. The hero leans in, stunned. Why is everything so dirt cheap here? That can't be good for business. Philly shrugs, admits she doesn't really know, then figures it's probably just them buying everything up. Then she jerks the hero's focus toward the store clerk, a dwarf behind the counter, and reveals the cheap weapon shop's owner, Corey Dolman. Then she swings right back to bragging about how dirt cheap everything is here, like why should it matter when the prices are already unbeatable. Then Philly pitches Yuri on a purchase, bragging that the store's technical maintenance is dirt cheap too, while the hero seethes at how wildly, painfully cheap everything feels. Yuri tells Philly to hold off on buying a weapon, he needs to dash to the blacksmith first. The hero strides up to a blacksmith's shop, and the second he yanks the handle and swings the door open, one of the men gets shoved straight into him, yelling that he's done with his argument partner for good. The hero stares at the man charging straight at him, shocked out of his mind. Then Yuri's sudden presence terrifies him so bad he slams into the door and smashes his face hard on the handle. Crippled by the blow, the hero winces and demands through clenched suspicion if the guy's alright. Then the truth hits. It's not a fighter at all, it's a small child. The moment the kid spots the hero, he bolts out of the blacksmith's shop in tears, and the hero just stares after him, shocked. Yuri strides through the market, clutching everything he needed, and the moment he steps into the blacksmith's workshop, bam, a kid crashes into him, bolts out of the shop right away, and insists he's totally fine. The hero storms into the workshop, and boom, total chaos stares back at him like something exploded out of nowhere. There sits a dwarf blacksmith named Hugo Mantle on a chair, grumbling that he has no clue what to do. Yuri Aizawa strides up to the blacksmith and says hello right as the dwarf turns to face him. Hugo opens his mouth to ask what the hero wanted, but then shuts it down, grumbling that Yuri didn't leave him with the best impression. The hero stared at the raging mess in the workshop, nodded along with the blacksmith's words, and then Yuri Aizawa stepped in to demand, "What happened here?" The dwarf bursts out that no matter what he does, everything turns out terrible. Hugo snaps back that it's all because that cheap shop ruined his forage business. He brags that his shop sits on the edge of the city while his rival's shop is stuck right in the middle, and the dwarf backs him up, saying his goods are way better than average. With the competitor slashing prices, his shop pulls in a flood of customers, but when it comes to the goods, his shelves look way worse than Hugo's. The hero demands to know why the central store is so booming, but Hugo snaps that he has no clue, and that's exactly why he's furious. The dwarf can't figure out how it's still running at those crazy discounts. The blacksmith explodes in rage and despair, screaming that he can't even figure out how any of this works, while Yuri realizes the store's cheap deals are just bait for advertising, and even as ads, the price is way too good to be true. The hero snaps why is Hugo's shop in total chaos, and the dwarf starts to explain it to Yuri, but before the full story can land, someone cuts him off mid-sentence. Two massive hulks stomp into the shop, one of them blurts that they've finally come back, while the blacksmith glares with pure annoyance at the visitors, and the hero just stands there, totally lost, staring like, what is going on here? He stares at the dwarf and demands who they are, then Hugo snaps back, we're debt collectors. And right then he adds, the blacksmith says you've been showing up at his shop almost every single day lately, interfering with his work. One of the debt collectors shoves the old blacksmith and demands his money for today, until Hugo snaps back, shut up, I've got no money. He calls the old man, still brimming with energy, then tells the blacksmith he'll trade something worth the same instead of cold cash, while Hugo snaps at the debt collectors, saying they can't mock him after they carted off every pricey sword and shield because now he's got nothing left. The collector blurts that the dwarf has a granddaughter, then horror snaps across the blacksmith's face, and the debt collector keeps pressing, saying there are tons of customers ready to fork over money for those goods, until the whole store starts raking in a little more profit. An old man erupts into a cold sweat, and the debt collector snaps at his partner to tear through everything and seize the blacksmith's granddaughter. The massive debt collector charges toward the old man and demands to know where his granddaughter is, while the old blacksmith grits his teeth, fury blazing hot in his chest. The brute winds up his massive arm and swings to smash the old man, trying to squeeze the truth about his granddaughter out of him. Right when that fist is about to land on the old man, Yuri explodes into the scene and slams the thug's arm to a stop, leaving the man completely stunned, like he has no idea what just happened. Yuri Aizawa's colleague leans in and asks if he's got any questions, right in front of everyone who knows exactly who they are, and Yuri's face tightens with a sharp, sinking realization that this is just plain unfair. Then he slams into the debt collectors and both men get crushed by the hero's impossible power. Yuri unleashes magic, drops them to their knees, and neither one can breathe right again. The hero glares at his opponents with pure disdain, and in his mind he snaps, because I got the hero's memory in the last quest, those bloodthirsty debt collectors only writhe like that. The hero lets out a breath, then slaps the debt collectors loose, gone. The second they're free, both of them bolt like rockets, yelling that they'll be back. In a peaceful stretch, Yuri Aizawa finally gets asked by the dwarf, have you finished yet? Then the old blacksmith blurts out an apology for what happened before, and the hero cuts in fast, saying none of it was truly awful, because that old dwarf always stepped in to help Yuri with his weapons. The hero nods back to that polite goodbye he gave the debt collectors, but now they've got a fresh job, hauling themselves back to fix up Hugo's store. Now the action slams right into the adventurer's tavern. Everyone's hunched over their food and drink in quiet silence, while a wolf waiter darts between tables, hauling dish after dish. Yuri Aizba pushes into the tavern and the waiter greets him on the spot, while the hero, ready to dig in, leans forward and asks if the waiters heard about any store hitting huge discounts. The waiter leans in and asks if he means the dwarf shop, then the hero nods and grins, saying it's the cheapest place around. Then the waiter shrugs and says he doesn't know the full story, just rumors, and Yuri Aizawa presses him again, demanding to know exactly what he's heard. Wolf insists these discounts don't put a single profit in the shop owner's pocket, but he still swears they're happening and he's heard the rumor. That dwarf is playing a ruthless strategy to buy out the competition. And then he adds that the dwarves who twalled in his shop were snagged on the cheap and made to serve like slaves. The hero blurts out, "Doesn't this feel weird to anybody?" And Yuri chimes in that the weapons will only keep getting pricier until customers finally vanish. The wolf flicks his fingers over his paw, shoots Yuri a sharp look, and demands, flat out, if she knows the one most important thing in business. Then the hero leans in and asks what it is. The wolf fires back that in business, advertising is everything, because it doesn't matter how amazing the shop is or how deadly the gun shop looks. If nobody hears about it, customers won't ever walk through the door. Then the wolf snaps back, saying that even if the shop and its weapons are trash, once people hear about it, customers will still flood in. The hero realizes Pancho truly gets how this kind of business works. Then the wolf chimes in, saying ads aren't everything, but they're one of the biggest reasons you win, and the hero can't stop replaying Pancho's words in his head. He digs into dinner, mulling over why advertising and business even matter when Pancho drops a bombshell. There's only one way to sort it out: a blacksmithing competition. The wolf tells you this city only hosts a blacksmith festival once every 4 years, so bring the finest sword you can, the kind the master would forge as his masterpiece. Yuri Aizawa makes it crystal clear, if he wins, it's game on for an advertising campaign for the store. Then Wolf backs up the hero's theory and adds, and win the right prize here at this festival. He beams at his friend, eyes sparkling with pure joy, then blurts out that Pancho is incredible. The wolf immediately ducks his head, embarrassed by Yuri Aizawa's praise. Then the waiter leans in and asks what the hero thinks of the chief blacksmith, Hugo's name. The hero snaps back that, for old Hugo, it's impossible to pull off anything like this in his current condition, and he studies his friend with a deep, thoughtful stare. Yuri Aizawa is sure of it. Old man Hugo looks drained to the bone, and even if the hero grabs all the materials, he knows they'll still need skilled, knowledgeable people to make it work. The wolf leans in and asks Yuri, does he have someone, a master, the kind who forges beautiful swords? The hero shuts his eyes, locks into deep thought, then boom, an insanely unusual idea hits him. The hero flashes on the one person who can actually help him, and the story snaps straight to the roaring city streets. Just when it seemed like hope was slipping away, the debt collectors finally grabbed Hugo's granddaughter, one of them promising, "I'll get you a job that fits you perfectly." But she doesn't take the bait. She yanks and strains, fighting to slip out of their iron-clamped hands. The masked debt collector keeps talking, claiming the place he wants to send her would rake in big money for any young girl. Then she snaps back and fights her way free. She snaps that even if the debt collector insists, all she can give is sleight of hand. So Tia Mace throws her hands forward like she's both showing off and swearing she'll defend herself. The masked debt collector keeps talking, grinning that he's been hunting a clever child like this, claiming it'd be perfect for a few indecent acts. Then the girl instantly starts refusing. The debt collector yanks her hand again, barking, "Come with me," and she fights back with everything she's got. The debt collector snaps at her to shut up and obey, but the girl glares at her kidnapper through tears of pure despair. Out of nowhere, a debt collector's grip is ripped away. Yuri Aizawa snatches her from his hands as he passes by, and with a look full of disdain, Yuri shuts him down with, "That's all." That masked debt collector locks eyes with the hero like, "Wait, it's you," and fires off a sharp question, "Why is he here?" While the hero, right on cue, snaps back because he also recognizes those two from when they met at Hugo's store. The masked debt collector snaps at the hero with nasty insults, then grins and warns that this time Yuri won't slip away so easily, because they're not alone anymore. Guy whips around, heads off somewhere, and shouts for his big brother. From around the building's corner, a towering Hema beast, Bubar Weldon, charges out like a nightmare, and right then the masked debt collector leans in, demands the hero's attention, and warns him to be blown away. This monster isn't just any collector, he's a legendary underworld hunter. The man boasts that Big Brother will crush the hero without even breaking a sweat, and Yuri Izawa just stares at him, cold, unmoved, and totally indifferent. Suddenly, Weldon barrels into the fight and charges the hero with everything he's got, until Yuri Izawa yanks him by the leg, slams his weight onto a massive hand, and drops the brute hard to the ground. Blood spills from the criminal's nose and mouth, and his comrades stare in stunned silence. Then the hero hears a sudden sound and whips his gaze toward the monster. He springs up like a ballerina, ready to pounce on the hero all over again, then whips out a massive axe-shaped weapon. The giant springs up high above the hero and lifts to smash right when the hero stares up, stunned, realizing the thing's actually got serious skill and thinking it's about C rank. Right now, the giant's monstrous bulk is still closing in on Yuri Izawa, then Weldon crashes down on the hero with his entire mass. The debt collectors grin like the hero's finally gone for good, and that's exactly what they planned. Tia stares at the picture, horror crushing her chest, terrified that the gentle, kind soul who tried to help her died because of her. The giant claws itself up from where Yuri Izawa once stood, already tasting victory as dust cubes slam into the air around it. Out of nowhere, Yuri Izawa pops up behind the giant, and the young man fires off a nasty question. So this is really all you've got? Yuri lunges for Weldon, but the brute tries to twist away. He can't, so Yuri smashes him in the neck, and Weldon crumples to the ground unconscious. The hero glares at his rival with pure disdain and tells his crew, "Don't sweat it, I'm not the one who sent that thug to the next world." The debt collectors bolt in terror from the hero's crushing power, screaming as they scatter across the street, and the hero just watches them go, then calls out to them. The criminals spin back around and the hero snaps, "So you're really just walking away like that?" They grin and swear, "No way, this isn't how it ends." They scramble back, grab their fallen comrade, and bolt for freedom. Then the hero whips around to the girl, asking if she's hurt. He reassures her she's fine. Then the girl beams and thanks the hero for saving her, and Yuri Izawa leans in, asking if she just happens to be Hugo's granddaughter. She nods and confirms it without hesitation. Then Yuri blurts out that he'd been searching for her all along. Tia freezes, staring at him in shock, and demands, "Wait, was the hero really looking for me?" Then the girl blurts out that she's been hunting a strong man, too, just like them. Out of nowhere, Yuri Izawa and Tia trade looks and ask at the exact same time whether they've heard about the blacksmith competition. Both of them freeze, shocked. They ask the same thing. Back then, the hero grilled the townspeople about what was going on, and one person shrugged that he didn't know, he was too swamped, while another snapped, "Don't even talk to him." So the hero pressed harder and demanded to know who he was really looking for. Later on, Yuri was hunting for Hugo's granddaughter, Tia, and he straight up marched through town, showing every single person a sketch he claimed was her. Searching for Hugo's granddaughter, the hero figured the fastest path to saving Hugo's shop was to win the competition. So Yuri had no choice. He had to track down the dwarf's girl because he just knew she'd be an incredible blacksmith. The hero surged forward, telling himself he had to hurry, and then, right at the building's corner, screams ripped the air. The little dwarf was yanking free from the kidnapper's grip, and it hit him instantly. He'd found it. No, he'd found *, the one he'd been searching for, because he'd just walked into the answer he wanted. Yuri and Tia sink into a cozy cafe seat, and as Yuri gushes about the hero who helped him, she suddenly looks up and admits she's got something important she needs to ask about. The girl tells Yuri Izawa, "Come with me to the eastern mine, help me haul back the ore." Yuri stares at Tia, stunned, then demands to know what she's talking about, so Tia leans in and spills the truth. There's rare ore hidden there, the kind nobody sells on the market, plus tons of other unknown, insanely valuable stones waiting to be discovered. Tia swears the only way to bring the workshop back to life is to win the blacksmith competition, and to do that, she needs top-tier ore, with determination blazing across her face. Yuri realizes the hero's way of thinking about Tia mirrors hers. If they want to win the blacksmith competition, they can't just rely on the best blacksmiths, they'll need top-tier ore too. The girl stares at Yuri Izawa, clinging to hope, and Tia blurts that she already tried begging her grandfather. He shut it down, saying it was too dangerous. The girl refuses to believe there's any other path to save the workshop, and the hero whips his gaze to Tia in stunned disbelief. Then she flashes a smile and promises to back the girl's plan, and Tia's heart lights up. She's over the moon to hear it. Suddenly, a bizarre creature rockets into the cafe and screeches out a sound like Caillou, and the hero stares in stunned confusion, right alongside Tia. The girl leans in and asks Yuri who the hero is. Then the hero snaps back that it's Lime because of one crazy twist after another. She's ended up traveling with him. The girl's eyes sparkle as the flying slime zips around her and pure joy lights up her face. Then she blurts out that Yuri Izawa is one of the rare tamers. The hero stares at Tia in shock like, wait, maybe you're right. Then Yuri Izawa tells himself straight up that tamer isn't even the rarest job after all, so the heroes all nod and agree to meet tomorrow in front of the Adventurers Guild. The story rips into the next day in the city of fire, bustle, and the mine of Netria, while deep in the mountains, someone surges a spell that blasts bright rays of light magic into the dark. A hand scarred with nails as black as night hurls fresh spells, and it's Serail, the fallen angel. He lunges at the priestess of fire, then demands she stop fighting and talk to him. The angel slowly cranks up his spells, and the girl flashes a smirk, asking what they're even going to talk about. Serail tells her there's no use chasing love, and he claims he can see it. She's using magic to reach someone. He leans in and asks if she might be Izawa Yuri. Then the girl's expression says it all. The fallen angel Serail nailed it dead on, and her face twists in pure shock. Serail smirks at the priestess and dares her. Does she truly believe Yuri, her beloved, will come charging in to save her? The fallen angel snarls that the young man won't come to rescue the girl, then turns on the priestess and asks how she thinks he figured it out, only to reveal he's certain because his contact is watching Yuri Izawa. The action swings back to Yuri and Tia, then a massive white bird hovers over the city, eyes locked on the heroes as they talk, while Yuri completely misses the surveillance. The story snaps back to Serail and the fire priestess. Then the fallen angel grins and says Yuri Izawa hasn't even left the city yet, so the priestess's whole plan just collapsed. The priestess of fire smirks and declares the fallen angel has no clue. Fate will always swing their way, and it's guaranteed. Her words hit like certainty, and the girl's face burns with unshakable confidence in every bit of it. The fallen angel Serail shoots the fire priestess a glare, then grins and tells her she's way too noisy. At that moment, he smashes the girl's magic shield, and the priestess can't even grasp it because the instant it shatters, whips of pure nonsense snap around her arms and legs, pinning her in place. Serail swears that the fire priestess is unbreakable, but then his voice drops as he wonders how long that defiance can really hold, right before he yanks his whips tight around her neck. Then he blurts that even spirits can't outrun the pull of darkness, and the girl's eyes go wide as pain and fear slam into her. As the priestess's eyelids slowly sink, the very last thing she locks eyes on is a fallen angel grinning with pure malice. In her head, the girl frantically tries to reach Yuri Izawa before she hits her limit, because right now, Yuri is gearing up for her next journey. Tia grins and heads toward the meeting spot, then a familiar voice snaps her attention, and she spots Yuri Izawa striding right toward her. The girl walks up to the hero and earnestly thanks him for making time to talk, and he just nods along, agreeing with her without a word wasted. The hero headed straight for the mountains, then snapped his head toward Tia in shock, only for Yuri to blurt that the girl was way too tall for a dwarf, and Tia, not seeing it coming, stared at the hero in stunned disbelief. The hero catches himself thinking, so that's what they say, dwarves are all the same height. Then Tia comes in and she's 10 cm taller than the standard. Then the hero shoots Tia a question, does he know anything at all? But Tia cuts in fast, she's still a dwarf or just a half-breed. The hero presses her again and the girl finally blurts it out, her mom's a dwarf, her dad's human, and she admits that true dwarf bloodlines like her grandfather are almost unheard of. The hero finally gets what the girl means, then it clicks back at the 81 sheep shop, that place was towering too, and suddenly he realizes the same thing about himself, he must be a half-breed. The heroes slip into a forest alley, push across open plains, and finally crash into the rocky stretch. Then the hero points ahead and says, we're here. They push into the eastern mine, and the place reeks of gloom. Yuri Izawa takes one look at the structure and instantly realizes it's nothing like the northern mine he hit with Rico. The connection here feels totally different. Tia warns Yuri to stay on her guard, insisting this place is a high-risk zone. Only a veteran like Yuri Izawa should even set foot here. The hero stares at the girl, baffled, and blurts that he's not some seasoned adventurer at all. She bursts into conspiratorial laughter and tells him, you can't fool a dwarf, Sai. She tells him Yuri Izawa is at least an A-rank adventurer, and the hero just stares at her, blank, confused, raising an eyebrow like, wait, what are you even talking about, Tia? Yuri blurts that he's only an F-rank adventurer, and Tia's jaw drops so hard she practically asks, "Are you messing with me?" Then Yuri yanks out his adventurer card and shows it to her. The girl stares at the card, utterly confused and annoyed, then she blurts that her stomach hurts. The hero grins, laughs, and shoots her a look. Next, he tells her, smiling wide, that they have to leave right now because they're out of time. The heroes charge up to the entrance of the eastern shaft, and the hero stares in. Something feels abandoned, like the ceiling's seconds away from caving in. Tia begs the hero to tread carefully. Then the moment they step into the mine, a strange stone shape slams into view, and it turns out to be a stone golem. Tia erupts into terrified screams, but in the chaos she slips a stealthy glance at Yuri, then realizes she can't count on the hero, so she steels herself and decides to take matters into her own hands. The girl yanks out a massive hammer bigger than she is and tells everyone with zero mercy that she has no choice but to swing. With eyes blazing, the girl stares down the stone golem and fires up her courage, telling it everything's fine, that she can do anything because she's got an explosive hammer in hand. The hero stares at Tia with pure suspicion, wondering right there in his head if everything is truly, finally okay. The girl darts forward to strike, fists clamped tight around her hammer. Then she swings. Tia connects with the stone golem and rips its arm clean off. Then she snaps back and the hero locks onto the clash between Tia and the stone golem, staring hard as a bad feeling starts crawling in because this can't end well. He realizes Tia can't possibly swing a weapon that big, she just doesn't have the strength for it, and Yuri tries to scrape together a plan, but then something suddenly snaps his attention. The girl shrieks and slams her hammer into the golem again, then her fingers hit a hidden button and a blazing burst of light erupts from the weapon. She swings a slightly modernized hammer and crashes it into the stone golem, then it instantly shatters into gritty splinters. The girl wipes the sweat off her forehead and the hero stares at her like he can't believe his eyes, because knocking out stone golem with something like a hammer packed with explosives is pure genius. The girl beams as she sprints straight at Yuri, shouting, "I did it, I beat the golem with my invention." Right then, the hero spots something and snaps that it's way too early for Tia to celebrate. She's confused, not getting it, when a sleek, modern golem suddenly crawls out of nowhere behind her. The girl is already celebrating her victory, then the hero snaps his head around because the world has changed and the earth starts shaking. Just as the girl is cheering, the hero spots something off and snaps, "Not yet," and the moment her smile fades, she starts catching those weird sounds creeping up from behind, and her heart races as she wonders what's going on there. Right behind her, a massive, advanced stone golem crashes into view, so close she's forced to realize the battle isn't over, and the thing locks onto her with its gaze. And it blasts a bone-rattling roar, and it's enough to terrify the heroes. More stone golems rattle awake too, and the girl's terrified. 3 monsters lurch toward her, and Yuri is right there. Tia told them that to wake the stone golems, you had to prove you were the master of this mine. Then the monsters crept in, step by step, and the golem she just crushed came roaring back bigger than ever. That giant machine snapped its focus on the heroes. Then the hero leaned in, asking Tia if she could still fight, but Tia shook her head. She couldn't. She begs for a moment to reload her explosive hammer, while the hero's mind races for a way out, because he knows that even with all that brutal firepower, that hammer can't be swung too many times. The girl blurts out, "Let's run," but the hero clenches his fist and vows to take on the 3 stone goblins instead. Tia turns and fires back, "What are you even doing?" And she warns him that swords won't cut it, while Yuri keeps marching straight toward the golems. The girl panics and tells Yuri it's way too dangerous, begging him to refuse, then run and leave. A towering golem hurls a massive fist at Yuri, and she snaps out the magical enchantment, Enhanced Cut. Then the hero slices right through one of the golems with it. The others scramble to box him in, then their stone fists crash together and the hero slips out at the last second, vaulting high above the ground and straight over the goblins. Then he slashes all 3 into tiny pieces, and Tia just stares, jaw dropped, as Yuri Aizawa battles the stone golems. The hero stands amid the rubble the stone monsters left behind, and the girl can't stop smiling. Tia's jaw drops, an F-rank adventurer just took down 3 golems in one shot. Suddenly, another golem lunges at the hero from behind, but the young man clocks it in time. Then the golem hammers him with a brutal, earth-shaking strike. Tia shuts her eyes, terrified as dust explodes everywhere, then snaps her gaze to where Yuri stood, because somehow the hero actually caught the monster's fist. Yuri grips that colossal thing and realizes, yeah, this stone golem isn't just tough, it's terrifyingly powerful even if it crawls instead of moving fast because its strength feels A-rank. Yuri realizes that if he'd taken that same blow back then, he would have been shattered, but now he's not the same guy he used to be. The stone golem has no clue that his own fist is yanking him, until suddenly the monster feels his body rise off the ground because the hero has grabbed him by the hand and hoisted that giant straight into the air. With body-strengthening magic, Yuri casts muscle strengthening, hurls the golem over his shoulder and slams it onto the stone floor. The hero yanks out his enchanted sword and hope sparks. Now they might actually have a shot. Then Yuri Izawa slams on even more spells, boosting its durability, swelling its destructive power, and turning the impact into something that hits but refuses to break. After forging the perfect sword for the strike, the hero unleashes a brutal swing, while the monster just stares back, totally stunned and baffled. Yuri Izawa slams in his crushing strike, slicing the golem clean in two as he leans in, eyes sharp, watching it collapse into a shower of shattered pieces. Tia gapes in stunned silence, still not wrapping her head around how the hero carved up that golem with nothing but a simple sword. Then she turns to Yuri and blurts out who he really is, and the hero's shocked, speechless. Yuri doesn't get her question and just shrugs that he's nothing but an F-rank adventurer, so Tia explodes with rage, insisting the hero isn't even close to a normal, run-of-the-mill adventurer. Even with everything stacked against them, the heroes still pry loose that rare ore and haul it straight to old man Hugo, and when the old blacksmith sees it, his whole face freezes in total, mind-blowing shock. He's stunned that Tia and Yuri actually pulled off getting mithril, or he demands to know where it came from, and the heroes just grin like they're in on a joke, refusing to spill their secret to the old blacksmith. They smash fists together like champions, and then everything kicks off inside old man Hugo's roomy, cozy workshop. Tia tells her grandfather she wants him to forge a sword from the ore, and the moment she says it, she insists the old man will enter a blacksmithing competition with it, and win. She's convinced this is the only way to fix the store, but the old man stares down at the floor in deep thought and tells his granddaughter that no matter how hard they try, the customers won't come back. The old man digs out a bottle of alcohol, pops the cork, and gulps it straight from the glass, leaving Tia and Yuri staring in shock. He's basically saying, no matter how hard you grind, you'll never outmatch that cheap store. The old man roars that money is all that matters to everyone, but his granddaughter just stares, totally lost, so Tia locks eyes with him and snaps that if he won't do it, she'll do it herself. Hugo roars at his granddaughter, snapping that she shouldn't act stupid or naive, then hammers the truth home. Mithril ore is the toughest material on Earth, and even a seasoned blacksmith would struggle to make it. Hugo scoffs that someone like a half-breed, his own granddaughter, no less, could never handle the grind, then leans in and asks if she honestly believes she can make it as a blacksmith. It looks like the girl's totally given up until the hero shoots her a sideways glance. She grits her teeth and snaps, if I don't even try, how am I supposed to know I won't succeed? Tia snatches the ore and bolts. All she hears are her grandfather's terrified screams, so she whips around and yells that she'll take the tools from him. The old blacksmith can't take his granddaughter's wild temper anymore, so he snaps and tells her to do exactly what she wants. Yuri Izawa asks Hugo if it's really okay to let the girl walk off alone, and Hugo grins like nothing could go wrong. Tia's got this, she'll be fine. Suddenly, a clattering noise erupts from the workshop, and the hero shoots off a sarcastic jab, demanding if the blacksmith is still so certain everything will be fine, while the old blacksmith's face tightens into a frown. He barges into the workshop, shoves his granddaughter out, and insists he'll handle it himself. Tia protests, but Hugo snaps, just watch, I'll show you how it's done. The old blacksmith grips his hammer and starts swinging in the workshop, and at the same time he tells his granddaughter, watch me closely. He feeds the product into the furnace, but the work shoots 5 days ahead. Then Yuri Izawa bursts in and calls to the old blacksmith, who's sprawled there asleep at his work table, totally peaceful. Then he jolts awake, tells the hero, I zoned out because I was cranking out the last tweaks before midnight, and the hero immediately fires back, so what happened next? Hugo shoots back from his desk that it's been ages since he touched material like this, but from the look of it, everything's gonna be just fine. He snaps the box open where the sword was supposed to be, but it's gone, nowhere to be found. The old man can't wrap his head around it, and all he can think is that someone must have snatched it. Someone bursts into Hugo's workshop and demands to know if anything was stolen, because he swears he overheard some seriously alarming words and now he wants answers. What the heck is going on? Turns out the someone was the owner of that bargain weapons shop. Then he yanked out the missing sword wrapped in cloth like a magic reveal. Hugo grabs his competitor and demands to know what he wants, then turns to the old blacksmith and tells him to calm that rage, because Hugo's heard the old guy is stepping into a blacksmith competition. The guy says he was ready to cheer for Hugo today, but now he's staring at the truth. The old blacksmith's sword is gone. He snaps that this is dead serious, and Hugo glares at the uninvited intruder with pure indignation. An old dwarf leans in and demands the shop owner come clean. Did he really steal his sword himself? The shop owner shoots back with biting sarcasm, brushing it off like it's pure nonsense, then turns to Hugo and demands, "So where's your proof?" The hero glances at the chaos and thinks, calling the chief weapons store's owner as the culprit is way too soon *, but Yuri can't wait to try out the magic he learned earlier. He flexes attribute magic, high-level mind reading, and right then, the guy who runs the cheap little shop blurts out that he knows nothing about the missing sword. The hero reads his own thoughts and learns the mithril blade is in Corey Dolman's hands. Then he blurts out that Hugo should team up with him and go hunt it down. After hearing Corey's thoughts, the hero instantly gets the whole picture. Then Hugo snaps at Corey Dolman as an impudent fool and demands to know what sword he's hiding behind his back. Corey snaps back that the sword he'll be entering the competition with is the one he'll use, and Hugo demands, "Show me." But Corey won't budge, so Hugo instantly figures he's hiding it because it's the old man's own handiwork. Corey lets out a heavy sigh, nods and agrees to show the sword, then quietly prays that old man Hugo won't be disappointed. The old blacksmith's eyes go wide with shock, and Corey blurts out that this blade is the weapon he sells in his shop. This is the legendary magical sword, Dirndl. Corey admits he's scared to show old man Hugo the blade since Hugo's the more seasoned blacksmith. Yuri stares at the sword in Dolman's hands and instantly thinks it outclasses his, maybe even one rank higher, and the hero can't believe how incredible it is. Old Hugo slams his fists on the table, then rushes back with an apology to Dolman for doubting him, yet even as he says he's sorry, he tells Corey, "Go home." Dolman grins with nasty intent, spins on his heel and marches off, begging the heroes to forgive him. Then a thought snaps into place and he turns back to Hugo, "If you ever end up with no place to go, come work for me." Corey grins like a devil and tells Hugo he'll always be happy to see him, but Yuri shuts it down. No way they can let him slip away because the hero's convinced the sword is out there, and Hugo snaps back, "I'm done." The old blacksmith swears it all comes down to strength, then insists his mithril blade can't even touch a real magic sword. Right as Tia wakes up, she catches Yuri and Hugo talking, and the hero immediately steps in to soothe the furious old man. Old Hugo hangs his head in heartbreak and tells everyone he'll have to shut down his shop, his voice dripping with pure despair. Tia stares at her grandfather, totally stunned, like she can't even understand what she's hearing.